Chapter 1 God-Level Relationship System. Brother Lu, what do you think of that Clearwater Bay project? Xiao Zhang, that project has already been contracted out. I can't do anything about it. Contracted out? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? They said they'd give us the project. Xiao Zhang, it's not that Brother Lu doesn't want to help, it's just that I can't do anything. They're using connections with the group's vice president. What can I, a department head, do? I understand, thank you, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, since I couldn't help, you can take this tea back. Brother Lu, you're too kind. This tea is a gift for you, it has nothing to do with the project. Haha, alright then, Brother Lu, I won't refuse. I'll accept it. Leaving the Longzhen building, Zhang Feng looked up at the sky, a deep sense of powerlessness and despair washing over him. The project he was about to get had fallen through. He had worked tirelessly for over a month on this project, just one step away from signing the contract, when suddenly someone else intervened and beat him to it. The group's vice president's connections. These days, it's really hard to get things done without connections. Zhang Feng sighed. As a startup company already struggling to stay afloat, he had invested heavily in this project. Now that it had failed, all those resources were gone, a complete loss. He was at his wits' end. This project was his last lifeline. Actually, if the company went bankrupt, so be it, he could start over. But starting the business had drained his family's savings, and now his mother was seriously ill and hospitalized, urgently needing money for surgery. He had hoped to use this project to turn things around. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng was filled with resentment, but reality is cruel, it shows no mercy to those who suffer injustice. Feng, what's wrong? Did you sign the contract? Dragging his weary body, Zhang Feng returned to the company, his colleagues looking at him expectantly. A mere nod from him would be enough to elicit a roar of cheers. The project was snatched away. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Feng spoke as calmly as possible. Snatched away. Impossible. The last few times we went to discuss it, Longzhen Group was very satisfied with our proposal. How could it be snatched away? I'm going to confront them. This is too much. We've been working ourselves to the bone for over a month on this project, and everything was going so well, and suddenly they've changed their minds. What's going on? Don't be impulsive. Longzhen is a big company. What can you do to them? The company wasn't large, including Zhang Feng, there were only 6 or 7 people. They were more like partners than colleagues. Hearing that the project had fallen through, everyone was agitated. Feng, what are your plans now? After the initial excitement, the group gradually calmed down and looked at Zhang Feng, asking, back to being a wage earner. Zhang Feng gave a bitter laugh. Back to square one. Just 2 hours ago, I was dreaming of working with Brother Feng to build a huge business, laying the foundation in 1 year, seeing results in 2, taking a leap forward in 3, and aiming for an IPO within 5 years. Damn, you actually dare to dream? No connections, no network. Starting a business is too tiring. It's better to just work a regular job. The project failed, and the company was left with nothing to do. Everyone started chatting, discussing their future. Just then, Zhang Feng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, quietly went to the stairwell, pressed the answer button, and forced a smile. Ching, what brings you to call me now? He said. So Ching, his girlfriend, they'd been together for 3 years. Recently, Zhang Feng had been busy with work, and they hadn't been in touch much. Zhang Feng had just been thinking that he'd neglected his girlfriend a bit and needed to make it up to her, but he hadn't expected her to be so perceptive and call first. When are you going to buy me the bag you promised? Su Ching asked coldly. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment, then said softly, Ching, the project failed, and I don't have that much money right now. I'll buy you the bag later. I knew it. Su Ching snorted coldly, not finishing her sentence. But Zhang Feng knew Su Ching must be very disappointed. He didn't speak, because he didn't know what to say. After a dozen seconds of silence, Su Ching said, I'm hanging up now. Without waiting for Zhang Feng's reply, the call ended. Zhang Feng stared at his phone, speechless. His career had suffered a setback, his family life was in turmoil, and his girlfriend hadn't offered a single word of comfort. It would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed and heartbroken. Just then, a ding-dong sounded in his ear. God-level relationship system loaded. Zhang Feng was stunned. What? A system. God-level relationship system, 1 God-level relationship per week. First week's God-level relationship issued. Please check it yourself, host. Zhang Feng snapped out of his daze, his curiosity piqued. View the first week's God-level relationship. With a thought, a pale blue screen appeared in his field of vision. Prince's close friend, during your travels, you met Prince Dongsha. You hit it off and became best friends. The introduction section not only included background information but also Prince Dongsha's contact details. It was as if a ray of light had shone in. Zhang Feng opened his mouth, speechless with joy. Everyone says connections make things easier. Now that he was Prince Dongsha's close friend, wouldn't it be reasonable to lease an oil field? But thinking about it was one thing, but without money, nothing could be done. Their relationship was just that of close friends, even brothers keep clear accounts. Prince Dongsha wouldn't give him an oil field for free, so it remained just a thought. How can I best utilize this relationship? Zhang Feng pondered for a long time but couldn't come up with a good idea, so he had to put it aside for the time being. After all, a relationship is just a relationship, how to use it is the key. Where is everyone? Back at the company, finding it deserted, Zhang Feng glanced at Tang Jiajia, who was still packing her things, and asked. Nothing much at the company, they all went home early. Oh, by the way, Feng Jie, when are we having our farewell dinner? Tang Jiajia turned to Zhang Feng and asked. Let's not rush the farewell dinner. Maybe things will turn around. Zhang Feng returned to his desk, turned on his computer, and began searching for information about the Dongsha Prince. I'm leaving now, Feng Jie. Call me for the farewell dinner. Tang Jiajia didn't take Zhang Feng's talk of a turning point seriously. In her view, it was just a desperate struggle by an entrepreneur who was unwilling to give up. In the end, they would still have to part ways. MHM. Zhang Feng gave a perfunctory reply. Soon, a news article caught his attention. Prince Salman will be visiting Great Xia to attend the 9th Foreign Trade Conference. Zhang Feng's expression brightened. The 9th Foreign Trade Conference was being held in Zhangcheng. As a close friend of Prince Salman, surely he could make an appearance and gain recognition? After all, connections are a valuable resource. Many local Zhangcheng business people would definitely be attending the conference. Through Prince Salman, he could expand his network of contacts. Even if he were a penniless nobody, because of Prince Salman, others would look at him differently. Chapter 2 Foreign Trade Conference. 2 days later, the 9th Foreign Trade Conference was held in Zhangcheng as scheduled. Brother Feng, you look strange today. Why are you dressed so formally? The company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Except for Tang Jiajia, no one else came to work. Zhang Feng didn't say anything, he had nothing to do at the company anyway. Looking handsome? Zhang Feng asked with a smug smile, twirling around a couple of times. Handsome. Tang Jiajia nodded. Going on a date with your girlfriend? Attending a banquet, Zhang Feng replied. Since hanging up the phone that day, Su Qing hadn't spoken to him for 2 days. She wouldn't answer his calls or reply to his texts. Zhang Feng knew Su Qing was probably disappointed and angry, but he really didn't have time to coax Su Qing these past 2 days. Although he had the connection with Salamander, there was still a lot of work to be done to convert that network into tangible benefits. He researched a lot of information about Prince Salamander, such as his business ventures and the purpose of his visit to Great Xia. A banquet? Tang Jiajia asked curiously. What banquet? The reception banquet for the 9th Foreign Trade Conference, Zhang Feng said with a smile. The one held in our city? Yes. Brother Feng, don't scare me. Maybe we should go to the hospital to get checked out? Tang Jiajia's thinking was simple. What kind of people attend the reception banquet for the Foreign Trade Conference? Either industry leaders or business tycoons. What qualifications does a bankrupt small company owner like you have to attend? Could it be that the project failed, and the blow was too severe, causing mental problems? Go away, you're the one who should go to the hospital. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Tang Jiajia, saying irritably. This girl doesn't want me to get better, but instead worries like this. He's just concerned about you. Tang Jiajia made a face and giggled. The two chatted casually, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Feng got up and left the company, taking a taxi to the banquet venue Yinyu Jiangnan was a local Zhangcheng hotel with a distinctly Jiangnan garden style, exquisitely decorated with mountains and water features, creating a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. Everyone else arriving for the banquet arrived in luxury cars, while Zhang Feng was probably the only guest who came by taxi. He had no choice, he had even sold his car to start his business. As for apartments, they were too expensive, he couldn't afford one. Sir, please show me your invitation. Because it was an international banquet tonight, the hotel had strict entry and exit controls. Zhang Feng was stopped at the entrance, but he wasn't surprised or angry. He simply took out his phone and called Prince Salman. Feng, my friend, have you arrived? The call was quickly answered, and Prince Salman's warm laughter came through. The two had spoken on the phone once before. Zhang Feng was able to attend the banquet because of Prince Salman's invitation. I've arrived at the hotel entrance, Zhang Feng said. Just then, a luxury car pulled up in front of the hotel. The door opened, and a familiar figure in an evening gown stepped out, taking the arm of a young man. Su Qing? Zhang Feng was stunned, almost unable to believe his eyes. Seeing their intimate behavior, he already guessed what was going on, his heart aching with pain. Zhang Feng? Because Zhang Feng was right at the entrance, Su Qing saw him too. Su Qing was startled. Whether out of shame or a subconscious reaction, she initially panicked, seemingly wanting to avoid Zhang Feng's gaze. But she quickly regained her composure, meeting his eyes and resuming her usual haughty demeanor, asking, "What are you doing here?" "That's the question I should be asking you," Zhang Feng said coldly. "Since you've seen it all, I have nothing more to say. I was originally planning to tell you about this later, but now it seems unnecessary," Su Qing said haughtily, her long, slender neck held high. Throughout her relationship with Chen Feng, she had always maintained a dominant position, never admitting her mistakes. With that, she grabbed the young man's arm and started to walk into the hotel. Just then, the young man suddenly laughed. "Brother, to make sure you die knowing why, I'll tell you the truth. My name is Ding Hao, and I got that Longzhen project." Zhang Feng, "Just find a stable job. Without connections or influence, you're useless. You worked hard for over a month, and Hao snatched the project away with just a few words," Su Qing said from the side. "That's right, baby," Ding Hao said triumphantly, tightly wrapping his arm around Su Qing's waist, a victorious smile on his face. Zhang Feng clenched his fists, really wanting to punch this guy in the face, leaving him with a bloody mess. But in the end, he held back. Hitting someone in such an important setting was definitely inappropriate. "Seeing you dressed so formally, are you here for the banquet too?" Ding Hao's gaze swept over Zhang Feng, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Before Zhang Feng could answer, Su Qing sneered, "Him? What qualifications does he have to attend this banquet? He should at least be a waiter, not a servant." Ding Hao laughed, "You can't say that. After all, Mr. Zhang is a boss, no doubt. A boss who takes the subway and doesn't even own a car?" Su Qing said sarcastically. "Did Mr. Zhang take a taxi to this banquet?" Ding Hao asked, feigning surprise and exaggerating. His voice was loud, attracting the attention of those around them. Zhang Feng remained calm. "The ones who trample on you the most are often not your enemies, but those who betray you, trying to prove themselves right by doing so. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Feng?" At this moment, a gentle and respectful voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Feng turned around and saw a foreign man in a suit, smiling and waiting for his reply. "Yes, I am," Zhang Feng nodded. "This way, please." The foreign man, speaking fluent Mandarin, gestured for Zhang Feng to enter the hotel. Who is this kid? Everyone wondered. But led by the foreign man, Zhang Feng entered the hotel smoothly without any hindrance. Of course, Su Qing and Ding Hao were the most surprised. They stood there dumbfounded for more than 10 seconds before they came to their senses. Who is that foreigner? How does Zhang Feng know him? Ding Hao asked. Su Qing's expression turned strange. She shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Zhang Feng is just a penniless and powerless loser. He can't even afford a dowry of 300,000 yuan. Don't worry, baby, if you're with me, I guarantee you'll live the high life. Not just 300,000 yuan, I can afford 3 million. Alright, don't think about him anymore. Let's go inside, don't keep my brother-in-law waiting." Ding Hao laughed. In his view, this was just a minor incident. What's so special about knowing a foreigner? With the development of Great Xia and its increasing internationalization, knowing a few foreigners is perfectly normal. Why weren't arrangements made for such an important matter? The relevant department responsible for the banquet security was also caught off guard by this scene. "Boss, this isn't our fault. Prince Salman didn't inform us beforehand. Who knew he had personal friends in Zhangcheng? Didn't inform us?" Prince Salman's personal assistant came out to greet him personally. "Is this just a personal friend? Also, investigate this guy's background immediately." "Yes, boss." International affairs are a meticulous job. Itineraries require prior discussion and notification from both parties. Prince Salman wanted to meet a friend, but this friend was stopped outside the hotel. This is clearly a negligence. After being reprimanded by their boss, the subordinates had no way to complain. What could they do if Prince Salman met with a friend without informing them? Chapter 3 Zhangcheng Boss. "Feng, my friend, long time no see." Prince Salman was a typical handsome man from East Africa, wearing a turban and a white robe, with striking features and a full beard. As soon as Zhang Feng entered the room, he warmly opened his arms and gave Zhang Feng a big hug. "Long time no see, welcome to Zhangcheng." Zhang Feng responded enthusiastically to Prince Salman. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two took their seats. Since it was a private meeting between friends, there weren't many formalities. Everyone was quite relaxed, chatting about trivial matters and occasionally bursting into laughter. Half an hour passed without them realizing it. Zhang Feng's visit this time had no ulterior motive, it was simply to maintain their friendship. It was rumored that Salman ran an investment company managing assets worth over 200 billion US dollars, and that he was attending the foreign trade conference with investment in mind. Logically, given their relationship, Salman would certainly not refuse to invest money if Zhang Feng asked. But Zhang Feng didn't have any projects in hand. Furthermore, according to the system description, one relationship is issued each week, with an initial value of 80, placing it in a friendly and intimate state. However, this relationship isn't static and requires careful maintenance to ensure its longevity. Once the value drops below 60, the relationship becomes ordinary friends, making it difficult to ask for favors. Therefore, Zhang Feng didn't seek investment from Salamanla for a simple reason: he didn't want to damage their relationship for short-term gains. He would only seek Salamanla's investment if there was a truly profitable project. Sharing wealth is what good friends are all about. Feng, when are you coming to Dongsha? It'll be my treat, Salamanla said with a smile, cutting a leg of lamb. In a while. I have some things to take care of recently. Is there anything I can help you with? Thank you, my friend, but not for now. I can handle it. Alright then. If you need anything, please let me know. Definitely. Zhang Feng smiled and raised his glass to clink with Salamanla's. Damn it, I shouldn't have drunk. Solomon cursed under his breath, but still downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. Just then, the man who had brought Zhang Feng into the hotel walked in and whispered a few words in Salaman's ear. Solomon frowned slightly, paused, and said with a hint of helplessness, "Let him come. I'll see him here." The assistant nodded slightly and turned to leave the room. A moment later, a portly man was brought in by the assistant. The man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, with a ruddy complexion, accompanied by a beautiful translator in a business suit. As soon as the man entered the room, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned into a smile, and his gaze swept quickly and imperceptibly around the room. When he saw Zhang Feng sitting next to Salaman, his gaze flickered slightly. "Your Highness, it's an honor to meet you." The man extended his hands and strode forward. After he finished speaking, the beautiful translator beside him immediately translated into Arabic. "No need for translation, I understand the great Xiao language." Salamander wiped his mouth and smiled faintly. A look of surprise and astonishment crossed the man's face. He launched into a string of flattering remarks, praising Salman's erudition. "Chairmanly, what is it? Please speak frankly," Salman said calmly, seemingly accustomed to flattery. "Our group has a project we'd like to collaborate on with you. Give the project proposal to my assistant, he'll handle it." Salman interrupted before the man could finish. The man's expression faltered. He chuckled awkwardly, then his gaze suddenly shifted to Zhang Feng. "And this is? This is my friend, Zhang Feng," Salman said. "Hello, hello." The man greeted Zhang Feng warmly, shaking his hand. "Where are you from, Mr. Zhang?" "I'm a local from Zhangcheng," Zhang Feng replied with a smile. In fact, he recognized the man the moment he entered the room. It was Li Longzhen, chairman of the Longzhen Group, a self-made man who led a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, a prominent figure in Zhangcheng. He had recently visited Longzhen Group more than 10 times to pursue projects, and the chairman's appearance was already etched in his mind. A local? Li Longzhen was overjoyed upon hearing this, becoming even more enthusiastic. "Brother, impressive. Chairman Li, you flatter me. What's so impressive about me?" Zhang Feng smiled. He knew in his heart that impressive didn't refer to how impressive he was, but rather that his acquaintance with Salamander and their friendship was impressive. "Since this is a gathering of your friends, I won't disturb you any longer." Li Longzhen tried to start a few conversations, but seeing that Prince Salamander didn't respond, he tactfully left. "Boring, isn't it?" Salamander shrugged, somewhat helplessly. "One must fulfill one's duties in one's position. Many times, even he is not free to do as he pleases." He didn't want to see Li Longzhen, but Li Longzhen was, after all, a businessman from the host family, and had used connections to have his personal assistant intercede on his behalf. "Yes, we have an old saying in Great Xia, a man in the world is often not in control of his own destiny," Zhang Feng laughed. Right, that's exactly it," Salman said, raising his glass to clink with Zhang Feng's as he spoke with delight. Li Longzhen left Salman's residence, his brows furrowing immediately. As a businessman who had spent years navigating the business world, how could he not see that Prince Salman had no interest in his project and was only meeting him out of courtesy? But this project was crucial for Longzhen Group. It was a matter of whether Longzhen Group could reach new heights. In short, he needed Prince Salman's investment. "Do you know that Zhang Feng?" Li Longzhen turned to ask the beautiful translator beside him. "No," the beautiful translator replied, frowning. She was not only Li Longzhen's full-time translator but also held important positions such as secretary and assistant. "Have someone investigate him." After saying this, Li Longzhen couldn't help but wonder to himself, when did such a person appear in Zhangcheng? How could he be connected to Prince Salman? He shouldn't be some nobody. With a connection to Prince Salman, even a drop of water from his fingertips would be enough to make someone rich for life. "Okay, I'll have someone investigate right away." The beautiful translator nodded, took out her phone, and made a call. She didn't have to wait long, a reply came quickly. "An ordinary person?" Longzhen Group had been operating in Zhangcheng for so many years, its network of connections permeated every corner. Investigating a local was too easy. But when Li Longzhen heard that Zhang Feng was just an ordinary person, he was somewhat incredulous. In the eyes of their social class, ordinary people were just losers, powerless, without connections or influence. Chapter 4: The Dinner. Shortly after Li Longzhen left, the foreign trade banquet officially began. Prince Salman, as an important guest, had a series of diplomatic activities to attend and naturally had no time to accompany Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng found a corner in the banquet hall and began eating by himself. He had drunk quite a bit at Salman's residence earlier, but hadn't eaten much, so he was still a little hungry. Fortunately, the banquet was a Western-style buffet, with a good variety of snacks and desserts. As Zhang Feng was eating, he suddenly saw two familiar figures, none other than Ding Hao and Su Qing. He glanced at them and then looked away, not wanting to pay attention to the two adulterers. Su Qing had dumped him without a word and hooked up with Ding Hao. He had nothing to say about it, only that he was blind to have such a shameless girlfriend. Only today had he truly seen their true colors. However, all of that was in the past, and he didn't want to delve into it. But what he didn't expect was that Su Qing seemed unwilling to let him off the hook. Su Qing, dressed in a figure-hugging evening gown and holding a glass of red wine, strolled around the room with Ding Hao, occasionally clinking glasses with others, her smile radiant, resembling a so-called high society socialite. Finally, whether tired or intentionally wanting to put Zhang Feng down, she walked towards him with her glass of red wine and chuckled, "Zhang Feng, I never realized you were so shameless." Zhang Feng looked at Su Qing with a bewildered expression. This Su Qing was somewhat unfamiliar to him. Although Su Qing had always had a bad temper and was materialistic, she had never been so arrogant as she was today, acting as if she wanted to crush him under her feet. What had he done to wrong Su Qing? No. On the contrary, Su Qing had betrayed him, getting involved with another man without breaking up with him. This is no place for you. Sneaking in to steal food, believe me, I'll call security to throw you out? Su Qing said coldly and mockingly. Zhang Feng was speechless. It's not like you're hosting this banquet, you can't just kick out whoever you want. I don't believe it. Zhang Feng shook his head. Su Qing seemed to see contempt and disdain in Zhang Feng's eyes, and immediately became agitated. She quickly walked to a waiter at the side of the table, pointed at Zhang Feng, and said something. A moment later, two security guards approached and politely said, "Sir, please come with us for a moment." Su Qing stood next to Ding Hao, looking at the scene with an arrogant air, as smug as a little peacock. A loser is a loser. Ding Hao curled his lip, letting out a disdainful sneer. However, before Zhang Feng could say anything, the two security guards seemed to hear something through their earpieces, their expressions changed, and they apologized to Zhang Feng. "We're sorry, Mr. Zhang, we made a mistake and disturbed you. We are deeply ashamed." "It's all right," Zhang Feng said calmly. The two security guards apologized again and then left. "Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you throw him out?" Su Qing said indignantly. However, the security personnel completely ignored her. "Qing, don't be angry. This is an international banquet, and the officials might have some concerns, afraid of making a fool of themselves. This kid is lucky, let's not hold it against him," Ding Hao comforted her. Su Qing fell silent, glaring fiercely at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng shrugged and smiled. These women, once their hearts change, they wish you were dead. But Su Qing didn't think that way. She had just found a wealthy boyfriend, and Zhang Feng's constant presence in front of her was meant to annoy her and ruin her relationship with Ding Hao. Imagine you're at a dinner party with your boyfriend, and your ex-boyfriend is haunting you like a ghost. How would you feel? "Brother Hao, you have to get revenge for me," Su Qing said to Ding Hao in front of Zhang Feng, feigning affection. "How do you want to get revenge?" Ding Hao asked with a smile. It was clear the two were deeply in love. Ding Hao was very doting on Su Qing. "I'll make his company go bankrupt," Su Qing said softly, but her voice carried a hint of coldness and hatred. Ding Hao laughed heartily. His company's already gone bankrupt. Without that Longzhen Group project, he'd be finished in a few days. "Oh, by the way, Zhang Feng, I have another piece of news for you. Your company's project proposal is pretty good." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng almost couldn't contain his anger. What did that mean? This bastard not only stole his project but also his project plan? Suddenly, he remembered something. Su Qing had touched his computer. Seeing Zhang Feng's gaze, Su Qing arrogantly snorted, "So what if I tell you? That's right, I secretly gave the project plan to Brother Hao. So readily admitted it. Fine. She's taking advantage of his inability to retaliate, hence her brazenness." Zhang Feng laughed in exasperation. "Is that so? Are you sure you can steal this project? The contract's already signed, so tell me, isn't it mine?" Ding Hao laughed arrogantly, utterly unrestrained. "Just you wait." Zhang Feng didn't engage in a verbal battle, but he had already devised a plan. He had met Li Longzhen in person, and Li Longzhen must have a deep impression of him. Using Salamander's name to intimidate him, Li Longzhen couldn't possibly refuse to give him any face. After all, this was just a small project. At least for the Longzhen Group, this project was insignificant. Even if the contract wasn't signed, or the project had already started, Li Longzhen could transfer the project to him with a single word. Who are you trying to scare? Zhang Feng, others may not know, but I know. On Valentine's Day, I asked you for a 20,000 yuan bag and you wouldn't even buy me one. Just you wait? A single hair from brother Hao could feed you for a lifetime, Su Qing mocked scathingly. She and Zhang Feng had completely broken off relations, leaving no room for compromise. If Su Qing had said such things to him before, Zhang Feng would have been furious and heartbroken, but now, he felt no anger whatsoever. The reason was simple: he had gained the ability to take revenge on that despicable couple. Although this ability couldn't be immediately monetized, with proper management, reclaiming the project wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Hao, come here quickly. At this moment, a bald old man beckoned to Ding Hao and called out, "Brother-in-law." Ding Hao quickly ran over with Su Qing. Zhang Feng looked in the direction of the voice. Judging from his age, this bald old man was old enough to be Ding Hao's father. He was actually his brother-in-law? This bald man looks familiar. Oh, I remember now, he's Zhang Aguo, the vice president of Longzhen Group, Zhang Feng muttered to himself. Zhang Aguo is the deputy general manager of Longzhen Group, a high-ranking executive. He's nearly 60 and rumored to be a womanizer. Of course, these are just rumors. Zhang Feng only gathered information about the group for the sake of the Longzhen Group project. These rumors were just gossip, something he casually glanced at and didn't investigate further. Now it seems, the rumors are true. Ding Hao is so young, and his sister is at most around 30. Zhang Aguo marrying such a young wife couldn't possibly be for true love, could it? Brother-in-law, what's up? Ding Hao eagerly approached Zhang Aguo, smiling as he asked. After the banquet, don't rush off. The chairman wants to invite a distinguished guest. Come with me to broaden your horizons, Zhang Aguo said. Chairman Li? Ding Hao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is a truly important figure. If he could establish a connection with him, he'd be set for life. Chapter 5 I am your honored guest. The banquet was a social event, but apart from Salman, Zhang Feng didn't know anyone there. Salman, due to attending diplomatic activities, didn't have time to accompany Zhang Feng. So, after eating a little, Zhang Feng prepared to leave. Hello, Mr. Zhang Feng. As he exited the banquet hall, a beautiful woman approached him, smiling warmly. Hello, what brings you here? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. This beautiful woman was none other than the beautiful translator accompanying Li Longzhen. Our chairman Li would like to invite you to dinner. We would be honored to have the honor, the beautiful translator said with a smile. Tonight? Zhang Feng paused for a moment before asking. Yes. The beautiful translator nodded, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Feng, awaiting his answer with expectant eyes. Zhang Feng hesitated slightly, but didn't refuse, asking, where is it? He could roughly guess why Li Longzhen wanted to invite him to dinner. It was simply to influence Salman's investment intentions regarding the project through his personal relationship with Salman. Longzhen Grand Hotel, Chunyua Hall on the top floor, the beautiful translator said. Okay, Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. It was only 8:30 p.m., for city dwellers, it was still early. Mr. John, would you like to come with me? You go first, I'll go by myself later. Longzhen Grand Hotel wasn't far from Yinyu Jiangnan Hotel, it would be a 20-minute walk. Zhang Feng declined the translator's invitation, intending to walk. Actually, there was no other reason for this. He urgently needed to use the restroom and didn't want to make the translator wait for him. Okay, Mr. Li and I await Mr. Zhang's arrival. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Su Fei, the translator said with a smile, bidding farewell to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Salamander, telling her he was leaving. Salamander replied simply, let's get together again sometime. 50 minutes later, Zhang Feng appeared in front of the Longzhen Hotel. Damn it! Why is he here? He's like a ghost that won't leave you alone. Watching Zhang Feng walk step by step towards the hotel lobby entrance, Ding Hao, who was waiting for his VIP guest at the reception desk, cursed in exasperation. Su Qing's face darkened even more. She angrily walked towards Zhang Feng, blocking his way, and said, what are you doing here? Tell me, what do you want? You've already seen what happened, how GE and I are together. What's the point of you bothering me like this? She naively thought that Zhang Feng had come to harass her. Who's bothering you? Don't be so self-important. Someone invited me to dinner, and I'm here to accept. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Su Qing, his expression showing he didn't want to talk to her. Do you think your friends can afford to take you to a place like this? Zhang Feng, you can fool others, but don't fool me. I'm saying it again, don't bother me anymore. We're over, you know that? Can't we just part ways amicably? Su Qing's tone was anxious, because she didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Ding Hao's brother-in-law. Stealing my project plan, betraying me and being with another man, is this what you call a clean break? Zhang Feng didn't bother with further words, walked past Su Qing, and continued towards the hotel entrance. You know this kid? Not far away, Zhang Yeguo, who had been quietly watching, frowned and asked Ding Hao in a low voice. Brother-in-law, he's Xiao Qing's ex-boyfriend. He was dumped by Xiao Qing, so he's definitely resentful and deliberately coming to bother her, Ding Hao said with a fawning smile. Then go over there and quickly get rid of this kid. Our important guests will be arriving soon, and it won't look good if they see this. Zhang Yeguo scolded. Yes, I'll have someone take care of him right away, Ding Hao nodded repeatedly. He then beckoned to the security guards at the entrance to block Zhang Feng's path. Walk away yourself? Or should I ask you to leave? Ding Hao's words carried a threat. Zhang Feng looked at the two tall, burly security guards on either side. If they came at him forcefully, he had no chance of winning. What are you doing? Just then, a delicate shout rang out, and Su Fei, wearing small leather shoes, hurriedly emerged from the hotel lobby. After leaving Yinyu Jiangnan, she reported the matter to Li Longzhen. Having waited upstairs for a while without seeing Zhang Feng, she decided to come down to check and greet him. Unexpectedly, she witnessed this scene upon reaching the bottom of the stairs. President Su, why did you come down? I can handle things here, Zhang Yeguo quickly greeted her with a smile. Although Su Fei was almost a decade younger than him and didn't wield much real power within the company, she was a close confidant of Li Longzhen, serving as translator, secretary, and assistant. Even so, this beautiful translator and assistant, without real power, commanded respect from every high-ranking member of the company. It was like the 6 ministers not daring to offend the emperor's chief eunuch. If I hadn't come down, you would have driven away Chairman Li's distinguished guest. Su Fei replied coldly, displaying her aloof demeanor. Distinguished guest? Zhang Yeguo paused, surprised. The distinguished guest had arrived? Su Fei ignored Zhang Yeguo and went straight to Zhang Feng, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, it was our oversight. This action not only stunned Zhang Yeguo, but also Ding Hao and Su Qing, who stared at Zhang Feng in shock. He was the VIP? What are you standing there for? Quickly apologize to Mr. Zhang, Su Fei said coldly, her tone stern. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. The two tall, burly security guards reacted the fastest, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. It's all right. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, naturally not bothering to argue with the security guards who were simply following orders. And these two are? Su Fei's cold gaze turned to Ding Hao and Su Qing. They are our project contractors. Before Ding Hao and Su Qing could speak, Zhang Yeguo interjected with a chuckle. Yes, I'm your project contractor, Ding Hao quickly said, trying to distance himself from Zhang Yeguo. He was very clever. He knew that protecting his brother-in-law was the only way to protect himself. If his brother-in-law lost his position, he would be finished too. You've got it wrong, haven't you? He is. Su Qing snapped out of her daze, still unable to believe the facts before her. She intended to expose Zhang Feng's background and let everyone see that Zhang Feng was just a loser, powerless and without influence. How could he be considered a distinguished guest? However, while she was foolish, Zhang Yeguo was not. Whether someone is a distinguished guest or not isn't up to them, but rather to those above them. Even a beggar, if declared a distinguished guest by those above, is a distinguished guest. Therefore, Su Qing was interrupted by Zhang Yeguo before she could finish speaking. Mr. Zhang, it was my oversight. Please forgive me. Mr. Ding, this is none of your business. You can leave now. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Ding Hao, being quick-wit, understood Zhang Yeguo's implication and, without further ado, pulled Su Qing away. Chapter 6 Distinguished Guests. Zhang Feng watched this scene with interest, observing their acting, but he didn't expose them, only smiled. At this moment, he truly understood the importance of connections. Even if he had no money, with connections, he could still be a VIP at Longzhen Group. Mr. Zhang, please, Su Zhen said softly with a smile. A closer look revealed that her gaze and tone when speaking to Zhang Feng were completely different from her tone when speaking to Zhang Yeguo. Her gaze and tone when speaking to Zhang Feng were gentler. Her gaze and tone when speaking to Zhang Yeguo were colder. Zhang Feng nodded and stepped into the hotel. Su Fei hurriedly followed. Zhang Yeguo also followed closely behind. Mr. Zhang, you don't need to go, Su Fei turned and glanced at Zhang Yeguo, saying calmly. Zhang Yeguo paused, stopping in his tracks. Before he could even exchange a polite greeting, Zhang Feng and Su Fei were already far away. Brother-in-law. Ding Hao pulled Su Qing and darted out from the corner. He hadn't gone far. He had seen everything that had just happened clearly. Brother-in-law, who's that woman? She looks quite pretty, Ding Hao asked with a grin, completely unaware that Su Qing was right beside him, praising another woman's beauty in front of his girlfriend. You bastard, get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you right now. Zhang Yeguo glanced at Ding Hao's fawning face and was suddenly filled with disgust. It was all this bastard's fault. He had ruined what should have been a chance to impress the chairman. Although Su Fei hadn't said anything harsh, she would definitely report it to Chairman Li Longzin. If Chairman Li didn't take it to heart, the matter would be over, but if he did, his vice president position might be in jeopardy. The key issue lies with that distinguished guest. If he says he won't hold it against her, then Chairman Li probably won't either. After all, she's worked for the company for so many years, even if she hasn't made any great contributions, she's still put in the effort. Yes, the key is the distinguished guest. Tell me, is that Zhang Feng really your ex-boyfriend? Zhang Aiguo suddenly turned his gaze to Su Qing, staring at her like a hungry wolf. Yes, yes. Su Qing was frightened by Zhang Aiguo's terrifying gaze and nodded timidly. Zhang Aiguo, an old man over 50, had climbed his way up from the bottom of society for many years, experiencing countless seductions, power struggles, and deceit. He had many methods for dealing with materialistic girls like Su Qing. A single fierce look was enough to intimidate her. What's his background? What do his parents do? What connections does his family have? Tell me as much as you know. Zhang Aiguo's eyes narrowed, his tone softening slightly. He has no connections, just a nobody. He started his own small company with only a few people. He was bidding for your group's project a while ago, but how GE snatched it away. Su Qing didn't dare hide anything and spilled everything she knew. The beginning was fine, but when she heard that Ding Hao had stolen Zhang Feng's project, Zhang Aiguo's face immediately turned grim. He knew about that project. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. To be precise, it was stolen, not robbed. Snatching a project refers to unexpectedly winning a client's project with a superior solution. However, the project Ding Hao snatched actually used Zhang Feng's design, and through his connections as the group's vice president, it was awarded to his brother-in-law's company. This is outrageous. It's utterly despicable. Thinking of this, Zhang Aiguo felt a chill run down his spine. If Zhang Feng said anything to the chairman, and the group investigated, all his dirty deeds would be exposed. Did you steal the project plan for Xiao Hao? Zhang Aiguo asked in a deep voice. Su Qing nodded. Yes. You. How could I have a brother-in-law like you? You're such a bastard. Stealing someone's girlfriend, stealing someone's project plan, you've done all sorts of despicable things. Zhang Aiguo could no longer contain his anger, pointing at Ding Hao's nose and cursing. It wasn't a sudden pang of conscience, he was just afraid of being implicated. You take half of what we earn. Ding Hao, annoyed by the insult, muttered. What kind of nonsense is this? He thought I was just a powerless nobody, someone he could easily trample on. Who would have thought I'd become Li Longzhen's honored guest in the blink of an eye? This doesn't make sense. If he had Li Longzhen's connection, who couldn't snatch that Longzhen group project? You dare say that? Zhang Aiguo slapped Ding Hao twice on the back of the head. Ding Hao, in pain, didn't dare retaliate and could only dodge. Brother-in-law, stop hitting me. Let's think about what to do next. Ding Hao said. Zhang Aiguo stopped, his face grim, his brows furrowed. They were thrown into disarray and filled with anxiety simply because Li Longzhen was inviting Zhang Feng to dinner. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Feng and Li Longzhen weren't even friends, they'd only met once. And that one meeting had plunged Zhang Aiguo into anxiety. Of course, this was also related to Zhang Aiguo's wrongdoing in abusing his power. As the saying goes, a clear conscience fears no accusation. If Zhang Aiguo hadn't tampered with that project and acted uprightly, why would he fear Zhang Feng's retaliation? On the hotel's top floor, in the Chunyua Hall. In the private room, easily over 100 square meters, there were only 3 people: Zhang Feng, Li Longzhen, and Su Fei. There wasn't even a waiter. Su Fei, as Li Longzhen's secretary, assistant, and translator, temporarily acted as a waitress, pouring drinks and serving food for Zhang Feng. At first, Zhang Feng wasn't used to being served like this, but he knew it was unavoidable in interpersonal interactions, so he gradually accepted it. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Longzhen, his face flushed, laughed heartily and said, Brother Zhang, I'm a few years older than you, but the more we talk, the more we feel a connection. It's an honor to have you as a friend. It's also my honor to be friends with Chairman Li, Zhang Feng replied with a forced smile, offering meaningless pleasantries. Brother Zhang, if I may ask, what's your relationship with Prince Salman? I noticed you two seemed quite close before. I'm curious, how did you meet? Li Longzhen changed the subject, asking seemingly casually. We met by chance, just ordinary friends, Zhang Feng replied casually. It sounded somewhat perfunctory, but the more dismissive it was, the more curious Li Longzhen became. Ordinary friends wouldn't act so intimately. Brother Zhang, could you help me make a connection? I have a big project that urgently needs investment, and to be honest, Prince Salman is my target for attracting investment. Li Longzhen spoke while carefully observing Zhang Feng's expression. Seeing that Zhang Feng's expression was normal, he continued, I won't let you work for nothing. Whether it works out or not, there will be a generous reward. Businessmen are often subtle yet direct. Logically speaking, making such a request on the first meeting is a bit too realistic, but since Zhang Feng accepted the invitation, he must have guessed his purpose. Therefore, Li Longzhen directly offered a reward. Chairman Li, Prince Salman and I are just ordinary friends. Zhang Feng hesitated slightly, pausing for a long time before saying, I can inquire for you, but I can't guarantee whether it will work out. Chapter 7 Apology. It was already 10 p.m. when they left Chunyua Hall. Chairman Li, please wait. Chairman Li, please wait. Li Longzhen had intended to personally escort Zhang Feng home, but Zhang Feng refused. Even so, Li Longzhen insisted on seeing him to the elevator. Zhang Feng had to persuade him several times before Li Longzhen finally stopped. Su Fei accompanied Zhang Feng downstairs in the elevator. This is a small token of Chairman Li's appreciation. Su Fei took an elegant envelope from her handbag and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng squeezed it. It seemed to contain a bank card. Although he didn't know the exact amount in the card, it was probably substantial. Nothing done, and money just appeared. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little, Gen 3 Kai 3, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, including a touch of melancholy. Is making money difficult? Yes. Is it easy? Yes, it is. I appreciate Chairman Li's kind gesture, but please take the card back. Zhang Feng shoved the envelope back into Su Fei's hand. After a few rounds of back and forth, Su Fei finally gave in to Zhang Feng's insistence and had to take the envelope back. Su Fei escorted Zhang Feng to the hotel entrance, arranged for a Mercedes-Benz, and personally watched him get in and drive away before returning to report. Didn't take it? Li Longzhen frowned slightly, a half-smile playing on his lips, a hint of amusement in his expression. Yes, I accepted it, but didn't want it, Su Fei replied. Accepting it meant she was interested, not taking it meant she hadn't accepted it without reason. Interesting. Li Longzhen laughed, a bright, genuine laugh. Oh, right, there's one more thing, Su Fei suddenly said. Li Longzhen picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and said, Speak. When I went downstairs to pick up Zhang Feng earlier, I ran into General Manager Zhang and others. They seemed to have some conflict with Zhang Feng, so I had someone investigate carefully. I just got a reply Zhang Feng's small company bid for the group's project, but General Manager Zhang manipulated things and awarded the project to his brother-in-law, using Zhang Feng's company's design. Su Fei explained in detail. Is that so? I asked you to do the background check before, how come I didn't know? Li Longzhen said casually. Su Fei quickly explained, time was short, so I missed a lot of information. Li Longzhen nodded, saying nothing more. Chairman Li, should we put in a word and give this project to Zhang Feng? Su Fei asked tentatively. Li Longzhen chuckled, no need. Su Fei was confused. Shouldn't they be trying to curry favor with Zhang Feng at this time? Giving the group's project to Zhang Feng would be a gesture of goodwill, so why did Chairman Li say no? However, Li Longzhen offered no explanation, and Su Fei, not wanting to pry, could only suppress her doubts. Meanwhile, the Mercedes-Benz drove smoothly for about 20 minutes before arriving at a dilapidated residential area, stopping at the entrance. Because the area didn't separate pedestrians and vehicles, it was inconvenient for the Mercedes-Benz to enter and exit. So Zhang Feng got out of the car at the entrance. The Mercedes-Benz slowly drove away, and Zhang Feng walked into the area. Reaching his building, he suddenly saw three figures at the stairwell. Mr. Zhang, we've been waiting for you. You're finally back. Zhang Aguo trotted over, smiling obsequiously. Ding Hao and Su Qing followed behind, their faces ashen, feeling extremely uncomfortable. What are you doing here? Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked. He genuinely hadn't expected to run into these three people downstairs at his own building. It's like this, there was a misunderstanding before, and we came specifically to apologize to Mr. Zhang, Zhang Aguo said, glancing at Ding Hao and Su Qing. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I was wrong before, I didn't recognize your greatness. Ding Hao bowed apologetically. Zhang Feng grinned, offering no further comment. Su Qing stepped forward, wanting to take his arm, but he stepped back to avoid her. Speak plainly, don't get physical, Zhang Feng said. Ah Feng, I was wrong, please forgive me this time, okay? There's really nothing between Hao Ge and me. I was used by him. He bribed me to steal your project proposal. I swear, I will never do anything to hurt you again. Su Qing said earnestly, her voice sweet. However, her words made Ding Hao somewhat anxious. This bitch has completely sold him out. This wasn't the story they had agreed on before. Su Qing, you. Ding Hao was about to retort when Zhang Aguo kicked him, interrupting him. Zhang Aguo smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all cleared up now. Oh, by the way, I've brought the project contract. If you're free, we can sign it now. Zhang Feng smiled upon hearing this. How interesting. The project he had begged and pleaded for before, which he couldn't get, was now being delivered to his doorstep. He hadn't even mentioned this to Li Longzhen. His subordinates had taken care of everything. It has to be said, Zhang Aguo was quite capable to have risen to the position of vice president of the group. If he were to proactively tell Li Longzhen that he wanted this project, Zhang Aguo would probably do more than just come to apologize. Sorry, I had a few drinks and I'm a little sleepy. Zhang Feng didn't take the project contract and turned to go upstairs. Good night, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Aguo didn't press the matter further, nor did he dare to. He forced a smile and said goodnight, but the smile vanished the moment Zhang Feng's figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Brother-in-law? Ding Hao was dumbfounded. What was going on? Had he forgiven him or not? To be honest, he was panicked. Let's go. Zhang Aguo turned and left. Ding Hao quickly followed. Su Qing stood there, stunned for a moment, looking up at the building, then back at Ding Hao and Zhang Aguo, before finally choosing to leave with Ding Hao. This woman is unacceptable. Zhang Aguo got into his car, coldly uttering these words before getting in. Understood, brother-in-law. Drive slowly, Ding Hao nodded. After Zhang Aguo left, Ding Hao looked at Su Qing with a cold expression. Brother Hao. Get lost. You piece of trash, go find your ex-boyfriend. Ding Hao spat angrily and drove away. The next morning, Zhang Feng went to the hospital to visit his mother. He had been busy with his project lately and hadn't been to the hospital much. His mother was being cared for by hospital staff. There was no other way. Hospitalization cost money, surgery cost money, and without work, there was no money. He had no choice but to work tirelessly on the project. Now that things had taken a turn for the better, his mood improved. Ding Mei's family member, come here for a moment. After exchanging only a few words with his mother, Zhang Feng was called out by the attending physician. What is it, doctor? Zhang Feng asked. Your mother's condition can't be delayed any longer, she needs surgery as soon as possible. Have you prepared the fees? The attending physician asked. Zhang Feng paused, then replied, I'll pay the fees in the next couple of days. Good, as soon as possible. The attending physician nodded, saying nothing more. Zhang Feng returned to the ward, chatted with his mother for a while, and then took a taxi to the company. The company was deserted. Apart from Tang Jiajia, no one else was there. Brother Feng, you're here. Tang Jiajia was watching a web series. Seeing Zhang Feng, she looked up and greeted him, then continued watching. Small companies don't have many rules. Stop watching. Call everyone back to work, Zhang Feng said. Chapter 8 Triple Project. Back to work? Tang Jiajia blinked her large, bright eyes. Work or a farewell dinner? What's wrong with your head? All you ever think about is farewell dinners. Zhang Feng glared at Tang Jiajia. Hurry up, tell them to come back to work. Tang Jiajia paused, making sure she hadn't misheard, before picking up the phone and calling her colleagues. At first, her colleagues didn't want to come to the company. They were all busy looking for other jobs. How could they have time to waste at the office? Anyway, going to the office would just be lying around, so they might as well stay home. Tang Jiajia coaxed them, lying that they were having a farewell dinner today, before finally getting them to come. Brother Feng, which restaurant? I didn't have breakfast, I'm waiting for this meal. The group laughed and joked, trying to find some humor in their predicament. Life is full of bitterness, taking it easy makes things a little easier. We're having a big meal tonight. Zhang Feng was speechless, but he didn't blame the men. They were all working hard under his belt, barely making ends meet, and hadn't earned much money. Excuse me, is Mr. Zhang here? Just then, Zhang Aguo's voice suddenly came through. Brother Feng, someone's looking for you, Tang Jiajia called out. Zhang Feng looked up and saw Zhang Aguo smiling as he walked into the company, accompanied by Lu Zhen, the project manager. Lu Zhen was carrying tea and other gifts. Mr. Zhang, this is the revised project contract I've prepared. Please take a look. Zhang Aguo took the contract out of his briefcase and respectfully handed it to Zhang Feng. This scene left everyone in the company dumbfounded. What's going on? Who is this bald old man? When did Brother Feng become so powerful? I didn't know that. Jiajia, pour a glass of water for the two guests. Zhang Feng took the contract, led Zhang Aguo and Lu Zhen into a small conference room, and then began to review it. He hadn't expected to be shocked by what he saw. Wow, the project amount had doubled. What started as a 2 million project had suddenly become a 6 million, and the profit was even more astonishing. If it was originally a 1 million profit, it would now be 5 million. Is Mr. Zhang satisfied? Zhang Aguo asked cautiously. Zhang Feng countered, Mr. Zhang, will this project be approved by the group? It will be approved, don't worry, Zhang Aguo replied with a smile. With your connections reaching the highest levels, what's a small project to you? Zhang Feng nodded, picked up a pen, and without a word, quickly signed his name. Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Seeing Zhang Feng sign, Zhang Aguo finally felt relieved. This meant that the project was off the table with Zhang Feng. A pleasure to cooperate. Zhang Feng shook hands with Zhang Yeguo, and then with Lu Zhen. Mr. Zhang, I brought you 2 packets of fine tea. Please try them later, Lu Zhen said with a smile. The last time the two met was a couple of days ago in Lu Zhen's office. That time, it was Zhang Feng who brought the tea to visit Lu Zhen. This time, however, their roles were completely reversed. It was Lu Zhen who brought the tea to visit Zhang Feng. Okay, thank you, Brother Lu, Zhang Feng said with a smile. You flatter me, you flatter me. Just call me Lao Lu, Lu Zhen said, looking pleasantly surprised. On the way here, Zhang Yeguo had instructed him to show Zhang Feng utmost respect. Although he didn't know why Zhang Yeguo, the group's vice president, had suddenly become so deferential to Zhang Feng in such a short time, he reasoned that if the vice president acted this way, how could a mere department head like him dare to be disrespectful? President Zhang, we won't disturb you any longer, we'll be leaving now. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't intend to keep them for dinner, Zhang Yeguo stood up to say goodbye. Take care. Zhang Feng smiled and saw them to the company entrance. Brother Feng, what's going on? The Longzhen Group project was signed? Tang Jiajia and the others asked excitedly. They hadn't recognized Zhang Yeguo and Lu Zhen at first, since Zhang Feng had been the one contacting people from Longzhen Group. But while Zhang Feng was in the small conference room, they checked and discovered that the two were indeed Zhang Yeguo, the vice president of Longzhen Group, and Lu Zhen, the project manager. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded and handed the contract to Tang Jiajia and the others. The company's morale is low, they need a boost. 6 million? Did I read that right? Wasn't it 2 million before? We're rich. Our company's rich. Brother Feng, you're my idol. Tell me, how did you do it? What Brother Feng? No respect, no manners. You should call him General Manager Zhang, understand? Yes, General Manager Zhang, tell me quickly, I want to hear it. They chattered back and forth, unable to contain their excitement. You don't need to know any of this. Just work hard, follow me, and I guarantee you'll live the high life, Zhang Feng said confidently. This wasn't just empty talk. Before, Zhang Feng had no power, no connections, and projects he worked so hard on could be snatched away halfway through. Now, while he wasn't exactly rich, his network of connections had expanded. Connections, like money, are resources that can be freely converted. Money can be turned into connections, and connections can be turned into money. Mr. Zhang is awesome. Mr. Zhang is treating tonight. Hot pot. I want 10 plates of beef rolls. The crowd shouted excitedly. Like Zhang Feng, they had been suppressing their emotions for too long. Alright, let's not rush into dinner. The project contract is signed. I'll arrange the next steps. Zhang Feng didn't get carried away. Although he secured the project through connections, the matter wasn't over yet. Follow-up work was also crucial. Under his arrangement, things progressed smoothly. The project payment came quickly. 6 million was transferred the day after the contract was signed. Frankly, this was highly unusual for business. Longzhen Group's prompt payment was definitely an attempt to curry favor with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was well aware of this. He just didn't know if this was Li Longzhen's idea or Zhang Yeguo's abuse of power, but regardless, this matter couldn't be kept from Li Longzhen. Even if Zhang Yeguo abused his power, it was most likely with Li Longzhen's tacit approval. Once the project funds arrived, Zhang Feng distributed a sum of money as bonuses to the employees, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan per person. He had the money for his mother Ding Mei's medical expenses. After paying the fees at the hospital, the attending physician told him that the surgery would be arranged as soon as possible. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Zhang Feng hadn't forgotten about Li Longzhen. On the eve of Prince Salman's return home, he visited Salman again. Feng, come with me. My country is very interesting, with many beautiful women. Prince Salman winked at Zhang Feng and said with a rather cheeky smile. Thank you for the invitation, but my mother is still in the hospital, and I can't leave for the time being, Zhang Feng said. How is your mother? Do you need me to find you a doctor? Prince Salman asked with concern. Zhang Feng replied, she already has a very excellent doctor. The doctor Salman mentioned was undoubtedly a top graduate from a Western medical school, but his mother's illness was a common one, and the surgeons in China had extensive experience and were not necessarily inferior to these medical graduates. Therefore, there was no need to trouble Salman. Oh, by the way, Salamander, have you looked into that Longzhen Group project? Zhang Feng said, shrugging. I'm just asking for someone else, nothing more. To be honest, I haven't. I've been too busy these past few days, Salamander said with a slight wry smile. But I will, don't worry. Chapter 9, 5 million income. Salman was a very helpful friend, he replied to Zhang Feng within just one day. The Longzhen Group project seemed promising, and after their team's research, they deemed it worthwhile to invest. Salman, I'm just asking on someone else's behalf. Don't worry about my feelings, Zhang Feng said. Haha, Feng, I know what you mean. I'm not investing in this project because of you. Business is business. Although we're good friends, commercial matters are decided by interests, aren't they? Salman laughed heartily. John Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Come visit Dongsha sometime." "I have to go now, I'll hang up," Salman said. "Goodbye, my friend." John Feng ended the call with Salman. Evening arrived. It was almost time to leave work, but the company's employees were full of energy. Money is motivation. The more you pay, the more motivated you are. John Feng wasn't a stingy boss. As soon as the project funds arrived, he gave several people a large bonus. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, a pleasant ringtone playing. John Feng glanced at the caller ID, waited for it to ring twice more, and then answered. Chairman Li. John Feng greeted him with a smile. The caller was none other than Li Longzin. He could roughly guess the purpose of the call. It was probably because Salamander had given Longzin group feedback, and Li Longzin wanted to thank him. "Brother John, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner," Li Longzin said with a smile. Judging from his tone, he was in a good mood. "Sure, time and place." John Feng readily agreed. Li Longzin was a local bigwig, with better connections than Salamander, and John Feng had no reason to refuse an opportunity to strengthen his relationship with him. 6 o'clock tonight, Chunyua Hall. I'll be there. John Feng hung up the phone. "Boss, are you the illegitimate son of some big shot?" Tang Jiajia walked over with a kettle of hot water, made John Feng a cup of tea, and asked mysteriously. John Feng looked at Tang Jiajia strangely. What's going on in this girl's head? Her train of thought is too wild. The illegitimate son of some ghost. It's like in those TV dramas, the illegitimate son of some big shot, originally an insignificant nobody, suddenly his identity is exposed, and countless good things follow. Stop! John Feng interrupted Tang Jiajia's rambling in time. What was she talking about? However, it's not surprising that Tang Jiajia guessed this. A project that had fallen through was suddenly signed, and the project amount was 3 times the original. It was obvious that she had pulled some strings. As a company employee, Tang Jiajia knew a little about her boss's background. Where would she get such strong connections? Unless it was like in the TV dramas. Ah, Feng! At this moment, a voice with an obvious obsequious tone suddenly rang out. What are you doing here? John Feng looked up and asked coldly. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Su Qing. Are you free tonight? I'd like to have dinner with you. Su Qing walked up to John Feng, her gaze fixed on him with gentle eyes. It was clear she had put on makeup. Her looks were probably a 70 or 80 out of 100, making her a beauty by ordinary standards, and she also had a good figure. Especially her captivating peach blossom eyes, so pitiful and delicate, seemingly brimming with tears. But this seemingly harmless beauty did utterly disgusting things. John Feng couldn't understand how Su Qing had the nerve to come back and have dinner with him. Her shamelessness was unparalleled. Su Qing, please don't come looking for me again. Seeing you makes me sick, John Feng said mercilessly. Tang Jiajia, who had been silently observing the situation, heard this and her expression became quite interesting. This was juicy gossip. She'd stumbled upon some big news. Why? We're boyfriend and girlfriend. What's wrong with me coming to see you? Su Qing's eyes held a hint of pleading. She'd heard that John Feng had signed a project and made over 4 million yuan in the past few days. Boyfriend and girlfriend? John Feng couldn't help but laugh, mocking. When you stole our company's plans for Ding Hao, didn't you think we were boyfriend and girlfriend? When you and Ding Hao were having an affair, didn't you think we were boyfriend and girlfriend then? Ding Hao and I have nothing. Su Qing tried to argue. However, John Feng didn't believe her at all, sneering. Su Qing, we're all adults, don't treat others like fools, okay? Ah Feng, I was wrong, please forgive me this time. I love you, you have to believe me. Seeing that arguing was useless, Su Qing changed tactics, forcing out 2 tears, pleading desperately. This woman. John Feng was so angry he laughed. Su Qing, I'll say it again, please disappear from my sight immediately, or I guarantee I'll have plenty of ways to deal with you. John Feng's tone was stern, carrying a threat. Given his current relationship, dealing with Su Qing was just a matter of one phone call, no need to alarm Li Longzin, a call to Zhang Yeguo would suffice. I know you're angry right now, I'll come back to see you in a few days, Su Qing said, leaving in tears. Tang Jiajia exclaimed excitedly, Boss, what happened? You dumped Su Qing? Oh, no, Su Qing cheated on you and cuckolded you. Tang Jiajia, if you say another word, don't blame me for docking your bonus. John Feng glared at Tang Jiajia. This girl has some nerve, even gossiping about her boss. Tang Jiajia stuck out her tongue and obediently shut up. John Feng glanced at the time, took out his phone, and called a ride-hailing service. It's so inconvenient not having a car, I'll buy one tomorrow, John Feng thought to himself. A car is a means of transportation. He hadn't bought one before because he didn't have the money. As a boss, it wouldn't be right for him not to have a car. Soon, the ride-hailing car arrived, and Zhang Feng took it directly to the Longzhen Hotel. "Mr. Zhang, welcome." Su Fei had been waiting in the lobby for some time. Seeing Zhang Feng, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded, following Su Fei to the Chunyua Hall on the top floor. The arrangements were the same as last time. There were only 3 people in the private room, with Su Fei acting as a waitress. "Brother, thank you so much this time. Come, let me toast you," Li Longzhen said with a smile, raising his glass. "Mr. Li, you flatter me. Salamander invested in this project mainly because it's a good project, it has little to do with me," Zhang Feng said modestly. "Brother, without your recommendation, Prince Salamander might not have even read our project proposal carefully. So don't be so modest. The successful cooperation between Longzhen Group and Prince Salamander this time is largely thanks to you. In large-scale commercial projects, the success of a collaboration primarily depends on whether the project can bring benefits to both parties. However, the role of relationships cannot be ignored. It was precisely because Zhang Feng made an introduction that Salamander had its investment team carefully review the project proposal. Otherwise, as Li Longzhen said, so many people are seeking investment from Prince Salamander, and there are plenty of good projects available. Why would he choose to collaborate with you?" The meal lasted nearly 3 hours, and Zhang Feng didn't say goodbye to Li Longzhen until after 9 o'clock. Su Fei saw him off at the elevator again. "This time, you can't refuse, can you?" Su Fei handed Zhang Feng an elegant envelope. Zhang Feng nodded and readily accepted it. This was essentially a brokerage fee. It was thanks to his role as a middleman that the collaboration proceeded so smoothly. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng returned to the entrance of his apartment complex. But instead of rushing home, he found the nearest ATM, inserted his card, and checked his balance. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Holy crap, a full 5 million. Zhang Feng gasped, realizing Li Longzhen was incredibly generous. But then he thought, Salamander's investment project was worth at least several billion. This amount wouldn't even cover a few days' interest, it was nothing. Moreover, through cooperation with Prince Salamander, Longzhen Group would reach new heights, its market value would soar, it was a win-win situation, this money was well spent. Chapter 10 Relentless Pursuit. The next day, the weather was bright and sunny. Zhang Feng took a taxi to the Bid For's store. Mercedes-Benz and BMW are luxury cars, driving them would certainly make him look good, but with the rapid rise of new energy vehicles in the past 2 years, and for the same price, domestic cars offer higher specifications. Practicality was his priority. Zhang Feng wasn't pursuing a so-called luxury car, nor was he thinking about buying a sports car or anything like that. Although he had some money, a few million wasn't a huge sum. Besides, he also wanted to buy his mother a nice house for her retirement, there were too many expenses. After paying, he picked up the car on the spot. Driving the latest Han Ev, Zhang Feng arrived at the hospital. The attending physician told him that the surgery was scheduled and could be performed the next day, so he planned to stay at the hospital for the next 2 days until his mother's surgery was over. As for company matters, he had already made arrangements. Having just received a generous bonus, everyone was highly motivated, requiring no further attention from him. "Auntie, have an apple. I just bought it from the supermarket." Before even stepping into the ward, Zhang Feng faintly heard a familiar voice. His face involuntarily darkened, and he quickened his pace to the ward. It was indeed Su Qing. At this moment, Su Qing was playing the role of a dutiful and sensible girlfriend, feeding Ding Mei slices of apple. Ding Mei smiled happily, repeatedly praising Su Qing as a good girl. Even the patient in the next bed was praising her. Su Qing's acting was superb. "Xiao Feng," Ding Mei called out with a smile upon seeing Zhang Feng. Su Qing, with her back to the door, didn't immediately notice Zhang Feng's arrival. Only when Ding Mei called out did she turn around and see him. "Ah Feng, you're here." She hurriedly stepped forward, trying to grab Zhang Feng's hand, but Zhang Feng subtly dodged her. He coldly looked at Su Qing and said, "What are you doing here?" "My aunt is sick, I came to see her," Su Qing replied obediently. "Get out." Zhang Feng didn't bother with further words, coldly spitting out a single word. The more Su Qing acted like this, the more disgusted he felt. She was clearly a worthless slut, pretending to be a good girl. "Oh, I'll leave now," Su Qing didn't argue, nodding pitifully, her eyes filled with tears. Zhang Feng laughed angrily. Was this acting really meaningful? "Xiao Feng, how can you talk like that? Apologize to Su Qing right now." Ding Mei's expression changed, and she said sternly, "Mom, you don't understand this, so don't meddle." Zhang Feng didn't want to reveal Su Qing's dirty deeds in front of his mother and others. Another reason was that Ding Mei was having surgery the next day, and he didn't want his affair with Su Qing to affect the surgery. "I won't interfere in your affairs, but you must apologize to Su Qing," Ding Mei insisted, unaware of the truth. Zhang Feng was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Okay, Mom, you rest well." I'll go out and talk to Su Qing. Okay, talk properly, don't bully Su Qing, Ding Mei instructed. John Feng nodded, and without another word, pulled Su Qing out of the ward and went straight to the hospital garden. Su Qing, what the hell are you doing? We've already broken up. John Feng roared. Ah Feng, I know I was wrong. I understand you don't want me, but I didn't mean anything by it today. I just wanted to see your mother. Su Qing was a cunning woman, using a feigned retreat to advance. John Feng was even angrier after hearing this. His mother had been hospitalized for so long, and Su Qing hadn't visited even once, yet she came today. Her purpose was too obvious. Want to play around, huh? Fine, I'll play along. John Feng took out his phone and called Zhang Yeguo. The call connected quickly, and Zhang Yeguo said with a slightly obsequious smile, Mr. Zhang, what's up? Tell your brother-in-law to get that piece of trash out of here, and stop bothering me all the time. John Feng hung up the phone without giving Zhang Yeguo a chance to reply. He wanted to express his anger to Zhang Yeguo in this way. John Feng, do you hate me that much? I've already apologized, what more do you want? Su Qing gritted her teeth and said angrily. Her previous obedient expression instantly changed to a completely different face. If you bother my mother at the hospital again, I'll kill you. John Feng threw down this threat and turned to leave. Su Qing stomped her foot in anger, about to chase after him, when her phone suddenly rang. Hesitating for a few seconds, she answered. Hanging up, her expression changed, a mixture of resentment, anger, and bitterness. John Feng, you just wait. I won't let you get away with this. You came to me when you were broke, but now that you have money, you ignore me. Don't even think about it. Su Qing turned and stormed off. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng returned to the ward. Where's Su Qing? Ding Mei looked behind Zhang Feng, not seeing Su Qing, and asked. She suddenly had something to do and left. Zhang Feng casually lied. But obviously, he couldn't fool his mother. Ding Mei glared at him fiercely and said, Xiao Feng, let me tell you, Su Qing is such a good girl, don't miss out on her, and definitely don't bully her. Zhang Feng was speechless. What kind of spell had Su Qing cast on his mother? If a girl like Su Qing is considered good, then there are no bad girls in the world. Just then, a group of 5 or 6 people entered the ward and went to the bedside of the patient next door. Uncle, we heard you were ill, so we came to see you on behalf of the company. Haha, it's nothing, just an old ailment. I'll be fine in a few days. This group stayed for almost half an hour before leaving. The old man in the next bed couldn't stop smiling, his face full of pride. The younger generation has made something of themselves, it makes the old man proud. The old man in the next bed chuckled. Just now, Su Qing came to peel an apple for Ding Mei, which made the old man in the next bed extremely envious. This daughter-in-law is beautiful, virtuous, and filial. Where could one find such a good woman? The arrival of this group gave the old man a real sense of satisfaction. Dad, Ding Jian got promoted. He's a branch manager now. The daughter, who was taking care of the old man, looked proud. She then turned to Ding Mei and asked, Auntie, which company does your son work for? He started his own business. John Feng interrupted before Ding Mei could answer. Started his own business? The old man's daughter looked to be in her 40s, a typical middle-aged woman. Women her age love to gossip. Is he running a street stall? I saw on the news, the street vendor economy is quite popular lately. Xiao Feng owns a company, Ding Mei said, exasperated. Owns a company? What kind of company? The older woman asked with a smile. How much is the annual turnover? Ding Mei didn't know the answers to these questions. She was ill, and Zhang Feng's company was still in its early stages, so it was normal that she didn't know much about it. It doesn't make much money, maybe 3 to 5 million. Zhang Feng said truthfully, trying to save face for his mother. 3 to 5 million? The old lady laughed upon hearing this, clearly not believing Zhang Feng's statement. Zhang Feng looked so young, what kind of company could make 3 to 5 million? If he could really make that much, he would be in a VIP private room, not a double room. However, since she didn't believe him, Zhang Feng didn't bother to prove anything or force her to believe him. It was just casual conversation. Young man, you need to be down to earth in your work, boasting isn't good, the old man from Linkuan said with a smile, in a tone of educating a younger generation. Grandpa, I'm not boasting. Zhang Feng had only spoken halfway when the attending physician walked in. Ding Mei's family member, come here for a moment, the attending physician said. They're here. Zhang Feng nodded and followed the attending physician to the office. The attending physician explained the surgical procedure and potential risks in detail. Zhang Feng indicated he understood and signed the informed consent form. Back in the ward, 40 minutes later. Ding Mei, perhaps due to her illness, was listless and drowsy, but the elderly man and his daughter next door were chatting, making it difficult for her to fall asleep. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then called his nurse and asked, "Are there any VIP rooms available?" "Sorry, not at the moment," the nurse replied. After the nurse left, the older woman in the ward, seemingly knowledgeable, said, VIP rooms are in high demand. It's not something you can just buy, you need connections. Generally, the hospital reserves some rooms for emergencies. John Feng nodded, said nothing more, and went out to call Su Fei. This is a small matter, there's no need to trouble Li Longzin. Su Fei, his secretary and assistant, can handle it. After making the call, John Feng returned to the ward. The old lady sneered, see? I told you it wouldn't be possible to get a private room, didn't I? Chapter 11. Li Longzin personally arrived. Xiao Feng, don't waste money. A room for two is fine. Ding Mei didn't care whether a VIP room was difficult to arrange, she just felt sorry for her son and didn't want to spend too much money. After all, her son was in the early stages of starting his business, and making money wasn't easy. He had been working tirelessly on the project recently, staying up all night, and then coming to the hospital to see her. She saw all of this and it pained her. Mom, don't worry about that. Just rest. You have surgery tomorrow, John Feng said. He needed to rest after the surgery. The bed next to his was a bit noisy, and he didn't want his mother to suffer over such a small matter. Anyway, he wasn't short of money, and he had connections, handling this wouldn't be difficult. Dad, are you feeling better? At this moment, an older man in a suit carrying a fruit basket entered the ward. Judging from his attire, he was a successful person. Honey, your colleague from work came to see Dad just now. He was very happy, the woman in her 40s said, her tone changing from her previous one to a slightly coquettish one. Okay, I understand. The man didn't say much, but a hint of pride flashed across his face. Ding Jian, I heard you got promoted. The ward doctor asked with a smile. Yes, Ding Jian nodded, but it's pretty much the limit. It'll be hard to climb any higher. Don't be discouraged. You're only in your early 40s, in your prime, the ward doctor said earnestly, adopting the air of an elder. Ding Jian smiled and said, Dad, I'm quite content. I earn about 70 or 80,000 a month now, plus holiday bonuses and such, 100 or so a year, that's enough. Honey, you're amazing. The older woman popped a grape into Ding Jian's mouth. Older women often like to act young, especially women from high-income, middle-class families. Like the older woman calling John Feng's mother, Ding Mei, Auntie just now, isn't that acting young? Judging by age, Ding Mei isn't much older than the older woman, only about 10 years older. Honey, do you know how to get Dad a VIP private room? The older woman suddenly asked. Ding Jian frowned, looking troubled. I'll try, he said. He went out and made a few phone calls. A few minutes later, he returned and said, I asked, but the hospital doesn't have any private rooms left. Oh well, if they're gone, they're gone. The older woman sighed. Actually, she didn't really want to get her father a private room, she just wanted to show off. Ding Jian, why don't you chat with the young man? He's starting his own business. You're both in business, so you have common topics and can exchange experiences, the older man in the ward said with a smile. Just casual conversation. The older man's intentions were good, he wanted his son-in-law to give the young man some pointers and share some business experience. Of course, there was an element of showing off involved. Starting a business? Ding Jian glanced at John Feng. John Feng was dressed casually and looked ordinary, so he wasn't particularly interested. But since his father-in-law had asked, he had to oblige. Hey bro, what are you doing? Ding Jian asked with a smile. John Feng was speechless. He was used to people like the old man in the ward and his daughter. It was human nature to like showing off. Just doing whatever, John Feng replied casually, trying to end the conversation. Ding Jian, being sensible, didn't press the matter. As a seasoned manager, he had that much insight. However, the elderly man in the ward and his daughter misunderstood, thinking John Feng was guilty and that his earlier boast about earning so much money was a lie. Afraid of being exposed, the older woman said with a mocking smile, Didn't you say you earned millions a year? Ding Jian smiled upon hearing this. Young people these days aren't like they were back then, they're so frivolous, who would be willing to work hard and honestly? John Feng didn't say anything, because it was truly unnecessary. You only need to prove something when you don't have it. When you truly possess something, you don't need to prove it at all. Xiao Feng, you and Su Qing have been dating for 3 or 4 years. After mom is discharged from the hospital, you two should get engaged. Ding Mei's expression wasn't good when she saw them talking to her son like that, so she deliberately changed the subject to ease his embarrassment. Unbeknownst to her, John Feng didn't take their words to heart at all. Mom, didn't I tell you? There are some things you don't understand, so don't get involved, John Feng said. Su Qing was such a good actress, she'd made a good impression on Ding Mei. If he told his mother now that he and Su Qing had broken up, it would probably keep her up at night, affecting her surgery. How could a young girl like her break up so quickly? If John Feng revealed the truth, Ding Mei would probably be indignant on her son's behalf, keeping her up at night. Therefore, the best solution was to say nothing. Honey, I'm hungry. Can you get me some food? The older woman started her usual nagging. It wasn't mealtime. Ding Jian frowned, but nodded anyway. Okay, I'll go to the restaurant and cook you 2 dishes to take back. He then walked out. Just as he opened the door, a portly man blocked the entrance. Mr. Li. Mr. Li? Ding Jian stammered, a little flustered. The person standing before him was none other than Li Longzhen. Hello, hello. Li Longzhen didn't recognize Ding Jian, but upon hearing Ding Jian call him Chairman Li, he smiled and nodded. Ding Jian was flattered, wondering why the chairman of the prestigious Longzhen group would suddenly appear here and even greet him. Could he be visiting his father-in-law? But then he thought it unlikely. He knew his own limitations perfectly well. I heard your mother is ill, so I came to visit her. While Ding Jian was still in a daze, Li Longzhen entered the ward and said to Zhang Feng with a smile. Behind Li Longzhen, Su Fei, the attending physician, and the department head also arrived. Chairman Li, this is nothing to bother you with, Zhang Feng said with a smile. He hadn't expected Li Longzhen to come in person. As a local business tycoon, Li Longzhen wielded considerable influence. With a simple greeting, the hospital not only arranged a VIP room for Ding Mei but also provided a 24-hour professional caregiver. In addition, another joint consultation of experts was held to ensure the success of Ding Mei's surgery. Honey, who is that person? The older woman stared at the empty bed next to her for a long time before finally asking. Li Longzhen, chairman of Longzhen Group. Is he very powerful? Of course. Most of our company's business comes from Longzhen Group. It's no exaggeration to say that if Chairman Li just flicked his finger, our company would be finished. What's his relationship with Zhang Feng? They seem quite familiar. How would I know their relationship? Ding Jian, recalling the events, felt a chill of fear. Luckily, he hadn't done anything too outrageous. If he had offended Zhang Feng, he would be in serious trouble now. You can't judge a book by its cover. I could tell that young man was someone extraordinary at first glance. The elderly doctor in the ward remarked casually. Dad, that's not what you said before. Ding Jian looked at his father-in-law, speechless. Chapter 12 Citibank CEO. Now that Ding Mei was in a VIP private room, she could rest much better. A caregiver accompanied her to the bathroom, and Zhang Feng didn't need to worry about anything. Zhang Feng knew this was all arranged by Li Longzhen. Even a normal VIP private room didn't offer such meticulous service. Brother, I'm flying to Dongsha in a couple of days, want to come along? In the hospital's inpatient garden, many patients were sunbathing. Zhang Feng and Li Longzhen strolled and chatted. I won't go, Zhang Feng shook his head in refusal. It won't cause any problems. The hospital has professional caregivers. It was clear that Li Longzhen really wanted Zhang Feng to go to Dongsha with him. The reason was simple, the project was entering a substantial phase of development, and they needed to discuss more detailed terms. Li Longzhen was worried about potential setbacks, and having Zhang Feng's connection would provide a safer guarantee. We'll see. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, giving an ambiguous answer. After all, he had received a kickback, so he had to do his best. But his mother was hospitalized for surgery, and he couldn't leave. Whether he could go or not depended on his mother's recovery. If she recovered well, he could easily go to Dongsha for a couple of days. Okay, sure. Li Longzhen chuckled. He knew Zhang Feng's concerns, so he didn't insist. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Ding Mei's surgery went smoothly and was a great success. Zhang Feng's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Second week's divine-level relationship distributed. Please check it yourself, host. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ear. Check the second week's divine-level relationship. Zhang Feng's mind stirred, and a pale blue screen appeared in his field of vision. Citibank CEO friend, a foreigner asked for directions on the street, and you helped him. This chance encounter made you friends, and gradually, your relationship grew closer. Citibank CEO? Zhang Feng glanced at the information and couldn't help but smile. According to the information, the CEO is not only proficient in finance and other fields, but also a highly skilled lawyer. She is 32 years old, strikingly beautiful, and has many suitors. She is a typical blonde beauty. Boss, what's got you so happy? Tang Jiajia suddenly appeared behind Zhang Feng and said abruptly, Why are you here? Zhang Feng turned to look at Tang Jiajia and asked. Tang Jiajia sighed, feigning disappointment, I've been here for ages, and you only just noticed? No offense, I'm here on behalf of all the company employees to visit your mother. How's the company been these past few days? Zhang Feng asked. He hadn't been to the company these past 2 days and wasn't aware of the employees' work situation. Great, everyone's very motivated, Tang Jiajia smiled. The boss pays well, so we're motivated to work. That's good. Zhang Feng nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. I might have to go on a business trip to Dongsha. Would you like to come along? Tang Jiajia suddenly looked at Zhang Feng warily and said, Boss, what do you mean? What's going on in your head all day? Zhang Feng said speechlessly, giving her a disdainful look. Other bosses have a whole bunch of secretaries and assistants when they go on business trips. I can't be all alone, can I? If I remember correctly, you majored in business English, which is perfect for you. You could be my assistant translator or something. Oh, okay, that puts my mind at ease, Tang Jiajia said, patting her small chest. To be honest, Tang Jiajia was quite pretty, the clean-cut type, but she was a bit lazy, which might not be a good assistant choice. But right now, Zhang Feng couldn't find a better candidate. He couldn't just grab anyone off the street. Have you eaten? Zhang Feng asked. No, Tang Jiajia shook her head. Zhang Feng was completely exasperated. You came to visit someone at noon without eating? Are you waiting for the meal at the host's house? No way, Tang Jiajia said, looking embarrassed. Let's go, I'm hungry too. Zhang Feng said, then went back to his hospital room to say goodbye to his mother, before taking Tang Jiajia to the parking garage. He planned to eat first, then head back to the company. Although the company could function normally without him, as the boss, it wasn't good for him to be absent for a few days. Wow, boss, you bought a car? A new energy one at that. Tang Jiajia exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Feng ignored her and drove to a restaurant. It was called a restaurant, but it was really on par with a cheap eatery like Shaxian. Boss, is this all you're treating me to? Tang Jiajia said with a sour face. Take it or leave it, Zhang Feng said bluntly. He used to be an ordinary person. Although he had some money now, he wasn't particular about his lifestyle, such as needing high-end custom-made clothes or dining at upscale restaurants. In his view, it was just a casual meal, and convenience was key. You stingy boss, Tang Jiajia said, not afraid of Zhang Feng at all. This is probably the privilege of long-term employees. Tang Jiajia was Zhang Feng's first employee. Although they were in a superior-subordinate relationship, the boundaries were blurred, and they would occasionally joke around with Zhang Feng. Especially in startups, the relationship between boss and employee is even closer, like comrades who came from the same trench. Boss, you're going on a business trip to Dongsha, you should at least get a couple of new outfits, right? I was poor before, I didn't have money, but now I bought a car, it's not a big deal, Tang Jiajia said, looking Zhang Feng up and down. Zhang Feng paused, thinking Tang Jiajia had a point. He might not care about these things himself, but often, clothes were for others to see. With several million in his account, buying a couple of outfits was a piece of cake, no problem at all. After dinner, he went back to the company, gave some brief instructions, and then went to the mall. With Zhang Feng's connection to Li Longzhen, the project manager of the Longzhen Group project didn't dare to cause trouble or find fault, and it progressed very smoothly. Zhang Feng's explanations were nothing more than repetitive platitudes, mostly just a statement of his stance. Yes, he secured the Longzhen Group project through connections, but if the project ran into problems, he wouldn't look good either, so he had to give his explanations again. Boss, this outfit looks good. Boss, this outfit looks good too. Tang Jiajia, promoted to assistant, was tasked with buying clothes for Zhang Feng, but she didn't act like one at all, chattering away excitedly. You should buy a couple too. The boss will pay, consider it a clothing allowance, Zhang Feng said. Large companies and corporations only offer clothing allowances or subsidies, small companies like Zhang Feng's don't really need them. But considering they were going to Dongsha with Longzhen Group, even if he didn't consider himself, he had to consider Longzhen Group's feelings. At the very least, he couldn't let Longzhen Group lose face. You know, any relationship needs maintenance, and maintaining relationships starts with these small details. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Tang Jiajia said it wasn't appropriate, but her actions were quick. She had already started picking out clothes she liked. Chapter 13 Business Trip to Dongsha. Tang Jiajia was picking out clothes while Zhang Feng sat idly in the store scrolling through his phone. Just then, a familiar figure walked in. Secretary Su? It was none other than Su Fei. Mr. Zhang is here too. Su Fei's eyes lit up, then she smiled. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded. I'm buying 2 outfits. Are you done? Su Fei smiled, sizing up Zhang Feng's figure. Want me to give you my opinion? I've already bought them, Zhang Feng said. Over there, Tang Jiajia came out of the fitting room. Seeing Zhang Feng talking to a beautiful woman, she paused for a moment, then walked over with a radiant smile. Boss, do I look good in this? You look great, Zhang Feng said without hesitation. That's just a perfunctory answer. Tang Jiajia wasn't buying it. Su Fei's gaze swept over Zhang Feng and Tang Jiajia before she said, this outfit doesn't really suit you. The waist is a bit loose, and the sleeves are a bit long. That's why high-end clothes are always custom-made. While a standard style might suit most body types, upon closer inspection, there are still many areas that don't quite fit. Hello, my name is Su Fei, I'm Mr. Zhang's friend. After saying this, seeing Tang Jiajia's questioning look, Su Fei explained with a smile. Hello, my name is Tang Jiajia, I'm Mr. Zhang's personal secretary. Tang Jiajia said confidently with a smile. Secretary is one thing, but personal secretary? Has this girl watched too many domineering CEO dramas? Zhang Feng couldn't help but think to himself, sensing a hint of tension. He looked at Su Fei and Tang Jiajia, both were smiling and polite. Ms. Tang is so young and beautiful, following Mr. Zhang, your future is limitless, Su Fei said with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. The words sounded somewhat flattering, but not exaggerated. Su Fei, as Li Longzhen's secretary, assistant, and translator, was worldly wise and understood the importance of connections. Putting aside everything else, her status as a close friend of Prince Salman alone, if used properly, could allow her to thrive. It's important to know that Salman manages over $200 billion, not even counting other physical companies. The words were well-intentioned, flattering both Zhang Feng and Tang Jiajia. However, to Tang Jiajia, they sounded rather harsh. Wasn't this an insult? What youthful beauty, what limitless future, it all sounded like an insinuation that she was being kept by her boss and subjected to unspoken rules. Ms. Su is no less impressive. If you'd like to come, I can offer you the secretary position, Tang Jiajia retorted. Upon hearing this, Su Fei wasn't angry, in fact, she seemed somewhat tempted. She turned her gaze to Zhang Feng, observing his reaction. Jiajia, you're joking. Miss Su is Chairman Li's secretary, how could she possibly be my secretary? Zhang Feng chuckled. What's Li Longzhen's net worth? What's his net worth? He knew that much. Hearing him say that, Su Fei's gaze dimmed. Some things are hard to explain, especially when you're in a position that invites speculation. If she said she was innocent, would anyone believe her? No one would. So there was no need to say anything, much less explain. Chairman Li? Which Chairman Li? Tang Jiajia didn't immediately understand, but after a few seconds, she suddenly realized, the chairman of Longzhen Group? Yes. Zhang Feng nodded emphatically. Tang Jiajia covered her mouth, feigning surprise, and looked at Su Fei, saying, Ms. Su, you must earn several million a year, right? Zhang Feng. Su Fei, I'm sorry you had to see this. Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. Su Fei also smiled and said, it's fine. Zhang Feng was confused. What did fine mean? Did it mean Tang Jiajia was good as his secretary, or that Tang Jiajia's unusual focus was good? A dozen minutes later, Zhang Feng left the mall with Tang Jiajia. Boss, is Ms. Su really Li Longzhen's secretary? Tang Jiajia tilted her head and asked. Yes. Zhang Feng replied while driving, I don't know about other things, don't ask me. I didn't ask you, I'm just a little curious, with such a beautiful secretary, didn't Li Longzhen ever think about it? Tang Jiajia looked thoughtful. Zhang Feng was speechless and focused on driving. The next day at noon, the two arrived at Zhangcheng International Airport. They prepared to board Longzhen Group's private jet to travel to the UAE. To be honest, Zhang Feng's trip was more of a vacation than a business trip. His main purpose was to visit Salman. He wouldn't interfere with the project details, nor could he. The outcome of the negotiations depended entirely on Salman Investment Company and Longzhen Group. His role was more like a mascot, serving as a small lubricant. Brother, thank you. Li Longzhen was very happy to see Zhang Feng come. The 5 million was well spent, extremely worthwhile. Chairman Li, please don't thank me. I didn't do anything, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Li Longzhen put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder, and they boarded the private jet together. Miss Tang, we meet again. Su Fei, walking behind Li Longzhen and Zhang Feng, said with a smile to Tang Jiajia beside her. We meet again, Tang Jiajia smiled. Tang Jiajia was visibly nervous, as it was her first time accompanying her boss on a high-profile trip, traveling by private jet. In contrast, Zhang Feng, also on his first private jet ride, was much more relaxed. He chatted and laughed with Li Longzhen as they entered the cabin. After sitting down opposite each other, a flight attendant handed him a glass of champagne. Brother, I'd like you to invest in this project. Li Longzhen changed the subject, bringing up the investment project. Invest? Mr. Li, I don't have the money. Zhang Feng said, but in his mind, he thought of the second week of God-level connections the system had given him. If he really needed money, it wasn't impossible to get it. A loan from Citibank wouldn't be a problem. No problem, brother, I can give you some shares, and I'll borrow some more money for you to invest, Li Longzhen said. Without a second thought, Zhang Feng immediately shook his head and said, Chairman Li, this is a collaboration between you and Solomon. It has little to do with me. At most, I'm just a middleman. Li Longzhen was eager to bring him on board, and Zhang Feng couldn't immediately guess why. Was he afraid Solomon would reduce the investment or back out? Was bringing him on board to better ensure the project's progress? Or was this just a quick money-making scheme? Was Li Longzhen using his connections to try and swindle more money from Solomon? Or was it simply to thank him? But whatever the reason, Zhang Feng didn't want to get involved. Salman has a professional investment team. Even if a project runs into problems, it won't be his fault. But if he were to invest, the situation would change. Problems with the project could potentially damage his friendly relationship with Salman. Don't worry, I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to thank you. Seemingly guessing Zhang Feng's thoughts, Li Longzhen laughed heartily. I appreciate your kind offer, Chairman Li, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. He politely declined again. Chapter 14: A Grand Reception. The plane took off from Zhongcheng International Airport and, after a 10-hour flight, landed at Dubai Airport in the UAE. Solomon was very pleased with Zhang Feng's arrival, and his personal assistant personally came to pick him up. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a convoy of 6 multi-million-dollar extended bulletproof Mercedes-Benz limousines drove out of the airport and headed towards the 7-star Burj Al Arab Hotel. Mr. Zhang, you're not staying here. The cars stopped, and just as Zhang Feng was about to have his luggage unloaded, Salomon's personal assistant, Mahad, stopped him. Zhang Feng looked at Mahad with a puzzled expression. The Burj Al Arab was said to be the only 7-star hotel in the world, extremely luxurious, and he had long wanted to experience it. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Prince Salomon invites you to his home, Mahad said with a smile. All right. Zhang Feng smiled and did not refuse. Inviting him to his home meant that Salomon considered him a true friend. It wouldn't be right for him to refuse. The Burj Al Arab Hotel would have to wait for another time. Tang Jiajia also looked reluctant to leave, but as a secretary and assistant, where she stayed wasn't her decision to make, she stayed wherever her boss stayed. Brother, farewell, Li Longzhen greeted them. His eyes held a meaningful look. Although he didn't say anything, Zhang Feng understood. He simply wanted Zhang Feng to put in a good word for him with Prince Salman to expedite the contract signing. However, while he understood, he wouldn't do it. Business matters should be handled by professionals. Leaving the Burj Al Arab, the convoy entered the desert. Zhang Feng looked out the window. All he could see was yellow sand, and waves of heat rose. Boss, where are we going? Tang Jiajia, sitting next to Zhang Feng, asked in a low voice. What? Afraid of being sold off? Zhang Feng chuckled. Tang Jiajia ignored Zhang Feng's question and instead asked, Boss, that guy just said a prince invited you to his house, is that true? Do you know any prince? Actually, Tang Jiajia had been in a rather bewildered state throughout this trip to Dongsha. Was the boss still the same boss she knew? Not only did he have a pleasant conversation with Li Longzhen, chairman of Longzhen Group, but he also had connections with the Dongsha Prince. His connections were incredible. What did it mean to be a guest at a prince's house? That was a privilege reserved for close relatives and friends. Even Li Longzhen didn't have that privilege. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded, then asked, didn't you hear that? I heard it, that's why I'm asking you. Boss, I'm becoming more and more convinced that you're some big shot's illegitimate son. Tang Jiajia nodded emphatically at the end, confirming her suspicions. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you in the desert right now, you believe me? Zhang Feng glared at Tang Jiajia. His father died early, and his mother raised him alone. His family background was far from perfect. Don't throw it away, don't throw it away, I won't do it again. Tang Jiajia shrank back, looking frightened. As they ventured deeper into the desert, an oasis suddenly appeared in their view. The oasis covered an area of over 10 square kilometers, with trees, a lake, and a palace complex in the distinctive style of Eastern Desert. My God, this is so luxurious. Tang Jiajia gaped in surprise, looking completely unaccustomed to such a sight. Zhang Feng was also surprised, but he maintained a calm facade, unlike Tang Jiajia who reacted with such shock. The convoy entered the palace. Zhang Feng saw Salman waiting there with a group of people from afar. Upon seeing him alight from the car, Salman warmly opened his arms and hugged him, saying, Feng, welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of servants and maids behind Salman bowed in welcome. Salman, we're friends, no need for such a grand gesture, Zhang Feng said with a wry smile. Salman looked puzzled, seemingly confused. Feng, these are my servants. It's nothing special, just a simple reception. Alright. The world of the super rich, I don't understand. Zhang Feng smiled, and led by Salman, the two entered the living room. Soon, roast lamb and other delicacies were served. Feng, do you like them? Salamander suddenly asked. What? Zhang Feng, confused, looked at Salamander. Solomon smiled knowingly, glancing at the pretty maids beside him, and said, I mean, do you like them? No. Zhang Feng laughed awkwardly. It has to be said, Salamander had excellent taste. These servants were all handsome men and beautiful women. He had only glanced at the maid who had just poured him wine a couple of times, but Salamander had noticed. Don't be shy, my friend. If you like them, I can give her to you, and them too. Salamander laughed heartily, pushing the maids towards Zhang Feng. The maids blushed slightly, avoiding eye contact with Zhang Feng, their gazes deliberately averted. but it was clear they weren't actually opposed. Holy crap, are you all this open-minded? Zhang Feng couldn't help but think. He'd heard Dongsha could have multiple wives, but he hadn't expected them to be this promiscuous. No, Salamander, you misunderstood. Zhang Feng quickly waved his hands in refusal. Tang Jiajia rolled her eyes inwardly. Hypocritical. Money really does corrupt men. Feng, you're too nervous, Salamander laughed. Damn it, how could I not be nervous? I just arrived at your house as a guest, and you're already testing my cotter like this? My company's employees are watching. My reputation is almost ruined. The barbecue is good, tender and juicy, tastes delicious. Zhang Feng changed the subject and started eating the lamb heartily. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. Salamander held a bonfire party, singing and dancing, having a blast. Back in his room, Zhang Feng took a shower and lay down to sleep. He was tired after a long day. Holy crap! Just as he reached the bed and was about to lie down, he suddenly jumped up. When did two beautiful women appear in bed? With deep-set features and high-bridged noses, typical Dongsha beauties, they lay naked in bed, only their heads peeking out, looking at him with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. I don't need you to serve me, Zhang Feng said, standing by the bed in broken English. However, the two beauties seemed not to understand English. Upon hearing him speak, they actually crawled out of the covers, trying to pull him onto the bed. Wait, I'm not used to this. Zhang Feng waved his hands repeatedly, stopping the two beauties from pulling him. Was he tempted? Unless he wasn't a man, every man would be tempted, and Zhang Feng was no exception. But his past life experiences and established values made it impossible for him to accept this immediately. This was a test of humanity and values. Chapter 15 Oilfield Projects. The next day, Zhang Feng got up alone, stretched, still feeling a bit tired. Sir, breakfast is ready. A servant brought toiletries, thoughtfully preparing everything. This is life. While enjoying the prince-like service, Zhang Feng thought to himself, being born into the right family is an art. Some people are born with everything, some are born with nothing. Boss, Tang Jiajia found Zhang Feng, looking anxious. What's wrong? Zhang Feng asked, frowning. Judging from Tang Jiajia's expression, had she encountered some trouble? Boss, those maids just brought over several boxes of jewelry, saying they were for me. I looked at them, they're all gold and gemstones, very valuable. What should I do? I told them I didn't want them, but they insisted. Now they're in my room, Tang Jiajia said. No girl dislikes gold and jewelry, and Tang Jiajia was no exception. But one shouldn't accept something for nothing. Prince Salamander was incredibly generous, but Tang Jiajia couldn't accept it without feeling comfortable. Let's keep it for now. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said. These things definitely couldn't be accepted, they were too valuable. Although they might be insignificant in Salamander's eyes, he had clearly misunderstood something, which was why he gave Tang Jiajia jewelry and precious stones. Beautiful women, gold, and gems. Zhang Feng's lips twitched. The super-rich are just that simple, unpretentious, and ruthlessly extravagant. However, this was also in line with the characteristics of the Dongsha people. They were natural-born middlemen, very good at business and making friends. Beautiful women for men, gold, and gems for women. Behind the extravagance was a precise understanding of human nature. After breakfast, Salamander, having to attend an important meeting, didn't accompany him, but arranged for a professional escort for him. He could simply ask if he needed anything. Zhang Feng, bored, scrolled through his phone for a while and suddenly saw a news article. An oil field in the UAE was up for bidding. The bidding companies included Daxia Petrochemical, BP, British Federal Reserve, Tianzi Petroleum, and others, all well-known international corporations. Wow, they're really rich. Seeing these companies bidding hundreds of billions of dollars for a single oil field, he couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Zhang is interested in oil fields? Mahad asked with a smile. As Salaman's personal assistant, Mahad was not only proficient in business operations but also fluent in several foreign languages, including Mandarin, which is why Salaman kept him around to accompany Zhang Feng. No, such a huge undertaking is beyond my reach. Zhang Feng shook his head. Oil extraction, transportation, refining, and so on require both capital and technology. It's simply beyond the reach of ordinary people, especially in Daxia, where energy is a state-owned monopoly. Prince Salaman happens to have a small oil field for sale, worth about $2 billion. Mahad spread his hands and smiled. $2 billion US? So cheap? Zhang Feng was somewhat incredulous. The oil field is relatively small, and 1/3 of the profits go to the local elders, Mayhad explained, seeing Zhang Feng's interest. Zhang Feng knew that Mayhad was proactively trying to curry favor with him, while also representing Prince Salman and giving him a helping hand. Could I see the project proposal? Zhang Feng asked. Mayhad replied, sure, I'll send it to your email later. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Longzhen Group project officially signed an agreement with Salmon's investment company, securing $1 billion investment. Although Zhang Feng didn't appear or inquire about the project, his presence undoubtedly lubricated the negotiations. Otherwise, the project wouldn't have been signed so quickly. After saying goodbye to Salmon, Zhang Feng embarked on his journey back to China. The jewelry Salmon had given to Tang Jiajia was deliberately left in his room, not brought back. "Brother, thank you very much this time." With the project settled, Li Longzhen was very happy, raising his glass to toast Zhang Feng. "Chairman Li, I've said it countless times, it has nothing to do with me. Salmon investing in your project means it's good. Do you really think I have that much influence to sway Salmon's investment? He has his own professional team, whether he invests or not is his own judgment," Zhang Feng said. Li Longzhen didn't say much, just smiled and clinked glasses with Zhang Feng. After a 10-hour flight, Zhang Feng and his group arrived at Zhongcheng International Airport. Zhang Feng went to the hospital immediately to visit his mother. Ding Mei's post-operative recovery was going well, she would be discharged in about 10 days. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng wasn't idle either. After visiting his mother, he dialed the number of his second friend across the ocean. "Feng, what made you think of calling me? Let me guess, are you missing me?" The sexy voice of Jennifer, the new CEO of Citibank, came through the phone to Zhang Feng. "Yes," Zhang Feng replied with a smile. According to the background information provided by the system, he and this CEO had a close relationship, even a slightly ambiguous one, so they often made jokes that crossed the line of ordinary friendship. "I don't believe it." "Okay, what's up?" Jennifer said. I have a project that I need your help with," Zhang Feng said, sending the oil field project to Jennifer's email address. Jennifer, true to her professional nature, quickly reviewed the oil field project proposal and replied, "The price is very cheap, but there's a potential problem. The location is near the Iraqi border and isn't safe." "You mean this project isn't worth investing in?" Zhang Feng frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Maud had no reason to rip him off. No, this project is absolutely worth investing in. The price is incredibly cheap. The only problem is security, but I can solve that for you," Jennifer said. Zhang Feng instantly understood. No wonder Maud recommended this project to him. Prince Salman could handle the so-called security issue. Therefore, there was no question of ripping him off. This was a very high-quality project. But for some reason, Salman wanted to sell it. It couldn't simply be to give him a cheap deal, or to treat a poor friend like a free meal. There must be a reason he didn't know. And perhaps, to give his friend a piece of meat as a bonus. "Thank you for your advice." Zhang Feng smiled. "Darling, you're welcome." Although he couldn't see Jennifer's stunning face, Zhang Feng could tell she was beaming with joy. "Now, let's get down to business," Zhang Feng said, changing the subject. Jennifer paused, then said, I knew it. "So, how much are you planning to borrow?" Zhang Feng asked directly. "How much do you need?" Jennifer countered. $2 billion. "No, a maximum of $1 billion. I have a condition, I want to own half of this project, and I'll provide the remaining $1 billion. I'll also handle the security. You just need to secure this project and wait to count the money." Chapter 16 Company Expansion. After some haggling between Zhang Feng and Jennifer, the deal ended with Zhang Feng holding 60% of the shares. All project funding was provided by Citibank, with $1 billion lent to Zhang Feng as a low-interest loan, to be repaid within 3 years. Zhang Feng was responsible for oil field extraction and transportation. Oil field security was handled by Jennifer. Knowing the importance of talent, Zhang Feng immediately commissioned a headhunting firm to recruit after reaching an agreement with Jennifer. Simultaneously, he called Salamander, expressing his interest in purchasing the small oil field project. Solomon readily agreed, ultimately settling on a deal for $1.8 billion. He was given a discount of $200 million. Acquiring the extraction rights to an oil field for $1.8 billion was practically free. Although the oil field was small, even a small oil field was still a source of industrial lifeblood. Business was hectic for Zhang Feng. Besides assisting headhunters with interviews for new company candidates, he also had to find time to visit his mother in the hospital. "Xiao Feng, what's Su Qing up to lately?" Zhang Feng was peeling an apple when Ding Mei suddenly asked. "How would I know?" Zhang Feng replied casually, then realized what she meant. He turned to his mother, noticing her pale face, and quickly added, "Mom, to tell you the truth, we broke up. I didn't tell you before because you were having surgery." "Broken up? Why did you break up?" Ding Mei asked, puzzled. "Su Qing, I thought she was a good girl." "No reason, she just fell for someone else," Zhang Feng said cryptically. Ding Mei was speechless for a moment, then said, "It's your business, Mom won't interfere. You can handle it yourself. Eat this apple." Zhang Feng handed the peeled apple to Ding Mei, grinning. He could tell that although his mother hadn't said anything, she was still a little angry. Just then, his phone rang. John Feng glanced at the caller ID and answered, "Hello, what's up? Mr. John, are you free tonight?" It was Zhao Ming, the headhunting firm manager, on the other end. "Yes, I am. Then see you at Yinyu Jiangnan at 8 o'clock tonight." "Okay." John Feng hung up. To manage the Dongsha oil field, he needed to set up a professional company, but building a company wasn't something that could be done overnight. The key was having a knowledgeable professional manager in charge. Talent was hard to come by. "Mom, you get some rest. I'm leaving now," John Feng said. At the hospital, with professional medical staff and connections, Ding Mei received meticulous care, so he felt at ease. "Go ahead, I'm doing fine here. If you're busy, don't come every day," Ding Mei said. Watching her son busy with his business, she felt both gratified and heartbroken. Gratified that he was successful, and heartbroken that he might be overworking himself. "Mr. Zhang." Just as he reached the bottom of the hospital building, a panting voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Feng turned around. "Mr. Zhang, you've come to see your aunt?" It was none other than Ding Jian, the son-in-law of the old man in the previous ward. He was about the same age as his wife, not much younger than Zhang Feng's mother. His wife calling Ding Mei auntie seemed a bit like she was trying to act younger than her age, while his calling her auntie was full of respect, showing him great humility. The reason was simple: his status rose because of his son. The moment Li Longzhen appeared in the ward, Zhang Feng's position in Ding Jian's eyes changed. You're here to see your father-in-law too?" Zhang Feng asked casually. Ding Jian nodded emphatically, saying, "Yes, that's right." Zhang Feng said, "Then you go ahead and do your work. I have something to do, so I'll be going now." Ding Jian hurriedly followed Zhang Feng, looking embarrassed, and said, "Mr. Zhang, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Do you have time?" I know this is a bit abrupt, but I hope you'll do me the honor." Zhang Feng paused slightly, saying, "Mr. Ding, please just say what's on your mind. Dinner isn't necessary." "It's nothing, I just wanted to get to know Mr. Zhang," Ding Jian said with a smile. "We already know each other, dinner really isn't necessary." Zhang Feng frowned slightly, saying calmly. Ding Jian wanted to curry favor with him. How could he not see that? However, Ding Jian's flattery was definitely motivated by self-interest, offering little benefit to him. "Could I have your phone number?" Ding Jian asked with an obsequious smile. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng gave Ding Jian Tang Jiajia's work number. Tang Jiajia had now been promoted to a full-fledged secretary assistant. To put it bluntly, she was his errand girl. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, take care." Ding Jian was very pleased to have Zhang Feng's phone number. 8 o'clock in the evening, in the misty Jiangnan region. In a quiet and elegant tea room, Zhang Feng sat at the head of the table, with Zhao Ming beside him. Sitting opposite Zhang Feng was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, wearing frameless glasses, with a side-parted hairstyle, giving off a gentle and refined air. His name was Guo Zheng, formerly the general manager of a subsidiary of a state-owned petrochemical group, having worked in the oil-related industry for nearly 20 years. "Mr. Guo, do you have any further doubts?" Zhao Ming asked with a smile. Guo Zheng smiled gently, looked at Zhang Feng, and said, "Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so young. I'd like to know, how did you manage to acquire the oil field?" Clearly, he didn't trust Zhang Feng. Oil field and mining projects are too complex. Without connections and strength, it's simply impossible to acquire one. And Zhang Feng looks so young, unless he's a second-generation rich kid. Zhao Ming's interest was piqued. He turned his gaze to Zhang Feng. To be honest, he didn't know much about Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng had commissioned him to recruit talent, he was paid to do it. He only knew that Zhang Feng had just bought an oil field in Dongsha and needed professional talent to manage the business. Furthermore, he had done a background check on Zhang Feng but hadn't found anything useful too ordinary. Zhao Ming had also wondered if Zhang Feng might be someone's frontman, but such things were always taboo. He considered it, but didn't investigate further. "How did you acquire the oil field?" Zhang Feng frowned and explained, "It wasn't difficult. I know Prince Salman. He wanted to sell this oil field, and I happened to find out, so I borrowed some money from Citibank and bought it." "That's it?" Guo Zheng and Zhao Ming exchanged glances. "Mr. Zhang, you know Prince Salman?" Guo Zheng asked. "We know each other, we're good friends. Longzhen Group recently had a project that I facilitated the investment in," Zhang Feng said with a smile. Recruiting talent is a two-way street. Showing off connections and capabilities is crucial at this time. He brought up Longzhen Group's new project because it was relatively easy to investigate. A simple inquiry would suffice. He believed that after Guo Zheng and Zhao Ming inquired, they would be convinced of his abilities and choose to work for him, rather than wasting his talent. Chapter 17: Conversations between husband and wife. Words alone are not enough. Guo Zheng naturally couldn't believe Zhang Feng's words unconditionally. After leaving the Yinyu Jiangnan hotel, Guo Zheng returned home and sat on the sofa, deep in thought with a furrowed brow. It was clear he was conflicted. What are you thinking about, honey? Guo Zheng's wife, Lu Wenyo, placed a cup of hot milk on the coffee table in front of him and asked softly. I want to change jobs, Guo Zheng said after a long pause. Why? Your job is pretty good now, isn't it? Branch manager, a subsidiary of a state-owned enterprise, annual salary of hundreds of thousands. Why do you suddenly want to change jobs? Is your boss giving you a hard time? Lu Wenyo asked in rapid succession. This was a major family matter. It wasn't just about Guo Zheng changing jobs. Guo Zheng fell silent. He knew the importance of the matter, which was why he was hesitant. Honey, tell me what's going on, I'm listening. Lu Wenyo wasn't the type of wife who was short-tempered and lacked ability. On the contrary, she was very good at handling marital relationships. Seeing her husband remain silent, she softened her tone and spoke gently. Guo Zheng sighed and said, life is good now, but it's reached its limit. Being the branch manager is my career ceiling, I can see the end from there. Isn't this good? Lu Wenyo said softly. A life where you can see the end from there is indeed boring, but ordinariness is a blessing. She was content with her current life. Her husband's career was stable, her daughter was doing well in her studies, and while they weren't extremely wealthy, they were certainly well off. A headhunter contacted me the other day. A newly established oil and gas company needs someone with my experience to manage it. They offered very good terms, a guaranteed annual salary of 5 million, plus some bonuses, so an annual salary of 10 million shouldn't be a problem, Guo Zheng said. 10 million a year? Lu Wenyo was slightly surprised. No wonder her husband was hesitant. If she were in his shoes, she would also want to take the plunge. That's a 20-fold increase in income. 1 year's work is equivalent to 20 years' work in a state-owned enterprise subsidiary. Are you confident? Lu Wenyo asked. Guo Zheng frowned. A new company, the pressure will definitely be high. The key is, their boss is too young, seems a bit unreliable. He says he knows some Prince Salman who's got an oil field in Dongsha. Oh, and he also said he helped Longzhen Group secure a project investment. I don't know if it's true or not. Why don't you just ask someone? Lu Wenyo smiled. Guo Zheng shook his head. I'm thinking about that too, but who can I ask? I don't know anyone inside Longzhen Group. Asking someone seems simple, but only by finding the right person can you get accurate and reliable information, not just hearsay. With Guo Zheng's connections, finding someone within Longzhen Group is easy, but finding someone in the upper echelons is difficult, since his company has little connection with Longzhen Group. To put it bluntly, it's no connection. I have a classmate who seems to work at Longzhen Group. Wait a minute, I'll go ask. Lu Wenyo took out her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and dialed a number. A dozen seconds later, the call connected. Mr. Yu, this is Wenyo. I need to ask you about something. Oh right, did your group just secure an investment from Prince Salman? I just heard it from someone, just asking. $1 billion? That's a huge investment. Don't worry, I won't say anything unless you officially announce it. A friend of Chairman Li facilitated this. Let me ask, who is this friend? So much influence, knowing the Prince of Dongsha. You don't know either? Okay, thank you, I understand. Lu Wenyo hung up the phone and turned to her husband. The matter with Longzhen Group is true, but whether it's the new boss you mentioned is unknown, Lu Wenyo said. After all, Zhang Feng and Li Longzhen haven't known each other for long, only a week or two. They've had 2 meals together, both with Su Fei accompanying them. Apart from that, no other senior executives from Longzhen Group were present. Even among the senior executives from Longzhen Group who went to Dongsha to discuss the project, very few knew Zhang Feng. However, this information was enough. Guo Zheng was now almost certain that Zhang Feng's words were true. A new project that hadn't been publicly announced was something outsiders couldn't possibly know about, yet Zhang Feng knew it all. What did this mean? It meant that Zhang Feng was Chairman Li's friend. Just then, Guo Zheng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhao Ming. Mr. Guo, still up? You must be tired. Zhao Ming's cheerful voice came through the phone. Yes, Guo Zheng replied with a smile. Mr. Zhao, calling so late, is something wrong? Of course, Zhao Ming said. Mr. Guo, to be honest, I was also curious about Mr. Zhang's background. I went back and specifically asked around. It's true that Mr. Zhang facilitated the Longzhen Group project. The first phase of investment was $1 billion. $1 billion at the current exchange rate is equivalent to 7 billion RMB. That's cash. Longzhen Group's market capitalization was only tens of billions. Prince Salamander had invested the majority of Longzhen Group with a wave of his hand. Moreover, with Prince Salamander's backing, securing later-stage financing for the project will be much easier. It's no exaggeration to say that if this project succeeds, Li Longzhen's net worth will multiply several times, and Longzhen Group could potentially expand from Zhongcheng to the international market. President Guo, can you rest assured now? Our new boss has extraordinary influence. Working for him, you'll be set for life, Zhao Ming laughed. Oh, right, I also heard some gossip. Chairman Li of Longzhen originally wanted President Zhang to invest in this project, but President Zhang declined. He turned down free money. What do you think President Zhang was thinking? Thank you, President Zhao. I'll think about it some more and give you an answer tomorrow. Okay, hurry up. President Zhang is in a hurry. If you can't do it, I'll have to continue looking for someone new. Then the call ended. Guo Zhang frowned, pondering for a long time, then suddenly looked up at his wife and said, Wenayo, I've decided. I'm resigning and working for President Zhang. Isn't that too impulsive? Lu Wenayo was still somewhat hesitant. Although Zhang Feng's offer is more than 20 times the current salary, this is a big decision and requires careful consideration. State-owned enterprises have very limited positions. If you resign now and the new job doesn't meet your expectations, there won't be any openings for you to come back. It's alright, we still have savings. Even if the new job doesn't go well, I can just find another one. Anyway, I don't want to stay at the old company anymore. All I do is sign documents and give reports all day. It's so boring, Guo Zhang said. Lu Wenayo held Guo Zhang's hand and smiled. Whatever you do, I'll support you. You're so good to me, my wife. Guo Zhang smiled and pulled Lu Wenayo into his arms. Chapter 18 Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. The next day, Guo Zhang got up early, washed up, and drove to the company. He wrote his resignation letter on the computer, printed it out, signed his name, and submitted it to the group headquarters. He was a branch manager, and his personnel file was with the group. Resign? His immediate supervisor, Yang Lan, one of the group's vice presidents, looked up at Guo Zhang with slight surprise as she saw the resignation letter in his hand. Xiao Guo, why are you resigning? Is something you're not happy with? Yang Lan asked. No, I'm not unhappy. I just want a change of work environment, Guo Zhang said with a smile. Yang Lan frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, if you want to leave, I won't stop you, but I hope you think it through. There's no going back. President Yang, I've made up my mind, Guo Zhang said calmly with a smile. That was the kind of person he was. Once he made a decision, he would go all out and wouldn't hesitate. Good that you've made up your mind. May I ask which company you're joining? Yang Lan asked with a smile. Guo Zhang replied, Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. Tianfeng Oil and Gas. Yang Lan frowned, thinking for a moment. Is there such a company in the industry? It's newly established, the company hasn't been set up yet, Guo Zhang said. Upon hearing this, Yang Yan's expression immediately became meaningful. She smiled and said, Xiao Guo, you used to be a very steady person. Why are you so impulsive this time? I'll hold on to your resignation letter for half a month, consider it a vacation. I advise you to think it over carefully. Thank you for your kindness, Ms. Yang, but my mind is made up, Guo Zhang said with a smile. Words spoken are words taken back. Having been in the corporate world for many years, he could easily see that Yang Yan's words were just polite formalities. Everyone understood the unspoken agreement. If he were to take advantage of the situation, he would seem ungrateful. Besides, he knew Yang Lan had always wanted to promote her trusted confidants, and now that he was gone, she had conveniently left a hole for him. All right then. In that case, I won't force you. Go to the HR department and hand over your duties later, Yang Lan said. Okay. Guo Zhang nodded. Ms. Yang, I'll be going now. Go ahead. Yang Lan smiled slightly. But as soon as Guo Zhang left the office, her smile vanished instantly. A moment later, her secretary came in. General Manager Yang. Xiao Li, have you considered changing jobs? General Manager Yang, I can learn so much from you. Alright, stop trying to sweet-talk me. What can I learn from you? A branch manager just resigned. Get ready to take over his job. General Manager Yang, are you talking about General Manager Guo? That's right, him. I don't know what he was thinking, giving up a perfectly good, secure job to jump ship to a new company. I think he's definitely going to suffer this fall. General Manager Guo isn't young anymore. If he falls now, it'll be hard for him to get back up. Whose fault is it? He brought it on himself. Leaving the group headquarters, Guo Zhang felt reborn, his mood instantly lightening. A secure job is certainly stable, but the rules and regulations restrict one's life. General Manager Zhao, I've decided. I'll work for General Manager Zhang. Guo Zhang contacted Zhao Ming immediately to express his thoughts. Zhao Ming was very pleased and immediately relayed Guo Zhang's idea to Zhang Feng. So, the two met for the second time. Mr. Guo, welcome to the company, Zhang Feng said with a smile, shaking hands with Guo Zhang. Guo Zhang bowed slightly and smiled, hello, boss. Ha ha. Zhang Feng laughed, don't be so formal, relax. There's no one else here. The company's situation and your compensation are all here. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Jiajia, who was both his secretary and assistant, handed a document to Guo Zheng. It contained a brief introduction to the company and Guo Zheng's employment contract. Any questions? Just say them. Zhang Feng spoke up after Guo Zheng had almost finished reading the document. Guo Zheng smiled wryly. Boss, it seems I'm all alone now. No office space, no staff, nothing. Mr. Zhao will help you with HR. What you need to do is set up the company as soon as possible and start business operations. I'll take care of the office space issue, Zhang Feng said, frowning. Okay. Guo Zheng readily agreed. Any questions about the compensation? Zhang Feng asked again. Guo Zheng quickly shook his head. No, I'm very satisfied. A luxury car worth millions, not counting bonuses, a guaranteed annual salary of 5 million. This compensation was far better than his previous one. Of course, this annual salary wasn't easy to obtain. He was responsible for everything from the initial company setup to the later oil transportation and sales. Business trips to Dongsha were also unavoidable. In short, he had to manage everything. With great power came great responsibility. I'll give you 1 month to set up the basic company structure. Zhang Feng held up one finger, adopting a businesslike posture. Although 1 month sounded a bit rushed, it had to be done quickly. Selling the oil from the oil field every day meant earning money every day. You have to understand, he was currently burdened with $1 billion in debt. Then the office location. Guo Zheng hesitated slightly. Without an office space, how could a company be established? Zhang Feng picked up his phone, dialed a number, and chuckled. Chairmanly, it's me, Zhang Feng. Oh right, what? You've arrived already? Okay, I'll be right there. He hung up and looked at Guo Zheng with a smile. Let's go. The office space is sorted. The three arrived at the parking lot. Zhang Feng drove himself, Tang Jiajia sat in the passenger seat, and Guo Zheng had to sit in the back. It was a new Han Ev, priced at a little over 200,000 yuan, not exactly a luxury car. But Guo Zheng felt extremely uncomfortable, like he was sitting on pins and needles. Zhang Feng was so young, he looked like a driver, and Tang Jiajia was his secretary, so sitting in the passenger seat was fine, but what right did Guo Zheng, a high-ranking employee, have to sit in the boss's seat? Easygoing, low-key, not greedy for extravagance. Guo Zheng thought to himself. His impression of Zhang Feng improved even further. Young and wealthy, weren't they all carefree and dissolute? But his boss was different. He felt as if he had met a wise ruler. The vehicle drove along until it reached the heart of the development zone, stopping in front of a 5-story modern building. Zhang A666888. Guo Zheng got out of the car and immediately spotted the impressive license plate of the luxury car next to him. Only one type of person can have this kind of license plate, someone with power and influence. Haha, brother John, I've been waiting for you for ages. You've finally arrived. What do you think of this office building? Several floors combined, over 10,000 square meters, a standalone building in the core area, no disturbances on either side. Li Longzhen laughed as he walked out of the office building to greet him. Guo Zheng was taken aback. Li Longzhen? Although he had already confirmed the relationship between Zhang Feng and Li Longzhen's reaction was still somewhat unexpected. Judging from Li Longzhen's behavior, it seemed that Li Longzhen was more proactive in this relationship. Chapter 19. $2 billion arrive. Chairman Li. Zhang Feng smiled and shook hands with Li Longzhen. Brother Zhang, you're impressive. Li Longzhen gave a thumbs up. To be able to lease an oil field in Dongsha, that's not something just anyone can do. It's a small oil field, others wouldn't even look at it, that's how I snagged it, Zhang Feng laughed. After a round of mutual boasting, Zhang Feng introduced Guo Zheng to Li Longzhen. After another round of pleasantries, they finally got down to business. Chairman Li, I'm very satisfied with this office building. Name your price. Zhang Feng said. A standalone office building like this in a prime location would cost at least 2 small fortunes, but Zhang Feng didn't intend to buy it, he only wanted to lease it. Here's the contract. Just sign it, Li Longzhen said, gesturing for Su Fei to hand the lease agreement to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the contract and glanced at it. 5-year lease, only 1 yuan per year, it was practically free. Brother, please don't refuse, I'm begging you. Li Longzhen interjected before Zhang Feng could speak. He seemed to anticipate Zhang Feng's next move. Zhang Feng smiled wryly. Chairman Li, you're making me look like a bad person. 5 years rent plus the renovation costs, that's tens of millions. It's too much, I can't take it. He who takes a bribe is bound to be obliging. Zhang Feng could tell that Li Longzhen was trying to curry favor with him, simply to exploit his relationship with Salamander. If he took too much, what would he do if Li Longzhen came knocking on his door later? A small favor was fine, but what if it put him in a difficult position? How could he refuse? After all, he'd taken so much from him. Friends can help each other, but the benefits must be clear. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. John Feng insisted on not accepting, and Li Longzhen had no choice but to amend the contract. The 5-year rent, including the renovation costs, totaled 50 million, and this was after a discount. Chairman Li, what's wrong? On the way back to the company, Li Longzhen sat in the spacious back seat of the Rolls-Royce, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression somewhat troubled. What do you think of John Feng? Li Longzhen suddenly asked. Su Fei was taken aback, paused, and said, he's quite good, very disciplined in his work. Li Longzhen nodded, saying nothing more. Starting from scratch, building Longzhen Group into such a large company, how could he do that without shrewdness and composure? Calling him a seasoned shrewd fox wouldn't be an exaggeration. Su Fei secretly glanced at her boss, thinking Chairman Li probably never expected that Zhang Feng would remain unmoved by the temptation of tens of millions. For a seasoned business shrew, this wouldn't be a problem, but for a young man, such composure and resolve are truly rare. That's tens of millions. Few people could resist such temptation. Are you satisfied? In the heart of the development zone, the standalone office building can easily accommodate over 1,000 people, so Zhang Feng decided to move the few employees from the old company here as well. Satisfied, satisfied. Guo Zheng nodded repeatedly and smiled. Good that you're satisfied. Zhang Feng smiled and turned to Tang Jiajia, saying, later, hand over the newly engraved company seal and everything else to General Manager Guo. Yes, boss. Tang Jiajia nodded vigorously. She'd been working like a man possessed these past few days, full of energy, all because she'd gotten a raise. As the big boss's personal secretary and assistant, $1 million annual salary wasn't unreasonable, right? From now on, this company is yours. Zhang Feng patted Guo Zheng on the shoulder. Don't worry, boss, I'll do my best. Being patted on the shoulder by a young man more than 10 years his junior didn't bother Guo Zheng at all. After all, this young man was his boss. I believe in you, Zhang Feng smiled. Come on, let's grab a quick bite. Okay. Guo Zheng didn't refuse. They found a random restaurant, quickly finished their meal, and Zhang Feng went to visit his mother at the hospital as usual. Guo Zheng didn't rush home. Instead, he went to the new office building and sat there until dark. He planned out the next steps in his mind. Although the company was now registered, with the official seal, corporate bank account, and so on, there were still a lot of trivial matters to handle, requiring manpower, a large number of manpower. He hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone and called his former subordinate. He made dozens of calls before finally giving up. The old man is still easier to use, but it might seem like I'm forming a faction. I'll explain to the boss later, I wonder if he'll mind. Guo Zheng thought to himself. He glanced at the sky outside, left the office building, and walked for an hour to get home. He chose to walk mainly to calm down. Today was the most important day of his life. Why are you back so late? Lu Wenaya brought Guo Zheng his meal. I took a walk, Guo Zheng smiled. Lu Wenaya knew her husband too well. Seeing Guo Zheng's relaxed smile, she knew things were going well. How's the pay? Lu Wenaya asked. Guo Zheng smiled and said, just like President Zhao said, a guaranteed minimum annual salary of 5 million, plus a luxury car worth millions. With other bonuses, it'll be over 10 million a year. Really? Where's the contract? Let me see it, Lu Wenaya said excitedly. It was just talk before, like when you're interviewed and the interviewer tells you the annual salary is 8 to 10,000, but after signing the contract, you find it's only 3,000. Here, Guo Zheng handed the contract to Lu Wenaya. Lu Wenaya took it and looked at it carefully, then exclaimed in surprise, your new boss is really generous. This treatment is too good. There's a lot to do, Guo Zheng said. Like a happy problem, as long as the money is enough, no amount of work is a problem. I just called my former subordinates. If they come over, their income will increase 3 to 5 times, no problem, Guo Zheng added. Won't your boss suspect you're forming factions? Lu Wenaya asked with some concern. Besides, your old subordinates have secure jobs. Would they really be willing to resign with you? Let them be. We've given them the opportunity, it's their choice, Guo Zheng said, his brow furrowing slightly. As for forming factions, that's not an issue. After all, it's a private company, the boss's word is enough. Oh, by the way, guess who I ran into today? Guo Zheng changed the subject. Who? Li Longzhen from Longzhen Group. He was being a bit obsequious to our boss. Longzhen Group has a market value of tens of billions, and Li Longzhen is worth billions. Is he trying to curry favor with your boss? Yes, anyway, I think our boss has a lot of influence, but he's also very low-key, driving a domestic car worth a little over 200,000 yuan. Guo Zheng was speaking when his phone suddenly pinged, receiving a message. Opening it, he saw a bank notification that his company account had received a remittance. Chapter 20 Jennifer comes to Great Xia. Key personnel were still in place, so Guo Zheng was now handling everything from HR and finance to other aspects of the company, overseeing all matters, big and small. John Feng had essentially become a hands-off manager. John Feng lacked experience running a large company, didn't understand management, and was completely ignorant of the oil industry, so he had to rely on professionals to manage things for him. Based on the principle of trusting those you don't trust, he delegated authority to Guo Zheng. $2 billion US dollars? Opening the account and checking the source and amount of the transactions, Guo Zheng was instantly stunned. Did I miscount? This is $2 billion US dollars. Guo Zheng stammered. Lu Wenaya was also startled, saying, yes, it's $2 billion US dollars. This $2 billion US dollars came from Citibank, with $1 billion US dollars being a low-interest loan from Zhang Feng, and the other $1 billion US dollars being Jennifer's 40% equity investment. However, acquiring the oil field only required $18 billion US dollars. After paying the loan, there would still be $2 billion US dollars left as working capital for the company. Honey, what's your boss doing? Aren't you afraid he'll run off with the money? Lu Wenaya was stunned for a long time. How could an ordinary person have ever seen so much money? This is the company account. Any large sum of money requires Mr. Zhang's signature. The maximum amount I can use is limited, Guo Zheng explained. Run off with the money? What are you thinking? Mr. Zhang has so much influence, where do you think you'll run to? Aren't you afraid you'll have the money but not the chance to spend it? Besides, once the finance department is in place, this money won't be under his jurisdiction anymore. Honey, how about we get Xiaoyi a job at your company? Having witnessed the company's strength and its lucrative prospects, Lu Wenaya couldn't help but have other ideas. His job is pretty good, Guo Zheng paused, then said. The Xiaoyi Lu Wenaya mentioned was none other than his brother-in-law, but his brother-in-law worked in the civil engineering industry, a very tough job, and there were no suitable positions available in the company. Although hiring him was a simple matter of a word from him, he didn't want to leave any evidence that he was being accused of nepotism. I just said it casually, if it doesn't work out, that's fine, Lu Wenaya said with a smile. She didn't make things difficult for her husband. After all, he was now successful, earning tens of millions a year. Keeping this job was more important than finding one for her younger brother. Under Guo Zheng's leadership, company affairs progressed steadily and orderly. After visiting his mother, Zhang Feng left the hospital and drove to the sales office. He planned to buy a villa for his mother's retirement. Hello sir, are you buying a house? A saleswoman immediately greeted Zhang Feng with a warm smile as he entered the sales office. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded. This was a high-end villa development, which had been on sale for over a year, but the houses were still not sold out, given the price. With the saleswoman's introduction, Zhang Feng quickly selected a villa, priced at exactly $30 million. There weren't many complicated procedures. After Zhang Feng selected the house, he signed the contract, paid, and transferred the ownership. The house was fully furnished, with views of mountains and water, ready to move in. So handsome. After Zhang Feng left, several saleswomen couldn't help but discuss. Young and rich, who wouldn't like him? Buying a house in full without even blinking an eye, he must be a high-class second-generation heir. Boss, where are you? Zhang Feng was driving when his phone suddenly rang. He answered, and Tang Jiajia's voice came through the wireless earpiece. She sounded a little anxious. What is it? Just say it, don't worry about where I am. Buying a house was a private matter, so he hadn't brought Tang Jiajia with him. A beautiful foreign woman came to the company, saying she's here to see you, Tang Jiajia said. A beautiful foreign woman? Zhang Feng was puzzled. When did he know a beautiful foreign woman? Besides his system friend Jennifer. Wait, could it really be Jennifer? But she has his own phone number. Why didn't she call ahead if she was coming? Okay, I understand. Zhang Feng hung up the phone, gently pressed the accelerator, and the car accelerated slightly. Soon, they arrived at a standalone office building in the heart of the development zone. Boss, you're finally here. Tang Jiajia jogged over. Tang Jiajia, you must always remember, you are my personal secretary and assistant. What kind of behavior is this, panicking like this? Zhang Feng feigned anger, scolding Tang Jiajia. Tang Jiajia pouted, saying, I don't want to be your secretary and assistant. Okay, I'll talk to HR later and adjust your salary to that of a regular employee, Zhang Feng said. No, boss, I was wrong, I'll definitely do my best, Tang Jiajia quickly reassured him. She had never been a secretary or assistant before and still had much to learn. Zhang Feng ignored Tang Jiajia and strode into the office building. In the reception room, he saw Jennifer leisurely drinking tea. Beside her was a flustered Guo Zheng. There was no way around it, Jennifer's aura was too powerful. Standing at 1.75 meters tall, with delicate features, smooth skin, and dazzling long blonde hair, just sitting or standing there, even without saying a word, exuded a powerful sense of pressure. She was beautiful, yet also exuded a powerful aura, giving off a strong, assertive woman vibe. In fact, she was a powerful woman. At only 32, she had become the CEO of Citibank. This wasn't just a matter of ability, it also indicated a powerful family background. Jennifer, long time no see. Zhang Feng greeted her with a smile as he approached. Long time no see. Jennifer stood up and gave Zhang Feng a hug. The delicate fragrance that filled his nostrils intoxicated Zhang Feng. This damn woman, couldn't she tone down her charm a little? I thought you would call me beforehand, Zhang Feng chuckled. I wanted to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to be out of the office. Jennifer released Zhang Feng, and the two sat down. Why did you suddenly come to Daxia? Missed me. Zhang Feng poured himself a cup of tea. Did you miss me? Jennifer countered. Zhang Feng nodded without hesitation. Of course. I think about it every day. This answer matched the system's established relationship setting for the two, intimate and somewhat ambiguous, yet maintaining boundaries and not overstepping them. In your great Xia saying, a man's words are deceitful, I don't believe it. If you miss me, why don't you come to America to find me? Jennifer said, feigning reproach. Zhang Feng shrugged and smiled wryly. Life has bound me. Yes, life. Jennifer sighed softly, then added, Feng, I can't stay long. I have to go back to Shanghai tonight. Since you're already here, why not stay and enjoy yourself a bit more? I can keep you company for a few days, Zhang Feng said with a gentle smile. I wish, like you said, life is holding me back, Jennifer said with a helpless smile. Zhang Feng said, all right then. I'll take you to Shanghai tonight. Zhangcheng isn't far from Shanghai anyway, only a 3-hour drive. Really? That's wonderful, thank you. Jennifer's eyes lit up with joy. Chapter 21 An Encounter. Inside a tastefully decorated private room in the misty Jiangnan region. Feng, the food in Daxia is so delicious. Jennifer picked up a silk handkerchief from the table and gently wiped the grease from her red lips, her movements delicate and extremely ladylike. But Zhang Feng knew that this elegant blonde woman's table manners in the financial markets were anything but elegant. Every project she handled was incredibly profitable. Let's go, take me to Shanghai. Jennifer stood up, came to Zhang Feng, and took his arm, smiling as she spoke. Zhang Feng nodded, got into his Han Ev, and drove towards Shanghai. Behind this car, worth just over 200,000 yuan, followed 3 luxury cars worth millions. Jennifer, did you come to Daxia just to expand your business? Zhang Feng asked as he drove. The blonde woman in the passenger seat hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. I heard that Great Xia is going to lower the barriers to entry for the financial industry. I've come to pay a visit and sound out their intentions. Oh, Zhang Feng replied casually, choosing to end the conversation. It was too high level for him to understand. As an ordinary citizen, his understanding of national policies was always superficial. The intricacies of the financial industry were too complex for outsiders to grasp. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the car fell silent. After a few minutes, Zhang Feng turned to look and saw Jennifer reclining in the passenger seat, already asleep. She was probably too tired. 2 hours later, they arrived in Shanghai. Zhang Feng took Jennifer to her hotel. Goodbye, darling, remember to text me. Jennifer waved to Zhang Feng as soon as she entered the hotel room, not inviting him in. Aren't you going to invite me in? Zhang Feng asked, feigning disappointment. It's late. If you come in, I'm afraid you won't want to leave. For my safety, let's not go, Jennifer said with a smile. I can't eat you. Bye. With a bang, Jennifer closed the door, pressed her back against it, and stood there for a while. Half a minute later, looking through the peephole and seeing no one outside, she opened the door again to check and confirm that Zhang Feng had left. She sighed in disappointment. Damn Feng, why couldn't you have held on a little longer? However, to Jennifer's surprise, Zhang Feng didn't leave Shanghai. He booked a room at the hotel where Jennifer was staying and stayed there. After driving for 2 or 3 hours, and it was so late, there was no need to risk driving while fatigued to get back to Zhangcheng. The next day, at the hotel's breakfast restaurant. Good morning. Zhang Feng greeted Jennifer with a smile as she walked into the restaurant. Jennifer gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Feng, what are you doing here? She exclaimed. Shouldn't I be here? Zhang Feng retorted. The hotel breakfast was a buffet. After taking some food and sitting down, Jennifer pressed him further before Zhang Feng finally revealed that he hadn't gone home the previous night and was staying at this hotel. Feng, you're not usually one to take initiative, Jennifer said, a mixture of disappointment and amusement in her voice. Zhang Feng looked puzzled. My bed is very big, Jennifer said with a charming smile. Zhang Feng feigned annoyance, then asked expectantly, I won't go home tonight either, okay? Jennifer smiled without answering, then popped a piece of bread into Zhang Feng's mouth. There's a banquet today, would you like to come with me? Jennifer suddenly asked. Zhang Feng shook his head. I'm heading back to Zhangcheng after breakfast. It's not a formal, official banquet, just a gathering of friends in the finance industry. Making more friends will be good for your career, Jennifer advised. Forget it. Zhang Feng hesitated, still not really wanting to go. Although Jennifer's point was valid, Zhang Feng had his own plans. Besides, he wasn't familiar with the finance industry, and large banquets wouldn't really expand his network. At most, he'd become acquainted with people. Small gatherings were the place to build connections. Jennifer was only inviting him to spend time with him. Feng, we're friends, I'm inviting you. Stop, I'm going. Zhang Feng interrupted her before she could finish. Relationships needed to be maintained, and he didn't want to lower his relationship with Jennifer over such trivial matters. Great. I'm free this morning, come shopping with me. Jennifer smiled brightly, her face beaming. Just then, her secretary stepped forward and reminded her, President, there's a meeting this morning that requires your attendance. You declined for me, just said I had important business to attend to, Jennifer said nonchalantly. But, Ms. Chris, there are no buts with me. The secretary was about to say something when Jennifer's tone suddenly turned serious. Although her smile didn't diminish, a powerful aura emanated from her, abruptly interrupting the secretary. Yes, President, the secretary replied obediently, not daring to say another word. Let's go. Jennifer took Zhang Feng's arm, and they walked out of the restaurant together. There are many fun places in Shanghai, but Zhang Feng is from Zhongcheng and had only visited Shanghai twice as a tourist, so he wasn't very familiar with the city's attractions. However, this didn't hinder the two of them from enjoying themselves. It wasn't until 3 p.m. that the two returned to their hotel. After resting for a while, they headed to the banquet. The banquet was held at another 5-star hotel in the eastern suburbs. Jennifer's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention, not only because of her prominent status, but also because she was a tall, blonde beauty. Standing there, she didn't need spotlights to become the center of attention. As for Zhang Feng, although he came with Jennifer, few people paid him any attention. Who would pay attention to a stranger? Feng, I need to take care of some things. Do whatever you want, Jennifer suddenly whispered in Zhang Feng's ear. Okay. Zhang Feng nodded. Then, he saw Jennifer and several others enter a small room. Zhang Feng didn't recognize these people, but a quick online search revealed that they were all super powerful figures in the financial world. Some were CEOs of securities firms, others were owners of investment banks. They were all very influential figures in the industry. Zhang Feng? Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang in his ears. Zhang Feng looked up, startled. A figure long hidden in his mind gradually merged with the person before him. Xiao Xiao. The beautiful woman before him was none other than his college classmate, the class beauty, Xiao Xiao. Zhang Feng had a very deep impression of Xiao Xiao because he had pursued her in college, but they didn't end up together and went their separate ways after graduation, never seeing each other again. He never expected to run into Xiao Xiao here. What are you doing here? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Oh, I came here with a friend, Zhang Feng replied truthfully. How have you been these years? Where have you been making your fortune? Xiao Xiao, dressed in a black dress that revealed her bare shoulders, had long since shed her college naivete, and asked with a charming smile, I started my own business. What about you? Zhang Feng said. Chapter 22 Starting a business with crude oil. I work at a brokerage firm, it's pretty good, quite easy every day, Xiao Xiao said with a smile. That's good, Zhang Feng smiled. Although he had never worked at a brokerage firm, according to what he'd read online, the work there didn't seem easy. Xiao Xiao. After a few words, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, put his arm around Xiao Xiao's waist, and said with a smile, Who's this handsome guy? Introduce him. My college classmate, Zhang Feng. Xiao Xiao then introduced the middle-aged man to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, this is my husband, Wang Ziyuan, he works in investment banking. Speaking of investment banking, a hint of pride rose on Xiao Xiao's face. Hello. Zhang Feng greeted him with a smile. Actually, it wasn't hard to tell from Wang Ziyuan's Armani suit that he was a successful man. No wonder Xiao Xiao married him. Although he was a bit older, he had a great sense of style, the kind of sophisticated older gentleman. Hello. Wang Ziyuan, befitting his successful investment banking career, was impeccably polite, exuding a unique air of sophistication. He casually handed Zhang Feng a gold business card. Wang Ziyuan, Goldman Sachs, Greater Beijing. The card was simple, a number, a name, no job title or other information. Sorry, I don't have a business card, Zhang Feng shrugged. It's alright, Wang Ziyuan smiled calmly. Where do you work, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Feng is a boss now, he's self-employed, Xiao Xiao answered for him before Zhang Feng could reply. Starting your own business? Wang Ziyuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. The current economic climate is bad. Great powers are competing, geopolitical tensions are high, foreign trade is sluggish, and fiscal and monetary policies are tightening. It's not a good time to start a business. Yes, that's right. Zhang Feng was completely confused, only nodding in agreement. He's an investment banker after all, his analysis is quite sophisticated. Whether it's accurate or not, doesn't it sound impressive? Oh, by the way, what industry are you in? After his long explanation, Wang Ziyuan finally remembered to ask Zhang Feng about his company's industry. Crude oil. Zhang Feng replied. Crude oil. Wang Ziyuan thought he had misheard. Whether it's crude oil extraction, transportation, or refining, all require massive capital investment. In other words, without money and connections, you can't get into this industry. Starting a business? Starting in the crude oil industry? That's ridiculous. This isn't how you pretend. Wang Ziyuan's face darkened at this thought. Wasn't this a joke? Did they think he was a fool? It was so disrespectful. If it weren't for the fact that you were Xiao Xiao's college classmate, I wouldn't even give you a second glance on the street. Zhang Feng, don't joke around. What are you really? Tell me the truth, and I promise I won't laugh at you, Xiao Xiao quickly interjected, seeing her husband's displeasure. She was also a college graduate and knew that the crude oil industry wasn't something anyone could just jump into. I'm not joking. Zhang Feng gave a wry smile. He hadn't wanted to tell her, because people would accuse him of faking it, and there was no need to make up a lie. Oh, then I'll ask you, you're in the crude oil business? Wang Ziyuan asked seriously, seemingly ready to embarrass Zhang Feng. I acquired a small oil field in Dongsha. The contract was just signed, and the company isn't fully operational yet, Zhang Feng said. This was all true, but to Wang Ziyuan, it sounded like a joke. Acquired an oil field in Dongsha? To put it bluntly, many bigwigs in China wouldn't dare touch it, because they lack connections. Dongsha is so chaotic, they're afraid of losing their money. You, a startup, telling me you've acquired an oil field in Dongsha? It's laughable. Sigh. Xiao Xiao suddenly sighed. Zhang Feng, we're only telling you this because we consider you a friend. You don't need to use lies that even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe to save face. Let's go, wife, Wang Ziyuan said. Clearly, he didn't want to continue the conversation with Zhang Feng. No need. He's spouting nonsense, and he can't even come up with a decent lie. He's utterly idiotic. Watching Xiao Xiao and Wang Ziyuan leave, Zhang Feng was speechless, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had no need to lie, no need to prove anything to anyone. Believe it or not, it's up to him. Anyway, whether you believe it or not, it won't affect my career or life. Xiao Xiao, I really don't know what to say about your college classmate. He can't even lie properly, Wang Ziyuan couldn't help but complain. Honey, I haven't seen him since graduation. He was such a practical person back in school. I never expected him to turn out like this, Xiao Xiao also complained. Stay away from people like that in the future. Wang Ziyuan said. Yes, I know, I would have done it even if you hadn't said anything, Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Jennifer emerged from the small room, her gaze sweeping around before quickly locking onto Zhang Feng. A smile involuntarily spread across her lips as she walked towards him. Ms. Jennifer. Wang Ziyuan's eyes widened instantly upon seeing Jennifer. Honey, is she the president of Citibank? She's so beautiful. Xiao Xiao's gaze also lingered on Jennifer. Yes, she's 32 this year. Whoever marries her will be set for life, Wang Ziyuan said. Seeing Jennifer approaching, he subconsciously straightened his suit collar. Ms. Jennifer, hello. As Jennifer passed by Wang Ziyuan, he greeted her politely. Hello. Jennifer turned to look at Wang Ziyuan, her brow furrowing slightly, and replied curtly. She didn't know Wang Ziyuan, her reply was merely a matter of manners and politeness. Without stopping, she walked straight to Zhang Feng's side and began chatting intimately. Anyone could see that Jennifer and this young man from Great Xia had a very special relationship. However, no one knew Zhang Feng's background or origins. They know each other. Wang Ziyuan asked with a strange and incredulous expression. Xiao Xiao, standing beside him, also looked puzzled. Xiao Xiao, how does your classmate know Jennifer? Wang Ziyuan asked. How would I know? Didn't we say we hadn't seen each other since graduation? Xiao Xiao replied. Wang Ziyuan's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he said, let's go over there. Go over there? Xiao Xiao was a little reluctant. It's like you've just had a falling out with a friend, and 2 minutes later, you have to grovel and beg to reconcile. While it won't cost you anything, it's psychologically uncomfortable. This is a great opportunity to get to know Jennifer. Do you know what it means to be able to connect with Jennifer? Wang Ziyuan said in a low voice. Compared to traditional industries, the financial industry actually places even greater emphasis on personal connections. Chapter 23 The Third God-Level Relationship. Your friends? Zhang Feng showed no reaction to Wang Ziyuan and Xiao Xiao's return. Jennifer raised an eyebrow and asked Zhang Feng beside her. Wang Ziyuan had just greeted her, and she was certain she didn't know them. This lady is my college classmate, and this gentleman is my classmate's husband, Zhang Feng introduced. Oh, I see. Hello. Jennifer greeted them politely, her attitude indifferent, neither warm nor cold. Hello. Hello, hello. Wang Ziyilin and Xiao Xiao quickly responded. Jennifer exuded a powerful aura of pressure from all sides: status, position, appearance, and height. Xiao Xiao, a former class beauty, was considered pretty, but standing next to Jennifer, she paled in comparison in both height and figure. Even her facial features were slightly less striking, not to mention her presence and charisma. "This is my business card, Ms. Jennifer. I work for Goldman Sachs in the Greater China region." It was clear that Wang Ziyilin genuinely wanted to get to know Jennifer, but after taking the card, Jennifer merely glanced at it before handing it to her secretary behind her. If Jennifer wanted to get to know Wang Ziyilin, she would have had her secretary give her business card by now, but Jennifer made no move. This indicated that Jennifer didn't want to give Wang Ziyilin a chance to make his acquaintance. Wang Ziyilin was quite disappointed, but dared not show it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he tactfully left with Xiao Xiao. "Honey, you should keep in touch with your classmate more often," Wang Ziyilin suddenly said. Xiao Xiao was taken aback, then understood her husband's intention and nodded in agreement. Her eyes darted around, as if she had her own thoughts. "Let's go, I'll buy you a couple of drinks." Jennifer, arm in arm with Zhang Feng, left the banquet hall. The two returned to the hotel. Jennifer opened a bottle of red wine and poured it for Zhang Feng herself. It was already dark, and the hotel room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Zhang Feng's heart pounded. He hesitated, wondering whether to give in or not. "Are you nervous?" Jennifer smiled playfully and seductively, leaning closer. "Nervous? Why should I be nervous?" Zhang Feng retorted with a smile. "Cheers." Jennifer raised her glass, lightly clinked it against Zhang Feng's, and downed her glass of red wine in one gulp. "Bring it on, who's afraid of who? The system arranged it, so it's all the rage." Zhang Feng also downed his glass of red wine. The atmosphere was right. Just as he was preparing for his next move, Jennifer's phone suddenly rang. Jennifer frowned, seemingly displeased, but still picked up the phone and answered. "Feng, I have something urgent to attend to, I'm really sorry." A few minutes later, Jennifer finished the call and said apologetically, "It's all right." Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Next time." Jennifer stepped forward, gently kissed Zhang Feng, then called her secretary, Chris, and boarded a private jet, leaving Shanghai that very night. "That's it? This system is unreliable," Zhang Feng muttered to himself. Because of the alcohol, he couldn't go home again tonight. He had to stay at the hotel for another night. At midnight, a new week began. Third week's God-level relationships distributed. Please check your account. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ear. Check the third week's God-level relationships. Zhang Feng's mind raced, and a pale blue screen appeared in his field of vision. The old acquaintance of the Nanyang Shipping King. The Nanyang Shipping King is of Chinese descent. He met you on his way home to pay respects to his ancestors. You had a pleasant conversation and became close friends despite the age difference. Nanyang Shipping King Songgang, with a net worth of over $200 billion, is 83 years old. Information about the Nanyang Shipping King flashed through Zhang Feng's mind. According to the information provided by the system, his relationship with Songgang was that of a close friend despite the age difference. Songgang thought highly of him and intended to mentor him. The oil field is here, and I just need a few oil tankers. This is perfect timing. It seems the connections the system has arranged for me are all centered around my business. Zhang Feng thought to himself. The next day, after breakfast, Zhang Feng planned to drive back to Zhongcheng, but then he suddenly received a call. It was an unknown number. Thinking it was a spam call, he glanced at it and hung up. A few minutes later it rang again. He pressed the answer button and said, "Hello, who is this?" "Zhang Feng, it's me, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao's laughter came from the other end of the line. "Xiao Xiao." Zhang Feng frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, he hadn't exchanged contact information with Xiao Xiao at yesterday's banquet, but the next second, Xiao Xiao answered his question. "I didn't expect that after all these years, your number hasn't changed," Xiao Xiao said. Is there something you need?" Zhang Feng paused before asking. "What? Can't I call you to catch up if there's nothing wrong?" Xiao Xiao countered. Zhang Feng laughed. "Of course I can. It's just that I have to go back to Zhongcheng later." Zhongcheng isn't far from Shanghai. "It's not too late to go back this afternoon. I'll treat you to lunch," Xiao Xiao said warmly. "Next time." "I'll treat you next time, definitely." Zhang Feng politely declined. They chatted for a couple more minutes before hanging up. He shook his head and sighed. Things had changed. That aloof class beauty had become materialistic. Reconnecting with him? If it weren't for what happened at the banquet, it might have been a genuine reunion. Now, it was more about building relationships. Since it was so pragmatic, he'd just be pragmatic too. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, "He rejected you?" Wang Ziyilin watched his wife make the call expectantly. Hearing Zhang Feng's refusal, his disappointment was obvious. Yeah, Xiao Xiao nodded, feeling a pang of sadness. Back in school, Zhang Feng had pursued her. Back then, she always seemed indifferent to him. It truly was a proverb, you ignored me then, now you can't afford me. It's alright, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Wang Xiaolin comforted her with a smile. Honey, do you really have to get to know Jennifer? Xiao Xiao said, somewhat annoyed. You don't understand. Wang Xiaolin shook his head. Then go and meet her. Don't make me beg her, Xiao Xiao said defiantly. Why did she marry Wang Xiaolin, who was so much older than her? It was for a comfortable life with plenty of material possessions, not like this, getting humiliated and rejected after inviting someone to dinner. How embarrassing. Back in school, she always refused Zhang Feng's invitations to dinner. What kind of attitude is this? What's wrong with me asking you to meet up with your old classmates for a meal? Besides, what am I working so hard to cultivate these relationships for? Isn't it all for our family? Wang Xiaolin was getting angry too. Zhang Feng never imagined that his refusal would cause such a conflict within Xiao Xiao's family. Chapter 24 Connections. Zhangcheng Hospital Inpatient Department. Mom, I bought a new house. You can move in there after you're discharged, Zhang Feng said. It was necessary to inform his mother, Ding Mei, about the house purchase, as it was for her to recuperate. How much did it cost? How much is the monthly mortgage payment? Hearing Zhang Feng mention the house, Ding Mei wasn't surprised. After all, her son was doing well now. It's not much. Don't ask about that. Don't worry about it. Just focus on getting better. The total price was 30 million, paid in full. He was afraid of shocking his mother. There was no need to flaunt such wealth in front of her. Suddenly having so much money might make her anxious, thinking he'd done something illegal. Besides not daring to tell his mother the house price, Zhang Feng was even more afraid to tell her he was $1 billion in debt. $1 billion, converted to RMB, is 7 billion, an amount an ordinary person couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. Such a large sum of money would have been unthinkable for Zhang Feng in the past. Even if he dared to lend it, no one would. But now, burdened with $1 billion debt, he lives a life of luxury without a care in the world. Sister. Aunt. At that moment, two people entered the ward. It was none other than Zhang Feng's aunt, Ding Ju, and his cousin, Sun Yi. Ding Ju, in her 40s, runs a small eatery. She works long hours, her eyes lined with wrinkles. Sun Yi recently graduated from university and is currently unemployed, occasionally helping out at the eatery. Little sister, what brings you here? You didn't even tell me beforehand. Ding Ju was delighted to see her sister. Aunt, cousin. Zhang Feng greeted them with a smile and quickly brought chairs for Ding Ju and Sun Yi. Luckily, it was a VIP room with chairs. In a regular ward, visitors have to stand. Xiao Feng, please sit down too. Ding Ju didn't sit in a chair, but sat directly on the edge of the bed, taking Ding Mei's hand. Sister, I've been so busy at the shop, I haven't had time to come see you. How are you now? Are you feeling better? Very well. The surgery went smoothly, Ding Mei said casually. She understood her younger sister's difficulties, so she didn't blame her. That's good. Ding Ju sighed with relief, then started chatting with Ding Mei about everyday things. The snack shop wasn't doing well, she barely made any money a month and was exhausted. Sun Yi's work was unreliable, she'd quit several jobs after only 2 months, and so on. These were all trivial matters, filled with complaints about life. Yi still doesn't have a job. Ding Mei looked up at Sun Yi and asked. Sun Yi kept her head down, and before she could speak, Ding Ju chimed in, too tiring? You'll get bored after a couple of days. That's not true, Sun Yi retorted softly. The salary was already low, and there was no overtime pay. Who would want to do a job like that? Although she didn't graduate from a prestigious university, she was still a college graduate. With a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, after deducting transportation and food expenses, there was hardly anything left. She might as well stay home and relax. Ding Mei suddenly turned her gaze to Zhang Feng. Although she didn't say anything, Zhang Feng instantly understood that his mother wanted to pull strings and get his cousin a job at his company. However, he didn't say anything. The reason was simple: Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company was newly established and needed professional talent. He had completely delegated HR authority to Guo Zheng. If he, as the boss, forced Sun Yi into the company, he could, but it would put Guo Zheng in a difficult position. Once she was in the company, which position would be suitable? As for his old company, there were already enough openings. But regardless, Sun Yi was his cousin, and he wanted to help her if he could. Ding Ju and Sun Yi sat in the ward for a while before leaving. Xiao Feng, didn't you say the company was doing better? Can't Yi work for you? Ding Mei asked sternly. Mom, I didn't say I wouldn't help my cousin. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Feng laughed. With Yi's personality, you can let her laze around, but getting her to do anything is probably a different story. Like many recent college graduates, Sun Yi is all talk and no action. She hasn't experienced the harsh realities of the job market. Hiring her to work for the company wouldn't hurt, but having such an idle person around would negatively impact the company. How are you going to help? Ding Mei asked. I see your aunt is quite worried about this. Don't worry about it, I'll arrange it, Zhang Feng said. With that, he got up and left the hospital room, driving to the company. Chairman Zhang. In just 2 days, the company had already taken shape, with 20 or 30 people working in the offices. Seeing Zhang Feng enter, the receptionist hurriedly stood up to greet him. Zhang Feng nodded and walked straight towards Guo Zheng's office. Along the way, company employees cautiously glanced at him. This was the legendary big boss? He was indeed young. Indeed, most of these people were old subordinates recruited by Guo Zheng. Chairman Zhang, you're here. Guo Zheng was processing some documents. Seeing Zhang Feng enter his office, he quickly stood up and accompanied Zhang Feng to sit on the sofa in the reception area. Any difficulties at work? Zhang Feng asked casually. Guo Zheng replied with a smile, no. I'll be flying to Dongsha in a couple of days. If all goes well, by the end of this month, our company's first shipment of oil from the Gulf will be departing and heading back to China. Quite fast. Zhang Feng laughed. The progress far exceeded his expectations. The oil field equipment is in good condition, and the oil pipelines are in place. It's just a change in shareholding, so the speed is normal, Guo Zheng said with a smile. Very good, I trust you to handle things. You can tell me if you encounter any difficulties, Zhang Feng said, then suddenly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, there's something I need you to do. Don't do it yourself, you can have HR handle it. What is it? Guo Zheng instantly perked up. He had to get what the big boss asked of him done. Recruit someone, assign her a suitable position, and train her, Zhang Feng said. The person he was referring to was, of course, Sun Yi. As for how to train her, that was Guo Zheng's business. Okay, no problem, Guo Zheng smiled, but I can't guarantee I can definitely train her. After all, some people are just born useless. Okay, just go for it, Zhang Feng said. Anyone who wants to grow must undergo trials. If it's just about finding a job to coast through life, one might as well stay home and lie around. He gets a regular monthly allowance. With his current wealth, he doesn't need that small amount. Boss, I'm going to Dongsha. Should I pay a visit to Prince Salman on the way? Guo Zheng suddenly asked. Zhang Feng frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, sure. Chapter 25 Base salary 20,000. Salman was a connection Zhang Feng had made. Guo Zheng suggested paying him a visit, a sort of ostensible gesture of acknowledging his influence. In the Dongsha region, Prince Salman wielded considerable power. With his protection, the oil field wouldn't encounter any major problems. Okay, you get back to work. Zhang Feng stood up. Guo Zheng quickly followed suit, personally seeing Zhang Feng out of the office building before returning. Boss, is this handsome young man our big boss? Just as he returned to his office, a man in his 30s entered with a smile and asked. He had originally been Guo Zheng's deputy, but Guo Zheng had poached him with 5 times the salary. Yes. Guo Zheng nodded, his mind preoccupied with the task Zhang Feng had entrusted to him. Mentoring newcomers, it was simple in some ways, difficult in others. Our big boss is so young, could he be a second-generation rich kid? The middle-aged man said. Guo Zheng glanced at the middle-aged man and said sternly, don't pry. This matter is not to be discussed again. Focus on your work. I know, I'm just saying it in front of you. Good, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. I have something to take care of. Okay. Please continue. After the middle-aged man left, Guo Zheng thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. This number was given to him by Zhang Feng, and the owner of the number was Sun Yi. The call connected after 2 rings. Hello, who is this? Sun Yi's voice came from the receiver. Hello, is this Sun Yi? This is Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. We received your resume and think your qualifications are good. Do you have time for an interview tomorrow? Guo Zheng said. Logically, this could have been handled by the HR department, but he wasn't comfortable with that, so he handled it personally. Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. Sun Yi frowned upon hearing this. What kind of company was that? Had she seen it in the resume? She didn't recognize it at all. But she didn't delve into these matters, casting a wide net and sending out resumes indiscriminately basic practice for graduates. I have time tomorrow. Sun Yi replied. Okay, I'll send the company address and interview time to your phone later. I hope you won't be late, Guo Zheng said. The next day arrived. Looks pretty good. Sun Yi looked up at the office building in front of her and nodded secretly. Then she stepped inside. She had put on light makeup specifically for today's interview, and she was quite looking forward to it. Although staying at home was comfortable, her mother's nagging every day was also annoying. Hello, I'm here for an interview, Sun Yi said at the reception desk. What's your name? Sun Yi. Okay, please follow me. Guo Zheng had instructed the receptionist yesterday, so when Sun Yi gave her name, the receptionist led her directly to the general manager's office. Sit down. Guo Zheng conducted the interview personally. Seeing Sun Yi, he secretly sized her up. Thank you. Sun Yi was a little uneasy. She hadn't expected the general manager to interview her personally. From the moment she stepped into the company, she had been observing it and noticed that this company must be very wealthy, judging from the luxurious decor. What kind of work did you do before? Guo Zheng asked casually. Zhang Feng didn't have much information about Sun Yi, he only knew that she was a relative of the boss. I did project planning at a company. Sun Yi briefly recounted her brief work experience after graduation. Guo Zheng frowned as he listened. This was a common problem among ordinary college graduates: frequent job changes, lack of commitment. Of course, it couldn't be entirely blamed on these graduates. The low pay wasn't enough to support themselves, so the work lacked motivation. Your qualifications are good. We can offer a base salary of 20,000, but the work requirements might be a bit strict. I don't know if you can handle it. Guo Zheng said with a smile, offering a lie. Yes. I might be a bit resilient, but I'll definitely adapt. Sun Yi nodded repeatedly. A base salary of 20,000. Isn't it normal for the work requirements to be strict? If it weren't strict, she wouldn't feel secure taking the money. Okay, I'll have you bring the contract. Sign it, Guo Zheng said with a smile. This interview was just a formality arranged by the boss. The key was how to train Sun Yi. Am I dreaming? After signing the contract, Sun Yi walked out of the office building, pinching her cheek hard. A sharp pain shot through her. However, she was still somewhat dazed, as if she'd been hit by a windfall. It all felt unreal. Mom, I have great news. I got the job. Sun Yi took out her phone and called Ding Ju, eager to share the good news. You brat, what's wrong with you? I'm hanging up now, the shop's busy. Ding Ju's tone was flat, even a little annoyed. She'd heard the news of a successful interview 3 times in 6 months. What's the use? Each time she only worked for a month before quitting. Mom, this time is different. Really, they offered me a base salary of 20,000. Sun Yi said excitedly, almost shouting it out. 20,000? You're dreaming. Ding Ju scoffed. Really, I've already signed the contract. Alright, I don't have time for your nonsense. With a click, Ding Ju hung up the phone. Sun Yi stared blankly at the disconnected phone. Was she really that worthless in her mother's eyes? Humph. Dog eyes, not dog eyes, but looking down on people. Sun Yi hailed a taxi and sped to Ding Ju's snack shop, slamming the employment contract in front of her. Look for yourself, she said. Isn't it 20,000? This is just the base salary. If you do well, you'll earn more. Ding Ju picked up the employment contract and looked at it, first with doubt, then with surprise, and finally with some apprehension. Yi, I just want to ask, what does this company see in you? Are they a scammer? Ding Ju said. Mom. Sun Yi pouted angrily. How can you talk to your own daughter like that? I'm a college graduate, okay? What's wrong with earning 20,000 a month? Your college degree is the worst second-tier university. Ding Ju said. A second-tier university degree is still a university degree. Sun Yi snorted. I'm not talking to you anymore. Give me some money, I need to buy 2 new outfits for work tomorrow. You brat, you haven't earned a penny, just wasting money. What happened to your old clothes? Ding Ju said, transferring money via WeChat. Those old clothes were too cheap. The company I'm going to this time is a big company. If I dress too badly, people will look down on me, Sun Yi said matter-of-factly. Be careful with your money, Ding Ju said after transferring the money. Okay. Sun Yi hummed a tune and left the snack shop. Ding Ju picked up the employment contract, looked it over again, and a smile appeared on her face. Zhangcheng Hospital Inpatient Department. I asked you to help, but you wouldn't. Your aunt said Yi found a job, a base salary of 20,000 yuan, Ding Mei said. Zhang Feng, who was peeling an apple, paused, speechless. Isn't this exactly the result of my help? The reason he chose this method was mainly to toughen up Sun Yi. Otherwise, given Sun Yi's personality, knowing that he was the big boss of the company, how could she possibly be willing to work seriously? Chapter 26 Class Reunion. Seeing Zhang Feng's slightly pursed lips, a half-smile playing on his lips, Ding Mei frowned. What are you laughing at? Mom, I found Yi's job, Zhang Feng said with a smile. You found Yi a job with a base salary of 20,000? Ding Mei asked in surprise. Yes, the company she works for now is mine. Mom, to tell you the truth, my business is getting bigger and bigger, Zhang Feng said. He didn't want his mother to worry about his business, so he didn't elaborate. With the business getting bigger, you can't just offer a base salary of 20,000, Ding Mei said anxiously. In her opinion, it was her word that led her son to offer Sun Yi such a high salary. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry about this. Oh, and by the way, don't tell Auntie about this. I'm afraid Yi will get cocky and won't work properly." "I know," Ding Mei nodded in response. Keeping this secret to himself felt unsettling. Just then, Zhang Feng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lu Yu, his college roommate. Lu Yu wasn't just his roommate, but also their class monitor. They'd rarely kept in touch after graduation, only exchanging holiday greetings via text message. "Class monitor, what brings you back to me?" Zhang Feng asked with a smile as he answered the phone outside the ward. "What, can't I think of you?" Lu Yu was a kind and easygoing person, getting along with everyone. "It's almost been 5 years since graduation. I contacted some classmates, planning a get-together. Want to come? Didn't we say we'd have a 10th anniversary reunion?" Zhang Feng replied. "Hey, to be honest, it was Xiao Xiao, the prettiest girl in our class, who suggested it. She didn't come to our 3-year anniversary party, right? Yesterday she came to me saying she's organizing a 5-year anniversary party, and she'll cover all the expenses. She specifically told me to make sure you come." Lu Yu chuckled as he spoke. Back in school, everyone in the dorm knew that Zhang Feng had once pursued Xiao Xiao, but back then Xiao Xiao had high standards and didn't even consider Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, do you think Xiao Xiao still has feelings for you and wants to go back to you?" Lu Yu teased. Zhang Feng laughed and scolded, "Get lost. It's been so many years, still wanting to go back to an old flame? So, are you coming or not?" Lu Yu asked again. "No," Zhang Feng decisively refused. "Why?" "No reason, I'm just not going. That's no fun. We haven't seen each other in ages, this is a good opportunity to catch up." "That's easy. You guys come to Zhangcheng, all-inclusive, I'll reimburse your travel expenses." Zhang Feng hadn't expected Xiao Xiao to resort to this roundabout method. A class reunion? She didn't even come to the 3-year anniversary reunion. That little bit of friendship probably meant nothing to her. This time, all this trouble and all these roundabout methods, isn't it just to get closer to Jennifer through him? Xiao Xiao doesn't have that kind of brain. Her husband, Wang Zaiyilan, is probably behind it all. What's the point of this kind of gathering? Zhang Feng wasn't going, it would only cause him trouble. After hanging up with Lu Yu, Zhang Feng sighed softly. Entering society, many friendships gradually soured. "Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Suddenly, a pleasant laugh rang out. Turning around, he saw Su Fei smiling broadly at him. Su Fei was carrying a fruit basket, clearly there to visit his mother. "It's nothing," Zhang Feng said casually. Su Fei smiled slightly, entered the ward, put down the fruit basket, and said, "Auntie, are you feeling better?" "Much better." Ding Mei stared at Su Fei, vaguely recognizing her. "That's good. I came to see you on behalf of Chairman Li," Su Fei said with a smile. It was all polite small talk. After chatting for about 10 minutes, she got up and left. Zhang Feng saw her to the door. "Mr. Zhang, are you free tonight?" Su Fei asked. "Something's up? Can't you invite Mr. Zhang to dinner if you're not busy? Will you treat, or will Chairman Li treat?" "I'll treat." Su Fei smiled charmingly. Zhang Feng hesitated slightly. Su Fei had privately invited him to dinner. If word got back to Li Longzhen, it wouldn't be good. After all, the position of secretary and assistant was very sensitive, often involving close ties with the boss and knowing many of his private matters. Zhang Feng didn't know what Su Fei was up to, but he knew that someone who could hold this position as Li Longzhen's secretary and assistant was definitely not a naive young woman. In business, one had to be cautious to avoid being taken advantage of. "What, do you dislike me that much?" Su Fei asked, seeing Zhang Feng's silence. Her tone was somewhat mournful, yet sounded like a joke. Her expression was perfectly controlled, she knew how to maneuver regardless of Zhang Feng's response. "Let's talk about a time and place," Zhang Feng smiled. "Yanyu Zhongnan, how about it? I really like their atmosphere," Su Fei said with a smile. 8 o'clock tonight, see you there." "Okay." Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. Su Fei waved, went to the parking lot, and drove away from the hospital. "Chairman Li," he agreed. Su Fei said on the phone while driving. "Okay, thank you for your trouble," Li Longzhen said in a low voice. Su Fei didn't respond and hung up. Staring at the cars ahead, she was momentarily lost in thought, almost causing a rear-end collision. "Hey, make time for me tonight, come with me to a business dinner." After Su Fei left, Zhang Feng called Tang Jiajia. "Business dinner? Boss, I don't understand the etiquette at drinking parties." Tang Jiajia sounded a little nervous. "It's not about drinking, just come." Zhang Feng hung up the phone, not giving Tang Jiajia a chance to complain. It quickly came to 7:50 p.m., and Zhang Feng brought Tang Jiajia to the private room that Su Fei had reserved. Upon seeing Tang Jiajia, Su Fei was visibly taken aback, but she quickly recovered and smiled. Mr. John, are you afraid I'll eat you up? You brought a secretary with you. What? Miss Su wants to eat me up? I couldn't be happier. Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Tang Jiajia said, from what Miss Su is saying, I'm not welcome here. No, please have a seat. Su Fei's smile vanished, but a hint of disappointment was clearly visible deep in her eyes. Mr. Zhang, it's an honor to have you here. Su Fei poured Zhang Feng a glass of red wine. Zhang Feng subtly observed the private room and Su Fei's attire. It must be said that Su Fei possessed considerable feminine charm. Her makeup was impeccable, her demeanor gentle and refined, radiating an alluring aura. Miss Su invited me, I couldn't refuse, Zhang Feng said with a faint smile, raising his glass and lightly clinking it against Su Fei's. Relationships based on mutual benefit are nothing more than power, money, and sex. Li Longzhen wanted to take his relationship with Zhang Feng further, but several attempts to curry favor were rejected. The first time, he offered project shares that was a benefit. The second time, he provided office space for free, still a benefit. As for the bank card with 5 million yuan, it could only be considered compensation, and considering the project's value, 5 million yuan was a meager reward. Perhaps considering his youth, Li Longzhen had Su Fei cultivate a good relationship with him. Chapter 27 Trouble. However, it was clearly inappropriate for Su Fei to try and build a relationship with Zhang Feng. Firstly, their status was unequal, and secondly, their identities were mismatched. Zhang Feng, regardless of rank, was at least the boss, while Su Fei was merely a secretary and assistant. The next second, Su Fei explained, the project Prince Salamander invested in, Chairman Li wants me to handle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately understood. So that's how it is. That explains it. Su Fei had invited him to dinner, waiting for him here. Congratulations. From now on, I'll have to call you President Su, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Su Fei smiled and said, I'll need President Zhang's guidance in the future. To be honest, I'm a little unsure of myself right now. Such a large project, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it well. Longzhen Group was worth over 10 billion, while Li Longzhen himself was only worth a few billion. He was a big shot in Zhongcheng, but outside of Zhongcheng, his influence was somewhat diminished. And this new project, Salamander had casually invested $1 billion, equivalent to more than half of Longzhen Group. Of course, having invested so much, Salamander wielded considerable influence, even capable of interfering with project operations and related decisions. Considering the close relationship between Salamander and Zhang Feng, cultivating a good relationship with Zhang Feng would be highly beneficial for Su Fei, as it would indirectly influence Salamander through him. Ms. Su, you're joking. What favors could I possibly offer you? Zhang Feng didn't respond to Su Fei's comment. In social situations, everyone is involved, and saying a few polite words isn't necessarily a bad thing, but Zhang Feng didn't do so, preemptively giving Su Fei a heads up. Mr. Zhang, that's not very kind of you. You and Salamander are such good friends, can't I use that connection? Su Fei huffed, her tone slightly coquettish. It must be said that women have a unique gender advantage in social interactions. Things that men can't say, women can say through a seemingly weak, ingratiating, half-joking manner. Although Su Fei was Li Longzhen's secretary, assistant, and translator, she was also quite adept at public relations. For example, the tone and manner of her speech just now were something Tang Jiajia couldn't pull off. Business is business, and personal matters are personal. If you and Salamander have any business conflicts, I won't interfere, Zhang Feng said. The cooperation is just the beginning. How the new company will operate, personnel management, financial control, and so on, are all potential sources of conflict, and disputes are inevitable. Besides, he wasn't clear on the project details. Anyway, Salamander manages over 200 billion in investment funds, he can't be a fool. Besides, he has a highly professional investment team. He invested $1 billion in Longzhen Group's new project with a wave of his hand. He wouldn't just take the shares and leave everything else to others. Mr. Zhang, no matter what, thank you. Without you, this project wouldn't have happened. Without the project, I wouldn't be the project manager. Cheers to you. Seeing that Zhang Feng wouldn't budge, Su Fei tactfully ended the conversation. Ms. Su, you're too kind. Zhang Feng raised his glass, addressing Ms. Su and Secretary Su as Mr. Su. Tang Jiajia ate in silence, rarely interrupting Zhang Feng and Su Fei's conversation. In this respect alone, she wasn't a qualified secretary assistant and had much room for improvement. However, Zhang Feng didn't intend to train Tang Jiajia into a sophisticated and shrewd secretary. Someone who could help him with odd jobs was sufficient. Bringing Tang Jiajia along was mainly to avoid a private meeting with Su Fei, just in case. An hour or two passed without them realizing it. The dinner was coming to an end. Although Su Fei didn't get the answer she wanted from Zhang Feng, the conversation had been quite pleasant. After the dinner, she personally saw Zhang Feng out. Unexpectedly, just as they stepped out of the private room, they bumped into an acquaintance. Su Qing was being supported by two middle-aged men, looking drunk and dazed. She tried to struggle but had no strength and could only let the two men carry her forward, her steps unsteady, clearly unable to stand. "Ah Feng, help me." Seeing Zhang Feng, Su Qing cried out weakly, as if grasping at a straw. The two middle-aged men turned to look at Zhang Feng, their pace quickening without stopping. "What are you doing? Stop!" Before Zhang Feng could speak, Tang Jiajia spoke first. With a righteous and indignant air, her pretty face contorted with anger, she shouted loudly, "Stop messing around, what I do is none of your business." One of the men glared menacingly at Tang Jiajia. Tang Jiajia took out her phone, turned on the recording, and pointed at the men, saying, "I've recorded everything. If you don't let go of Su Qing, I'm calling the police." "Su Qing?" Hearing Tang Jiajia call out Su Qing's name accurately, the two men were taken aback. They knew each other. They exchanged a glance. The other man said, "Your friend is drunk. We wanted to help her home to rest. Since you're her friend, we'll leave her to you." With that, they released Su Qing and turned to leave in the elevator. Su Qing lay slumped on the floor, unconscious like a puddle of mud, reeking of alcohol. Her long, white legs were exposed, and the view beneath her short skirt was faintly visible. "Boss, what do we do?" Tang Jiajia asked Zhang Feng. Su Qing was Zhang Feng's ex-girlfriend. She had visited the company twice, and Tang Jiajia knew her. They had broken up recently, and Tang Jiajia knew that too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng frowned, inwardly cursing, "What the hell is this?" He and Su Qing had already broken up. Although Su Qing had betrayed him, leading to the breakup, he couldn't ignore the situation. After all, those two middle-aged men were suspected of illegal activities. Even if he disliked Su Qing, he couldn't just watch her get drunk and do that. It wasn't that he was a saint, it was just normal human morality. Seeing illegal and disorderly conduct, one should stop it. It had nothing to do with whether the victim was Su Qing. "You handle it. After all, you're the one who saved the damsel in distress." Zhang Feng was afraid of being entangled with Su Qing, so he didn't bother to get involved anymore. "Ha!" Tang Jiajia was dumbfounded. "Leave it to me." Su Fei smiled faintly, took out her phone, and called the hotel reception. A moment later, two female staff members arrived and helped Su Qing to her room and settled her in. "Should we call the police?" Su Fei asked. Seeing Zhang Feng's slightly furrowed brow, as if he were somewhat puzzled, she explained, "I just checked, and it seems she's been drugged. Legally speaking, it's attempted rape. I don't want to get involved in her affairs. Ask her when she wakes up," Zhang Feng said calmly. "Okay." Su Fei nodded. "I'll preserve the evidence here, and let her decide for herself when she wakes up. I'm leaving now, goodbye." Zhang Feng waved and left with Tang Jiajia. Su Fei glanced at the unconscious Su Qing and frowned. She had already investigated the matter between Su Qing and Zhang Feng thoroughly. She really couldn't understand why Su Qing chose to betray Zhang Feng. Chapter 28: The Eldest Princess's First Day at Work. "Where's A Feng? Where is A Feng? I need to see him." The next day, near noon, Su Qing finally woke up from her deep sleep. The first thing she did upon waking was to cry out for Zhang Feng. She didn't even realize she was still wearing her pajamas, her clothes from yesterday had been changed. "Mr. Zhang won't see you," Su Fei said indifferently, frowning slightly. Last night, she had taken the initiative to handle the aftermath properly to give Zhang Feng an explanation. Her purpose in doing so was, of course, to curry favor with Zhang Feng. "Who are you?" Su Qing scrutinized Su Fei, her gaze filled with hostility. In terms of appearance, figure, and even temperament, she was slightly inferior to Su Fei, so she felt wary and threatened in Su Fei's presence. This wariness and sense of threat naturally manifested as hostility, making Su Qing appear quite aggressive. After a quick glance, Su Qing suddenly realized Su Fei looked familiar. Then it dawned on her, wasn't this the secretary of Chairman Li, whom even Zhang Aguo treated with deference? She'd heard Ding Hao mention that this woman wielded considerable power, essentially acting as Chairman Li's spokesperson. "Remember me?" Seeing Su Qing's expression shift from wary and arrogant to fearful, Su Fei couldn't help but smile. The smile looked beautiful and gentle, but it lacked warmth. To be honest, in Su Fei's heart, she looked down on women like Su Qing. Besides her looks, she was utterly useless. The reason Su Qing and Su Fei had crossed paths was because of Zhang Feng. She not only didn't understand why Su Qing betrayed Zhang Feng, but she also didn't understand why someone as outstanding as Zhang Feng would choose Su Qing. They were from completely different worlds. "Where's Feng? I need to find Feng." Su Qing didn't directly answer Su Fei's question. She was very clever and knew that Su Fei was giving Zhang Feng face. "President Zhang went back last night," Su Fei said calmly. "Don't bother looking for President Zhang. Last night, he didn't care about you at all. I couldn't stand it, so I chased away those two men who had ulterior motives and had the waiter help you to your room. Actually, you should be thanking me." Su Qing was stunned, seemingly unable to believe Su Fei's words. Watching her being bullied, Jiang Feng remained indifferent? Had he completely given up? How could he be like this? Miss Su, forgive my bluntness, but you're not good enough for Mr. Jiang. Su Fei seized the opportunity to deliver another blow. I don't know what Mr. Jiang thought of you before, but you were blind to your true worth, missing your chance to marry into a wealthy family. You'll never have another chance like this. Ding Hao is perfect for you. Don't mention that bastard to me. Hearing the name Ding Hao, Su Qing suddenly screamed hysterically. It was Ding Hao who brought her to this dinner party yesterday. But what did Ding Hao do? He treated her like a plaything, giving her away to someone else. If she hadn't run into Jiang Feng and his group, she couldn't imagine what the consequences would have been. Yes, she was a bit materialistic, but what's wrong with that? Is pursuing a better material life wrong? It seems Ding Hao isn't suitable either. Su Fei smiled faintly, her shrewd mind instantly understanding what was going on. Alright, it's getting late, I should go now. Goodbye, Miss Su. Su Fei stood up, preparing to leave. Wait. Su Qing suddenly called out to Su Fei, hesitated for a few seconds, and asked tentatively, did A Feng send you? Miss Su, if I were you, I wouldn't harbor such unrealistic fantasies. President Jiang is a good person, but even good people have tempers. You betrayed him. He's a man, do you think a normal man would tolerate that? Take my advice, find someone else soon. You're not good enough for President Jiang. With a bang, Su Fei slammed the door shut and left. Inside the room, Su Qing felt a wave of disappointment and frustration, but deep in her eyes was a profound resentment. This Su Fei, she's just here to crush me, humph. Su Qing gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. But how could she win back Jiang Feng's heart? Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, downstairs in the office building. Go for it. Today was Sun Yi's first day at work. She rode her electric scooter to the company, gazing at the luxurious office building, and silently cheered herself on. This time, I must work hard and never quit. A base salary of 20,000 only a fool would quit. Good morning. Sun Yi walked into the company, greeted the receptionist warmly, and then found her workstation and sat down. Since it was her first day, Guo Zheng didn't assign her any specific tasks, just letting her familiarize herself with the company. Xiao Li, please mentor Sun Yi. She's new and doesn't know anything. Okay, Mr. Guo. Sun Yi, if you don't understand anything, just ask Xiao Li. If Xiao Li doesn't understand something, you can come directly to me. Okay, Mr. Guo, I understand. Guo Zhang nodded upon hearing this, then returned to his office to begin his day's work. The company's basic structure was complete, but the work ahead would be even busier. He also needed to find time to go to Dongsha. He wished he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and could be in multiple places at once. Guo Zhang, are you interested in that young lady? Guo Zhang had just sat down in his office when his deputy, Sun Jian, walked in with files in hand, smiling broadly. Who are you talking about? Guo Zhang asked, looking up. Who else could it be? That new girl. Haven't you realized you're getting too interested? She's just a newbie, knows nothing, has no education, no work experience. Logically speaking, she shouldn't even be in our company, Sun Jian said. Guo Zhang quickly denied it. Don't talk nonsense. I have no interest in her. Then why are you so interested? Sun Jian said. Guo Zhang wanted to spit in Sun Jian's face. What does he know? She's the big boss's cousin, practically a princess. She's just here for some grassroots experience, just going through the motions. I'm a married man, how could I dare to be interested in her? However, he couldn't say this. The big boss had specifically instructed him to keep it a secret. President Sun, how are the negotiations with the petrochemical company going? Guo Zheng's tone shifted, adopting a businesslike demeanor. Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company doesn't have its own oil refinery. The oil it extracts and transports back to China can only be sold to state-owned enterprises like petrochemical companies. It's basically settled, but we need to meet twice more to finalize the details, Sun Jian said, no longer joking with Guo Zheng, and instead providing a proper report. Although the two had worked together for many years and knew each other well, it was still important to be mindful of superior-subordinate relationships in the workplace. Subordinates should keep quiet about things their superiors didn't want to discuss. Considering the 5-fold increase in his annual salary, Sun Jian didn't want to offend Guo Zheng. Very good. Guo Zheng nodded, then called his assistant and asked him to book several tickets to Dongsha. While I'm away on business, keep a close eye on company matters, Guo Zheng told Sun Jian. Chapter 29. I inexplicably offended someone. Just as Guo Zheng and Sun Jian were talking, a black Bentley pulled up in front of the office building. A man in his 30s stepped out, dressed in a casual suit, with a side-parted hairstyle and frameless glasses, looking quite refined. His leather shoes were spotless, gleaming. After getting out of the car, he straightened his collar slightly and looked up at the newly installed company sign on the roof of the office building. Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. A playful smile curved the man's lips as he strode into the office building. "Excuse me, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked with a smile. "No appointment, I'm looking for your boss," the man said politely. If it were anyone else without an appointment, the receptionist would have refused, but this man was impeccably dressed and exuded a powerful confidence that made the receptionist hesitant to be negligent. "Please wait a moment." The receptionist smiled politely and picked up the landline to call Guo Zheng. "What is it?" Guo Zheng's steady voice rang out. "Mr. Guo, someone wants to see our boss," the receptionist said truthfully. Guo Zheng frowned upon hearing this. No appointment? Could he just see his boss whenever he wanted? Just as he was about to tell the receptionist to refuse, he suddenly heard a man's voice come through the receiver. "Mr. Guo, you'll regret refusing me." "Regret? Who is this guy? Sounds so arrogant." Guo Zheng couldn't help but want to complain, but the other person's tone was too calm. This couldn't be faked. In other words, the other person was confident enough, very self-assured. "What's your name?" Guo Zheng asked in a deep voice. "My surname is Lin, and my given name is Ming," the man replied. "Lin Ming?" Guo Zheng quickly racked his brain. He didn't know such a person, but Great Xia had a large population, and there were many capable and influential people, like his boss unknown but with considerable power. "Mr. Lin, welcome." Guo Zheng pondered for a few seconds, deciding to meet this Mr. Lin Ming to see who he was. He hung up the phone. Half a minute later, someone knocked on his office door. "Come in," Guo Zheng said. As the office door opened, Lin Ming walked in with a smile. "Mr. Lin, hello." Guo Zheng extended his hand and shook hands with Lin Ming. "What brings you here?" Lin Ming smiled faintly. "I heard your company acquired an oil field in Dongsha. I want it. Name your price." Guo Zheng frowned, scrutinizing Lin Ming. This guy came prepared. However, his tone was too arrogant. He wanted an oil field right off the bat? Did his boss have to sell it to him just because he wanted it? Overbearing. Arrogant. "Excuse me, Mr. Lin, this joke isn't funny," Guo Zheng chuckled. The joke wasn't funny, yet it made him laugh. Lin Ming's smile vanished, and he said seriously, "I wasn't joking. Mr. Lin, since that's the case, there's no need to talk anymore. Goodbye." Guo Zheng was a seasoned businessman, not a greenhorn. How could he be intimidated by a few words? As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. How is Lin Ming's behavior any different from that of a robber? "Even if you have great power and abundant capital, if you cut off my livelihood, you're my enemy." Guo Zheng didn't believe Zhang Feng would sell the oil field he just acquired. It was a gold mine. Although the oil field wasn't large, its production was substantial, and the crude oil was of extremely high quality, commanding a higher price. In short, there was no worry about selling it. "This is my business card, my contact information is on it." Faced with Guo Zheng's attempt to dismiss him, Lin Ming wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled faintly, left a business card, and departed with great elegance. Throughout, he appeared extremely composed and confident. Of course, there was a hint of arrogance. Guo Zheng picked up the business card, glanced at it, and casually tossed it into the trash can. But a few seconds later, he picked it up again. He picked up his phone and called Zhao Ming. When the call connected, he said, "Mr. Zhao, can you help me investigate someone?" While headhunters aren't detectives, they deal in personnel matters and have extensive information networks. "Okay, I'll call you back later," Zhao Ming said, then hung up. About half an hour later, Guo Zheng's phone rang. It wasn't Zhao Ming calling, but the petrochemical company. "Cancelled the cooperation? Why? Didn't we have a good agreement? Our crude oil is high-quality crude oil. Mr. Ding, not cooperating with us isn't just a loss for us, it's a loss for you too." Fine, I understand." Guo Zheng hung up, his face grim. Great Xia is the world's largest oil and gas consumer. Bringing Dongsha crude oil back to China, there's no worry about sales. He had secured sales channels through his connections, but suddenly the cooperation was cancelled. This made Guo Zheng sense something unusual. Was it Lin Ming's doing? Guo Zheng wondered. If the petrochemical company wouldn't cooperate, he could sell to other crude oil refining companies. Even if Lin Ming had a lot of influence, he couldn't possibly block all the channels for him. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Mr. Fang from the shipping company. "Mr. Fang." Guo Zheng hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button and smiled. "Mr. Guo, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you now," Mr. Fang said apologetically. "Why? Didn't the discussion go very smoothly yesterday?" Guo Zheng asked. "Oil extracted from Dongsha needs to be transported back to China for sale by sea. How can that be done without oil tankers?" But Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company was newly established and didn't have its own transport vessels, so it had to entrust transportation to third parties. "Mr. Guo, It's not that we don't want to cooperate, but there's pressure from above, Mr. Fang said with a wry smile. You know, I'm just an employee. The big boss has given me orders, and I have to obey. I understand. Guo Zheng paused, then asked, Mr. Fang, forgive my bluntness, but do you know who's putting pressure on your boss behind the scenes? Mr. Guo, how would I know about the affairs between the big bosses? Mr. Fang said. Don't blame me for being nosy, but has your company offended someone? Offended someone? Guo Zheng was taken aback. Their company had just been established, and they hadn't even closed a single deal. Who could they have offended? Besides Lin Ming, who had boasted so much earlier. Actually, Guo Zheng didn't need to guess. He was almost certain that Lin Ming was behind it all. He hadn't expected the other party to have such power. In less than half a day, they had completely ruined the company's cooperation. The petrochemical partnership wasn't so bad, he could sell to other companies. The problem was transportation, a major headache. Shipping companies with large-scale crude oil transport capabilities were hard to find. Because the international crude oil shipping capacity was currently tight, it was impossible to charter crude oil tankers. Chapter 30 The Shipping King. Mr. Guo, I have to go now. General Manager Fang of the shipping company hung up the phone hastily after only a few words. Guo Zheng frowned, pondering a solution, but after much thought, he couldn't find one. Frustrated, he called Sun Jian over to discuss countermeasures. Such influence? Could it be a second-generation heir? Sun Jian asked, frowning. If it was a second-generation heir, then things would be more difficult. I don't know. Mr. Zhao hasn't replied to me yet. Guo Zheng looked worried, paused, and said, go contact other refining companies. I'll figure out the transportation. Okay. Sun Jian nodded and left the office. Guo Zheng flipped through his phone book and made a few calls, but to no avail. They either politely declined or bluntly stated that they couldn't cooperate. Just then, his phone rang again. Mr. Zhao, is there any news? It was Zhao Ming calling. Guo Zheng eagerly pressed the answer button and asked. I've gotten the gist of it. This Lin Ming is from Black Dragon Capital, but he's just the figurehead. Who the real boss is currently unknown, Zhao Ming said. Black Dragon Capital? Never heard of it. Guo Zheng frowned. Although he hadn't worked in the investment world, he used to be a company manager and had some knowledge of it. He wouldn't say he knew everything about the well-known domestic and international investment firms, but he could name a few. Black Dragon Capital. This was the first time he'd heard of it. It's normal not to have heard of it. I just heard about it myself. It's a hidden capital company with a lot of power behind it. Just don't mess with them. You haven't already offended them, have you? Zhao Ming said, sounding surprised. I didn't offend them. They provoked me. Never mind, there's no point in talking to you about this. Thank you, I'll hang up now. Guo Zheng ended the call. A huge problem was now facing him. His company seemed to have hit a wall, an invisible wall. Capital. Before joining Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, he had considered this matter. After all, the players in the international energy market are all large capital entities, backed by international conglomerates or state-owned enterprises. What made Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company capable of securing an oil field in Dongsha? However, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Before he even got a sip of the soup, a large capital firm was already snatching it up. After much hesitation, he decided to call Zhang Feng to report the situation and see what the big boss could do. Boss. The call was quickly answered, and Guo Zheng gave a muffled reply. What is it? Zhang Feng noticed something was off about Guo Zheng's tone and asked. Boss, the company has encountered some trouble. Guo Zheng didn't dare to hide anything and briefly explained the situation. Zhang Feng was immediately dumbfounded. He thought he could just sit back and pick up money, but he hadn't expected to encounter so many problems before even extracting a single barrel of oil. Boss, what do we do? As a professional manager, Guo Zheng's work ability is unquestionable, but sometimes problem-solving requires more than just ability, it requires connections. For example, right now, no matter how many calls Guo Zheng makes to his former business partners, it's useless. Capital is holding him back. No matter how much he tries, he can't make a ripple. I understand. Zhang Feng finished speaking and hung up the phone with a click. This made Guo Zheng nervous, because Zhang Feng hadn't said anything specific, only that he knew about it. Mr. Guo. At this moment, Sun Jian walked into Guo Zheng's office, his brow furrowed. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. I've made a round of calls, but no one's willing to cooperate with us. Even with price discounts, they won't buy our oil. Let's wait for news. I just reported the situation to the big boss, Guo Zheng said bitterly. Judging from the big boss's reaction, the situation was far from optimistic. What did the boss say? Sun Jian asked expectantly. The boss didn't say anything, just that he knew, Guo Zheng said. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian's brow furrowed even deeper. The other party has a lot of influence. With a word, almost all refining companies in the country dare not buy our oil. What will we do if the boss can't resolve this? What do you mean, what will we do? Guo Zheng's gaze darkened as he asked. Sun Jian chuckled dryly, President Guo, don't blame me for being blunt, but if our company gets blacklisted by capital, we need to find a way out as soon as possible. Is there a way out? Guo Zheng retorted coldly. From the moment they left to join Tianfang Oil and Gas Company, there was really no way out. Are you regretting coming with me now? Guo Zheng asked. Sun Jian quickly shook his head and laughed, I'm not. Guo Zheng didn't say anything more upon hearing this. After a minute or so of silence, he sighed and said, don't worry, if things really don't work out, I'll go to the big boss and get you some extra compensation. It's no wonder he was so pessimistic. The power Black Dragon Capital had displayed was simply too great, almost to the point of dominating the fossil fuel industry. The wait was agonizing. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng took out his phone and called his third system friend. The call was quickly answered. Young friend Zhang, I thought you'd forgotten about this old fellow. Song Gang's hearty laughter rang out. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Old Song, how have you been lately? Very well, eating and sleeping soundly. Old Song is a blessed man. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Feng got straight to the point. Old Song, I'm calling you this time to ask for your help. Young friend Zhang, please speak freely. It's like this, Old Song, I've secured an oil field in Dongsha, but someone is jealous and trying to trip me up. Zhang Feng explained his difficulties. After listening, Song Gang laughed and said, that's easy. I'll rent you 2 oil tankers. If you'd like, you can haul the oil to Malaysia. I have some connections, I guarantee you won't lose out. Thank you very much, Elder Song. I'll fly to Malaysia to visit you in a few days. It's wonderful that young friend Zhang is coming. I'll be waiting for your arrival anytime. Elder Song, you're shortening my lifespan. How dare I call myself an elder in front of you? Young friend Zhang is too modest. To acquire an oil field in Dongsha at such a young age is truly remarkable. You are the one who is remarkable. After exchanging a few meaningless pleasantries, Zhang Feng hung up and immediately called Guo Zheng. Boss. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's call, Guo Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He desperately wanted good news from Zhang Feng, but he was also afraid of hearing bad news. The matter is resolved. I'll send you some documents to your email in a bit. You can handle the follow-up work, Zhang Feng said. Resolved? Guo Zheng was taken aback. So fast? But considering that Zhang Feng, as his boss, wouldn't lie to him about something like this, his curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask, Boss, how did you resolve it? Chapter 31 Nanyang Maya. Many things, when spoken of, are just a few words, but behind them lies unseen intrigue and power struggles. In Guo Zheng's imagination, his boss used his connections to engage in an invisible battle with Black Dragon Capital, neither side able to prevail, ultimately forced to shake hands and make peace. Thus, the matter was considered perfectly resolved. However, imagination and reality are often worlds apart. Zhang Feng didn't explain in detail, only showing him his email. After reading it, Guo Zheng was stunned. His boss had indeed used his connections, but things hadn't unfolded as he had imagined. How was it resolved? Tell me. Sun Jian was also anxious. After all, his livelihood was at stake. Guo Zheng frowned, his expression extremely complicated. He said, the boss plans to sell the oil to Malaysia. Malaysia. Sun Jian was taken aback. The boss has connections in Malaysia? Guo Zheng shrugged. Transportation and sales are all handled. We just need to go and coordinate. Sun Jian was speechless, not helplessly speechless, but genuinely speechless, unsure what to say, because things weren't going as he'd expected. This was too easy. The boss paid them to work, and now they were facing difficulties, they were helpless. One phone call from the boss, and all the problems were solved. They just needed to go, sign some documents, coordinate the work, and easily make money. To be honest, it felt unsettling, because their value wasn't being demonstrated. This was dangerous. Once the boss couldn't see your value, you weren't far from being fired. Amazing! Guo Zheng suddenly exclaimed. Wow, our boss has incredible influence, Sun Jian exclaimed. Guo Zheng gave a wry smile. I thought the boss would compromise with Black Dragon Capital, but he pulled a fast one, going overseas. Since you have so much power domestically, he's just not playing with you anymore and going to play in Malaysia. Sun Jian nodded in agreement. Actually, even if we can't sell to Malaysia, we can sell on the international black market, though the price will be higher. Crude oil is considered the lifeblood of industry, a hard currency in the international market. Blocking all sales channels is impossible. No matter how powerful Black Dragon Capital is, it can't stop buyers on the international black market. Selling on the international black market only has the disadvantage of a slightly lower price. It's a last resort. Mr. Guo, Mr. Lin is here again. Guo Zheng and Sun Jian were chatting when the receptionist called. Guo Zheng glanced at Sun Jian, a playful glint in his eyes, and said, "Let him in." "The Black Dragon Capital people are here again?" Sun Jian asked after Guo Zheng hung up the phone. "Yes," Guo Zheng nodded. "Should I excuse myself?" Sun Jian asked. "No need. We can't reach an agreement anyway, it's just a formality," Guo Zheng chuckled. A minute later, Lin Ming appeared in Guo Zheng's office. "Mr. Guo, we meet again." Lin Ming smiled, and upon entering the office, he acted like the host, walking to the sofa in the reception area and sitting down, looking at Guo Zheng. "Mr. Lin, I didn't expect to see you twice in one day," Guo Zheng said with a smile. His smile was relaxed and composed. Lin Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Guo Zheng seemed different this time. He was incredibly confident. Was he genuinely confident or just putting on an act? Lin Ming couldn't tell for a moment. The saying goes, the more people you meet, the more accurate your judgment becomes. But that's not always true. The more people you meet, the less likely you are to make a judgment about someone easily, because people can disguise themselves, and a master of disguise is hard to detect. However, Lin Ming wasn't too concerned. Before absolute power, all tactics and schemes were futile. "Mr. Guo, you should have seen my sincerity. Could you please have your boss come out and meet me?" Lin Ming said. Guo Zheng smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, is the sincerity you're referring to cutting off our transportation and causing refining companies to refuse to buy our crude oil?" "Yes." Lin Ming nodded slightly. There was nothing to hide, nothing to feel guilty about. The business world has always been a jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. "Then I'm afraid Mr. Lin will be disappointed. Our boss doesn't want to see you," Guo Zheng said. Lin Ming was silent for a few seconds, then said, "There's no need to be petty in business, and our price is very fair." "Really, there's no petty argument?" Guo Zheng suddenly found it a little funny. When a confident person says something nonsensical in front of you, it's like a delusional teenager. "Can I know the reason?" Lin Ming asked. "No comment." Guo Zheng shrugged. "Black Dragon Capital is supposed to be powerful, right? Let them block off the sales channels in Malaysia too. Nothing to discuss?" Lin Ming's voice gradually turned cold, his previous composure gone. "Mr. Lin, I'm just an employee working for the boss. I've conveyed his message. Please leave," Guo Zheng said with a smile. Lin Ming said nothing more, calmly stood up, and left Guo Zheng's office. "Mr. Guo, impressive." Sun Jian, who had been acting as if he were invisible, gave Guo Zheng a thumbs up. "I'm impressive my foot. It's the boss who's impressive," Guo Zheng retorted with a laugh. Without the channels in Maya, their company would most likely have been swallowed up by Black Dragon Capital. All right, back to work." Guo Zheng waved his hand, shooing Sun Jian out of his office. This incident gave him a deeper understanding of his boss. Although Zhang Feng hadn't told him about the channels in Maya, the documents in the email clearly revealed some shady dealings. The companies they were about to work with were all under the control of Song Gang, the shipping tycoon of Southeast Asia. In other words, their boss has a very close relationship with the shipping tycoon of Southeast Asia. It's important to know that the shipping tycoon of Southeast Asia is one of the top 10 richest people in Malaysia, with influence extending to every corner of the country. Especially with his endorsement, things will definitely go smoothly. Even if Black Dragon Capital is powerful domestically, it's impossible for them to extend their reach into Malaysia. On the other side, Lin Ming got into his black Bentley, his face instantly darkening. "Investigate for me. I need all the information on Tianfang Oil and Gas Company, including the background of their boss, the source of their funds, etc." Lin Ming said coldly. Lin Ming had assumed that the overwhelming pressure would force Tianfang Oil and Gas Company to compromise and sell its oilfield shares to Heilong Capital. However, he hadn't expected to run into a brick wall that forced him to back down. This was unacceptable to the proud and arrogant Lin Ming. It must be said that Heilong Capital wielded considerable power. Within just half a day, even more detailed information about Tianfang Oil and Gas Company was sent to Lin Ming's phone. Upon reading it, his brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 32 Black Dragon Capital. Zhongcheng Hospital. "You're recovering very well. You can be discharged in 2 days." The attending physician smiled, showing no sign of disrespect towards this seemingly ordinary young man. "Thank you, doctor," Zhang Feng said sincerely. "It's what we should do," the attending physician said. "Take care and rest. I have a few more patients to see, so I won't disturb you any longer." "Okay, take care." Zhang Feng saw the attending physician out of the ward, then turned back to his mother's bedside and smiled. "Mom, I've already bought everything for the new house. We can move in right away." Okay, Mom knows." Ding Mei smiled kindly. For a mother, what could make her happier than seeing her son succeed? "Auntie." A soft, sweet voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Su Qing walked in carrying a fruit gift box. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Su Qing, Zhang Feng's brows furrowed immediately, his face displeased, and he asked in a deep voice. I came to see Auntie, Su Qing explained weakly, putting down the fruit gift box. Without another word, she went to the bedside and asked with a smile, Auntie, are you feeling better? Xiao Feng, Mom is sleepy and wants to sleep. Ding Mei ignored Su Qing, not even wanting to glance at her. After learning what had happened from her son, how could she possibly like Su Qing? Su Qing's face stiffened upon hearing this. Although she tried her best to hide it, a flash of anger crossed her eyes. Auntie, then you should rest, Su Qing said, turning to Zhang Feng. Come out for a moment, I have something to say to you. Zhang Feng stared at Su Qing for a moment and said, we have nothing to say, it's all in the past. Su Qing remained silent and didn't leave, determined to maintain the stalemate. Speak, what is it? Zhang Feng had no choice but to go down to the garden with Su Qing so as not to disturb his mother. Someone is investigating you, Su Qing said. Investigating me? Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Who would investigate him? How did Su Qing know about this? Someone transferred 100,000 yuan to me, asking me for information about you, Su Qing said, showing Zhang Feng the payment record on her phone. I don't know who it is, but they definitely have bad intentions. You'd better be careful. What did you say? Zhang Feng asked. Of course I told them everything I know, Su Qing said with a slight smile. Zhang Feng nodded. Okay, I understand. He turned to leave. Hey, don't you have anything to say to me? Su Qing chased after Zhang Feng, blocking his way. What do you want me to say? Zhang Feng countered with a smile. We're all adults. We have to be responsible for our actions. When you got involved with Ding Hao, we were finished. From now on, let's go our separate ways. But, I can't let you go, Su Qing said, her eyes welling up with tears. Zhang Feng immediately laughed and said, Su Qing, if I hadn't seen your other side, I might have been fooled by your tears. But now, all I want to say is, please stop acting. I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. Stop, that was before. I don't care, I love you, you can't do this to me, boo-hooed. Su Qing suddenly hugged Zhang Feng and burst into tears. This was the garden downstairs in the inpatient ward, a place with many people coming and going. Her outburst immediately attracted the attention of many. Let go! Zhang Feng forcefully pushed Su Qing away, sternly warning, Su Qing, if you bother me again, don't blame me for disregarding our past relationship. With that, he turned and strode away. However, just as he returned to his ward, he received a call from Su Fei. Mr. Zhang, are you free? Su Fei asked with a smile. What's up? Zhang Feng asked casually. Nothing much, just something to chat about over tea, like old friends. Su Fei smiled. Okay, I'll come find you in a bit. Zhang Feng said. Su Fei's words were vague, but the implication was clear, she wanted to talk to him about something. Following the address Su Fei gave him, Zhang Feng arrived at an upscale tea house half an hour later. To better manage the new project invested in by Salamander, Longzhen Group re-established a company, completely independent of the group. Su Fei was promoted to president of the new company, fully responsible for its operations. President Su. Zhang Feng greeted her with a smile upon meeting her. Don't tease me. Su Fei personally brewed tea and poured Zhang Feng a cup. Try it, it's freshly picked this year. Zhang Feng picked up the cup and took a sip, finding it fragrant and refreshing. To be honest, he didn't know much about tea. Given his family background, age, and experience, he had no opportunity to learn about tea ceremony. President Zhang, have you offended someone? Su Fei suddenly asked. Zhang Feng put down his teacup, his brow furrowing slightly. Why did everyone say he had offended someone? He was law-abiding, who had he offended? It's truly a case of possessing a treasure invites trouble. Someone is investigating me behind my back? Zhang Feng said with a wry smile. It's not just a simple investigation. Someone pressured Chairman Li to sever ties with you and kick your company out of the new office building, Su Fei said slowly. Zhang Feng said oh, and then asked, are you here to relay Chairman Li's orders? Su Fei shook her head and said, although someone pressured Chairman Li, he didn't give in. Chairman Li values you as a friend very much. Thank Chairman Li for me. Zhang Feng smiled. Li Longzhen was a self-made businessman. He might not betray a friend, but he wouldn't go to great lengths for one either. Business is about profit. Li Longzhen withstood the pressure not because of their deep friendship, but because the new project for Longzhen Group was invested in by Solomon. Considering the relationship between Solomon and Zhang Feng, Li Longzhen couldn't sacrifice his own interests for someone else's. While Heilong Capital had a powerful background, Longzhen Group was rooted locally and had a complex network of connections. Even without their help, Heilong Capital couldn't really do anything to Longzhen Group. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. That's the principle. However, offending Zhang Feng would be a different story. Zhang Feng could use his connections with Solomon to genuinely cause losses to the Longzhen Group. Weighing the options, Li Longzhen made his choice without difficulty. Not only did he not help Heilong Capital suppress Zhang Feng, but he also leaked the information to Zhang Feng, thus doing him a small but significant favor. Mr. Zhang, Black Dragon Capital is a hidden giant. If we can reconcile, we should. Su Fei told Zhang Feng everything she knew, adding her own advice at the end. Reconcile? How? They're trying to steal my business, Zhang Feng sneered. Great Xia is a country ruled by law, so his personal safety is not a concern for the time being. The other party can only use business tactics and connections to suppress him, so he is not afraid. Currently, the 3 connections issued by the system are all overseas, and Black Dragon Capital's tentacles cannot reach them for the time being. Chapter 33, Fourth Relationship. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Su Fei understood Zhang Feng's feelings. He'd finally secured an oil field, and was just waiting to collect the profits, when a robber suddenly appeared, trying to swallow it up. No one would be willing to accept that. As far as she knew, the management team of Zhang Feng's newly established Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company were all from the petrochemical energy industry. These people had connections all within China, and the crude oil they extracted was naturally sold domestically. Now that the domestic market was gone, who would they sell to? The petrochemical energy industry is a massive market, a $1 trillion market, but the channels are narrow. Extraction, sales, and everything else are almost entirely controlled by large companies. Ordinary people simply can't get by. You either need established, large capital, or the backing of the state. In short, you need strong connections. If you can't sell domestically, selling abroad isn't so easy either. Even selling at a low price on the international black market requires strong connections. Therefore, Zhang Feng seemed to have no better solution than to bow his head. This was one of the reasons Su Fei repeatedly tried to persuade Zhang Feng. Secondly, if Zhang Feng could reach a so-called settlement with Black Dragon Capital, Li Longzhen wouldn't have to risk offending them. In the business world, the fewer enemies the better, and the more friends the better. Li Longzhen could withstand the pressure from Black Dragon Capital, but wouldn't it be better to have no pressure at all? I slept with a stiff neck last night, so I can't bend my head down. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, chuckling it off, thus letting the matter drop. Leaving aside his connections with Song Gang, the shipping magnate of Southeast Asia, if he were truly desperate, he could always turn to Jennifer. Jennifer provided him with $2 billion, $1 billion as a low-interest loan and the remaining $10 billion as an investment, which hadn't been publicly disclosed, so the details remained unknown to outsiders. No matter how powerful Black Dragon Capital was, it only operated domestically. Internationally, established capital like Citibank had far greater influence. He held the shares on behalf of Jennifer. Black Dragon Capital probably hadn't yet discovered that Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company had Citibank as its backer, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant as to try and forcefully acquire this oil field. I've said everything I can. Mr. Zhang, you seem so confident, you must have a plan? Su Fei smiled, trying to glean something from Zhang Feng. She had never underestimated Zhang Feng. Having a friend like Prince Salman indicated that Zhang Feng was no ordinary person, but the problem was, no matter how much influence Prince Salman had in Dongsha, his impact on the domestic market was limited. No need for Mr. Su's trouble, please have some tea. Zhang Feng smiled and checked the topic. Network connections are a private matter and shouldn't be revealed. The more you talk about them, the more those who want to scheme against you will know. Zhang Feng wasn't foolish enough to lay bare his trump cards. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 days passed. Guo Zheng went to Dongsha and Malaysia to finalize the cooperation details. Upon returning home, he immediately met with Zhang Feng to report on the work. 20 days later, the first shipment of crude oil will arrive in Malaysia. Based on the agreed price, each shipment is worth about $120 million. Mr. Song has been very helpful, providing us with 3 200,000-ton oil tankers. The round trip will take about a month and a half. After deducting fuel costs and other expenses, each shipment will generate a profit of $100 million, Guo Zheng said with a smile. Having connections is great. With the boss's help, his business trip to negotiate went very smoothly, almost effortlessly, and the deal was quickly finalized. Each ship makes a profit of $100 million, 3 ships is $300 million, and in a year, that's about $1.2 billion, which is about 8.4 billion RMB, 700 to 800 million a month. Zhang Feng secretly calculated and couldn't help but gasp. It was incredibly profitable. No wonder Black Dragon Capital wanted to acquire him. Boss, I went to the oil field. Actually, production can be expanded, doubling the current output, Guo Zheng added. Expand production. Zhang Feng hesitated for a few seconds. About how much investment? $200 or $300 million, Guo Zheng estimated. He majored in geology in university and worked in the petrochemical energy industry after graduation. With over 10 years of experience, while he wouldn't call himself a senior expert, he was certainly a semi-expert. This $200 or $300 million wasn't something he made up casually, it was a conclusion reached after professional assessment. Let's talk about it later, Zhang Feng said after a moment's thought. He neither agreed nor disagreed. The Dongsha area was unstable, expanding production rashly carried unknown risks. It wouldn't be too late to consider this matter after establishing a firm foothold. Guo Zheng didn't say anything more. After all, he was just an employee, the boss made the decision, and he had to carry it out. How's Sun Yi's work lately? Zhang Feng suddenly asked. Not bad. Just not very familiar with the business, Guo Zheng said with a smile. Zhang Feng nodded and didn't ask any further. If he could train her, that would be ideal, if not, he'd just keep her idle. After all, she was his cousin, he had to help her. Just then, suddenly, fourth week's God-level relationship distributed. Please check your account. The system notification sounded in his ear. Zhang Feng's expression froze. Seeing the change in Zhang Feng's face, Guo Zheng's heart tightened. Could it be that the boss had a problem with him? But he had truly devoted himself to training Sun Yi. Sun Yi was just an ordinary undergraduate with almost zero work experience. Training her wouldn't be a matter of a day or two. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely. Guo Zheng quickly pledged his loyalty. But halfway through his sentence, Zhang Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. That's all, you can go back now. I won't be going to the company for a while. Unless it's urgent, there's no need to report to me. Yes, boss. Guo Zheng stood up and tactfully left. Check the fourth week's God-level relationships. Zhang Feng's mind stirred, and a pale blue screen appeared in his field of vision. Campus Belle's best friend, by chance, you met a junior from your school. You hit it off immediately, and the junior developed feelings for you. Gradually, you became inseparable friends. Zhang Feng was completely bewildered after reading the system's description of this relationship. Campus Belle's best friend? I'm so rich now, do I need a Campus Belle? Compared to the previous 3 relationships, this Campus Belle is a bit lacking. Could it be that this Campus Belle has something special about her? Zhang Yuer. The system provided limited information, only knowing that Zhang Yuer was a Campus Belle and came from a good family. Nothing else was known. Zhang Feng searched using a search engine but found nothing useful. Interesting. The system not only helps me build connections, it even introduces me to potential partners. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. According to the system's description of the relationship, he and Zhang Yuer were very close, and Zhang Yuer also had strong feelings for him. If things continued to develop, becoming boyfriend and girlfriend would be a natural progression. Chapter 34 Zhongcheng University. Zhang Feng was laughing when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Zhang Yuer. That was fast. Zhang Feng paused, pressed the answer button, and before he could even say hello, Zhang Yuer's melodious voice came through. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Her tone was affectionate, with a hint of coquettishness. Nothing, just having tea, Zhang Feng said casually. Are you free tomorrow? Zhang Yuer asked. Zhang Feng smiled. Yes. It's like this, a few of my roommates and I are going on a picnic tomorrow, and they've all brought their boyfriends. Will you come with me? Zhang Yuer said shyly. I'm not your boyfriend, Zhang Feng teased. I don't care, I just want you to come with me. Zhang Yuer gave a coquettish pout, then pleaded sweetly, please. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Zhang Feng succumbed to Zhang Yuer's charm. It's a deal. Okay. Zhang Feng nodded and hung up the phone. The next morning at 9 o'clock, he appeared precisely at the gate of Zhongcheng University. Zhongcheng University is a key undergraduate university located in the old city area of Zhongcheng, where land is extremely valuable and parking is very scarce. Brother Feng. After finally finding a roadside parking spot, Zhang Feng had just parked when he saw Zhang Yuer waving and calling out to him from afar. Zhang Yuer wore a beige dress, her long hair flowing down her shoulders. She was sweet, lively, and full of youthful energy. Seeing Zhang Feng approaching, she took the initiative to greet him and linked arms with his. Didn't you say you were going on a picnic with your dorm mates? Where are the others? Zhang Feng asked. Parking is difficult here, their boyfriends are waiting for them across Mofan Road. Zhang Yuer chuckled. Why didn't you say so earlier? I spent ages looking for a parking spot. Zhang Feng was speechless. He should have parked on Mofan Road too. The road there was wide, and it only took about 10 minutes to walk there. Zhang Yuer just smiled, not directly answering. You went on a picnic and didn't bring anything? Just a small bag? Zhang Feng looked Zhang Yuer up and down, noticing that the bag was the only thing she could carry. We're going to a farmhouse, so we don't need to prepare anything, everything is provided there. Zhang Yuer was saying when her phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was her roommate. She answered, don't rush me, I'm coming right away. Ha, you guys left already? why didn't you wait for me? Okay, we'll meet at the destination. Zhang Yuer hung up and excitedly said, Brother Feng, let's go too. Zhang Feng nodded, took Zhang Yuer to his Han Ave, set the map, and headed straight for their destination. After about an hour's drive, they arrived at Qinglong Mountain, a suburb of Zhangcheng. It was called a farmhouse inn, but it felt more like a manor. The area in front was filled with luxury cars, mid-range and high-end vehicles were almost nowhere to be seen. It was clear that the prices here were very high. Ting Ting, Xiaoa, Ning Ning. Inside the parking lot, 3 young couples were chatting and laughing beside 2 luxury cars. As they passed by, Zhang Yuer rolled down her window and waved to them. Zhang Feng slowed down accordingly. He found a parking space next to each other and parked. Then, getting out of the car, he couldn't help but look at the young man in front of him. He was dressed like a typical college student, only in designer brands, a bit better off than the average college student. The 3 girls' handbags were luxury items, but Zhang Feng couldn't tell their exact value. Coming from an ordinary family, he had little knowledge of luxury goods and wasn't interested in them. The 2 cars behind them were a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a BMW X7, both worth over 2 million yuan, equivalent to 10 Honda Han Evs. Little fish, who is this? The 3 girls' eyes roamed over Zhang Feng, teasing him with smiles. Little fish was Zhang Yuer's nickname. This is my good friend, Zhang Feng. Zhang Yuer generously took Zhang Feng's arm and introduced him to the 3 girls. Really, just friends? Is he your boyfriend? Handsome, my name is Zhao Ting, just call me Ting Ting. Hello, handsome, my name is Pan Ning. My name is Zhang Xiaoa, Xiaoa's roommate and best friend. The 3 girls were very enthusiastic, introducing themselves one after another, but the other 3 boys' reactions were somewhat lukewarm. One of the boys walked up to Zhang Feng's car, circled it once, kicked the tire, and said, Dude, how much did you pay for this car? A domestic car, what were you thinking? With that money, wouldn't it be better to buy an Accord? The country is promoting new energy vehicles now, there are subsidies for buying cars, consider it supporting domestic products, Zhang Feng said casually with a smile. Heh, the boy gave a half smile. It was clear he looked down on domestic products. However, Zhang Feng didn't say much. Family, parents, and other factors have shaped different values. As the saying goes, everyone has their own ambitions, and everyone has their own value system, regardless of right or wrong. Little fish, what does your friend do? Pan Ning asked softly. Zhang Yuer smiled slightly and said, I'm not really sure. Brother Feng hasn't mentioned his job, but he mentioned it casually, something about him starting his own business. Starting his own business? Isn't that just being a sole proprietor? Zhao Ting said. Being a sole proprietor is great. Zhang Yuer said dismissively. Great about it? Little fish, with your looks, what kind of boyfriend can't you find? To put it nicely, it's self-employment, to put it bluntly, it's unreliable, Zhao Ting said. Hearing this, Zhang Yuer felt a little displeased, but she didn't show it. She changed the subject, saying, Let's go, I'm hungry. With that, she turned back, took Zhang Feng's arm, and they walked into the manor together. Oh no, little fish has fallen for him, Zhao Ting said with a dejected expression. Ting Ting, I think Zhang Feng is quite nice. Although he's a few years older than Xiao Yuer, they seem like a good match, Pan Ning said. Good match? How are they a good match? There are tons of entrepreneurial guys like him out there. Opening an Odin stall or setting up a street vendor is considered self-employment, Zhao Ting said. Ting Ting's right. What's self-employment? That's all just a scam for young girls. He drives a beat-up car, and a down payment of a few tens of thousands is enough, the boy who kicked Zhang Feng's tire chimed in. Another boy chimed in, starting a business isn't easy. Business has been bad these past 2 years, one startup after another has gone bankrupt. I heard from my dad that our family business has lost tens of millions in the last 2 years. Xiaoa likes it, so what can we do? I say, let's just ignore it, Zhang Xiaoa said. Xiaoa, that's not right. Xiaoa is our good friend, how can we just watch her get scammed? Men in society are the best at lying, Zhao Ting said. Zhang Feng, walking at the front arm in arm with Zhang Yuer, didn't hear the whispers behind him. If he had heard, he probably would have just laughed it off. College students just have this inexplicable confidence. Chapter 35 The Young Master of the Bai Group. Inside the farmhouse restaurant, by a pond, wisps of smoke rose from a barbecue grill, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Brother Feng, here. Zhang Yuer took a few skewers of lamb from the grill and handed them to Zhang Feng. On the small table in front of them were various drinks and fruit wines. Zhang Feng leisurely enjoyed the scenery while eating his skewers, a rare moment of relaxation. Zhao Ting, Zhang Xiaoa, and the others chatted and laughed with the 3 boys, occasionally pulling Zhang Yuer into the conversation, clearly not wanting to pay much attention to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't mind, his goal today was to maintain his relationship with Zhang Yuer. Keeping Zhang Yuer company was enough. Young Master Bai. Suddenly, one of the boys in the conversation raised his voice abruptly. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in white casual clothes walking towards them. His features were ordinary, but he was well dressed and appeared somewhat sophisticated. The young man, about the same age as Zhang Feng, approached with a smile and said, "Wu Yan, it really is you, kid. Young master Bai, sit down, have a couple of drinks before you leave." Wu Yan, excited to be called by name, readily offered his seat. "Alright, let's have a couple of drinks then." Bai Wei smiled faintly, not standing on ceremony, and plopped down. "Who is he?" Zhang Ziao asked Zhao Ting beside her in a low voice. Zhao Ting feigned surprise and said, "The young master of the Bai Group." "You don't know the Bai Group, do you?" "The Bai Group?" Zhang Ziao covered her mouth. The Bai Group was a locally listed company in Zhongcheng with a market value of over 20 billion. Zhang Ziao's family business relied on the Bai Group for survival. The young master? Zhang Ziao's heart stirred. Getting to know this young master wouldn't necessarily help her family's business, but it certainly wouldn't do any harm. Thinking of this, she unconsciously tidied her hair at her temples. "Wu Yan, are these beauties your friends?" Bai Wei asked with a smile. While asking about the beauties, his gaze lingered on Zhang Yuer, only glancing briefly at Zhang Ziao, Zhao Ting, and the others. "Oh, they're all my classmates." Wu Yan, quick-wit and adept at handling situations, instantly understood Bai Wei's meaning. He briefly mentioned Zhang Ziao, Zhao Ting, Pan Ning, and the other two boys, focusing on introducing Zhang Yuer to Bai Wei. "Hello." As Wu Yan introduced her, Bai Wei extended his hand with a smile. "Hello." Zhang Yuer replied gracefully. However, she didn't extend her hand, leaving Bai Wei's hand frozen in midair, slightly embarrassed. Quite the character. Bai Wei paused for 2 seconds, then withdrew his hand and laughed heartily. He'd encountered girls like Zhang Yuer before. They feigned modesty, but with a barrage of money, none could resist. "Brother Feng, come for a walk over there with me." Zhang Yuer frowned, suddenly losing interest, and took Zhang Feng's arm. "Okay, sure." Zhang Feng nodded, readily agreeing. "Who's that kid?" Bai Wei watched Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer's retreating figures, a playful and mocking look in his eyes, and asked Wu Yan beside him. "His name is Zhang Feng. Little fish called him." Wu Yan curled his lip, disdainfully saying, "No background whatsoever. I heard he's starting a business." "Who are they?" Bai Wei's lips curled slightly. "Just friends," Wu Yan said uncertainly. "I haven't heard that Xiao Yuer has a boyfriend, but judging from her expression, she seems to have a bit of a crush on this guy." Bai Wei nodded calmly, raised his glass, and smiled. "Come on, let's have a couple." "Young Master Bai, I'll toast you." "Young Master Bai, did you come alone?" After a couple of drinks, the group immediately started chatting. Whether it was flattery or fawning, the conversation revolved around Bai Wei. "Young Master Bai, can I add you on WeChat?" Zhang Ziao suddenly stepped forward, shyly taking out her phone and asking. Upon hearing this, the boy next to Wu Yan's face immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Everyone had brought a companion for the picnic, and this boy was Zhang Ziao's companion. Moreover, this boy seemed to like Zhang Ziao and was currently pursuing her. Zhang Ziao certainly knew this. But now, right in front of this guy, Zhang Ziao was actively flirting with another man. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in that situation. Given Bai Wei's status, the guy couldn't afford to offend him and could only swallow his anger. "Okay, no problem." Bai Wei looked up, carefully scrutinized Zhang Ziao, and nodded with a smile. His gaze was as if he were appraising a piece of merchandise. However, Zhang Ziao didn't seem to care. Hearing that he agreed to add her on WeChat, she almost jumped for joy. "Young Master Bai, add me too." Seeing Bai Wei so agreeable, Zhao Ting also took out her phone to add him on WeChat. Bai Wei hesitated slightly, but finally agreed. It was clear he didn't really want to add Zhao Ting on WeChat, simply because Zhao Ting wasn't as pretty as Zhang Ziao. Of the three girls, only Pan Ning didn't proactively add him on WeChat. "Alright, you guys have fun. I have another appointment, I'm leaving now." Bai Wei stood up and smiled. "Take care, young Master Bai." The group stood up and greeted him with smiles. Bai Wei hummed in response, gesturing for Wu Yan to follow him. Wu Yan understood and followed Bai Wei for about 20 or 30 meters before Bai Wei asked in a low voice, "That girl named Zhang Yuer, could you get her WeChat? Or help me arrange a meeting? Young Master Bai is interested in her." Wu Yan asked cautiously. Bai Wei rolled his eyes at Wu Yan and said, "Damn. I came over to say hello. You don't think it's for your own good, do you?" His words were blunt and impolite. But Wu Yan didn't dare to get angry and said with a forced smile, "Young Master Bai is right. Alright, enough nonsense. I'll just ask you one question, can you help me get her WeChat or arrange a meeting? If you can, your company can handle the Jiangbei project," Bai Wei said. "Young Master Bai, Xiao Yuer is a difficult person to deal with. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll do my best," Wu Yan said in a low voice. I believe you. Bai Wei patted Wu Yan on the shoulder and strode away. Wu Yan returned with a frown, and Zhao Ting immediately asked, Wu Yan, what did young master Bai say to you? Nothing. Wu Yan replied absent-mindedly. Actually, let alone Bai Wei, who wouldn't like someone with Zhang Yuer's looks and figure? He had also tried to pursue Zhang Yuer, but after several encounters, Zhang Yuer ignored him, and he realized he couldn't win her over. Moreover, as far as he knew, Zhang Yuer came from a very wealthy family and wasn't the kind of girl who could be easily won over with material things. Therefore, in his opinion, it might be a bit difficult for Bai Wei to win over Zhang Yuer. Although there are many girls these days who want to marry into a wealthy family, not every girl wants to join one. Headache, Wu Yan thought to himself. Bai Wei had undoubtedly presented him with a major problem. Chapter 36 Lin Ming invites you. What's wrong? On the lakeside lawn, Zhang Yuer was arm in arm with Zhang Feng, the two strolling leisurely like a couple. Seeing Zhang Yuer looking preoccupied and listless, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yuer sighed softly, Brother Feng, do you think all people are like this? They like to curry favor with the powerful and wealthy. People need to survive, and social resources are limited. Given limited resources, currying favor with the powerful is a shortcut to getting more, Zhang Feng said. Zhang Yuer tilted her head, looking at Zhang Feng, and said, what you're saying is so profound, I don't understand. Zhang Feng gently pinched Zhang Yuer's nose and laughed. Let's not talk about that, let's change the subject, like, what kind of guy do you like? Zhang Yuer giggled, I like someone like Brother Feng. Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhang Yuer to be so direct. This relationship assigned by the system wasn't just friends, it was clearly a romantic relationship. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Feng? At this moment, a young man in a suit approached and asked politely. Yes, it's me. Zhang Feng looked at the man, he didn't recognize him. And you are? Hello, Mr. Zhang Feng, I'm Zhu Chen, Chairman Lin's secretary. Our Chairman Lin would like to speak with you, Zhu Chen said with a smile. Who is your Chairman Lin? I don't think I know him, Zhang Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Black Dragon Capital, Helmsman Lin Ming. It seems Mr. Zhang already has an answer in mind, Zhu Chen said with a faint smile, noticing the change in Zhang Feng's expression. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. How did you know I was here? Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. We weren't following you, we just happened to run into you, Zhu Chen quickly explained. In that case, very well, I'd also like to meet your Chairman Linear. Zhang Feng said, turning to Zhang Yuer, I'm going to see someone. You go meet your classmate first, I'll come find you later. Okay. Zhang Yuer could only reply helplessly. Led by Zhu Chen, Zhang Feng arrived at a pavilion located halfway up a hill. Inside the pavilion, a man with a side-parted hairstyle and frameless glasses was leisurely drinking tea, looking more like a university professor than a businessman. Mr. Zhang, please have a seat. Lin Ming looked to be around 30 years old, but was probably older. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, he gestured for him to sit. Black Dragon Capital, Lin Ming? Zhang Feng sat down, staring at Lin Ming, and asked directly. Yes, it is I. Lin Ming smiled faintly and poured Zhang Feng a cup of tea. Please, this is top-quality Liuding de Hong Pao, it's not common on the market. What is it? Just say it. I don't like beating around the bush, Zhang Feng said bluntly. This meeting was somewhat sudden, completely outside his plan. Without knowing the other party's objectives, beating around the bush was unnecessary, getting straight to the point was often more effective. I want to invest in your oil and gas company. Lin Ming was indeed very direct, immediately asking for a piece of the pie. However, this piqued Zhang Feng's interest. Unable to acquire it, he wanted to invest, seemingly backing down, but it also revealed Black Dragon Capital's obsession with this oil field. It's important to understand that this oil field isn't large. While its annual output is considerable, for a hidden capital giant like Black Dragon Capital, there's no need to be so stubborn. There are plenty of profitable projects on the market, why fixate on just one oil field? After all, the two had previously engaged in a legal battle, which ended in Zhang Feng's victory. Unless the oil field's value far exceeds its proven reserves. Chairman Lin, if I disagree, are you planning to use other methods to suppress me? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Lin Ming frowned slightly and said, Mr. Zhang is younger and more capable than I imagined, but some things are too complex for you to handle. Having Black Dragon Capital invest is your best option. I'd like to hear the details. Zhang Feng picked up his teacup and took a sip. Lin Ming paused and said, do you know why Solomon sold this oil field to you? Why? Zhang Feng smiled upon hearing this. It seemed that Black Dragon Capital had already grasped his relationship with Solomon. This oil field was originally royal property, but Salamander cleverly turned it into his private property. The royal family became aware of this and wanted to investigate, so Salamander had to quickly sell the oil field. On the surface, you got a bargain, but there are huge hidden risks. It could be confiscated by the royal family at any time, Lin Ming said. Zhang Feng was silent for a few seconds. Although he didn't know if Lin Ming was telling the truth, it sounded logical. He and Salamander had a good relationship, but friends are friends, and no one would casually give away such a large sum of money. However, his intuition told him that Lin Ming wasn't telling the whole truth, because this only meant that he had gotten a bargain on the oil field, and its value wasn't worth Black Dragon Capital's fuss. As for whether the royal family would confiscate it, he wasn't worried for the time being. After all, he had Citibank capital from the United States behind him. The royal family wouldn't offend Citibank capital for this small oil field. Chairman Lin, if there's no other juicy gossip, let's end our conversation here, Zhang Feng said nonchalantly. Clearly, Zhang Feng was trying to scare him with these words. Mr. Zhang, I advise you to think carefully. Bringing in Black Dragon Capital, with the backing of the Great Xia forces, will make the Dongsha royal family hesitant to act rashly, Lin Ming said calmly. No need to consider it, I'm not interested. Zhang Feng waved his hand and stood up. Oh, by the way, Chairman Lin, thank you for reminding me. I'm planning to find a professional exploration team to thoroughly survey the area near the oil field. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything more. Goodbye. Zhang Feng turned and left. Inside the pavilion, only Lin Ming and Zhu Chen remained. I was too hasty, Lin Ming said calmly. It was Black Dragon Capital's overzealousness that made Zhang Feng realize something was amiss. Chairman Lin, this kid is unyielding. What should we do next? Our influence in Malaysia is limited, Zhu Chen said. Lin Ming frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, I heard that things are very chaotic in Dongsha. It is chaotic, Zhu Chen nodded in understanding. On the path down the mountain, Zhang Feng was walking alone when he bumped into Bai Wei walking towards him. However, he didn't greet him. The two had met not long ago, but since no one introduced them, they hadn't exchanged a single word and remained strangers. What's this kid doing here? Bai Wei muttered to himself. Xiao Wei, is he your friend? Bai Yushin, overhearing from the side, asked. No, Dad, Bai Wei quickly shook his head, we've only met once. Bai Yushin hummed in agreement, then said, when you see Chairman Lin later, you better behave yourself. This Chairman Lin is not someone we can afford to offend. Chapter 37 Guo Zheng's Dinner Party. Good times always fly by. Being by Zhang Yuer's side, Zhang Feng felt a rare sense of relaxation. Although there had been a slight mishap, a meeting with Lin Ming, it hadn't dampened his good mood for the day. Bye-bye, Feng Ge. As the city lights began to twinkle, Zhang Feng took Zhang Yuer back to the city center. The two parted ways at the entrance of Zhongcheng University. Bye-bye. Zhang Feng waved goodbye to Zhang Yuer. He then drove to his new home. Lin Ming's words today had given him a wake-up call. After returning home, he took out his phone and called Jennifer. The call went through several beeps before it was finally answered. Feng, you'd better give me a perfect excuse. Jennifer's voice came through gritted teeth, clearly suppressing her anger. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered that the time difference between the US and China was reversed. It was just getting dark here, but it should still be light there. Jennifer had been woken up by him. Sorry, I forgot about the time difference, Zhang Feng said with a gentle smile. Sure, what is it? The sound of Jennifer getting up and pouring water came from the phone. The oil field we just acquired might have some surprises, Zhang Feng explained his guess. Black Dragon Capital? Jennifer pondered for a moment. As a renowned international financial institution, Citibank wouldn't claim to be an expert on the financial situations of various countries, but powerful nations like Great Xia were a key focus for them. She had heard of Black Dragon Capital, but due to well-known reasons, Great Xia was relatively closed off in certain aspects, making investigation not so easy. Therefore, she didn't know much about Black Dragon Capital, only that it had a powerful background. What are your thoughts? Jennifer asked. Zhang Feng said, I want to find a professional exploration team to re-explore the oil field. In your Great Xia terms, great minds think alike, Jennifer replied with a light laugh. As for the Eastern Sands royal family, don't worry, our procedures for acquiring this oil field are legal. Her words reassured Zhang Feng. Even if the oil field involved the power struggles between Prince Salamander and other members of the royal family, they couldn't prevent him from acquiring it. Strength speaks for itself. It's important to understand that Citibank's influence extends far beyond the financial realm. Feng, I heard you sold crude oil to Malaysia? Jennifer asked, changing the subject. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. What seemed like a casual remark contained a wealth of information, indicating that Jennifer was very knowledgeable about the company's operations. Yes, Zhang Feng nodded in response. Jennifer laughed, don't be nervous. As friends, we need to trust each other. Zhang Feng understood the implication. Although Jennifer didn't explain her source, it seemed she had learned it unintentionally, not through deliberate investigation. After chatting for a few more minutes, Zhang Feng hung up and then called Guo Zheng. At that moment, Guo Zheng was attending a friend's dinner party. Old Guo, what were you thinking? Giving up a perfectly good, stable job to work for a new company. Exactly. Shouldn't you talk to your husband? At middle age, stability is the most important thing. Old Guo, don't be angry. We're old friends, that's why I'm saying this. During dinner and conversation, several friends were puzzled by Guo Zheng's decision to resign from his junior management position at the state-owned enterprise. Guo Zheng smiled but didn't explain much. He figured if he said he didn't want a predictable life, people would think he was faking it, giving up a perfectly good life for nothing. Old Guo, how's the pay at your new company? Someone suddenly asked the crucial question. It's alright, a little better than before. Before Guo Zheng could answer, Lu Wanaya quickly chimed in. That's true, people always strive for better opportunities. If the private company's pay wasn't good, old Guo wouldn't have switched jobs. I mainly wanted a change of scenery. Guo Zheng smiled. He understood his wife's thoughts. He was hiding his current salary mainly to avoid unnecessary trouble. When your friends are working themselves to the bone and only earning 200,000 or 300,000, while you effortlessly make tens of millions a year, besides envy, your friends will feel invisible pressure in their interactions with you. Some petty people might even become jealous and sabotage you. Therefore, concealing one's salary, from some perspectives, is also a white lie. Just then, Guo Zheng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his boss. Without a word, he grabbed his phone and went to the hallway outside the private room, pressing the answer button. Boss, what are your instructions? Get ready, you're going on a business trip to Dongsha in a few days, Zhang Feng said bluntly, explaining the plan to re-explore the oil field area. Although the exploration team was being managed by Jennifer's side, as the main operating entity of the oil field, they couldn't remain uninvolved. After all, Jennifer was merely the facilitator, the exploration work was outsourced, and the contract was with Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. And as the company's head, Guo Zheng was undoubtedly the most suitable person for the business trip. Firstly, the company was newly established and short-staffed. Secondly, this matter was quite important, and he wouldn't trust anyone else with it. Okay, boss, I understand. Guo Zheng hung up the phone, his brow furrowing. As the saying goes, the higher UPS just give orders, the lower UPS run themselves ragged. Coordinating with the exploration team, ensuring normal oilfield production. Any problem in any link could affect the company's operations. Did your boss call? Guo Zheng turned and returned to the private room. After sitting down, Lu Wenyo asked quietly beside him. Yeah, I'm going to Dongsha on a business trip in a couple of days, Guo Zheng said. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyo couldn't help but complain. Didn't you just get back from Dongsha? I have to do my job, otherwise I wouldn't feel secure with all that money. Being busy now means I'm still useful in the boss's eyes. Guo Zheng smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned. An hour later, the dinner ended. Although Guo Zheng didn't organize the gathering, he voluntarily paid the bill. The others teased him, saying he'd struck it rich, being so generous. However, no one really took it seriously. Upon arriving at the parking lot and preparing to drive home, everyone was stunned to see Guo Zheng and Lu Wenyo get into a luxury car worth millions. Holy crap, has old Guo really struck it rich? He said, don't forget me when you're rich. Old Guo is so dishonest. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Guo Zheng drove away with Lu Wenyo. It's said that returning home in glory is like wearing fine clothes at night. It would be impossible for Guo Zheng not to feel a little smug and proud. Look at you, so pleased with yourself, Shaw. Lu Wenyo, sitting in the passenger seat, rolled her eyes at Guo Zheng. Guo Zheng chuckled as he drove. Back then, when I quit my job, they all disapproved. Looking back, who was right and who was wrong? You were right, Lu Wenyo said, knowing the pressure Guo Zheng faced when he resigned, and also glad she hadn't stopped him. Now, although Guo Zheng was busier, he earned a lot more, and their family had already surpassed their friends in terms of wealth. Chapter 38 Zhangcheng Chamber of Commerce. Zhangcheng Hospital Inpatient Department. With Guo Zheng handling company affairs, Zhang Feng didn't need to worry too much, routinely visiting his mother at the hospital every day. As his mother's discharge date drew closer, the matter of hiring a caregiver became a priority. Mr. Zhang, what can I do for you? Zhao Ming's laughter came through the phone, sounding somewhat obsequious. There was no way around it, Zhang Feng had given him too much. When he poached Guo Zheng and others recently, Zhang Feng had given him over 2 million yuan in referral fees, far exceeding market rates. You see, legitimate headhunting firms charge 20%, 33% of the annual salary of the successfully recruited talent. Excluding bonuses, Guo Zheng's annual salary was 5 million yuan. According to normal fees, Zhao Ming would at most receive around 1,500,000 yuan. Who wouldn't want their sugar daddy to be generous? Zhang Feng's generosity forced Zhao Ming to be more attentive when receiving him. Of course, Zhang Feng wasn't a fool who would just throw money around. He paid Zhao Ming extra because he valued Zhao Ming's outstanding abilities and saw it as a way to win him over. Mr. Zhao, I'd like to find a nanny. Do you have any suitable candidates? Zhang Feng said. A nanny? Zhao Ming frowned slightly. If anyone else had called him asking for a nanny recommendation, he would have hung up immediately without a second thought. He might even have given them a piece of his mind before hanging up. What did this mean? He was a high-end headhunter, dealing with CEOs of major companies and top professionals, not some roadside housekeeping company. Asking him to recommend a nanny was insulting. However, as the saying goes, you have to be selective. Zhao Ming paused slightly, then patted his chest and assured him, Mr. Zhang, no problem, I'll take care of it. I just wonder what requirements you have for the caregiver. For example, age, education, foreign language skills, and so on. She should be able to cook, have some nursing and nutrition knowledge, and be a full-time caregiver for the elderly. As for education, there aren't any specific requirements, but the younger the better, Zhang Feng said. Okay, no problem. What about the compensation? Zhao Ming asked with a smile. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, with additional bonuses for holidays, Zhang Feng said. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is equivalent to that of a graduate from a prestigious university working in an office. Even in Shanghai, it's not easy for a caregiver to earn such a high salary. The reason Zhang Feng offered such a high salary was mainly to ensure the caregiver would take good care of his mother. After all, high-paying caregiver jobs are hard to find, and once obtained, there's no reason not to cherish them. Mr. Zhao, I want to emphasize one point: character is paramount. If there are any character issues, I won't hire the nanny, I'll come to you, Zhang Feng added. Zhao Ming nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I'll definitely vet her properly. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. Zhang Feng nodded and hung up. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Headhunters have their own channels and methods for investigating people. Zhang Feng could easily hire a nanny from any domestic service company, but he didn't have time to assess the nanny's abilities and character. Chairman Li? Turning back to the ward, he heard a sound from inside as soon as he reached the door. He went in and couldn't help but smile. What brings you here? What are you saying? Can't I even come to see my older sister? Li Longzhen chuckled. It seemed he'd already been chatting with Ding Mei for a while. No, it's just a bit unexpected, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. I came to the hospital for a routine checkup and thought I'd drop by, Li Longzhen explained. Wealthy people tend to prioritize their health and have regular full-body check UPS. Zhang Feng nodded, then casually asked, has President Su taken office? I don't know if she can handle it, but I believe in her, Li Longzhen laughed, then changed the subject. Oh, by the way, our Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce is having its mid-year meeting in a couple of days. Interested in attending? Chambers of Commerce are non-governmental organizations aimed at providing support and services to their members, promoting cooperation and exchange among members, and contributing to the local economy. Generally, they have official backing. In short, a Chamber of Commerce is a place to expand one's network, get together, exchange information, and see if there are any cooperation opportunities. Sure, but I'm not a member. Will I get kicked out? Zhang Feng chuckled. He currently only owns two companies, Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, which operates both domestically and internationally, with little business beyond its main operations, and a small company with just a few people. How could that be? The Chamber of Commerce is overjoyed to have a rising star like you. I'll recommend you for membership, Li Longzhen said. As the vice president of the Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce, recommending someone for membership is a simple matter of a word. Thank you for your encouragement, Chairman Li, Zhang Feng said with a laugh. Li Longzhen pointed at Zhang Feng with his finger and chuckled. Are you trying to flatter your older brother? Not at all, thank you sincerely. Besides the few connections provided by the system, Zhang Feng's only real connection was with Li Longzhen. Joining the Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly be a great opportunity to expand his network. Okay, I'll send you the address later. Remember to come. Li Longzhen didn't stay long. After a brief chat, he got up to leave. Zhang Feng got up and personally saw Li Longzhen to the door before turning back to his room. This Chairman Li is a nice person, Xiao Feng. You should get along well with him, Ding Mei earnestly advised. It was clear that Li Longzhen was a good conversationalist. Their short time together had left a very good impression on Ding Mei. However, upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. Ding Mei was just an ordinary person, lacking both cunning and worldly experience. Li Longzhen, on the other hand, had built his business from scratch and had cultivated his interpersonal skills over many years. I know, Mom. Zhang Feng smiled but didn't say anything more to Ding Mei. Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce Headquarters, Secretariat. Secretary General, this is a letter of recommendation from Chairman Li. The assistant handed a document to Secretary General Sing Tao. The chamber's president and vice presidents are all prominent figures in the business world. While nominally leaders, they don't actively participate in day-to-day operations. The secretariat handles all routine matters in chamber management. Chairman Lee? Chairman Lee from Longzhen Group? Sing Tao asked. Yes, the assistant nodded. Upon receiving confirmation, Sing Tao perked up and picked up the documents to examine them. Zhang Feng, 26 years old, Tianfeng Design Company, registered capital of 1 million. Sing Tao frowned after reading Li Longzhen's recommendation letter. His resume seemed unremarkable. Strictly speaking, it didn't even meet the membership standards. However, he dared not be careless, because this was Li Longzhen's personal recommendation. Clearly, this was a way of mentoring a junior. I wonder what the relationship is between Zhang Feng and Li Longzhen. Sing Tao couldn't help but ponder. Chapter 39 Membership. Go contact them and have them submit the membership application materials. With Li Longzhen personally recommending him, even if Zhang Feng didn't meet the membership criteria, Sing Tao didn't dare to stop him and immediately instructed his assistant to contact Zhang Feng and have him submit the relevant materials. Okay, I'll go right away, the assistant nodded in response. However, things always take an unpredictable turn. In the documents Li Longzhen handed to the Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Feng's phone number was a work number, and Tang Jiajia answered the call on his behalf. Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce? Tang Jiajia was completely bewildered when she received the call from Sing Tao's assistant. We haven't applied for membership. Indeed, they hadn't applied, because Zhang Feng hadn't had time to pass on the instructions. And because Li Longzhen wanted to maintain a good relationship with Zhang Feng, he took even the smallest things very seriously. Before even leaving the hospital, he had instructed his assistant to handle the matter. That's why things had come to this. It's like this, Chairman Li of Longzhen Group personally recommended your general manager Zhang to our Chamber of Commerce. Sing Tao's assistant was speechless. What kind of situation was this? Li Longzhen personally recommended someone, and the person in question didn't even know? This was incredibly unreliable. But having strong connections was advantageous. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to patiently explain to Tang Jiajia. Oh, wait a moment, let me ask our boss, Tang Jiajia said apologetically. Hanging up, she immediately called Zhang Feng. Boss, the Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce called you, saying they need you to submit your membership application materials, Tang Jiajia said bluntly. Although she worked as an assistant secretary, since Zhang Feng was currently a hands-off manager and didn't have much to do, she generally didn't stay by his side. She mostly spent her time at the company watching dramas and occasionally handling miscellaneous tasks for him. What are you good for? You can handle the documents yourself, Zhang Feng said, feigning anger. Tang Jiajia was quite surprised by Li Longzhen's efficiency. However, as the boss, how could he possibly make a mistake? Even if the task wasn't completed, as an assistant and secretary, she still needed to be capable of handling it properly. Okay. Tang Jiajia mumbled a reply, then hung up the phone, huffing, why are you being so fierce? If it weren't for the fact that you're the boss, I wouldn't even bother with you. Despite complaining, Tang Jiajia didn't sit idle. She spent over an hour organizing the documents, then took a taxi to the Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce to submit them. Assistant Lu, I've arrived. Tang Jiajia called Sing Tao's assistant. Hello, Secretary Tang. A minute later, Sing Tao's assistant, Lu Hui, appeared before Tang Jiajia. Hello. Tang Jiajia quickly responded. Lu Hui subtly sized up Tang Jiajia. Judging from Tang Jiajia's reaction, it wasn't hard to tell that she was a naive young woman, hence her somewhat hurried tone and impetuous manner. Are all the documents ready? Lu Hui asked as she led Tang Jiajia into the elevator. Yes, everything is ready as you requested, Tang Jiajia replied. Lu Hui nodded, then said, Secretary Tang looks very young. How old are you this year? 25, Tang Jiajia answered directly without hiding anything. Lu Hui sighed, being young is truly wonderful. As the two chatted, the elevator arrived at the 5th floor. With Li Longzhen's letter of recommendation, the membership process was a mere formality. All the paperwork was completed quickly. Tang Jiajia paid the membership fee, then returned home with her membership badge and certificate. 2 days later, at the Yinyu Jiangnan Hotel. As a 5-star luxury hotel capable of hosting foreign guests, Yinyu Jiangnan possessed the capability and qualifications to organize large-scale conferences. The Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce's mid-year meeting being held here was entirely expected. 9 o'clock in the morning. Luxury cars began to arrive, carrying prominent figures from Jiangxin's business community. Zhang Feng, who had brought Tang Jiajia, unexpectedly bumped into two acquaintances as soon as they entered the hotel lobby. Zhang Feng? They were acquaintances, though they had only met once. None other than Zhang Yuer's roommate Zhao Ting and classmate Wu Yan. They came with their families, mainly to broaden their horizons, meet some uncles and elders, and prepare for their future entry into society. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, both of them looked surprised. what are you doing here? Zhao Ting asked. As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily drifted to Tang Jiajia beside Zhang Feng. Her thoughts were unclear, and her tone sounded rather unfriendly and stiff. I'm here for the Chamber of Commerce's mid-year meeting, Zhang Feng said with a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned by Zhao Ting's gaze and tone. You? Do you even have the right? Wu Yan interjected rudely from the side. Compared to Zhao Ting's stiff tone, his was blatant mockery. Zhang Feng's smile gradually faded. He said, Wu, didn't your parents teach you manners? He remembered Wu Yan well because it was Wu Yan who had criticized his car during their last picnic. I'm just telling the truth. How is that rude? Telling the truth is rude? Wu Yan said with a smile. You yourself said last time that you were starting a business. Alright, Wu Yan, stop talking. No matter what, Zhang Feng is Xiao Yuer's friend, Zhao Ting interrupted Wu Yan. She stepped in to smooth things over, not for Zhang Feng's sake, but out of respect for Xiao Yuer. She didn't want to create any rift between them over such a small matter. Fine, I won't say it then. Wu Yan shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Zhang Feng was amused and annoyed by Wu Yan's behavior. He hadn't offended Wu Yan, so he didn't understand where Wu Yan's hostility towards him came from. Was it simply due to the superiority complex of a rich second generation? Besides, Wu Yan wasn't exactly a top-tier rich second generation, his family just had some money. Zhang Feng, who is this beautiful lady? Zhao Ting suddenly asked. Hello, my name is Tang Jiajia, Mr. Zhang's assistant. Before Zhang Feng could speak, Tang Jiajia introduced herself. What should have been a perfectly ordinary gesture was interpreted by Wu Yan as if he'd stumbled upon a colossal joke. His expression was exaggerated and sarcastic as he exclaimed, Did I hear that right? This is President Zhang's assistant? I didn't expect President Zhang, despite his low rank, to have such a big ego, even a personal assistant. Impressive. Zhao Ting frowned upon hearing this, thinking Zhang Feng was being incredibly pretentious. She decided she'd definitely tell Xiao Yuer about it later. President Zhang. Suddenly, a delighted voice came from behind. Zhang Feng turned around and saw Ding Hao walking briskly towards him, almost jogging for the last few steps. Mr. Zhang, you're here for the meeting too? Ding Hao bowed and scraped, his face full of obsequiousness. Regardless of others, he relied on the Longzhen group for his livelihood, so he dared not have the slightest thought of offending Zhang Feng. Considering the relationship between Zhang Feng and Li Longzhen, killing him would be a simple matter. Of course, Ding Hao was also guilty. After all, he had stolen Zhang Feng's ex-girlfriend and stolen Zhang Feng's company's design drafts. If things really came down to it, Zhang Feng wouldn't be wrong to kill him. Chapter 40 Who stepped on whom? Zhang Feng saw Ding Hao, gave a blank and ignored him. Mr. Zhang, I'll go in first, you all chat. Ding Hao, sensing Zhang Feng's reluctance, forced a smile, nodded to Zhang Feng, Wu Yan, Zhao Ting, and the others, and hurriedly left. He looked rather comical. Wow, Mr. Zhang has quite the connections, Wu Yan said mockingly. In the entire Zhongcheng, Ding Hao was just an insignificant nobody. His attendance at the Chamber of Commerce's mid-year meeting was only thanks to his brother-in-law, Zhang Aguo. He wanted to make his name known in the industry and, incidentally, find some business opportunities. What's your name again? Zhang Feng asked with a light laugh. Having been repeatedly mocked by Wu Yan, even a clay figure would have some temper, let alone a living person. My name is Wu Yan said arrogantly. Actually, he had his own motives. Bai Wei had personally told him that he had taken a liking to Zhang Yuer, and Zhang Yuer seemed to have a bit of a crush on Zhang Feng. His actions of belittling Zhang Feng were simply because he saw that Zhang Feng had no powerful connections and wanted to suppress him, hoping to make him back down and give up on his feelings for Zhang Yuer. However, the timing wasn't right yet, so he didn't mention Zhang Yuer. Simply put, Wu Yan was trying to curry favor with Bai Wei, putting himself in Bai Wei's shoes, which is why he was desperately trying to undermine Zhang Feng. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's smile remained, but his tone became serious. As the saying goes, you have to understand the underlying meaning. Faced with Wu Yan's repeated provocations, Zhang Feng chose not to hold back any longer. He told Wu Yan to bring it on, to use whatever tricks he had up his sleeve, instead of just talking. Wu Yan sneered, we'll see. Zhang Feng nodded and left with Tang Jiajia. Great Xia is a society governed by law, and this is a public place. Besides verbal sparring, fighting is prohibited. Would he stay and argue with a college student brimming with inexplicable superiority? Zhang Feng wouldn't be that naive. Boss, who's that guy? He's so annoying, I want to slap him a couple of times, Tang Jiajia whispered beside Zhang Feng. Just some self-important second-generation rich kid, Zhang Feng replied casually. He's just starting out, not a big shot in Jiangqin's business world, and he doesn't have the means to teach the Wu family a lesson. The reverse is also true, the Wu family can't do anything to him. Not to mention the Wu family, even Black Dragon Capital can't handle him. On the other side, Wu Yan watched Zhang Feng lead Tang Jiajia into the elevator and couldn't help but sneer, "You're courting death. Wu Yan, aren't you going a bit too far?" Zhao Ting said. She also looked down on Zhang Feng, but out of self-respect, she didn't ruthlessly belittle him like Wu Yan did, nor did she offer a merciless barrage of mockery. "Really?" Wu Yan countered. "Whether it's true or not, you know perfectly well," Zhao Ting snorted. "Because of Xiao Yuer?" Xiao Yuer was a well-known campus belle at Zhongcheng University, with countless boys liking her. As a male student from the same university, Wu Yan's hostility towards the outcasts who appeared around Xiao Yuer was, in her view, understandable. "Because of Xiao Yuer." Wu Yan hummed, paused for a few seconds, and then added, "But not in the way you think." "Then what is it?" Zhao Ting pursed her lips, clearly not believing Wu Yan's explanation. "Men are all heartless, they have feelings for each other but refuse to admit it. Young Master Bai, it's young Master Bai who has taken a liking to Xiao Yuer," Wu Yan explained with a slight wry smile. "Young Master Bai?" Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Zhao Ting's eyes, an expression she couldn't quite place jealousy or envy. With young Master Bai's wealth, if he were to take a liking to her, she'd be laughing in her sleep. But she also knew that compared to Xiao Yuer, her appearance was far inferior. "Now you know." Wu Yan chuckled. "Even if I don't step on him, young Master Bai won't let him off the hook." Zhao Ting nodded slightly, remaining silent. Just then, a long, luxurious Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the hotel. Bai Yushin stepped out, followed closely by his son, Bai Wei, dressed in a formal light-colored suit, looking dashing and handsome. "Chairman Bai. This way, please." The Chamber of Commerce and hotel staff hurriedly led the way. Bai Yushin glanced left and right, then strode into the hotel, surrounded by bodyguards and staff. "Dad, there's a friend of mine over there. I need to say a few words," Bai Wei said to Bai Yushin, his eyes flickering as he saw Wu Yan waving at him from the lobby. "Go ahead." Bai Yushin didn't stop him. Bai Wei responded, smiling as he walked towards Wu Yan. "Young Master Bai." Wu Yan and Zhao Ting quickly stepped forward to greet him. "You're here, why aren't you going in?" Bai Wei asked casually. Wu Yan said, "It's boring up there, and we have a meeting later, so Ting Ting and I just came downstairs to wander around." Bai Wei wasn't interested in that and instead asked, "How's the thing I asked you to do?" "Young Master Bai, I couldn't get Xiao Yuer to come out, but I got her number." Wu Yan said, pausing before adding, "However, it's a stranger request, so it's hard to say whether she'll accept." "Xiao Yuer rarely adds guys on WeChat," Zhao Ting chimed in. Bai Wei raised an eyebrow and smiled, "I like that. Ting Ting, aren't you Xiao Yuer's roommate? Introduce her to me, so you don't waste your time." "No problem, I'll get Xiao Yuer out sometime, and we can have dinner together," Zhao Ting said. Bai Wei beamed and said, come on, let's grab something to eat at the third-floor restaurant. I haven't had breakfast yet." "Oh, by the way, young Master Bai, we just ran into Zhang Feng," Wu Yan suddenly said. "Zhang Feng? What's he doing here?" Bai Wei had some recollection of Zhang Feng, but nothing deep. His recollection stemmed from his liking for Zhang Yuer. "I heard he's here for the mid-year meeting," Wu Yan said with a sneer. "And he's got a beautiful secretary with him. Isn't that ridiculous? Didn't you say he was starting a business? A startup company, and he has a beautiful secretary?" Bai Wei laughed. Zhao Ting chimed in, "Young Master Bai, why don't you teach him a lesson?" The Bai group was deeply entrenched in Zhongcheng. Suppressing a startup would be a piece of cake. "That depends on whether he knows what's good for him." Bai Wei chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, his meaning clear. If Zhang Feng continued his relationship with Xiao Yuer, he wouldn't hesitate to intervene. "Where's Zhang Feng now?" "I'll go meet him," Bai Wei said. "He's gone up." Wu Yan was secretly excited. For some people, bullying others is actually a very satisfying thing, needing no reason at all. Due to his privileged family background, Wu Yan had never experienced any setbacks growing up. His high intelligence and emotional intelligence allowed him to judge situations clearly and thrive in his environment. Chapter 41, Banning? The banquet hall on the 6th floor of a building in the misty Jiangnan region. The mid-year meeting is an important annual gathering for the Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce, primarily for members to network, get to know each other, and explore cooperation opportunities. The banquet hall was bustling with activity. Small groups gathered, discussing business matters or current international news. However, this was all communication among ordinary members. Bigwigs like Li Longzin and Bai Yushin were not present in the main banquet hall, but rather in private rooms upstairs. Zhang Feng wandered around the banquet hall. Seeing his youth, few people were willing to talk to him, only occasionally inquiring about his industry. To be honest, Zhang Feng felt quite bored. Just as he was about to go upstairs to sit down with Li Longzin and say hello, he saw Bai Wei, Wu Yan, and others approaching. "Young Master Bai." Within a short distance of a few dozen meters, 7 or 8 people greeted Bai Wei respectfully. Bai Wei ignored them, not even bothering to nod. As the young master of the Bai Group, he had the right, at least in Zhongcheng, to act arrogantly. The Bai Group was worth over 20 billion yuan, even more powerful than the Longzhen Group. Zhang Feng? Bai Wei walked straight up to Zhang Feng, smiling as he spoke. It's me. What's up? Zhang Feng recognized Bai Wei. It was hard not to recognize him. That day at the picnic at the farmhouse, Bai Wei had been given the cold shoulder by Zhang Yuer. Brother, let's not beat around the bush. I'll speak frankly. Don't take offense. Bai Wei smiled, thinking himself very polite, using courtesy before resorting to force. Yes, I'm all ears, Zhang Feng nodded. I like Xiao Yuer, so please don't contact her again, Bai Wei said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng laughed out loud as if he'd heard a joke. How can these second-generation rich kids be so confident and arrogant? Whether you like Xiao Yuer or not has nothing to do with me. Whether Xiao Yuer likes you or not is the key. However, his laughter sounded extremely grating to Bai Wei's ears, like mockery, causing his face to darken instantly. Is it that funny? Bai Wei asked coldly. Zhang Feng's smile didn't fade as he nodded, saying, Young Master Bai, don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you. I just think that love is a matter between two people. Xiao Yuer is a beautiful woman, everyone likes her, including me. But what's the point of telling me this? Even if I don't go to Xiao Yuer, she might not like you. Young Master Bai's affairs are none of your business, Wu Yan interjected. His tone carried a hint of reprimand. I'm not his father, why should I care? Zhang Feng shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. You bastard, you're asking for it. Bai Wei instantly flew into a rage, his eyes widening as if he wanted to attack, but in the end, he held back. He glanced around and shouted, From now on, anyone who cooperates with you is going against me. These words immediately silenced the banquet hall. This was an attempt to blacklist him from the Zhongcheng business community. Although many of the companies present had no business dealings with the Bai Group, no one wanted to offend them. No business dealings didn't mean the Bai Group couldn't touch you. Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. How did he offend young Master Bai? Too young. The Bai Group's influence in Zhongcheng is deeply entrenched, taking someone down would be a piece of cake. Looks like a petty squabble between young people. Petty squabble? Fighting over a woman with young Master Bai? Damn, this kid's got guts, he's practically asking for trouble. I wonder which families he is. He's caused such a huge problem for his family. Offending the Bai family, does he even want to stay in Zhongcheng? The crowd whispered amongst themselves. Although these people were either high-ranking executives or company CEOs, stripped of their status, they were all just ordinary people who enjoyed gossip and watching the drama unfold. Zhang Aguo, however, had a rather amused expression on his face. Brother-in-law, why don't you go over and act as a peacemaker? Ding Hao said in a low voice, a half-smile playing on his lips. Zhang Aguo turned and gave his brother-in-law a deep look. He had a feeling this kid wanted to push him into a fire pit. Were these two people he could afford to offend? Although he was the vice president of Longzhen Group, a high-ranking position with many people bowing and scraping before him, neither of these two men won a close friend of his own boss. The other, the young master of the Bai Group, was afraid of him. If he were given face, it would be best if they both let things rest. But both were angry, and he couldn't refuse them. Not only could he not act as a peacemaker, but he would also find himself in an awkward and embarrassing situation. Let whoever wants to be the peacemaker do it, he wasn't going to. Heh, Zhang Feng chuckled lightly at Bai Wei's harsh words. Bai Wei probably didn't know that Zhang Feng's company had already been blacklisted by Black Dragon Capital. If it could be blacklisted, Zhang Feng's company would have gone bankrupt long ago. Currently, his main business, the oil and gas company, handled both production and sales overseas, while his design company only had one operational project, and that project came from Longzhen Group. Given his relationship with Li Longzhen, the Bai Group didn't seem to have the power to cut off that project. Kid, we'll see. Bai Wei uttered another harsh remark before turning and leaving. As the saying goes, he who has no desires is invincible. If Zhang Feng needed something from the Bai Group, he might be afraid, but Zhang Feng had no desires for the Bai Group, so naturally, the Bai Group couldn't do anything to him. Young Master Bai, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over someone like this, Wu Yan said, following closely behind Bai Wei. Bai Wei was furious. He didn't know why he was so angry. It felt like he'd punched cotton. Nothing felt right. Usually, people would go along with him, fear him, and dare not oppose him, but Zhang Feng seemed impervious to both soft and hard tactics, which infuriated him. Actually, upon closer examination, Zhang Feng didn't seem to have done anything wrong, he just hadn't given Bai Wei any face. In short, it was Bai Wei's inexplicable sense of superiority at play. That's right, young Master Bai, calm down, it's not worth it, Zhao Ting also chimed in. What are you talking about? I'm not angry. Bai Wei glared at Wu Yan and Zhao Ting, shouting angrily. The more they tried to persuade him, the angrier Bai Wei became. He thought he could easily manipulate them, but they completely ignored him. Boss, you've offended someone. I just checked, the buy group's market value is over 20 billion. Tang Jiajia said, holding her phone. The phone screen prominently displayed Baidu search results. Let's make this clear, it's not me who offended anyone, it's someone who offended me, Zhang Feng said with an indifferent expression. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached and said, young man, what's your name? Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at the middle-aged man. He was simply dressed, gentle and refined, with a faint smile on his lips. Chapter 42, Small Circle. My name is Li Yuchen, the middle-aged man said, handing over his business card. Zhang Feng took it and glanced at it, discovering that the man before him was actually a professor in the law department of Zhongcheng University and a partner in a law firm. Let's keep in touch. I'm very good at dealing with large companies, Li Yuchen said with a smile. You're just trying to drum up business for yourself. Zhang Feng chuckled. The young master of the buy group had just threatened to blacklist him in the business world, and Li Yuchen had proactively approached him, offering legal services, seemingly anticipating some legal issues Zhang Feng would face. In Zhongcheng, not many people dare to offend the buy group, and I happen to be one of them, Li Yuchen said confidently, without acknowledging the question. You know a lot about the buy group? Zhang Feng asked. Sort of. Li Yuchen smiled faintly. Zhang Feng looked at Li Yuchen curiously, but Li Yuchen didn't elaborate. Since it was their first meeting, he didn't press for details. Okay, I'll take the business card. Zhang Feng put it in his pocket. Goodbye. Li Yuchen waved and turned to leave. At this moment, Su Fei walked into the banquet hall and went straight to Zhang Feng. President Su. Zhang Feng greeted her with a smile. Su Fei was dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, her hair tied in a ponytail, giving her a radiant appearance. Chairman Li asked me to call you, Su Fei said. Zhang Feng hummed in acknowledgement and followed Su Fei out of the banquet hall and onto the elevator. Did you and Bai Wei have a falling out? Su Fei asked casually. Do you need Chairman Li to act as a peacemaker? There's no conflict. Zhang Feng shook his head, declining Su Fei's offer. He and Bai Wei had only met twice, and they probably hadn't exchanged more than 10 words. What kind of conflict could there be? Bai Wei simply wanted to put him down. Using her power to intimidate him, she crushed him, forced him to back down, and severed all ties with Zhang Yuer. Even setting aside the fact that this relationship with Zhang Yuer was assigned by the system, even if it were just a normal friendship, he wouldn't back down because of Bai Wei's words. He's a man. How can he survive in the business world if he's weak-willed? The Bai family is ruthless in their methods. Be careful lately. If you encounter any difficulties, you can always talk to Chairman Li. Chairman Li's relationship with the Bai family isn't particularly close, but since they both operate in Zhongcheng, the Bai family will give Chairman Li some face, Su Fei reminded him. Zhang Feng smiled but didn't respond. His motto was, he who has no desires is invincible. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and Su Fei led Zhang Feng into a private room. The room wasn't large, only about 100 square meters. Compared to the bustling banquet hall downstairs, it felt much quieter. Brother Zhang. Seeing Zhang Feng enter the private room, Li Longzhen laughed heartily, stood up, and stepped forward to stand beside Zhang Feng. Looking at everyone, he said, let me introduce you all. This is my good brother, Zhang Feng. The words good brother are quite intriguing. Age-wise, Li Longzhen was fully qualified to be Zhang Feng's elder, yet he lowered himself to treat Zhang Feng as an equal. This indicates that in Li Longzhen's mind, Zhang Feng was worthy of standing on the same level as him. At the same time, it also shows that his relationship with Zhang Feng was very good. How could they be called good brothers if they weren't? Young man, where are you from? Someone asked. Before Zhang Feng could answer, Li Longzhen interjected, this is Mr. Cao Huazhang, General Manager CAO of Dingchuang Wood Industry. Dingchuang Wood Industry is a nationally renowned furniture brand, with products selling well both domestically and internationally, boasting annual sales of several billion yuan. Hello, Mr. CAO, I'm a local from Zhongcheng, Zhang Feng said with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. A local? Cao Huazhang was slightly surprised. He had assumed that for Li Longzhen to value Zhang Feng so highly, he must have a powerful background, either from Shanghai or Beijing. After all, several of the most powerful local businessmen in Zhongcheng were in this room. In other words, Zhang Feng, as a local, had no direct connection to them, indicating his background wasn't particularly strong. This puzzled them. Why was Li Longzhen so attentive to Zhang Feng? As for the possibility of a close friendship despite the age gap, it's not impossible, but the chances are extremely slim. Businessmen are driven by profit, and they know perfectly well why Li Longzhen introduced Zhang Feng to them with such solemnity. They just couldn't understand Li Longzhen's true motives. Such tireless promotion of a newcomer must have a reason, right? Everyone in this room is worth tens or hundreds of billions. Every one of them is a leader in their respective industry in Zhongcheng. To get into this room, you need at least tens of billions. Of course, these are unspoken rules, no one talks about them openly. everyone just silently abides by them. Young man, what industry do you work in? Tell me, and let's see if there's an opportunity for cooperation, CAO Huazang asked with a smile, snapping out of his reverie. This was a way of giving Li Longzhen face. After all, everyone could see that Li Longzhen wanted to promote Zhang Feng. As someone with a good relationship with Li Longzhen, CAO Huazang naturally had to give him a hand. I own an oil and gas company and a design company. The oil and gas company is involved in the production and trading of crude oil from the Dongsha Islands. The design company is currently small, mainly focusing on low-voltage electrical design, Zhang Feng explained, not hiding anything, giving a general overview of his companies. After all, this couldn't be hidden. If someone wanted to investigate, it would be easy to find out. Secondly, demonstrating his strength would make future dealings easier. As he expected, upon hearing involved in the production and trading of crude oil from the Dongsha Islands, not only CAO Huazang but also the others looked surprised. What kind of place was Dongsha? A chaotic wasteland. To acquire an oil field in Dongsha, one needed extremely strong connections, otherwise, it would be impossible to gain a foothold. Crude oil trading was incredibly profitable, so much so that it drove people mad with envy. Brother, how did you acquire the Dongsha oil field? Could you elaborate? I'd love to hear it, CAO Huazang said, feigning curiosity and eagerness to listen. The others did the same. Just a small oil field, purely a lucky find, Zhang Feng said, unwilling to elaborate. The more he said, the more he revealed, he'd already done his job of showing off his strength. This wasn't about showing off. In business, demonstrating strength is essential. Old Li, Prince Salamander's investment in your new project was it this young man who facilitated it? Suddenly, Bai Yushin, who was sitting there, asked. Bai Yushin was the president of the Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce, while Li Longzhen and the others were only vice presidents. Not bad. Li Longzhen nodded with a smile, but he didn't elaborate on the specifics. It wasn't that he was unwilling to talk about it, but some things were inconvenient to discuss openly. No wonder. Old Li, you're fucking dishonest. When I wanted to invest, you absolutely refused. Outside, Li Longzhen might be a high-ranking business tycoon, but in this room, the others weren't afraid of him. Some joked, some laughed, and cursed. Chapter 43 by Family Security Team. After receiving Li Longzhen's affirmative reply, everyone began to take Zhang Feng's opinion more seriously. Regardless of his background, being able to establish a connection with the Prince of Dongsha and secure $1 billion investment was a significant feat. Everyone had heard about Longzhen Group's new project. After all, it had made the news, so it was hard not to know. Once the project succeeded, Li Longzhen's wealth would surpass theirs, and at that point, even the Bai family wouldn't stand a chance. Young man, let's exchange contact information and keep in touch, CAO Huazang said with a smile. Okay. Zhang Feng nodded and exchanged contact information with CAO Huazang. The others did the same. It could be said that Zhang Feng's network of connections in Zhongcheng was gradually expanding. It's worth noting that those present, even if their wealth wasn't as great as Li Longzhen's, were all roughly in the same social stratum. These people wielded considerable influence in Zhongcheng. While Zhang Feng's relationship with them wasn't particularly deep, relationships often weren't about depth, but about mutual benefit. Taking the first step would make things smoother later. As the saying goes, to get things done, you need someone influential. Start a conversation first, then discuss benefits and favors. What kind of relationship can you build if you don't even know the people? However, to Zhang Feng's surprise, Bai Yushin didn't proactively exchange numbers with him. Zhang Feng guessed it was because of Bai Wei, so he didn't actively approach him. You see, big shots are incredibly well informed. Just now in the banquet hall downstairs, Bai Wei had threatened to blacklist him. Li Longzhen knew this, and Bai Yushin certainly knew. The performance is about to start, want to go check it out? CAO Huazang said with a smile. The Chamber of Commerce's mid-year meeting included not only a dinner and business negotiations, but also a cultural performance, a very rich program. Old Bai, you old codger, you know how to enjoy life. I've seen your dance troupe, every single one of them is a gem, Li Longzhen joked. The Bai group owns a professional dance troupe, which is always a topic of conversation within their circle. Bai Yushin smiled faintly. You, old Li, aren't short of money. You can keep one for fun if you want. Unlike you, old Bai, still going strong at your age, I couldn't keep up. Li Longzhen adopted a self-deprecating expression. Zhang Feng watched these old guys making lewd jokes without interrupting. Who would have thought that these big shots in the eyes of outsiders were no different from ordinary people in private, enjoying telling dirty jokes and even using foul language? Only when their interests are threatened do they show their ruthless and decisive side. Next came dinner, watching a cultural performance, and so on. The day passed quickly. The news of the conflict between Zhang Feng and Bai Wei spread throughout Jiangqing's business circles. After all, one side was the young master of the Bai group, and his father, Bai Yushin, was the president of the Zhongcheng Chamber of Commerce. Bai Wei had publicly declared his intention to blacklist Zhang Feng, making it common knowledge it was impossible for the news not to spread. I heard you had a dispute with a young man named Zhang Feng? On the way back, Bai Yushin sat in the back seat, leaning back and asking with his eyes closed. He had been socializing during the day and inevitably drank alcohol, so he was a little tired. Yes. Bai Wei, also reeking of alcohol, nodded upon hearing this, not denying it. Why? Bai Yushin asked. Bai Wei snorted and said, nothing much, this kid's got no sense and messed with me. Bai Yushin was silent for a few seconds upon hearing this. Actually, he knew even if Bai Wei didn't say it. His secretary had already investigated and told him the whole story, but since his son wouldn't say it, he wouldn't expose him directly. How much do you know about Zhang Feng? Bai Yushin opened his eyes, slightly turning his head to look at Bai Wei. No background, just a nobody, Bai Wei said. He truly didn't know much about Zhang Feng, everything he knew was hearsay from Wu Yan. In his view, it was irrelevant. In Zhongcheng, his Bai family was the most powerful. No matter how powerful Zhang Feng's background was, could it be greater than the Bai family's? You! Bai Yushin looked at Bai Wei with a disappointed expression, pointing at him with his finger. You know nothing, yet you dare to boast and blacklist someone. How did I give birth to such a useless son? Dad, what did I do? Bai Wei felt wronged and retorted stubbornly. He'd done this kind of thing before. His past actions were even more outrageous, and Bai Yushin hadn't said anything then. Why was he being called useless this time? In short, don't mess with that Zhang Feng, Bai Yushin said sternly. Why? Bai Wei was unconvinced. He just didn't understand why Zhang Feng, a nobody, couldn't be messed with. There's no why. Bai Yushin paused, knowing his son's temperament too well, a forceful order wouldn't work. So, he changed his words halfway through. Zhang Feng is protected by Li Longzhen. He couldn't investigate Zhang Feng's connections clearly, so he couldn't say for sure and could only use Li Longzhen as an excuse. Chairman Li? Bai Wei frowned. If he's under Li Longzhen's protection, then this is really troublesome. However, this doesn't mean he's afraid, much less that he'll back down. A beautiful lady is sought after by a gentleman, everyone will rely on their own abilities. What's the relationship between Chairman Li and that Zhang Feng? Bai Wei sneered. One surname is Zhang, the other Li, and they're so far apart in age. Could they be illegitimate children? Bai Yushin didn't want to pay attention to his son's mockery and simply closed his eyes. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Longzhen Grand Hotel, in the Chunyua Hall, Brother Zhang, how did you get into a fight with that kid from the Bai family? Li Longzhen asked casually while sipping his hangover tea. That guy wants to step on me. I can't just let others step on me, can I? I haven't offended him, Zhang Feng said helplessly. Li Longzhen opened the cigar box on the table, took out a cigar, and slowly trimmed the ends. He gestured for Zhang Feng to have one, but Zhang Feng declined. Only then did he leisurely light the cigar, take a satisfying puff, and say, the Bai family is cunning, you'd better be careful. How so? Zhang Feng asked curiously. In business, he wasn't afraid of the Bai group's suppression, but beyond business, he was also wary of the Bai family using underhanded tactics. Do you know how the Bai family rose to power? Li Longzhen asked. Zhang Feng shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Li Longzhen sighed, saying with considerable emotion, actually, the initial capital we accumulated in our generation was somewhat shady, and the Bai family was no exception. The Bai family used to run a martial arts school, and they were incredibly skilled in combat. During the real estate boom, they were in the earthwork business, and then they ventured into real estate and construction. Run a martial arts school? Zhang Feng frowned. Li Longzhen hadn't explicitly stated it, but it was a clear hint for his personal safety. Yes, in the past, Bai family boxing was quite famous in Zhongcheng. Later, as the Bai family's business grew, they closed the martial arts school. But as far as I know, the Bai family secretly maintained a security team, Li Longzhen said. Chapter 44. Something happened at the oil field. What security team? They're just thugs. Zhang Feng sneered. Li Longzhen laughed, saying, calling them thugs isn't wrong. Chairman Li, this is a society governed by law. Does the Bai family dare to act recklessly? Zhang Feng asked. No matter how skilled in kung fu, one shot is all it takes. Under the iron fist, which of the demons and evil forces would dare to cause trouble? Li Longzhen gave Zhang Feng a deep look, secretly shaking his head. Although Zhang Feng was intelligent, he was still young and inexperienced, lacking worldly wisdom. On the surface, of course they wouldn't dare. Besides, Bai Yushin wouldn't allow his son to act recklessly over a girl. But when it comes to significant interests, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do, Li Longzhen emphasized. The meaning was clear. Zhang Feng currently had no conflict of interest with the Bai group, so the Bai family wouldn't do anything to him. But once a significant conflict of interest arose, that would be a different story. Li Longzhen changed the subject, adding, regardless, you're quite wealthy now, so you should be mindful of your personal safety. Thank you for the reminder, Chairman Li. I will, Jiang Feng replied with a smile. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Li Longzhen said in a deep voice. Su Fei pushed open the door and entered, smiling slightly. Chairman Li, President CAO is here. He's here, so what? Did you expect me to go out and greet him? Li Longzhen scoffed. How could I dare, Chairman Li? CAO Huazhang laughed as he entered the private room. Seeing Jiang Feng, he exclaimed, Brother Jiang is here too. President CAO, Chairman Li, please continue your conversation. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Jiang Feng stood up and tactfully left with Su Fei. CAO Huazhang had come to see Li Longzhen. He must have something to discuss. What was he doing standing there? It was incredibly inconsiderate. Want to grab a drink at the bar? Inside the elevator, Su Fei's gaze swept over Jiang Feng as she asked with a smile. No, I've already had a drink today, I can't drink anymore. Jiang Feng declined Su Fei's invitation and, with his assistant Tang Jiajia, drove away from the Longzhen Hotel. Li Longzhen's reminder to be careful about his personal safety wasn't without reason. Although the rule of law in Great Xia was now strict, and organized crime had been severely suppressed, it didn't mean there were no bad guys. He was just an ordinary person, it would be easy for someone to harm him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Zhao Ming, but then he felt it wasn't appropriate. Zhao Ming was a high-end headhunter, hiring a few bodyguards wouldn't be a problem, but they had to be trustworthy. Boss, what are you thinking about? Tang Jiajia suddenly asked. Nothing. Jiang Feng snapped out of his thoughts and replied. From a purely professional standpoint, Tang Jiajia was actually unqualified as an assistant and secretary. But that's the advantage of having a veteran. Tang Jiajia had been working for Jiang Feng since the beginning of his business. He couldn't just fire her because of her lack of competence. Oh, Tang Jiajia said, looking hesitant. Jiang Feng turned to look at Tang Jiajia and said, just say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush. Actually, it's nothing. I've noticed you blush when you drink, Tang Jiajia said. Puffed. Jiang Feng almost spat out blood. Looks like he not only needs to hire a bodyguard, but he also needs to replace his secretary. Why is this girl's focus so strange? As the boss's secretary and assistant, shouldn't your focus be on serving the boss? Tang Jiajia. Never mind, forget I said anything. 40 minutes later, Jiang Feng returned home. After washing up, he was about to go to bed when his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Guo Zheng. Jiang Feng pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, Guo Zheng's voice came through. Something's happened, Mr. Jiang. What is it? Guo Zheng's tone was urgent, making Jiang Feng's heart sink. At this time, Guo Zheng was on a business trip in Dongsha. If something had happened, it must be something at the oil field. The oil field was attacked. Someone is trying to prevent us from resuming exploration, Guo Zheng said. Are the people all right? Do you know who attacked them? Jiang Feng asked. The exploration team's personnel and equipment were in place, but it would take some time. Currently, they were just preparing, but somehow the news had leaked out. No one is hurt. It was just a warning, no real harm was done, Guo Zheng said, pausing before adding, I've contacted Mayhad, but he's being vague. He might know something, but he's unwilling to say. Boss, why don't you contact Prince Salman? What about the security team? Jiang Feng didn't respond, instead asking. He and Salman had a good relationship, but since Mayhad, as Salman's personal assistant, already knew about the incident, Salman should also know. However, Salman chose silence, showing no intention of helping. Perhaps he had some unspeakable reason. You see, the people of Dongsha are natural merchants. In ancient times, they were the middlemen in east-west trade. They are no less adept at interpersonal relationships than the people of Daxia. The security team prefers to avoid trouble. Since it was just a warning, they didn't retaliate, but they have increased security, Guo Zheng reported truthfully. The oil field security force was hired by Jennifer, and they probably wouldn't take orders from Guo Zheng. Jiang Feng was well aware of this. This was the result of a compromise between him and Jennifer. It was to ensure their mutual interests and to have a means of checking each other. The main reason Jiang Feng agreed in the first place was that he lacked the necessary connections, and having Jennifer handle the security would save him the trouble. Okay, I understand. Be careful. Jiang Feng hung up the phone. Then he hesitated, holding his phone. Should he call Salamander or Jennifer? After thinking for about 10 seconds, he finally called Jennifer. Feng, hello. Jennifer seemed to be in a good mood, her tone relaxed and smiling. Jennifer, something's happened at the oil field. Jiang Feng went straight to the point. What happened? Jennifer's tone turned serious as she asked. Someone is trying to stop us from re-exploring, which further confirms our previous suspicions that this oil field may hold untold wealth. Jiang Feng said. Jennifer replied resolutely and ruthlessly, no matter how much wealth it contains, it's ours. We are now the owners of the oil field, and no one can take this piece of meat from me. John Feng smiled silently upon hearing this. Yes, that's what I thought too. What did Salamander say? Jennifer asked. He didn't speak to him. I think it might be inconvenient for him to handle this personally. As a friend, I understand his situation, John Feng said. After all, Salamander had used some methods to turn royal property into his own. No one knows what irregularities or illegalities might have occurred during the process. Now that he's already sold it off, Salamander naturally doesn't want to have anything to do with this oil field anymore. Chapter 45 Discharge from the hospital. Okay. Jennifer understood John Feng's point. No one is absolutely free, even the Prince of Dongsha is bound by certain rules. If Salamander intervened, resolving the oil field issue wouldn't be difficult, but it would bring him a lot of trouble. John Feng didn't want to damage the friendly relationship between the two sides over this matter. Letting Jennifer handle it avoided these worries. At least on this issue, both sides were in the same boat, sharing the same goal to ensure the oil field resumed normal production and conduct secondary exploration. After a brief chat, John Feng hung up on Jennifer. He trusted Jennifer's abilities to handle these troublesome matters. Therefore, he wasn't too worried. He sent Guo Zheng a message, telling him to relax and be careful. The next morning, John Feng went to the hospital as usual. Mr. Zhang, your mother can be discharged at any time. When would be a convenient time for you to complete the formalities? The attending physician came to check on her and, during his conversation with John Feng, subtly conveyed the hospital's message. VIP private rooms are always in short supply. But since someone can get a VIP private room, they either have power or influence, and the hospital doesn't dare to force them to leave. They can only remind them in this relatively gentle way. Besides, the hospital isn't exactly a pleasant place. Okay, I'll come and handle it in a bit, Zhang Feng said with a smile. After seeing the attending physician out of the ward, he called Tang Jiajia and asked her to come to the hospital to help. However, Zhao Ming arrived before Tang Jiajia. He didn't come alone, he was accompanied by a woman in her 30s. The woman was dressed simply, neatly and cleanly, and had an ordinary appearance. Mr. Zhang. Zhao Ming entered the ward carrying fruit. After greeting Zhang Feng, he greeted Ding Mei, saying, Auntie, I'm a friend of Mr. Zhang's. I came to see you, and this is some fruit I bought for you. Sit down. Ding Mei quickly invited Zhao Ming to sit down. No, Auntie, I can talk standing up. Zhao Ming slightly stepped aside and introduced the woman who had come with him to Zhang Feng. This was a top-notch nanny he had specially recruited from Shanghai. She had 10 years of domestic service experience, was proficient in nursing and dietary therapy, and was a college graduate. Most importantly, she had a good personality and impeccable character. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello, Auntie. The woman, named Zhou Qin, bowed slightly and said. Zhang Feng was very impressed with Zhao Ming's work ability, so he didn't ask many questions. After listening to Zhao Ming's introduction, he simply nodded and said, 1-month trial period. If it's suitable, we'll sign a formal contract, with all 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund included. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. As for the salary, Zhao Ming had already told Zhou Qin about it. It was a package that even a normal nanny couldn't refuse. No need to thank me. Whether you stay or not is up to you, Zhang Feng said casually. I will definitely do my best, Zhou Qin quickly replied. Zhang Feng hummed in agreement and said nothing more. A little while later, Tang Jiajia arrived, and Zhang Feng asked her to help with the discharge procedures. After a busy day, Ding Mei was officially discharged in the afternoon. Zhang Feng personally drove his mother to the newly purchased villa. Xiao Feng, did you buy this house? Seeing the large detached house and 2-acre yard, Ding Mei could hardly believe her eyes. How much would such a nice house cost? She had been hospitalized recently. Although she knew her son was successful, she had never imagined he could afford such a large villa. Zhang Feng had told her before that he had bought a new house, but he hadn't revealed the specific details. Yes, I bought it for you to live in your old age, so you don't have to climb stairs every day, Zhang Feng said with a smile. How much did it cost? Ding Mei suddenly asked seriously. Mom, just relax and enjoy your life, Zhang Feng said with a smile. A look of worry appeared in Ding Mei's eyes. Xiao Feng, tell Mom, you haven't done anything illegal, right? Mom, you want to go? I promise, all my money is clean, Zhang Feng said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Tang Jiajia nodded emphatically and said, Auntie, what the boss said is true. He's made it big now. You have to believe him. Ding Mei gave Tang Jiajia a strange look. She didn't say anything, but she felt uneasy. How much loan does he owe the bank? Ding Mei walked into the villa, looked around, and couldn't tell if she was happy or worried. The house was too nice, it must be very expensive. Even if her son became rich, he couldn't afford such a nice house. Due it in full, Zhang Feng said truthfully. It was in full, but he still owed the bank a loan, and an astronomical one at that. He'd probably scare Ding Mei if he told her. Full payment? How much is that? Ding Mei asked. Mom, didn't I tell you? Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on recovering. You've just recovered from a serious illness, you need to rest and recuperate, Zhang Feng said with a wry smile. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but it couldn't be explained in a few words. As a son, he knew his mother well. If she knew he had taken out loans of billions to do business in Dongsha, she would be living in constant fear. There was nothing he could do, his mother was an ordinary person, and her mindset couldn't be changed overnight. Just then, Ding Mei's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, walked to the side, and pressed the answer button, saying, "Little sister." "Sister, you're discharged from the hospital?" Ding Ju asked. "Just discharged." Ding Mei hesitated, seemingly having a lot to say but not knowing where to begin. "I knew it," Ding Ju exclaimed. "I was at the hospital, hoping to see you, but I couldn't find you. I'll take a taxi to your house now." "Little sister, Xiao Feng bought a house. I'm in the new house now. I'll have Xiao Feng send you the address later," Ding Mei said. On the other side, Tang Jiajia leaned close to Zhang Feng and whispered, "Boss, Auntie seems really worried about you. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute," Zhang Feng said, rolling his eyes at Tang Jiajia. He understood her feelings, it was like suddenly and inexplicably struck it rich, it felt unreal and unsettling, like floating in midair. Zhang Feng didn't have a good solution, he could only let Ding Mei accept it on her own. Fortunately, her post-operative recovery was going well, otherwise, such extreme joy and sorrow might have caused her to fall ill again, affecting her recovery. "Xiao Feng, send the address to your aunt," Ding Mei said to Zhang Feng after hanging up the phone. Zhang Feng nodded and replied, "Okay, I understand." Then, he composed a text message and sent it to his aunt. "Yi, come and take a look, where is this address?" Dingju, having received Zhang Feng's text message, showed it to Sun Yi, asking her to take a taxi there. "This seems to be a villa area," Sun Yi said, frowning as she operated the ride-hailing app. Chapter 46 Music Bar. A villa? Dingju turned to look at her daughter. In her mother's eyes, her daughter was unreliable, but recently she'd managed to find a job paying 20,000 yuan a month, which had really made her proud. She wondered which blind boss had paid her so much. "Take a closer look, are you sure you're not mistaken? Xiao Feng is capable, but how much does a villa cost?" "Tens of millions," Dingju said. "Here, see for yourself." Sun Yi snorted and handed her phone to Dingju. The mother and daughter didn't seem to get along, their tones were both sharp. "It really does seem like," Dingju muttered to herself. A short while later, the car she'd called arrived. "Driver, could you tell me if this address is in a villa area?" Dingju asked the driver after getting in the car. "It's a villa area. I heard a villa costs 20 or 30 million, the driver said, glancing at Dingju and Sun Yi. "Are you sure you got the address right? That area is full of upscale neighborhoods." Yes, that's it," Dingju replied. She couldn't help but think to herself, it seems Xiao Feng has really grown up. I'd heard from my sister that he was starting a business, but I didn't expect him to earn so much, even buying a villa. Thinking this, she subconsciously glanced at her own daughter. Not bad, at least she's made progress. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the villa area. Dingju and Sun Yi got out of the car, looking at the villas before them, and couldn't help but sigh. This is what a house should be like. When will I be able to live in one? Auntie. Yi. Zhang Feng opened the door, welcoming his aunt and cousin into the villa. "Xiao Feng, you've really made something of yourself. I've worked hard my whole life, and finally I can enjoy some peace and quiet." Dingju didn't hold back her praise, her eyes filled with a motherly smile as she looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. "Little sister," Ding Mei said, getting up as she saw Dingju enter the living room. Dingju quickly went over and helped Ding Mei sit down on the sofa, saying, "Sister, you've just been discharged from the hospital, so try to move around as little as possible. I'm almost fully recovered." Ding Mei pulled Dingju to the living room sofa to chat about everyday things. Sun Yi, feeling bored, wandered around the front yard of the villa, then the backyard, returning with envy, saying, "Brother, when did you make your fortune? Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to benefit from it too." "I'm a low-key person," Zhang Feng casually picked up an orange from the table and tossed it to Sun Yi, "or, why don't you come work for my company?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yi's expression clearly conflicted. Dingju, who was chatting nearby, interjected, "Xiao Feng, don't let Yi go to your company. That girl is too lazy. If she goes, you're just raising a pig for nothing." "Mom, how can you talk about your daughter like that?" Sun Yi protested. Zhang Feng chuckled beside him. No one knew Sun Yi's performance at the company better than him, her boss, because Guo Zhang reported to him regularly. Generally speaking, motivated by the high salary, Sun Yi was highly motivated in making rapid progress. According to Guo Zhang, with 2 years of training, she would be able to work independently without any problem. While Ding Mei and the others were chatting, the nanny, Zhou Qin, had already prepared dinner. After dinner, Zhang Feng drove Ding Ju and Sun Yi home himself. Xiao Feng, your aunt's running a small restaurant is quite tough. Do you think you could find her a job? Zhou Qin had cut various fruits and arranged them on the coffee table. Ding Mei, eating while watching TV, hesitated before speaking when Zhang Feng returned. Everyone has a couple of poor relatives. Zhang Feng is doing well now, and as his mother, Ding Mei is naturally overjoyed. But Ding Ju is her younger sister, and she also wants to help her. She knows this might be a burden on her son, but family ties prevent her from asking, even if she doesn't want to. Yi Yi's job is pretty good now, isn't it? Zhang Feng said with a smile. His aunt is getting older and doesn't have much professional knowledge. Running a small restaurant is indeed hard work, but there aren't any suitable positions in companies. Sun Yi, on the other hand, could be trained for a while, given a raise, bonuses, or stock options, and she could easily support the family. Yi Yi is quite good, Ding Mei nodded. Zhang Feng said, if auntie finds it too tiring, just close the snack shop. I'll give Yi Yi a raise then. Yi Yi already earns 20,000 a month, how much more? Mentioning money, Ding Mei felt sorry for her son again. Zhang Feng smiled, unsure what to say. People are always full of contradictions. Seeing her younger sister working so hard, she wanted her son to find her a job. Her son wanted to give his cousin a raise so she could support her family, but now he was worried about money. Forget it, Mom doesn't care anymore. You handle it. Ding Mei waved her hand, annoyed, and turned to go back to her room. This old lady, why is she still angry? Zhang Feng chuckled, picked up the remote, changed a few channels, but found nothing interesting, so he went back to his room. After a quick wash, he lay in bed scrolling through his phone, quietly waiting for midnight. Today was the day the system distributed relationships. Brother Feng, smiley face emoji. A WeChat message popped up. Zhang Feng received a message from Zhang Yuer. Zhang Feng, what's up? Zhang Yuer, why haven't you contacted me these past 2 days? Don't you miss me? A slight smile crept onto Zhang Feng's lips. Even a straight man like him could tell the message was full of ambiguity. He hesitated for a moment, wondering how to reply, when Zhang Yuer sent another message. Zhang Yuer, I'm at the 1997 music bar next to the school. Come find me. Zhang Feng glanced at the time, 9:40 p.m. Asking him to come find her so late? It was too obvious. Okay, wait for me. Zhang Feng didn't hesitate. A date with the school beauty, would he hesitate? He got dressed and drove to the 1997 music bar next to Zhongcheng University. Although it was already past 10 p.m., the real nightlife was just beginning. Zhang Feng parked his car on the side of the road and immediately spotted Zhang Yuer. Zhang Yuer, dressed in white jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt, stood tall and elegant, her stunning beauty making her incredibly eye-catching. Zhang Feng walked only a few dozen meters towards Zhang Yuer, during which 2 other boys approached her to chat. Brother Feng. Seeing Zhang Feng, Zhang Yuer's eyes lit up. She waved happily at him and then ran towards him. Did you come here by yourself? Zhang Feng asked. No, Ting Ting and the others came too, Zhang Yuer explained. I came with them. A young singer is doing a gig at the bar today, and they wanted to see him, so I came along. Where are they? Zhang Feng turned and looked around, but couldn't find Zhao Ting and the others. They're inside the bar. Come on, let's go in and see. Zhang Yuer said, pulling Zhang Feng into the bar. Chapter 47 Conflict. The bar was bustling with activity. A group of young men and women swayed to the rhythm of the music, but there were no dazzling, colorful lights. Brother Feng, over here. Zhang Yuer pulled Zhang Feng into a booth. Perhaps because she had drunk a little, her cheeks were flushed, giving her a unique, intoxicating beauty in the dim light. Brother Feng, what would you like to drink? Zhang Yuer asked. Juice. I have to drive later, Zhang Feng replied. Zhao Ting and the others weren't in the booth. He glanced around and spotted Zhao Ting, Miao Ning, and the others on the dance floor. They were currently gathered around the stage, looking up at the singer performing. The singer was dressed fashionably, with long, layered hair, and looked rather roguish. Do you guys come here often? Zhang Feng asked. Zhang Yuer leaned against Zhang Feng, resting her head on his shoulder, and said sweetly, this is my first time here, but Ting Ting and the others really enjoy coming here. Zhang Feng hummed in agreement. While Zhang Yuer wasn't exactly a model student, she wasn't the type to be overly playful either. Zhao Ting and Zhang Xiaoa, on the other hand, came from well-off families and were more outgoing. Soon, the song ended, and Zhao Ting and the others, probably tired from dancing, returned to their booth. Seeing Zhang Feng, Zhao Ting was a little surprised. Her smiling face instantly fell. Why are you here? She said. Why can't I come? Zhang Feng retorted. Zhao Ting didn't have a good impression of him, and he didn't have a good impression of her either. Since you're here, you pay the bill. Zhao Ting snorted and plopped down on the sofa. Zhang Feng was a little annoyed. Why should he? It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but it felt a bit too unfair. He only ordered a glass of juice, and hadn't even had a chance to drink it. The drinks, food, and fruit platter, the bulk of the bill was ordered by Zhao Ting and her friends. Why am I paying? Zhang Feng scoffed. You're a guy. Are you expecting us girls to pay? How can you be so shameless? Zhao Ting said matter-of-factly. Exactly. When you're out having fun, the guys pay. Zhang Xiaowa chimed in. Ting, Xiaowa, didn't we agree to split the bill? I invited Feng Jie here, not for you guys to pay, Zhang Yuer said from the side. Her voice wasn't loud, but her tone betrayed some displeasure. Little Yuer, seriously? Abandoning your sisters for a guy? Zhang Xiaowa teased dramatically. We'll split the bill, Miao Ning, who hadn't spoken until now, finally said. Zhao Ting looked displeased and said, when we go out, the men always pay. I didn't say anything wrong. Zhang Feng, if you don't have money, just say so. Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh. He realized Zhao Ting was targeting him. The reason wasn't hard to guess, after all, they hadn't gotten along well the last 2 times they met. Young Master Bai has arrived. Everyone, welcome him. At that moment, someone shouted at the top of their lungs. Bai Wei, dressed in a white suit, walked into the bar, his hair slicked back and gleaming black. He waved to the crowd, looking quite flamboyant. He frequented this music bar near Zhongcheng University because it was full of college students and beautiful women, a good hunting ground. Especially given his status as the young master of the Bai group, countless girls could practically climb into his car with a mere wave of his hand. Young Master Bai. Zhao Ting and Zhang Xiaowa were thrilled to see Bai Wei and shouted loudly. The alcohol had made them quite excited. Besides, Zhao Ting and Zhang Xiaowa had always wanted to climb up to Bai Wei, so their shouts were quite loud. Bai Wei looked up and saw Zhao Ting and Zhang Xiaowa. To be honest, he didn't want to pay attention to these 2 women because they didn't meet his aesthetic standards. But then his gaze fell on Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer, who was standing right next to him. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled and stepped forward, saying, Ting, Xiaowa, and this pretty little fish, you're here too. What a coincidence. Young Master Bai, please sit. Zhao Ting said warmly. Bai Wei showed no intention of sitting down, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuer. He said, this booth is too small. I have a few friends over there, and there's not enough room. Why don't you all come to my private room? Okay. Zhao Ting readily agreed. Zhang Xiaowa nodded in agreement, while Miao Ning had an indifferent, whatever expression. But clearly, Zhao Ting and Zhang Xiaowa weren't Bai Wei's focus. His main attention was on Zhang Yuer, and his words were directed at her. Ting, you guys go have fun. I'm a little tired, so Feng and I are going back first. As the school beauty, Zhang Yuer had many suitors and was experienced in dealing with and rejecting them. She was well aware of Bai Wei's little scheme. However, she wasn't going to give him any chance, so she maintained a respectful distance during both of their meetings. These rich young masters always had an inflated sense of self-importance, which Zhang Yuer disliked intensely, even finding somewhat repulsive. Anyone could see that Zhang Yuer had humiliated young Master Bai. Zhang Feng, ignored and treated like he was invisible by Bai Wei, smirked, a hint of smug satisfaction playing on his lips. Little fish, it's still early, play some more. Zhao Ting quickly stepped in to smooth things over. She had also sensed the tense atmosphere. Being personally invited by young Master Bai and then rejected was a blow to his pride. Normally, young Master Bai might have laughed it off to maintain his high standards, but now, especially seeing Zhang Feng's smirk, he was practically suffocating with anger. At the Chamber of Commerce's mid-year meeting, he had boasted that Zhang Feng should stay away from Zhang Yuer, or face being blacklisted. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng hadn't given him any face at all. At this moment, Zhang Feng's silence was more of a provocation. You guys play, Zhang Yuer said calmly. Zhang Yuer was already somewhat displeased with her roommate's actions. Brother Feng, let's go. Zhang Yuer pulled Zhang Feng along, heading towards the door. Stop, Bai Wei suddenly said in a deep voice. His tone was full of anger and very unfriendly. Young Master Bai, is there something you need? Before Zhang Yuer could speak, Zhang Feng stepped forward, blocking her way. I wasn't talking to you, get out of my way. Bai Wei glared at Zhang Feng. Don't think that just because Li Longzin is protecting you, I can't do anything to you. Zhang Feng chuckled. I believe young Master Bai has connections everywhere in Zhongcheng, but everything should be based on reason. My friend and I wanted to leave, but young Master Bai is stopping us. That's going too far. Kid, what do you have to say? Damn it, do you have a death wish? How dare you talk to young Master Bai like that? Kneel down and admit your mistake. Otherwise, I'll make you leave on your back. Before Bai Wei could speak, several of his henchmen jumped out, surrounded Zhang Feng, and began cursing. Chapter 48. One kick sent him flying. Zhang Feng frowned. If he were to fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage on his own. However, he was too embarrassed to call Li Longzhen for help with such a small matter. John Feng, I don't care what your relationship with Li Longzhen is, but don't mess with me. If you do, you'll suffer the same fate, Bai Wei said with a sneer. Many times, force is more effective than anything else. John Feng was now surrounded by his men. If he dared to fight back, he would definitely get a beating. Although the fighters would be arrested afterward, fighting would at most result in administrative detention. With the Bai family's connections, he would be released that very night. While John Feng wouldn't be seriously injured, he had certainly lost face. Of all people to offend, he had to offend young Master Bai. Doesn't he know who he is in Zhangcheng? Zhao Ting watched the spectacle with a gloating expression. At this moment, Zhang Yuer suddenly stepped forward, blocking Zhang Feng's path, her gaze fixed firmly on Bai Wei. She said, "Young Master Bai, what do you want?" "I don't want anything, I just wanted to have a drink with you, but you won't give me the time of day," Bai Wei shrugged, a nonchalant, roguish expression on his face. "It's gotten to this point, there's no point in pretending anymore. If I don't drink, you can't leave, is that it?" Zhang Yuer asked coldly. Bai Wei laughed, "Don't put it so harshly. I just want to be friends with you. To be honest, I quite like you. If you're my girlfriend, I'll buy you anything you want." This rich young master's way of picking up girls is straightforward. However, these words made Zhang Yuer very uncomfortable. She said coldly, "Then I advise young Master Bai to give up on that idea. You're too ugly. Even if you give me a lot of money, I can't accept you." Holy crap! How is this guy so aggressive? Zhang Feng looked shocked. There's a saying, don't hit someone in the face. You're going to get yourself into trouble by slapping someone in the face like that. Imagine being called ugly by a beautiful woman in front of everyone. Would you lose face? Sure enough, the room fell silent. Bai Wei's henchmen had strange expressions, wanting to laugh but not daring to. The others also wore expressions of utter morbid curiosity. To be honest, Bai Wei's features were ordinary, not handsome at all, but calling him ugly didn't seem wrong. But the truth is often the most hurtful. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei couldn't hold back any longer and burst out cursing, "You bitch, you think I'm being lenient? Tonight I'll take you." He raised his hand to strike. Bang! His words trailed off as Bai Wei flew through the air, knocking over a table and spilling drinks everywhere. "Watch your mouth." Zhang Yuer sneered. Bai Wei clutched his stomach, curled up in a ball, lying on the ground in agony, unable to get up for a long time, and unable to utter a complete sentence. The bar erupted in an instant. "Who's that beauty? Holy crap, that's fierce. If she kicked me, I'd be down too. She must be a trained fighter? I didn't even see how she kicked, and she was flying." Young Master Bai got taken down on Jiangqin's turf. "That girl's finished." The crowd buzzed with discussion. For a moment, who was interested in drinking and bragging? Everyone gathered around to watch the spectacle. "Little fish, you." Zhao Ting stared wide-eyed at Zhang Yuer in shock. Zhang Xiaoa and Miao Ning were equally stunned, their jaws practically dropping as if they didn't recognize Zhang Yuer. Zhang Feng, hiding behind the beauties, felt the power of that kick even more acutely. The instant Zhang Yuer struck, he felt a wind. The speed was incredible, creating a gust of wind. "Get out of the way." Zhang Yuer coldly glared at the group blocking their path. These men had all come with Bai Wei, their earlier arrogance long gone. Intimidated by Zhang Yuer's imposing presence, they instinctively made way. Zhang Yuer said nothing more, pulling Zhang Feng away from the bar. Young Master Bai, what are you standing there for? Call an ambulance." "Holy crap, young Master Bai's passed out. Call 120. The group scrambled to their feet. Because the incident happened so suddenly, the bar owner, having received the news, arrived late. Seeing the broken drinks and young Master Bai lying on the ground, he was furious. However, he didn't rush to call the police. After all, it involved young Master Bai, and the handling of the situation would have to be based on young Master Bai's opinion. "Little fish, you." Zhang Feng hesitated. Zhang Yuer smiled brightly, her voice gentle. "Brother Feng, just ask whatever you want. I won't hit you." "How are you so good?" Zhang Feng asked. "I've practiced martial arts." Zhang Yuer said matter-of-factly. "My family has a long tradition of practicing Bajikwan. Every generation practices it. I practiced it for a while when I was little, but I only practiced occasionally now." "You're this good just from occasionally practicing?" Zhang Feng asked incredulously. He had been wondering why the system had assigned him this relationship. It turned out this was all along. Zhang Yuer was actually a martial arts master. "He's not that amazing, my grandpa is the amazing one. That kick he just gave, if he were to kick someone, he could kill them instantly," Zhang Yuer said. "What's your grandpa's name?" "I'd like to visit him sometime," Zhang Feng said. Zhang Yuer blushed slightly upon hearing this, and said, "Brother Feng, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Meeting the parents so soon, I'm not ready." "I'm ready." You'll be my girlfriend, and then you can take me to meet the parents, Zhang Feng said, pulling Zhang Yuer into his arms. Zhang Yuer had feelings for him. Their conversation was filled with flirtatious banter. Anyone could see that she liked him. There was no point in being coy anymore, so she simply confessed. After all, it was the system's arrangement. Although they hadn't known each other for long, accepting his advances was effortless, since Zhang Yuer was a stunning beauty. Okay, sure. Faced with Zhang Feng's expression, Zhang Yuer had almost no resistance and immediately nodded in agreement. Just then, Zhang Yuer's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Zhang Xiaowa calling. Zhang Yuer hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button and said, Xiaowa. Little Yuer, where are you? Zhang Xiaowa's voice sounded urgent. Feng Ge and I are on Jiankang Road, Zhang Yuer replied. Young Master Bai was taken away by ambulance. The doctor said he broke 2 ribs. What are you planning to do if the Bai family pursues this? Zhang Xiaowa's voice was filled with worry. The Bai family is very powerful, no one in Zhongcheng dares to mess with them. You'd better make plans soon, it'll be very troublesome. I understand. I'll find a way to handle it, Zhang Yuer said, frowning. She then hung up the phone. How serious are the injuries? Zhang Feng hadn't heard the contents of the call clearly, but he guessed it was about Bai Wei. Chapter 49 Lawyer Li Yuchen. I heard she broke 2 ribs. Zhang Yuer frowned, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Zhang Feng's brows furrowed as well. The situation was getting tricky. Broken ribs, if they didn't damage any internal organs or affect chest stability, constitute a minor injury. However, even a minor injury carries criminal charges. If the Bai family pursued the matter to the end, Zhang Yuer could go to jail. If internal organs were damaged or chest stability was affected, the consequences would be far more serious. Given the Bai family's influence in Zhongcheng, even if Zhang Feng used all his connections, he couldn't clear Zhang Yuer's name. Unless the Bai family expressed their forgiveness and didn't pursue the matter further. But was that even possible? I was careful with my strength. I couldn't have injured her this badly, Zhang Yuer muttered to herself, utterly perplexed. Zhang Feng quickly asked, Are you sure? Yes. Zhang Yuer nodded. That kick was to the abdomen. That bastard's playing dirty. Zhang Feng instantly understood what was going on. With the Bai family's power, fabricating a story was too easy. As for the purpose, it wasn't hard to guess. They simply wanted to use this as leverage to force Zhang Yuer to submit as revenge. Brother Feng, what should I do? Zhang Yuer was a little panicked. She knew she was being framed, but she was completely helpless. In the Great Xia Kingdom, she couldn't very well risk her life to confront the official security officers, could she? Doing so would only lead to death. But if she didn't resist, she could only let the Bai family frame her, either submitting or going to jail. But neither outcome was what Zhang Yuer wanted. Let me think. Zhang Feng was also troubled. He took out his phone, wanting to call Li Longzhen several times, but ultimately gave up. Whether Li Longzhen would help was another matter, but even if he did, the Bai family might not give him face. Oh, right, Li Yuchen. Zhang Feng suddenly remembered this lawyer and, without much hesitation, dialed the number. Hello, who is this? It was already quite late, and the caller ID rang for a while before Li Yuchen answered. This is Zhang Feng. I wonder if Attorney Li remembers me. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Zhang Feng? Li Yuchen paused for 2 seconds, then chuckled. Oh, it's you. What's wrong? Calling me so late, are you in some trouble? And this trouble comes from the Bai family. Attorney Li is truly a fortune teller. Indeed, I am in a bit of trouble right now. Zhang Feng didn't hide anything and explained the whole situation. Then, he heard a rustling sound on the other end of the phone. Li Yuchen seemed to be getting dressed. 2 million, I'll take care of it for you, Li Yuchen said after a few seconds. The voice was firm and decisive, leaving no room for argument. Okay. Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. He wasn't short of money now, even without new discoveries at the oil field. He still earned several hundred million yuan a month. Address? Li Yuchen asked. Over here on Jiankang Road. You'll see us when you get here, Zhang Feng said. Wait for me, I'll be there in half an hour. Li Yuchen was concise and to the point, without any unnecessary words, and hung up the phone. Don't worry, it's fine. Zhang Feng took Zhang Yuer's hand and said with a smile. Zhang Yuer glanced at Zhang Feng out of the corner of her eye. Her initial anxiety gradually subsided, and she sighed softly. Grandpa told me not to hit anyone, but I just couldn't hold back today. They were bullying me too much. You hit them, so you hit them. Were you just going to wait for them to beat me up? Zhang Feng said half-jokingly. It was easy to imagine that if Zhang Yuer hadn't kicked Bai Wei and intimidated everyone, he wouldn't have escaped a beating tonight. Although he could call the police and have them arrested, the person who did the hitting was Bai Wei's henchman. Arresting him wouldn't be a big deal, he'd just be locked up for a few days and then released. Being beaten was a small matter, losing face was a big deal. Hee hee, What are you going to do if I don't intervene? Zhang Yuer covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Feng frowned and pondered. I haven't thought about it. Not having thought about it meant he had no solution. Revenge later was a matter for later. At the time, he really didn't have a good way to handle the situation. After all, given the Bai family's power in Zhangcheng, Bai Wei wouldn't be afraid of him, much less back down because of a few words. Similarly, he wasn't afraid of Bai Wei or the Bai family behind him. Half an hour passed quickly. With a screeching sound, a Volkswagen sedan screeched to a halt. Zhang Feng turned his head and saw the driver's side window rolled down halfway, revealing Li Yuchen's face. Li Yuchen said to him, "What are you standing there for? Get in." Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer got into the back seat. "Which bar?" Li Yuchen asked. "Not far ahead, the 1997 music bar," Zhang Feng said. Li Yuchen started the car, and 5 minutes later, stopped on the side of the road in front of the bar. "Wait for me in the car," Li Yuchen instructed, then got out of the car. He went straight to the bar and found a staff member, saying imposingly, "Get your boss out here." "Who are you? What do you want with our boss?" The bartender glanced at Li Yuchen, his polite demeanor utterly unpleasant. "I'm a lawyer, here about young Master Bai," Li Yuchen explained casually. Upon hearing that it involved young Master Bai and that he was a lawyer, the bartender immediately cowered, not daring to be presumptuous, and quickly said, "Wait a moment, I'll go inform the boss." Li Yuchen nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping into the bar. Although a one-sided, overwhelming fight had just taken place, causing some damage, the bar was still open after a quick cleanup, and many people were still discussing young Master Bai's beating. The young master of the prestigious Bai group had been assaulted, and on Jiangqin's turf no less. How sensational! Of course, Li Yuchen wasn't there to listen to their gossip. He looked around and noticed 2 security cameras that had captured everything that had happened inside the bar. Hello, my surname is Li, I'm the owner of the bar." A humble, flattering voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Li Yuchen turned his head, paused, and said, "I need the security camera footage." "This." Mr. Li hesitated. Li Yuchen's lips curled slightly, and he said with a faint, cold smile, "Mr. Li, is there a problem?" No. Mr. Li quickly shook his head. He was just a small bar owner, a minor figure in the neighborhood, but this involved the Bai family, and he couldn't afford to offend them. It was unclear how the bartender relayed the message, or if Li Yuchen intentionally misled Mr. Li, leading him to believe that Li Yuchen was a lawyer hired by the Bai family. Take me to the monitoring room." Li Yuchen exuded an air of superiority, his expression particularly intriguing. He looked too refined, perfectly fitting Mr. Li's image of a ruthless lawyer. "This way, please." Mr. Li led the way, taking Li Yuchen to a small room on the 2nd floor. Li Yuchen, with practiced ease, began operating the computer, reviewing the surveillance footage, and preserving relevant evidence. Chapter 50 arriving a step too late. Half an hour later, Boss Li respectfully saw Li Yuchen out of the bar. "Thank you." Before leaving, Li Yuchen patted Boss Li on the shoulder and said, "You're welcome, it's my duty." Boss Li bowed and scraped, his attitude extremely humble. Li Yuchen didn't waste any more words and turned back to his car. "I've seen the video. It's very advantageous for us. Even if we go to court, we're not afraid of them. Young Master Bai provoked us first, so we can argue for self-defense. The only problem is whether the self-defense was excessive," Li Yuchen said. "Attorney Li, the Bai family definitely falsified the injury report. Xiaoer kicked him in the stomach. Bai Wei's ribs couldn't possibly be broken," Zhang Feng said. Li Yuchen glanced at Zhang Yuer, finding it hard to believe that such a delicate beauty could have such force in a kick. If he hadn't seen the video, he wouldn't have believed it at all. "It's alright, we can apply for a third-party re-examination," Li Yuchen said, pausing before adding, "It's getting late, everyone should go back and rest." Zhang Feng looked at Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen smiled wryly. "Why are you looking at me? All we can do now is wait. If the Bai family calls the police, your girlfriend might be summoned. If they don't, then be careful, the Bai family might retaliate in other ways. I'm only responsible for handling the police report. If the Bai family retaliates in other ways, you can handle it yourselves." "Okay." Zhang Feng nodded, preparing to get out of the car with Zhang Yuer. "Wait." Li Yuchen suddenly stopped Zhang Feng, handing him a document. "This is the engagement contract. Sign it." "Are all lawyers this meticulous?" Zhang Feng retorted sarcastically, picking up a pen and quickly scribbling his name. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "Damn, lawyers make money too easily. 2 million in the bank with ease." But then he thought, the opponent is the Bai family, not just any lawyer would dare take on this case. "Attorney Li, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Bai family if you work for me?" Zhang Feng handed the documents back to Li Yuchen and asked. Li Yuchen smiled and said, "I've said it before, there aren't many people in Zhongcheng who dare to offend the Bai group, and I happen to be one of them. Happy to cooperate. Remember to have the finance department transfer the money to my account." You won't be shortchanged. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. The phrase refined beast was perfectly suited to a lawyer. Good night. After Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer got out of the car, Li Yuchen waved and sped away. I'll take you back to school, Zhang Feng said. Zhang Yuer hummed in agreement. Brother Feng, is this lawyer reliable? He should be reliable, Zhang Feng said hesitantly. Oh, right, I forgot to mention, he's a professor in your university's law department. He had only met Li Yuchen twice, but Li Yuchen gave him an unusually confident impression, and as a university professor, he should have basic integrity. Ha! Zhang Yuer was surprised. He's a professor at our university? Surprised, aren't you? Zhang Feng laughed. I was surprised too. Zhangcheng University is very large, with more than a dozen departments, tens of thousands of students, and hundreds of professors and teachers. It's normal for students not to know professors from other departments. Get in the car. The two chatted as they walked, quickly arriving at Zhang Feng's car. After getting in, they arrived at the gate of Zhangcheng University in less than 10 minutes. The 1997 music bar wasn't far from Zhangcheng University, so the journey was quick. Give me a hug. Zhang Yuer got out of the car, opened her arms, and said in a slightly coquettish tone. Now that they were officially boyfriend and girlfriend, Zhang Feng, as her boyfriend, had no reason to refuse. Okay, let's go back. The hug lasted 2 minutes, including a kiss. Just as Zhang Yuer's body went limp and her face flushed, Zhang Feng patted her back, released her, and laughed. Zhang Yuer responded in a barely audible voice, turned, and ran into the school. Zhangcheng University has a semi-open campus, so even late at night, people can come and go as they please. The security guards on night duty are used to it, but when they see Zhang Yuer's face, they secretly think to themselves that all the beautiful girls at Zhangcheng University have been taken advantage of. Meanwhile, at the 1997 music bar, a $1 million Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the bar, and two middle-aged men in suits, both around 40 years old and dressed like elites, got out. Welcome. The bartender at the door paused slightly when he saw the two men, then bowed and smiled. Wearing suits to bars isn't uncommon, but it's rare. These two men looked older, they had probably just finished overtime and were here to relax. Is your boss in? I'd like to see your boss, one of them said. The bartender straightened up upon hearing this and said, looking for our boss again? Again? The two men exchanged a glance, sensing something amiss in their bar conversation. Has anyone been here before? Yes. This is a bar, lots of people come and go. The bartender chuckled. I mean, someone came looking for your boss before? They just left, the bartender sized them up. I say, you two aren't here because of young Masterby, are you? That's right. Then I advise you to go and apologize to young Masterby, maybe he'll forgive you. Stop talking nonsense, call your boss out. The two men, sensing something was amiss, didn't want to listen to the bartender's rambling anymore and interrupted him rudely. Our boss isn't someone you can just see whenever you want. The bartender retorted, seeing their unfriendly tone. Just then, Boss Li appeared. Seeing the bartender arguing with someone, he stepped forward and asked, What's wrong, Xiaobo? Boss, these two want to see you, the bartender said. Boss Li frowned. Two more. Judging from their attire, he knew they were lawyers. Aside from insurance agents and real estate agents, who wears a suit all the time. Are you the owner here? One of them asked. To be honest, these two were also full of resentment. They had just gone to bed, ready to sleep, when a call from the company's legal department woke them up to deal with the matter of Bai Xiao being assaulted. Yes, it's me, Boss Li nodded. Hello, we are from the legal department of the Bai Group. These are our business cards. We need your cooperation on some matters. Wait, you're from the Bai Group? Who was that lawyer who came earlier? Mr. Li asked, his eyes wide with confusion. What did that person do? Nothing much, just checked the video and made a copy, Mr. Li replied truthfully. Please take us there. The two men panicked upon hearing this. They had rushed as fast as they could, but they were still too late. Now, the initiative was no longer in their hands. Chapter 51 The Fifth Relationship. God-level relationship issued for week 5. Please check it yourself. On his way home, Zhang Feng received a notification from the system. However, he was driving and didn't check it. Upon arriving home, he checked it immediately. Check the God-level relationship for week 5. With a thought, a pale blue screen appeared in his field of vision. Dr. X's online friend. By chance, you met Dr. X online. You chatted happily and became very good online friends. Online friend? Zhang Feng blinked, somewhat taken aback. No phone number or other contact information, no background information, nothing. To contact him, he could only rely on the internet. Zhang Feng opened his phone and found an app he had never installed before. This mini-program must be the software to contact Dr. X. Are you there? Zhang Feng opened the mini-program. A simple dialog box appeared. He hesitated for a moment, then typed two classic words. Half a minute later, the other party replied with 3 question marks. Damn it! No information whatsoever, how am I supposed to chat? John Feng couldn't help but complain inwardly. The system was becoming increasingly unreliable. For example, the first 4 relationships all had some introduction and background information, but the 5th relationship had nothing, only that the 2 were online friends. We've known each other for so long, and I still don't know what you do. John Feng began to probe. On the internet, I'm omnipotent, Dr. X replied. A hacker. John Feng guessed. Dr. X, bingo. John Feng, really a hacker? Damn, you didn't hack into my computer, did you? Dr. X, Feng, we're friends. I would never enter a friend's house without their permission. John Feng was skeptical of Dr. X's explanation. From how the other party addressed him, it was clear that the other party knew his real name, while he only knew the other party's online name. This isn't fair. John Feng, could you help me look something up? Dr. X, what do you need to look up? John Feng, the buy group. Dr. X, okay. John Feng, thank you. Dr. X, you're welcome. We're friends, no need to be so polite. They chatted for about half an hour, but John Feng didn't get much information out of him. The only thing he was certain of was that Dr. X seemed to be a hacker. The next morning, the nanny, Zhou Qin, had already prepared breakfast. John Feng was eating when he suddenly received a call from the police station, asking him to come in for questioning. As expected, it was about the bar incident the previous night. Okay, I'll be right there, John Feng replied. After hanging up, Ding Mei asked worriedly, Xiao Feng, did you get into a fight? No. John Feng shook his head, wanting to tell his mother that he hadn't fought, but that the person he fought with was her future daughter-in-law. Then why did the police station call you? Ding Mei asked again. I'm one of the people involved, so they asked me to come over and check on things. Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine, don't overthink it. Although Zhou Qin's breakfast was delicious, John Feng lost his appetite after receiving the call from the police station. He quickly finished his business and left. The Public Security Bureau called me. On his way to the Public Security Bureau, John Feng called Li Yuchen. Since the Public Security Bureau had called him, Zhang Yuer must have been summoned as well. Since Zhang Yuer was the one who started the fight, she would likely be detained. You go first, I'll be there shortly. Li Yuchen briefly explained to Zhang Feng what to be careful about, what he could and couldn't say. You know, at the Public Security Bureau, every word spoken can be used as evidence in court. Actually, even without Li Yuchen's instructions, Zhang Feng would have been careful with his words. Half an hour later, Zhang Feng arrived at the Public Security Bureau and was taken into the interrogation room for questioning. Zhang Feng recounted the events of the previous night at the bar in detail. Okay, that's all. You can go now, but don't leave Zhang Cheng for the time being. We might need to question you at any time, the security guard said, not giving Zhang Feng any trouble after the formalities were completed. Zhang Feng paused, then asked, what about Zhang Yuer? Her condition is quite serious, she can't leave for the time being, the security guard said, glancing at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng said nothing more and went to the lobby of the Public Security Bureau, quietly waiting for Li Yuchen's arrival. Soon after, Li Yuchen arrived and spoke with the Public Security Bureau officials for a few minutes. Zhang Feng then saw Zhang Yuer emerge from the interrogation room. We want to report a crime. After Zhang Yuer came out, Li Yuchen turned around and went to the front desk in the lobby, speaking to the staff on duty. What crime? The officer on duty asked. Li Yuchen pointed at Zhang Yuer and said, around 10 p.m. last night, Bai Wei harassed my client, Ms. Zhang Yuer. Okay, wait a moment. The officer on duty gave Zhang Yuer behind Li Yuchen a deep look. Regardless of the truth, someone reported it, and they would definitely have to record it. Attorney Li, isn't this a bit much? At this moment, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau came out, smiling wryly. What? Can't ordinary people report cases? That young master Bai can, but we can't? Li Yuchen retorted sharply, showing no fear. Yes, of course you can report it, but our Public Security Bureau has limited resources. You two can settle this privately. The deputy director smiled wryly. Since the case involved the young master of the Bai group, he had also reviewed it. Judging from the evidence provided by both sides, things were getting complicated. One side accused the other of intentional assault, while the other accused the other of harassing a woman. Strictly speaking, both sides lacked substantial evidence, and even if a case were filed, it would likely be a waste of police resources. Without evidence, they couldn't easily detain either party. Their best course of action was to appease them. Why settle this privately? Does the Bai family think they can trample on the law? Unexpectedly, Li Yuchen showed no mercy to the deputy director, directly confronting him, his style unlike that of a lawyer. Lawyers aim to resolve problems. Li Yuchen's approach seemed more like stirring up a bigger issue. Like a mad dog, he was viciously attacking the Bai family. Record it and file a case. Seeing Li Yuchen's attitude, the deputy director immediately decided not to get involved anymore. Without further ado, Li Yuchen, along with Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer, entered the small house and, with the cooperation of the police officers, successfully filed a police report. You wouldn't be too scared to arrest that young master by, would you? Li Yuchen sneered. The police officers' faces turned ashen. They felt like killing Li Yuchen. This damn lawyer was truly despicable. Just go back and wait for news. We don't need a lawyer interfering in our cases, the officer said coldly. Fine, I'll wait for your good news. Li Yuchen smiled and turned to leave. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer followed him away. Chapter 52 by Chiang. The three left the police station. Li Yuchen entered calmly and said, legally speaking, the Bai family has no chance of winning. The police station was just going through the motions. Zhang Feng responded, frowning in confusion. If that's the case, why did the Bai family do this? The Bai group employs a bunch of legal professionals. When their master is in trouble, don't they have to bite the hand that feeds them? Li Yuchen's lips curled into a sneer, utterly disdainful. Completely forgetting that he was also a lawyer, a colleague of the Bai group's legal team. Then you'll handle these troubles from now on. I don't want anyone bothering Xiao Yuer anymore, Zhang Feng said. No problem. Li Yuchen, appearing confident, readily agreed. In the suburbs of Zhongchang, at the Bai family's garden villa, in the antique-style octagonal pavilion, Bai Yuchen was leisurely brewing tea over a low fire. Opposite him sat Bai Wei, looking sullen. Try it. Bai Yuchen poured a steaming cup of tea and pushed it towards Bai Wei. Because it was freshly brewed, it was very hot. Why aren't you drinking? Bai Yuchen asked, seeing Bai Wei hadn't moved. Bai Wei muttered, it's so hot, how can I drink it? You know it's hot? Bai Yuchen chuckled. Bai Wei retorted angrily, I'm not stupid. If you're not stupid, why did you provoke her? Do you even know who Zhang Yuer is? Bai Yuchen interrupted impatiently before Bai Wei could finish. His tone was full of anger, making Bai Wei instinctively shrink back. Who is she? Bai Wei asked. The granddaughter of Zhang Linhe, a master of the Eight Extreme sect. Bai Yuchen glared at his good-for-nothing son. She didn't kill you, she's already showing mercy. This is a society governed by law. If she wanted to kill me, she wouldn't survive either, Bai Wei retorted stubbornly. Bai Yuchen shook his head, naturally understanding what his son was thinking. He paused and said, with Li Longzhen protecting you, if you want to play openly, they won't be afraid of you. But if you play dirty, and you anger Zhang Linhe, be careful, he might go all out and take your head. This won't work, that won't work, and I just took that kick for nothing? Bai Wei was extremely frustrated. He, the eldest son of the Bai family, had never suffered such a loss before. Being kicked down by a woman in front of everyone, unable to get up for a long time, and having to be carried out of the bar on an ambulance stretcher, it wasn't hard to imagine that he had already become the talk of the town. Although no one dared to mention it to his face, he would still be ridiculed behind his back. Thinking about this, Bai Wei felt a tightness in his chest, feeling utterly humiliated. 2 days from now, Zhang Linhe is celebrating his 80th birthday. You and Bai Qian will go to Zhenzhou to represent the Bai family and offer our congratulations to the old man. Bai Yuchen picked up his teacup, blew on it gently, and took a sip. Congratulate him on his birthday? Bai Wei's eyes widened. Dad, are you kidding me? That bitch Zhang Yuer hit me, and I have to congratulate her grandfather on his birthday. You know how shameful it is? Bai Yuchen put down his teacup, glancing sideways at Bai Wei. Speaking of which, our Bai family is also a martial arts family. Although we gradually faded from the martial arts circle after going into business, we still have many old acquaintances. You being beaten isn't just shameful for you, our Bai family is shameful too. Sending you to the birthday celebration was only one reason. The main reason was to take this opportunity to experience the Zhang family's boxing style and regain our Bai family's face. Dad, you mean to go and cause trouble? Bai Wei couldn't help but get excited. Causing trouble was something he loved. After the Bai family prospered in business, the younger generation became addicted to wine and women, gradually neglecting the inheritance of martial arts. Bai Qian, however, was a natural martial arts fanatic, the most outstanding among the younger generation. At a young age, he had already mastered the Bai family's boxing style, and a dozen burly men couldn't get close to him. His fighting power was off the charts. Sparring is how we discover our shortcomings and improve our skills, Bai Yuchen said calmly. At this moment, a young man in sportswear entered the courtyard. He was of ordinary appearance, with unremarkable features, but his arms were quite distinctive, hanging down, they almost touched his knees. Uncle! This young man was none other than Bai Qian, a descendant of the Bai family. Upon entering the courtyard, he went straight to Bai Yuchen and greeted him respectfully. Sit down, Bai Yuchen said with a gentle smile. Bai Qian didn't move. Bai Wei stood up with a smile, put his arm around Bai Qian's shoulder, and sat him down, saying with a smile, Brother Qian, come, have some tea. I'm not thirsty, Bai Qian said dryly. His straightforward manner made Bai Wei slightly embarrassed. Bai Qian was his second uncle's son, obsessed with martial arts, and somewhat aloof. He rarely interacted with Bai Wei, seeing him only once a year during large family gatherings for holidays. "Uncle, what did you call me here for?" Bai Qian asked, looking at Bai Yushin. Bai Yushin didn't respond, but Bai Wei, understanding the implication, interjected, "Brother Qian, it's like this, the Zhang family patriarch in Zhenzhou is celebrating his 80th birthday in a couple of days. Dad wants us to go and offer our congratulations." Hearing this, Bai Qian's brows furrowed, revealing a hint of reluctance. Of course, the birthday celebration is just a pretext. The main purpose is to spar with the younger generation of the Zhang family and let them witness the power of our Bai family's boxing. Bai Wei laughed. Bai Qian's brows gradually relaxed, and he said, "Okay, no problem, I'll go with you." "Good brother." Bai Wei laughed heartily, in high spirits. "Is there anything else?" Bai Qian asked again. "Just this. Then I'll go back and practice my boxing." With that, Bai Qian turned and left. He came and went in a hurry, barely even settling in. "This kid, is he a martial arts fanatic or an idiot?" Bai Wei sneered. Bai Yushin glared at his son and said in a deep voice, "You're still better than me. You can't even beat a woman, you've completely disgraced me." "Heh." Faced with his father's sarcasm, Bai Wei gave an awkward smile, not daring to retort. Don't let Bai Yushin's age fool you, dealing with Bai Wei is a piece of cake for him. The reason is simple, Bai Yushin practiced martial arts in his youth, possessing a solid foundation. Even in his old age, he's far beyond the capabilities of someone like Bai Wei, whose life has been eroded by wine and women. Zhongcheng University. I really miss my school days. Zhang Feng walked through the campus, looking at the energetic younger students, and couldn't help but sigh. "You're still young. If you want to go back to campus, you could take the postgraduate entrance exam," Li Yuchen said. Zhang Feng smiled, he was just saying it casually. Besides, with his current status, whether he took the postgraduate entrance exam or not didn't matter. "You guys chat. I'm leaving now, I have class this afternoon." Li Yuchen waved goodbye to Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer. "Lawyerly, you're really busy, managing to make money and teach at the same time," Zhang Feng teased. He could tell that Li Yuchen shouldn't be short of money. He wondered why Li Yuchen was still working part-time as a teacher at the university. Wouldn't it be better to just focus on being a lawyer? There's no need to make things so tiring by doing two jobs. Li Yuchen smiled dismissively, "I earn my living through my own abilities." Chapter 53 80th Birthday. After Li Yuchen left, Zhang Yuer took Zhang Feng's arm, and the two walked along the tree-lined path, looking no different from any other university couple. "Brother Feng, my grandfather's birthday is in a couple of days," Zhang Yuer suddenly said. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Great. I can go visit him. Are you really coming home with me?" Zhang Yuer turned to look at Zhang Feng. The two had just confirmed their relationship last night, but they were far from meeting each other's parents, because once they did, it meant the relationship was no longer just between the two of them. "What, is it not okay?" Zhang Feng asked back. "Sure." Zhang Yuer smiled brightly, paused for a few seconds, and then said, "Or, how about I visit your aunt first?" "No problem." Zhang Feng had no reason to refuse Zhang Yuer's request. Because of Su Qing's matter, his mother, Ding Mei, was quite troubled, and with her recent recovery from the hospital and moving into their new house, Ding Mei hadn't had time to concern herself with Zhang Feng's life-changing event. But it's not hard to imagine that after a while, Ding Mei will definitely urge him to find a girlfriend. He might as well take the initiative and bring Zhang Yuer home. His mother would definitely be happy to see her. "Really? I'm a little nervous." Seeing Zhang Feng agree so readily, Zhang Yuer hesitated a bit when the time came. "What are you afraid of? A daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws sooner or later," Zhang Feng laughed. "Who's ugly?" "You're the ugly one." Zhang Yuer pouted and huffed. She wasn't the kind of person to be coy. The two bought several boxes of nutritional supplements and went to Zhang Feng's newly purchased villa. "Xiao Feng, what's this?" Ding Mei's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Yuer. "Hello, Auntie, I'm Feng's girlfriend, Zhang Yuer said obediently. "Girlfriend? Xiao Feng's girlfriend?" Ding Mei paused slightly, then snapped out of her reverie, pulling Zhang Yuer along with a smile. "Little Zhang, come on." Her attitude was very enthusiastic, but fortunately, Zhang Yuer was prepared. After some conversation, Zhang Yuer's basic information was fully revealed. Ding Mei didn't say anything, but she was very satisfied and instructed Zhou Qin to prepare a feast for Zhang Yuer. Phew. In the evening, as they left the villa, Zhang Yuer let out a long sigh and asked with a smile, "Brother Feng, did I do well?" Not bad, my mom is very satisfied," Zhang Feng said with a smile as he drove. When they arrived at Zhongcheng University, it was already dark. Zhang Feng personally drove Zhang Yuer to her dormitory before leaving with peace of mind. Just as he got back into his car, his phone suddenly vibrated. "Dr. X. John Feng glanced at his phone and then opened the app that was installed on his phone. Dr. X, I've compiled the information you requested and sent it to your email. John Feng, thank you. Dr. X, there's a surprise. Take a look for yourself. If you don't understand it, I suggest you find a professional accountant. Professional accountant? John Feng was taken aback, understanding the implication in Dr. X's words. It seemed the Bai Group's finances were in trouble. Any company with financial problems couldn't possibly have just simple financial issues. It was either corruption or tax evasion, but either way, it would be enough to cause the Bai Group serious problems. He closed the chat window with Dr. X and opened his email. There was an email from a stranger, but the presence of an X in the subject line made it easy to identify it as a message from Dr. X. The email was empty, but contained an attachment of over 10 megabytes. Chen Feng downloaded and opened it, his expression immediately becoming quite interesting. Good heavens, the Bai Group is truly all show and no substance. Falsified qualifications, shoddy construction, bribery, and tax evasion, each item was vividly presented. Most importantly, the Bai Group is a listed company. These scandals could cause its stock price to collapse. A stock price collapse would lead to the collapse of the Bai Group's bank collateral, and with the cash flow drying up, the Bai Group would most likely be finished. With this evidence in hand, isn't the Bai Group completely under my control? John Feng smirked. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, John Feng arrived at the gate of Zhongcheng University, waiting for Zhang Yuer. The two were going to Zhenzhou that day to celebrate the old man's birthday at the Zhang family home. Since Zhenzhou is right next to Zhongcheng, only a little over an hour's drive away, they didn't go back early. Brother Feng. A moment later, Zhang Yuer's figure appeared cheerfully from the campus, skipping and hopping to the car. Get in, Zhang Feng said with a smile. My rascal is meeting her in-laws. Brother Feng, are you nervous? Zhang Yuer joked. A little, but not much. After all, this was essentially meeting the girl's parents. To say he wasn't nervous at all would be self-deception, but to say he was extremely nervous didn't seem particularly so. As the saying goes, money makes a man's courage weak. He was now worth billions, owned an oil field, and was young, successful, rich, and handsome. What was there to be nervous about? The car drove for over an hour before arriving in Zhenzhou. Following the map navigation and Zhang Yuer's directions, they arrived at a scenic valley on the outskirts of the city. In the valley lay a small village with over 100 households, its slopes lined with lush green tea bushes. Let's stop here, Zhang Yuer said, pointing to a large concrete area at the village entrance. Dozens of cars were parked on the concrete, including several luxury vehicles worth millions. Judging by the license plates, some were from cities near Zhongcheng, others from neighboring provinces, and the furthest was from a border province, 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers away. Are all these people here to celebrate your grandfather's birthday? John Feng asked, looking at the cars. Zhang Yuer nodded. My grandfather took in 13 disciples, and after they graduated, they took in over 100 more. Including their disciples and granddisciples, there are 100 or 200 people scattered throughout the country. What do your grandfather's disciples do? Do they run martial arts schools? John Feng asked curiously. They come from all walks of life, but not many run martial arts schools, Zhang Yuer said, frowning. As they were talking, a Mercedes-Benz suddenly pulled up, and a woman in her 40s got out. Seeing Zhang Yuer, she exclaimed happily, Little Yuer, Auntie. Zhang Yuer called out joyfully. And this is? The woman's gaze shifted to Zhang Feng beside Zhang Yuer, secretly sizing him up. My boyfriend, Zhang Feng. Zhang Yuer introduced confidently. Hello, Auntie, my name is Zhang Feng, you can just call me Xiao Feng. Zhang Feng greeted his elder politely. Hello, Wei Hong nodded secretly. Putting everything else aside, in terms of appearance alone, this guy and Xiao Yuer were quite a good match. There was nothing wrong with him. As for his character, she'd have to observe him for a while to know. Chapter 54 Old Master Zhang. After parking the car, Zhang Feng, carrying gifts, walked into the village with Zhang Yuer. Wei Hong accompanied them, followed by 2 female assistants carrying bags full of gifts. Xiao Feng, are you and Xiao Yuer classmates? Wei Hong asked with a smile. No, I graduated several years ago. Xiao Yuer is my junior, Zhang Feng replied honestly, without hiding anything. Although he was a few years older than Xiao Yuer, it's quite common for the man to be older. Graduated? Wei Hong feigned surprise, then asked, what kind of work do you do now? I started my own business, owning 2 companies, Zhang Feng said. You started your own companies? Wei Hong couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng again, quite surprised. Starting a company at such a young age, could he be a second-generation rich kid? Auntie, Brother Feng started his own business, he didn't rely on his family, Zhang Yuer interjected, seemingly seeing through Wei Hong's thoughts. However, how could Wei Hong possibly believe it? Starting his own company without relying on his family? How old is this kid? Just over 20, no experience, no capital. Does he really think starting a company is child's play? Xiao Feng, don't blame me for being nosy, I'm just curious how your two companies are doing, Wei Hong said, pausing before continuing. I also own a company, maybe I can help you. This wasn't just empty talk. When she parked earlier, she saw Zhang Feng's car worth a little over 200,000 yuan. It wasn't bad, but it was far from being a luxury car. From this, she deduced that Zhang Feng's companies couldn't be very large. With her current wealth, helping a younger generation shouldn't be difficult. They're doing all right, Zhang Feng said with a smile. She didn't elaborate further, mainly because one company was too small, and the other was operating from two different locations, so there wasn't much to say. However, Wei Hong seemed determined to help the younger generation. Seeing Zhang Feng's reluctance to speak, she said, "Tell me more." Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. He knew Wei Hong might be well-intentioned, but his oil and gas company was beyond the reach of ordinary businessmen, revealing it might incite jealousy. One is a design company, currently operating only one project with Longzhen Group. The other is an oil and gas company, Zhang Feng said. An oil and gas company. For a moment, Wei Hong thought she had misheard, but seeing Zhang Feng's composed expression and lack of correction, she became curious and asked, "How profitable is this oil and gas company?" "Not bad. We acquired a small oil field in Dongsha. The net profit is about 7 or 8,000 yuan per month," Zhang Feng said. 7 or 8,000 yuan per month is a relatively conservative estimate. If transportation capacity is sufficient, the profit could be even higher. Furthermore, the results of the second exploration are not yet available. If there are unexpected discoveries, the profit will be even higher. 7 or 8. Wei Hong was stunned. Although Zhang Feng hadn't specified the unit of measurement, the profit of an oil and gas company couldn't possibly be in the tens of thousands. 7 or 800 million. That was the more logical statement. 7 or 800 million a month, that's 8 or 9 billion a year. How much money is that? She'd been in business for most of her life, and her current net worth was barely over 100 million. But after the initial shock, there was a strong sense of disbelief. Zhang Feng is so young, how did he manage to secure an oil field in Dongsha? If it's family connections, what's his family's background? Could he be exaggerating? Driving a car worth only 200,000 yuan, claiming to earn 8 or 9 billion yuan a year? Who would believe that? She looked at Zhang Feng's face more closely. He didn't seem like the type to be glib and boastful. She couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Yuer. Zhang Yuer should know her boyfriend. Only Zhang Yuer could answer this question for her. But to her disappointment, Zhang Yuer seemed completely unconcerned. Her eyes were only on Zhang Feng. He doesn't even bother to think before he talks. At this moment, the female assistant behind Wei Hong suddenly snorted. Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, merely turned his head, smiled, and didn't refute. Zhang Yuer's expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. Wei Hong glared at her assistant and scolded, "I didn't tell you to speak." "I'm sorry, Ms. Wei," the female assistant quickly apologized. It was clear that Wei Hong was usually very strict with her subordinates. Judging from the assistant's reaction, she was terrified of her. "Xiao Feng, do you really have an oil field in Dongsha?" Wei Hong asked again after scolding the assistant. Clearly, she didn't believe Zhang Feng's words. "Yes." Zhang Feng nodded and smiled. "It was a lucky break, I guess." "Where did your funding come from?" Wei Hong pressed for details. "Auntie, that's a trade secret," Zhang Feng smiled apologetically. Wei Hong realized her mistake and quickly said, "Auntie shouldn't have asked these questions, Xiao Feng, don't take it to heart, I was just curious." "It's all right," Zhang Feng smiled. As they spoke, they arrived at the village. Junior sister. Little fish. Come quickly, Junior sister Little Fish is back." In front of the Zhang family mansion, lanterns and decorations were everywhere, and over 100 people had gathered. These were all disciples, grand-disciples, relatives, and friends who had come to celebrate the birthday of the Zhang family patriarch. A long line of dozens of round tables stretched along the cement road in front of the mansion, and several chefs were busy preparing dishes in the distance. Seeing Wei Hong and Zhang Yuer, a group of people surrounded them, greeting them with laughter and chatter. "And this is?" After the greetings, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Feng. "This is Little Fish's boyfriend, Zhang Feng," Wei Hong introduced. "Little Fish's boyfriend? Handsome." The crowd chattered amongst themselves, and Zhang Feng, unsure how to address these people, could only grin and smile politely. There were too many people to introduce them all. All right, everyone disperse." Wei Hong dispersed the crowd and led Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer into the house, to the reception room. "Master, Grandpa." Inside, several elderly people were chatting. Seated at the head of the table was Zhang Linhe, his face ruddy, looking to be in his early 60s. Wei Hong and Zhang Yuer's calls attracted the attention of the elders. "Little Yuer, little Hanja, come over here." Zhang Linhe was overjoyed to see his granddaughter and youngest female disciple. Master, may you have boundless happiness and longevity. Wei Hong took the gift from her female assistant and presented it with both hands to Grandpa Zhang. Good, good, good. Zhang Linhe was overjoyed and said good 3 times. Grandpa, I also have a gift for you, Zhang Yuer said, not to be outdone, as if presenting a treasure. Zhang Feng stepped forward promptly and presented his gift. What's this? The Zhang family patriarch's gaze shifted suspiciously between Zhang Yuer and Zhang Feng. Grandpa is so clever. Zhang Yuer, who was pampered by the Zhang family patriarch, giggled and introduced, this is Zhang Feng, my boyfriend. Chapter 55 Boasting? Zhang Linhe scrutinized Zhang Feng, his face serious, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He didn't look like an 80-year-old at all. Zhang Feng felt immense pressure. Martial artists possessed an inexplicable aura that gave off a powerful sense of oppression. He stared at him for a while until he was interrupted by Zhang Yuer's voice. Grandpa Zhang Yuer called out in a slightly coquettish tone. Zhang Linhe suddenly laughed heartily, stepped forward, and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder, saying, very good, young man, not bad. He didn't say anything else, just a simple compliment. However, Zhang Feng felt the heavy, powerful hands on his shoulder, as if they could crush him at any moment, the warning quite obvious. After all, the old man only had Zhang Yuer as his granddaughter, so it was normal for him to dote on her. Wishing Grandpa good health and longevity, and may you always be smiling. Zhang Feng promptly offered his birthday wishes. Good. Zhang Linhe accepted the gift from Zhang Feng and said with a smile, congratulations. Congratulations, double happiness. A group of old men nearby started making light-hearted jokes, which earned them a glare from Zhang Linhe. His granddaughter had only found a boyfriend, they weren't married yet, and these old folks were already making a fuss. Today was a joyous day, otherwise, he'd probably have gotten a few punches from these old men. Dad! Mom! Just then, a middle-aged couple walked in. The man was imposing, and the woman's features resembled Zhang Yuer's. Zhang Yuer saw the couple and called out happily. This middle-aged couple was none other than Zhang Yuer's parents, Zhang Rui and Du Ying. Little Yuer. Du Ying saw her daughter and immediately hugged her, looking extremely fond of her. Just then, Zhang Rui's gaze fell on Zhang Feng. He'd only rushed over after hearing that his precious daughter had brought home a boyfriend, leaving his guests behind. Hello, uncle. Meeting Zhang Rui's gaze, Zhang Feng smiled slightly and greeted him politely. Zhang Rui nodded. At this moment, Du Ying also looked at Zhang Feng and whispered reproachfully, little Yuer, why didn't you tell the family beforehand about something so important? Your father and I weren't prepared at all. It was a last-minute decision. Zhang Yuer explained guiltily. She didn't want to catch her parents off guard, but having just confirmed her relationship with Zhang Feng, she hadn't figured out how to tell her family, so she took advantage of her grandfather's birthday celebration to act first and inform them later. You! Du Ying poked Zhang Yuer with a wry smile. Hello, Auntie. Zhang Feng greeted her quickly when he saw Du Ying looking at him. His attitude was very respectful. This might be his future mother-in-law, he couldn't afford to be disrespectful. Alright, please sit down, don't stand, Du Ying hurriedly invited. Zhang Feng couldn't refuse, so he reluctantly sat down. To be honest, he felt a little uncomfortable. Among everyone present, he was the youngest in seniority, and although he was a guest, it was difficult for him to relax. Oh, Wei Hong, relying on her status as Zhang Linhe's youngest disciple and being usually favored, whispered something in Zhang Linhe's ear. Zhang Linhe's eyes widened slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise, then gave Zhang Feng a meaningful look. In fact, traditional martial arts families like the Zhang family are quite conservative, especially valuing character. Character is martial virtue. If character is lacking, martial virtue is lacking. If martial virtue is lacking, true skills cannot be taught. It's certainly gratifying that his granddaughter has found a boyfriend, but his character must be up to par. After listening to Wei Hong's words, old Master Zhang paused, then suddenly spoke, little Zhang, Hanja said you leased a piece of land in Dongsha to mine and sell oil, earning 7 or 800 million a month. Is that true? Earning 7 or 800 million a month? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, everyone's eyes turning to Zhang Feng. Zhang Rui and Du Ying, in particular, were filled with surprise and doubt, astonished by the amount of money and doubtful of the story's veracity. What does 7 or 800 million mean? Many listed companies don't even reach that amount in annual profits. In small towns, an average person's monthly salary of 7 or 8,000 is considered high. 7 or 800 million, earned in a month? It sounds like a pipe dream. Grandpa, what are you doing? I don't care how much Feng earns or how little. Before Zhang Feng could answer, Zhang Yuer stepped forward to defend her boyfriend. Just chatting, what's the rush? Old Master Zhang replied calmly to his granddaughter. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about money, but he valued character. If these words came from Zhang Feng, and he didn't have the ability to earn them, it meant Zhang Feng was a bad person, prone to exaggeration and frivolous. That's right, it's true. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhang frowned slightly and said, I've heard that Dongsha is a chaotic place. You can't get land for oil drilling without connections. Yes, Zhang Feng nodded, you definitely can't do it without connections. Oil drilling is so profitable, if just anyone could get into this industry, wouldn't it be chaos? I'm friends with Prince Salman of Dongsha. The reason I was able to lease this land is entirely because of him. Salman what? Old Master Zhang didn't seem very familiar with the situation abroad. Prince Salman. I heard he manages an investment company worth over 200 billion US dollars, Wei Hong explained from the side. Old Master Zhang didn't react much, but Wei Hong, a seasoned businessman, understood what managing over 200 billion US dollars meant. Such a behemoth could cause a storm in the capital market with a single stomp. Managing over 200 billion US dollars could leverage up to 2 trillion US dollars in capital. To put it in perspective, many countries' GDP doesn't even reach 2 trillion. How did you meet Salamander? Old Master Zhang asked again. We met while traveling, Zhang Feng answered truthfully. Old Master Zhang paused, then asked, how much did you pay for the land? Zhang Feng gave a faint, wry smile. The old man was investigating his finances, but he could understand. He doted on his granddaughter and had to be cautious to ensure her financial stability. 18 billion US dollars in total, Zhang Feng said. 18 billion US dollars, that's over 10 billion. This kid is that rich. I don't believe it. The old men couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Having lived their entire lives, they'd never even seen 10 million, let alone 100 million. No wonder they couldn't stay calm. Everyone was doing well until you, old man, lost all your sportsmanship. Your granddaughter found such a rich man, she's going to be incredibly successful from now on. But Wei Hong frowned. So cheap? An oil field with a monthly revenue of $100 million sold for only 1.8 billion? This isn't a lie, it's a lie. Looks like this kid really is bragging, and the kind who doesn't even bother to think before he starts. Chapter 56 Wei Linglong. According to Zhang Feng, the oil field would break even in just over a year, and the rest would be pure profit. What's the difference between that and picking up money? Even if you're friends with Prince Salman, he's not going to give you an oil field for free. That's right, this price is practically free. This kid seems honest enough, but I didn't expect. No, I can't let Xiao Yuer be fooled by this kid. Thinking this, Wei Hong whispered in Grandpa Jiang's ear for a while longer. Hong girl, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't sneak around. What kind of behavior is this in front of so many people? An old man scolded. Wei Hong ignored him. After she finished speaking, she looked up at the scolding old man and smiled. Uncle Master, what's wrong with me having a private chat with Master? You're really meddling. You little Hong girl, you've grown quite bold now. The old man glared angrily, but there was nothing he could do about Wei Hong. Zhang Linyi's face darkened after hearing Wei Hong's words. Seeing this, Zhang Rui felt uneasy, wanting to ask but hesitant. Old Master Zhang doted on his granddaughter but was extremely strict with his son, so much so that even though Zhang Rui managed the family business, he dared not disobey him. Young Zhang, you said you bought the land for 18 billion US dollars. Where did you get the money? Zhang Linyi asked quietly. Zhang Feng didn't want to answer, but since Old Master Zhang had asked in front of everyone, it would be disrespectful not to. Old Master, to be honest, part of the money for the land came from the investors, and part was borrowed by me, Zhang Feng said with a smile. You borrowed it? How much? Old Master Zhang asked casually, as if chatting about family matters. 1 billion US dollars. Zhang Feng answered truthfully. Originally, he didn't need to tell Old Master Zhang these things, but Wei Hong kept whispering in his ear, and if he didn't explain clearly, he might not be able to get past his character. 1 billion US dollars? More than 7 billion? You're too bold, kid. With so much money on you, how can you sleep at night? What do you know? These days, the one who owes money is the boss. Where did you borrow it? This old man also wants to borrow a few $100 million to spend. Several old men teased him in a frivolous way. At this point, they also thought Zhang Feng was bragging. A $10 billion oil field, earning 7 or 800 million a month, and borrowing 7 or 8 billion. Listen to that? Does that sound like something a normal person would say? The money is like ghost money, hundreds of millions at a time. Not only them, but even Zhang Feng himself thought it sounded a bit fake. If the system hadn't helped him pull these connections, he wouldn't have believed it himself. Which bank did you get the loan from? Old Master Zhang continued to ask. His tone grew increasingly cold. Citibank. Zhang Feng said. He answered whatever the old man asked. Whether the old man believed him or not was beyond his control. He was telling the truth. Whether the old man believed him or not was beyond his control. If anyone else had asked, he wouldn't have bothered answering. He was only saying it for Zhang Yuer's sake. After all, they were now a couple, and if things progressed further, Old Master Zhang would become his family. Not answering or lying wouldn't be appropriate. A bank in America? Wei Hong was taken aback, then smiled. What a coincidence. My daughter graduated from studying in America and is currently interning at this bank. Red girl, then go ask someone, Grandpa Zhang said in a deep voice. It seemed he intended to expose Zhang Feng's lie in public. Grandpa. Zhang Yuer could no longer sit still. If she couldn't see that Grandpa was targeting Zhang Feng, she must be blind. Little fish, Zhang Feng isn't in a hurry, why are you? Wei Hong said with a smile. What do you mean I'm in a hurry? Aunt, Grandpa, you're making things difficult for Brother Feng, don't think I can't see it. Zhang Yuer said coldly, her face flushed with anger. This is for your own good, Wei Hong said. Don't use the excuse of doing it for my own good, I don't care, Zhang Yuer said coldly. Little fish. Seeing that things were about to escalate, Zhang Rui and Du Ying quickly spoke up to stop Zhang Yuer. Old Zhang, I think we should just let this go. Yes, I loved to brag when I was young. Young people, what's wrong with bragging a little? Young man, remember to rehearse your bragging. Several old men tried to smooth things over. After all, exposing them in public is like tearing off a mask. How can they get along afterward? These two young people are deeply in love. If this happens, won't they break up? But Zhang Linhe remained calm and silent. Even if Zhang Feng were a penniless lad, he wouldn't have a problem with it. It's clear that lying for the sake of saving face is a matter of character. Plus, considering what Wei Hong said beside him, he was convinced that Zhang Feng was spouting complete nonsense, and utterly mindless nonsense at that, unable to even tell a coherent lie. He has character issues and isn't very bright. How could he entrust his granddaughter to such a person? Little fish, it's all right. Zhang Feng hadn't expected things to escalate this much, but he could understand the old man's actions. He patted Zhang Yuer on the back, offering a comforting word. Then he turned to Wei Hong and said, Auntie, if you don't believe me, ask your daughter. But I don't know if your daughter has enough power. If you can't find out, you can ask their bank CEO, Ms. Jennifer. Okay. Wei Hong felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. What did he mean by my daughter has enough power? Was this implying that her daughter's position was low? You see, she had divorced her husband long ago, and her daughter had always been her pride and joy. She wouldn't allow anyone to look down on her daughter. So Zhang Feng's seemingly unintentional remark infuriated Wei Hong. She immediately took out her phone and called her daughter, who was far away across the ocean. Due to the time difference, it was already dark on the other side of the ocean, but capital never sleeps. The investment department of a bank is always a hotbed of overtime work. Upon receiving a call from her mother, Wei Linglong immediately put down her work and ran to the stairs to answer the phone. Mom, Wei Linglong called out happily. Because her parents divorced early, she later changed her surname to her mother's, so she also took the surname Wei. The mother and daughter depended on each other and had an extremely close relationship. Linglong, check a loan for me, one that your bank issued. Wei Hong skipped the pleasantries and went straight to the point. She just needed to expose Zhang Feng as soon as possible to vent her anger. Mom, I'm in the investment department. I don't have the authority to check loans. That's the business of the credit department, Wei Linglong said. She felt puzzled. Why would her mother need to check the loans? Citibank was such a large bank, issuing countless loans every day. How could she possibly check? Besides, she didn't have the authority. Linglong, think of something. I can provide some information, it'll be easy to check, Wei Hong continued, unwilling to give up. Mom, I really don't have the authority. Please don't make things difficult for me. Banks aren't children's games. Overstepping my authority will get me fired, and I might even face legal consequences. You don't want your daughter to pack her bags and go back to China, do you? Wei Linglong said with a wry smile. Chapter 57 The CEO's Friend. On the other end of the phone, Wei Hong's face darkened upon hearing Wei Linglong's words, a burning sensation spreading through her as she felt humiliated by Zhang Feng. Her daughter's rights were truly insufficient. Xiao Yuer has a boyfriend. He said he borrowed $1 billion from your bank, and he seems to be friends with your bank's CEO, Ms. Jennifer. I'm asking you to inquire and confirm this, Wei Hong said. Xiao Yuer has a boyfriend. Wei Linglong exclaimed in surprise, giggling. I can still remember what she looked like when she was little. I didn't expect her to grow up so fast. She already has a boyfriend. Stop talking nonsense and get on with it. Find a way to confirm this for me, Wei Hong said sternly, not in the mood for jokes with her daughter. Understood. Concerned about Xiao Yuer, Wei Linglong became serious. Hurry up, I'll wait for your news. Wei Hong hung up the phone after saying that. Wei Linglong thought for a few seconds in the stairwell, pulled up her phone book, and dialed a number. Peter, check on a loan for me. Okay, thanks, as soon as possible. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a reply came. The CEO personally handled it. A large oil and gas company. Okay, I understand, thank you, Peter. Friday? Sorry, I'm not free Friday night. Next time, I'll treat you to some great food from Daxia. Yes, next time. Hanging up, Wei Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she really didn't want to ask Peter for a favor. Peter was a nice person, but not her type. Mom, I found it, it's true, the loan was handled personally by our bank CEO, $1 billion, Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. Wei Linglong called Wei Hong back. In the Zhang family's reception room, the crowd, who had been waiting for half an hour and were gradually becoming impatient, finally received a call from across the ocean. Wei Hong's expression turned strange after answering the phone. Really? How could that be? This sounds too surreal. Does Zhang Feng have some kind of background she doesn't know about? He's friends with Prince Salamander and has some connection with the CEO of Citibank. He's clearly so rich, yet he drives a car worth only 200,000. This guy seems steady and reliable, someone she could entrust her life to. So, Hanja? Zhang Linhe asked. Everyone else turned their gaze to Wei Hong, awaiting her answer. To be honest, this whole thing has turned ugly. No matter the outcome, there will be a rift between her and Zhang Feng, even if her intentions were for Zhang Yuer's good. It's true, Wei Hong said with difficulty. Though only 3 words, they felt like a heavy stone weighing on her. After saying it, she let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. So, earning 700 or 800 million a month is true? Hiss, Xiao Zhang, I have a granddaughter, even prettier than Xiao Yuer. How about I introduce you two sometime? Alright, you old bastard, stop lying. Your granddaughter is nowhere near as pretty as Xiao Yuer. I have a grandniece, almost as beautiful as Xiao Yuer. Shut up. You two old hags, have you no shame? How can you say such things in front of the younger generation? Shame? How much is shame worth? Is it worth 700 or 800 million? What era are we living in? Don't cling to old dogmas, keep up with the times. This is a market economy, making money is the only true goal. The old folks went further and further off track, but none of them took it to heart, because everyone could see they were joking, trying to ease the awkward intense atmosphere. After this commotion, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Zhang Linhe's expression softened, he realized he'd gone a bit too far, but it wasn't entirely his fault he'd been swayed by gossip. He turned to look at Wei Hong. Wei Hong, ever the flexible one, proactively apologized to Zhang Feng, saying, Zhang Feng, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have doubted you. Who would have thought you were so capable at such a young age, and so humble and composed? Xiao Yuer didn't choose the wrong person. Auntie, we're all family, don't be so formal, Zhang Feng chuckled, letting the matter drop. Zhang Yuer beamed, her expression exaggerated. Wow, I never imagined you were so rich, Brother Feng. Does that mean I can buy whatever I want from now on? Little Yuer, Zhang Rui said in a deep voice. He didn't want others to misunderstand that his daughter was ill-mannered. Zhang Yuer stuck out her tongue and made a playful face at Zhang Rui. Zhang Feng smiled but didn't speak. He knew Zhang Yuer wasn't the materialistic type, she was just saying that to ease the tension. At this point, the parents' hurdle was cleared. His relationship with Zhang Yuer should be smooth sailing from now on. Little Yuer is a good girl. You can't bully her, or this old man won't stand for it. Me too, count me in. We old folks watched little Yuer grow up. Several elderly people chatted with Zhang Feng, offering nothing more than advice and warnings. Xiao Zhang, sit next to me when the banquet starts, Old Master Zhang suddenly said. Okay, Old Master, Zhang Feng replied with a smile. This meant that Zhang Linhe not only approved of him but was also very satisfied with him. Just then, a commotion arose outside the door. A young man in his 20s ran in and said, Grandmaster, a group of people have come outside, claiming to be here to celebrate your birthday, but they seem to have ill intentions. Should we chase them away? Who are they? A glint of light flashed in Zhang Linhe's eyes. Martial artists are known for their strong and unyielding temperament. Even if they try to restrain themselves, they find it difficult to tolerate such provocation. Today was his 80th birthday. For them to come on such a day was a blatant slap in the face. The Bai family of Zhang City. The young man replied. The Bai family of Zhangcheng? Zhang Linhe narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold laugh. So it's just a descendant of Bai Yueshan. That old codger's been dead for years. Never mind, let them in. Yes. The young man turned and left the main room. The Bai family of Zhangcheng? Zhang Feng turned to look at Zhang Yuer upon hearing this. Zhang Yuer also looked at him. Their eyes met in the air, understanding each other's thoughts. The Bai family chose this time to come. Could it be to avenge the kick at the bar? Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer hesitated, wondering whether to tell Old Master Zhang about this. After hesitating for a dozen seconds, Zhang Feng got up and went to Old Master Jiang's side, briefly explaining the situation. The younger generation of Bai Yueshan is truly becoming more and more accomplished. Zhang Linhe laughed angrily upon hearing this. Zhang Yue was his Achilles heel. Daring to covet his granddaughter was tantamount to courting death. Luckily, he wasn't present, or he would have definitely crippled the Bai family's descendant. Master, the Bai family is not what it used to be. The Bai group wields considerable influence in Zhang City. Wei Hong interjected from the side. Old Master Zhang kept to himself and was unaware of the outside world, but how could Wei Hong, a seasoned businessman, not have heard of the Bai group? Chapter 58: The Crutch and the Dog Beating Stick. This is Zhengzhou. Zhang Linhe declared firmly. No matter how powerful the Bai group was in Zhongcheng, once they entered Zhengzhou, they couldn't touch the Zhang family. The Zhang family was law-abiding and patriotic, honestly managing their tea plantation, upright and fearless of any outside forces. Master, I think it's best not to offend the Bai family. Although their influence is mainly in Zhongcheng, one less enemy means one more friend, Wei Hong said with a smile. She understood her master's perspective, but times had changed. The power of capital was ubiquitous, and making enemies with the Bai family was truly unwise. Hong girl, when did you become so opportunistic? Didn't you hear what Xiao Zhan said? That Bai brat harassed my granddaughter online, and she beat him up. Now they've come to my door on my birthday. Are they here to wish me a happy birthday? Zhang Linhe said sternly. Master, that's not what I meant. Wei Hong quickly explained. Old Master Jiang's words were very stern, directly criticizing Wei Hong's character and integrity. It's important to understand that Wei Hong was a latecomer to the Zhang family's apprenticeship and, being the youngest, was always deeply loved by Old Master Zhang. Although he had no daughters of his own, Wei Hong was more than a daughter to him. Her intentions were for the Zhang family's sake. She didn't want the Zhang family to become enemies with the Bai family. The Bai family's wealth and influence far surpassed that of the Zhang family. Having navigated the business world for many years, she understood the power of capital far better than Old Master Zhang himself. Old Master Zhang was indifferent to fame and fortune, and since he had no favors to ask of the Bai family, he wasn't afraid of them. However, if the Bai family truly intended to cause trouble, the Zhang family's tea plantation would likely be in dire straits. Without a source of income, his apprentices and grand apprentices could help out in the short term, but the tea plantation was their ancestral property. If it were abandoned, how could they face their ancestors? As Old Master Jiang's disciple, Wei Hong knew his grandfather well. To put it nicely, he was traditional and old-fashioned, to put it bluntly, somewhat stubborn and inflexible, abandoned by the times. Like martial arts, only the techniques remained, the truly practical fighting methods were gradually being lost. No need to say more. Zhang Linhe coldly interrupted Wei Hong. He seemed genuinely angry. Zhang Feng watched silently. This old man had a fiery temper, perfectly matching his impression of martial artists. However, Wei Hong had indeed said too much. Imagine, which grandfather would tolerate his granddaughter being harassed? The longer one navigates the business world, the more shrewd they become, and the more greedy they become. The Zhang family's business wasn't large, the tea plantation's annual output was only 20 to 30 million. After deducting labor and other miscellaneous expenses, they'd earn at most 10 million. With Zhang Feng's current strength, he could easily manage the tea plantation, thus eliminating any possibility of the Bai family commercially suppressing the Zhang family. But now is not the time to discuss this. Let's wait and see what the Bai family does. A short while later, 6 young men, led by Bai Wei and Bai Qian, entered. Bai Wei glanced around the room, his gaze lingering briefly on Zhang Feng and Zhang Yue for a couple of seconds. He smiled and said, President Zhang is here too. My presence isn't surprising, but young Master Bai's arrival is unexpected. Zhang Feng replied casually. I've come to wish old Master Zhang a happy birthday. Bai Wei chuckled and turned to the men behind him, saying, Come on, bring up the gift. A cane? You brat, what do you mean? Grandpa Zhang is in good health, he's not at the point where he can't walk. Boy, are you here to cause trouble? Before Grandpa Zhang could speak, the other elderly people in the room began to scold him. Bai Wei was unfazed by these elderly people, or rather, he didn't take them seriously at all. He smiled faintly and said, Grandpa, it's your 80th birthday. I wish you a more stable walk in the future. What's wrong with giving you a cane? Look closely, this is top-quality diamond wood, inlaid with gold dragon patterns, crafted by a master, worth no less than $1 million. This gift isn't cheap, is it? Ha ha ha, good. Zhang Linhe stood up, slowly walked to Bai Wei, took the cane from his hand, weighed it in his hand, and then swung it around a couple of times. Although he didn't hit Bai Wei, these few blows almost grazed his body, a technique commonly known as outline cane technique. It genuinely frightened Bai Wei. Instinctively, he recoiled, his face pale and slightly disheveled. Bai Wei didn't want to be like this, but it was his instinct. The whooshing sound of air being cut filled his ears, and the cane was practically touching his nose. How could he not be afraid? You, Grandpa, I'm here to wish you a happy birthday. Bai Wei wanted to explode, but meeting Grandpa Jiang's shrewd, dark gaze, he chickened out as soon as he opened his mouth and quickly changed his words. Not bad, this cane can not only be used for support, but also as a dog beating stick. The old man likes it very much. Please thank your elders for me. John Lin-hee, having teased Bai Wei, returned to his seat in high spirits. Humph. Bai Wei's face was ashen, suppressing his anger. What are you all standing there for? The banquet is outside. Find a seat and wait for the banquet to begin, Zhang Linhe said indifferently. This casual attitude clearly showed that Bai Wei and his companions were not welcome. Bai Wei could easily tell what was going on, but he had come looking for trouble, so he was prepared. He suddenly smiled and said, "Old master, you're a guest from afar, and you've accepted my gift. Now you can't even offer a cup of water? Is this how the Zhang family treats its guests? If word gets out, people will laugh at us." In Zhenzhou, the Zhang family, though not the most powerful, is still a respectable family. Old Master Jian's reputation as a martial arts master is known to everyone. In fact, our two families are practically family friends. Family friends? Zhang Linhe curled his lip, revealing a disdainful expression. He and Bai Yueshan were indeed old acquaintances, but their relationship wasn't good. They had sparred a few times, and Bai Yueshan had always been his loser. Going back a generation, the Zhang and Bai families had no connection whatsoever. They were simply martial arts families from the Jiangnan region who knew each other. "Kid, you're not qualified to sit here and serve tea yet," Zhang Linhe said bluntly, showing no mercy. The guests in this room were either his old friends, his apprentices, or relatives. Zhang Feng, though an outsider, was Zhang Yuer's boyfriend. "I represent the Bai family, how can I not be qualified?" "So, does the old man look down on our Bai family?" Bai Wei asked coldly. Zhang Linhe chuckled and retorted, "You brat, stop playing games with me. What does it matter to you whether I look down on the Bai family or not? You, a junior, want to sit on equal footing with your elders." Young Master Bai was a prominent figure in Zhongcheng, but in the eyes of the traditional and conservative old Master Zhang, he was just a junior. The prestige of the Bai group held no sway over him. "And what about him?" Bai Wei pointed at Zhang Feng. Zhang Linhe laughed even louder, saying, "He's my granddaughter's boyfriend." "Who are you? Don't try to use the Bai family name to your advantage, it won't work with me." Chapter 59 Inside Story. Zhang Feng also laughed. "This Bai Wei's head show is funny, right? The old man obviously doesn't look down on you. What's the point of you pulling me into the water? What is this not stupid? You said that the old man is the master and has the final right to explain, so it is not easy to find a reason? Mr. Zhang, we are here today, in addition to celebrating our birthday, we also want to see the Zhang family's 8 poles. I hope you will not hesitate to teach me." Bai Wei still wanted to talk about it. Bai Qian took a step forward to stop Bai Wei. He clenched his fists in both hands, and watched Mr. Zhang get straight to the point. "There are no twists and turns, go straight to the field, I am here to play the field." As soon as these words came out, the needle fell in the room. Zhang Linhe narrowed his eyes slightly, looked Bai Qian up and down, and chuckled, "Yes, he is a good seedling, much stronger than the waist next to you." Bai Wei gritted his teeth angrily after hearing this. "Thank you for the compliment, old man," Bai Qian said respectfully. As a martial arts idiot, he has attainments in martial arts, so it is natural to see that the old man of the Zhang family has real skills. Although he is old, that momentum is very strong. And he was in his 20s, in the year of fighting, facing the old man of the Zhang family. He had no bottom in his heart, and he was not sure of victory. You know, boxing is afraid of youth. When people are old, their chi and blood will decline, and all aspects of the body will decline. "Boy, how do you want to play?" Or, the old man takes advantage of it, relies on the old and sells the old, and has 2 tricks with you? Zhang Linhe smiled. "Dad, no. Master, no." Zhang Rui, Wei Hong, and several other apprentices immediately stood up to stop them when they heard this. "Just kidding. The old man is old, and there is a flash. What should I do?" They didn't dare to joke with Mr. Jian's body. Young people break their arms and legs, and it will be fine in a few months, but the physical function of the elderly will decline, and the injuries will be over. Now that people have come to the door, what do you think we should do? Zhang Linhe looked at his disciples and grandsons and asked, "Master, let my apprentice, will you fight him?" Mr. Jian's eldest apprentice Hu Tian stood up and said, "Master, I'll fight him." Wu Yu took a step forward and said with a cold face. Mr. Jiang's eyes went back and forth on Hu Tian and Wu Yu twice, shook his head and said, "You can't do it, your kung fu hasn't reached home." Hu Tian looked ashamed, but Wu Yu looked dissatisfied and said, "Master, how do you know if you haven't fought?" After that, he opened his posture and wanted to compete with Bai Qian. Bai Qian didn't say a word, hugged his fists. "Ha!" Wu Yu shouted, slid forward, and punched Bai Qian's face. Bai Qian did not dodge and fought back. Although Wu Yu attacked first, Bai Qian's fist came first, relying on the advantage of his long arm, and punched Wu Yu on the shoulder. Wu Yu snorted, only to feel that his shoulder was broken and he couldn't lift it. Obviously, the other party is very good at martial arts, and his subordinates are merciful. If this punch hit the door, he would have to fall on the spot. I lost. Wu Yu hugged Bai Qiang and said through gritted teeth. Although he was unwilling, he was not the kind of person who couldn't afford to lose. A trick? One move and fall? Not only was Hu Tian's face ugly, but the others in the room were also surprised by Bai Qiang's strength. The people in Mr. Jiang's circle know a little bit of martial arts, and there are many of his disciples and grandchildren present who have been practicing boxing since childhood, so they are all insiders. As the saying goes, the layman looks at the excitement, and the insider looks at the doorway. As soon as Bai Qiang punched out, Mr. Zhang knew that no one among his apprentices and grandchildren could beat Bai Qiang. I'll do it. At this time, another young man jumped out and challenged Bai Qiang. As a result, he was brought down by Bai Qiang with a move. Maid, I don't believe it, I can't even carry a move. Immediately afterwards, another young man jumped out and continued to challenge. It's still a one-trick solution. At this time, no one dared to challenge Bai Qiang. Haha, the Zhang family is 8 poles, but that's it. Bai Wei saw that Bai Qiang repelled 3 people in a row. It was easy, and he didn't even need to make a second move. He couldn't help but laugh proudly. Today is to slap the face to find fault. If you don't mock at this time, when will you mock? Furthermore, the challenge of the open is unreasonable. What is this called? This is called slapping you in the face in public, and you have to endure it for me. The old man of the Zhang family had a pale face, and his disciples and grandchildren were not up to the task, and their old faces were almost lost. You know, he beat his peer Bai Yueshan. Who else? Bai Wei continued to shout, looked at Zhang Yubai frivolously, and said, aren't you very good at fighting? Come and fight. Shameless and screaming. The villain's face was brought to the extreme by Bai Wei. Hit and hit. Zhang Yubai snorted coldly and prepared to step forward, but he was pulled by Zhang Feng. Bai Qiang is so strong, Zhang Yubai will definitely not be able to beat it, and the size gap is here. I don't fight women. Bai Qiang glanced at Zhang Yubai, frowned, and said in a deep voice, little fish, calm down. Zhang Feng followed and persuaded. In a fight, he definitely can't stand up for Zhang Yubai, but against the Bai group, he now has a big killer in his hand. Bai Xiao, take a step to speak. Zhang Feng said with a smile. Bai Wei looked at Zhang Feng unexpectedly and didn't want to pay attention. Bai Xiao, it's about the Bai group, you really don't want to talk to me. Zhang Feng's tone was light, with a hint of threat. What's the matter? Bai Wei asked. Zhang Feng walked out the door. Bai Wei hesitated for a moment, and finally followed. I'll show you a good thing. Zhang Feng said, opened the mailbox with his mobile phone, and showed Bai Wei the black material of the Bai group. Bai Wei's face suddenly changed. He didn't know many of these accounts, but from the few accounts he knew that this black material was not fake. Where did you get it from? Bai Wei said coldly. You care about me? Zhang Feng took the phone back from Bai Wei's hand and put it in his pocket. Say, what do you want? Bai Wei didn't kill, and if he showed him these things at this time, he would definitely ask for something. Nothing else. Don't mess with me in the future. Now take the people of your Bai family to apologize to the old man, and then get out. Zhang Feng said. The posture of the Bai family is obviously not to make a big fuss, and it is planned to stir up the birthday of Mr. Huang Zhang. As Zhang Yubai's boyfriend, he couldn't beat others, so he could only make this decision and threaten the Bai family to retreat. After all, things haven't gotten bigger yet, and there is still room for reversal. What if I say no? Bai Wei said coldly. The feeling of being threatened is very uncomfortable. When did he Bai Dasao suffer this kind of grievance? Zhang Feng smiled faintly, glanced at Bai Wei and said, do you have the qualifications to refuse? Bai Wei fell silent when he heard this, and said in a deep voice after more than 10 seconds, okay, do as you say. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the hall, clenched his fists and said, Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry, it's the junior Meng Lang, I'm here to make amends to you, please forgive me. Chapter 60 Giving In. What's going on? Everyone was completely bewildered. Just moments ago, Bai Wei was arrogant, but after being called out for a talk by Zhang Feng, he came back all timid. Not only were old Master Zhang and the others confused, but Bai Qiang also looked puzzled, turning to look at Bai Wei. Apologize to the old man, Bai Wei said to Bai Qiang with a stern face. Bai Qiang didn't move, he was waiting for Bai Wei's explanation. When they came, Bai Yushan had given instructions to humiliate the Zhang family. This humiliation had only just begun, merely the foreplay, far from the climax. Why had it suddenly backed down? Not only had it backed down, but he also had to apologize. I told you to apologize, so apologize. Bai Wei himself was seething with anger, and Bai Qiang's silent question only fueled his rage. He was the future head of the family, he was supposed to do whatever he was told. Why all the questions? A reason. Bai Qiang remained unmoved, staring intently at Bai Wei. Bai Wei, exasperated, could only say in a low voice, I'll explain when we get back, but you must apologize to the old man now. Even if my father were here, he would do the same. Bai Qiang was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded, reluctantly agreeing to Bai Wei's statement. Old man, I'm sorry, Bai Qiang said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. It's all right, it's all right. It's just a friendly spar between juniors, nothing serious. Although old Master John was full of questions, he didn't dwell on it. Seeing the Bai family juniors back down, he couldn't hold a grudge. That would make him seem petty, abusing his age and bullying others. Besides, among his granddisciples, there was indeed no one skilled enough to defeat Bai Qiang. If the fight continued, his own disciples might have to step in, and losing would be even more humiliating. Old man, the gifts have been delivered. We won't stay for dinner. Goodbye. Bai Wei said politely, then quickly left with Bai Qiang and the others. Zhang Yuer looked at Zhang Feng beside her and asked curiously, what did you say to him? Nothing much. I just said we're all in Zhongcheng, so please give me some face. I didn't expect young Master Bai to be so easy to talk to, he agreed as soon as I asked, Zhang Feng said with a smile. I don't believe it. Zhang Yuer snorted. Others might not know, but she did. Zhang Feng and Bai Wei were at odds. How could Bai Wei possibly back down? There must be a reason she didn't know. But if Zhang Feng didn't want to say, she wouldn't press him. Little John, didn't you just tell me you had a conflict with this Bai family boy? Old Master John, however, was eager to know the reason and asked. Old Master, conflict aside, the Bai family is reasonable, Zhang Feng chuckled. Master, please don't ask. The Bai family is now a merchant family, they value profit over righteousness, Wei Hong, standing beside Old Master John, suddenly interjected. In her view, this was even more outrageous than Zhang Feng defeating Bai Qiang by force. To force the Bai family, a behemoth, to back down with just a few words that required immense power. Force has its limits, but the power of capital is limitless. The Bai family is a large business, and naturally they have many concerns. Making concessions to protect their interests is perfectly normal. She just didn't know what Zhang Feng had offered in exchange for the Bai family. Xiao Feng, you and Xiao Yuer must take good care of yourselves from now on. Your aunt is looking forward to your wedding. Wei Hong's attitude had changed drastically, she became very enthusiastic towards Zhang Feng. She found Zhang Feng increasingly pleasing to the eye. So young, yet he knew Prince Salamander, the CEO of Citibank, and so on. What an incredible background. No wonder the Bai family yielded, his network of connections extended overseas. They had no choice but to submit. Oh right, didn't this guy know the CEO of Citibank? Having him smooth things over for Linglong shouldn't be a problem, right? Auntie, what are you saying? What wedding banquet? Feng and I have only just started dating, marriage is a long way off. Zhang Yuer said, blushing. Zhang Feng simply smiled and remained silent. Marriage was indeed a bit premature, but he didn't mind. A beauty like Zhang Yuer was hard to find even with a lantern, and she was also highly skilled in martial arts and had a good personality. You silly child, did your aunt misspoke? Wei Hong laughed. Zhang Yuer fell silent. Zhang Feng laughed, Auntie's right, Xiao Yuer and I will definitely get along well, and we'll invite everyone to our wedding someday. At this moment, the boy needs to take the initiative. He was completely oblivious to Zhang Rui's murderous glare beside him. What did that mean? Did he think he, Xiao Yuer's father, was nobody? Xiao Feng, are your parents also in Zhongcheng? Du Ying suddenly asked. My mom and I live in Zhongcheng together. Zhang Feng said. Xiao Yuer's mother's question implied that both sets of parents wanted to meet, so Zhang Feng didn't hide anything and explained his family situation. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Yuer also understood her mother's meaning and interrupted. After saying that, she pulled Zhang Feng up and said, come on, brother Feng, I'll take you to see some other places. This child. Du Ying chuckled. At this moment, Wei Hong came to her side and whispered, sister-in-law, you have to take this seriously, it concerns Xiao Yuer's lifelong happiness. I know, Du Ying nodded. Seeing that Du Ying didn't understand, Wei Hong simply said bluntly, sister-in-law, Zhang Feng is a good man, he has everything he could want, and he's very capable. Xiao Yuer has to hold on to him. These days, there are too many temptations out there. Hong girl, what are you saying? You're getting more and more absurd. Old Master Zhang, though old, wasn't deaf and said unhappily. Wei Hong shut her mouth, sullenly, and didn't continue. Du Ying, seemingly oblivious, said, whether they can ultimately be together depends on the two of them. There's no point in us saying anything more. On the highway leading to Zhongcheng, Bai Wei sat in the back seat with a gloomy face, next to Bai Qiang. What's the reason? Bai Qiang finally spoke when Bai Wei remained silent for a long time. What reason? Bai Wei countered. He naturally understood what Bai Qiang meant, but how could he possibly tell anyone other than his father about those matters? Those were the Bai Group's dirty secrets. If they were exposed, the Bai Group would be severely damaged, if not destroyed. What reason did you give? Bai Qiang's temper flared, and he said coldly. He had already given Bai Wei enough face by making concessions earlier. Go back and ask my father. I can't tell you now. Perhaps sensing Bai Qiang's imposing aura, Bai Wei's tone softened, no longer as forceful as before. He was afraid that Bai Qiang might act impulsively and attack him. I want to know now. Bai Qiang remained unmoved, saying coldly. I really can't tell you. You can ask my dad later, Bai Wei said. After saying that, he simply closed his eyes, refusing to look at Bai Qiang anymore. Bai Qiang stared at Bai Wei for several seconds, then shifted his gaze to the window. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would attack Bai Wei. Just then, Bai Wei's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and pressed the answer button. Chapter 61 Childhood Sweethearts? Dad, Bai Wei called out softly as he answered the phone. I saw the message. Come back first. Bai Yushin's deep voice came from the other end of the line, revealing neither joy nor anger. How could the Bai group have reached this point without some scandals? Are these scandals unknown to outsiders? Of course they are. But the Bai group hasn't collapsed. Why? Because behind the Bai group is a huge network of vested interests. Perhaps these scandals could cause some trouble for the Bai group, but taking down the Bai group wouldn't be so easy. Understood, Dad. Bai Wei hung up the phone. Leaving the main room, Zhang Yuer intended to take Zhang Feng to the tea garden to stroll around and enjoy the scenery. Unexpectedly, just as they stepped out the gate, they bumped into a young man carrying a backpack. The young man was about 1.8 meters tall, with a straight posture, handsome and giving off a very sunny vibe. Karen, what brings you here? Zhang Yuer said happily. Little Fish, who is this? Su Karen was 3 years older than Little Fish. He had already graduated from university and was currently working. He had returned mainly to celebrate the birthday of the Zhang family patriarch. He had been in high spirits, chatting and laughing with people along the way, but when he saw Zhang Yuer walking out of the Zhang family home arm in arm with Zhang Feng, his face immediately darkened. Looking at Zhang Yuer, he asked, Zhang Feng, my boyfriend. Zhang Yuer hesitated noticeably, but finally met Su Karen's gaze and answered truthfully. Upon hearing this, a deep, undisguised heartbreak flashed in Su Karen's eyes. This is going to be good. Who in the village doesn't know? Kai Ran has liked Xiao Yuer since he was little. So what? Love is free now. Xiao Yuer doesn't like Kai Ran. Stop talking, let's watch the show. Today is the Zhang family patriarch's birthday. Many people are coming and going outside the Zhang family's gate, and quite a few are secretly watching the scene, with a gossipy, spectator-like mentality. Why? Su Kai Ran asked, his voice slightly hoarse. Zhang Yuer said softly, Kai Ran, you know, I've always treated you like a brother, like family, I've said it before. Alright, stop talking, I know. Su Kai Ran looked away, trying not to appear too embarrassed, then took a few deep breaths, stepped into the Zhang family's house, and walked towards the main room. Zhang Yuer didn't follow to explain or do anything. Let's go, Brother Feng, I'll take you to the tea garden. Zhang Yuer's mood was somewhat disappointed. Zhang Feng simply responded with a faint sound. He didn't offer any words of comfort. As the saying goes, the falling flower is willing, but the flowing water is indifferent. Some things cannot be forced. They walked in silence for about an hour before arriving at a tea plantation on the hillside. Brother Feng, don't you have anything you want to ask? Zhang Yuer couldn't help but ask. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and said, no need to ask, I can basically guess. It's nothing more than you two growing up together. He likes you, but you don't like him. You only see him as a friend, is that right? Yes, that's right. Zhang Yuer suddenly smiled and said, you don't mind, do you? Why would I mind? You're so beautiful, it's normal for someone to like you, Zhang Feng said. Zhang Yuer secretly breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I clearly stated my refusal long ago. He wouldn't give up even though I didn't have a boyfriend before. It's good that he saw me now, it'll prevent any future misunderstandings. Let's go. The banquet is about to begin, Zhang Feng said, getting up after resting for a while. The two spent over an hour returning to the Zhang family home, concluding the 80th birthday celebration of the Zhang family patriarch in a joyful and celebratory atmosphere. Xiao Feng, the guest room is ready, Du Ying said with a smile. She was now looking at her son-in-law with increasing approval. Thank you, Auntie, Zhang Feng replied. During the banquet, he drank a little and couldn't drive. Since he didn't have a driver, he had to stay overnight. Both the Zhang family patriarch and Zhang Yuer's father, Zhang Rui, were very satisfied with him. Wei Hong and others even subtly inquired about the couple's marriage. Not to mention Zhang Yuer, even Zhang Feng felt things were moving a bit too fast. How long had he and Zhang Yuer known each other? Get some rest, it's getting late, Du Ying said, turning and leaving the guest room. Before leaving, she secretly winked at Zhang Yuer beside her. Zhang Yuer made a face at Zhang Feng and followed Du Ying out of the room. The room was a suite, complete with a bathroom and shower. Perhaps because he had drunk a little, Zhang Feng was indeed a bit tired after a long day. After showering, he went to bed. In the middle of the night, while he was sound asleep, he vaguely felt someone slip into his bed. "Little Yuer," Zhang Feng called softly. A soft, sweet response. Zhang Feng felt the delicate body in his arms and felt a surge of excitement. At this moment, any normal man would be excited. "No, I'm afraid of being discovered." Zhang Yuer's soft voice was pleading and shy. "Isn't this a test for the cotter?" Although Zhang Feng really wanted to, he restrained himself. Half an hour passed like this, and neither of them had fallen asleep. Instead, their bodies grew increasingly hot. "I'm leaving." Zhang Yuer broke free from Zhang Feng's embrace, groped her way out of bed in the dark, and stealthily ran back to her room like a thief. "What kind of nonsense is this? He's got me all worked up, and then he won't let me." Zhang Feng was somewhat annoyed, and it took him over an hour to finally drift off to sleep. They slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, breakfast was already prepared at the Zhang family home. "Xiao Feng, you don't look too well. Didn't you sleep well last night?" Du Ying asked during the meal. Zhang Yuer smiled secretly at this. Du Ying rolled her eyes, saying, "You brat, what are you laughing at?" Nothing. Zhang Yuer quickly shook her head, her smile widening, her eyes secretly glancing at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glared back. "Without your teasing, would I be unable to rest?" "Xiao Feng, stay in Zhenzhou for a couple more days before you leave. After dinner, let Xiao Yuer take you sightseeing," Du Ying said. Zhang Feng paused, then shook his head. "Auntie, I have some work to take care of at the company. I have to go back today." "So urgent?" Du Ying asked. "All right, stop talking. Anyway, Zhangcheng isn't far from Zhenzhou. You can come whenever you want. Don't interfere with Xiao Feng's business," Zhang Rui interjected. Okay, I won't say anything more," Du Ying said. "I'm going back with Brother Feng," Zhang Yuer said immediately. "Before you go back, tell your grandfather," Zhang Rui said. "Okay, I know." Zhang Yuer nodded casually. Zhang Linhe is getting old, and Zhang Rui is his only son. Logically, he should be living with his son in his old age, but the old man is used to living alone and refuses to come live with the Zhang family. He currently lives alone in a small courtyard below the tea plantation. Chapter 62. The Bai family is invited. After breakfast, Zhang Feng accompanied Zhang Yuer to the small courtyard where Grandpa Zhang lived alone. After saying goodbye to the old man, he prepared to drive back to Zhangcheng. Zhang Feng frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Whose car is this?" At the village parking lot, his car was blocked by a BMW 7 Series, making it impossible to drive out. "How inconsiderate! Who is this?" Zhang Yuer complained under her breath. Zhang Feng glanced at the BMW 7 Series license plate, intending to check the owner's number and then call to have the car moved. "Little fish." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Su Karen walking over. "Karen, you haven't left yet?" Zhang Yuer asked with a smile. Su Karen said, "I'm going back today." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded in greeting. "I just happened to be passing through Zhangcheng, want to go together?" Su Karen took out his car keys, pressed a button lightly, and the BMW 7's headlights flashed twice. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer looked at Su Karen speechlessly. "So, this car is yours after all? Is parking like this really okay? There were too many people yesterday, no parking spaces, so I just parked randomly." Su Karen seemed to have seen through Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer's thoughts and explained casually. Although he offered an explanation, there was no apology in his tone. Instead, he seemed somewhat indifferent. "Karen, not bad." Zhang Yuer smiled and joked. Being able to drive a BMW 7 proved that Su Karen was doing quite well. After all, it was a luxury car worth around $1 million, even the base model cost several $100,000. "Want to try it out?" Su Karen asked, as if he had found confidence. Zhang Yuer shook her head and said, "I'm not interested in cars." Upon hearing this, Su Karen's expression instantly became somewhat unnatural. Zhang Yuer's words were a very subtle rejection. How could he not understand? "Let's go, little fish." Zhang Feng pressed the car key. The headlights of the Han Ev, whose exit was blocked by the BMW 7 Series, flashed. He stepped forward, opened the door, and got in. Zhang Yuer waved to Su Karen and naturally sat in the passenger seat. Su Karen's face darkened. He had no choice but to move the car to make way for Zhang Feng. 2 hours later, Zhang Feng's car stopped in front of Zhangcheng University. "Brother Feng, remember to come visit me sometime." Zhang Yuer kissed Zhang Feng on the cheek and whispered in his ear. Then, picking up her small bag, she got out of the car, her face flushed. Zhang Feng shook his head and chuckled, feeling a faint sweetness. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, waited a few seconds, and then pressed the answer button. The number was unfamiliar, but it was a local Zhangcheng number, and a super auspicious one at that. The person with this number was either extremely wealthy or powerful. "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Feng said after the call connected. "This is Bai Yushin, Mr. Zhang. When are you free? Come to my tea house for some tea," Bai Yushin chuckled. His laughter was gentle, like that of a long-lost friend. Zhang Feng thought to himself, "I knew it." The moment he saw the number, he guessed it was most likely a call from the Bai family. As for the reason, it was nothing more than those damaging allegations. To be honest, these allegations were electronic materials obtained by Dr. X through hacking, making them difficult to use as direct evidence with legal effect. Even so, they were a thorn in the side of the Bai family. "Sure, anytime," Zhang Feng said with a smile. To be honest, he didn't have any major conflicts with the Bai family, it was just that Bai Wei was arrogant and wanted to put him down. "Mr. Zhang, come over now. We can have lunch together. I'll send you the tea house address right away," Bai Yushin said. Zhang Feng replied, "Okay." After hanging up, Bai Yushin sent the address within seconds. Following the navigation, Zhang Feng arrived at a tea house located in the city center. The tea house had a beautiful environment, quiet amidst the hustle and bustle. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." As soon as Zhang Feng parked his car, a woman in a suit approached him. She was well-dressed and around 30 years old. Zhang Feng responded indifferently. "This way, Mr. Zhang." Led by the woman, Zhang Feng entered the tea house and saw Bai Yushin, who had been waiting for him. "Mr. Zhang." Bai Yushin greeted him with a smile and shook hands with Zhang Feng. "Chairman Bai." A sharp pain shot through his hand, and Zhang Feng frowned. Bai Yushin was a trained fighter, although older, his strength was considerable. Zhang Feng, an ordinary handsome man, was no match for him. A simple handshake had left him feeling cheated. Fortunately, Bai Yushin didn't go too far, releasing his grip after 2 seconds. Clearly, this was a warning. It meant that Bai Yushin wouldn't easily yield to anyone, even if they possessed dirt on the Bai group. "Please sit." Bai Yushin's eyes were fixed on Zhang Feng with a smile. Although his smile was bright, his gaze was somewhat chilling. "Mr. Bai, you're too kind." Zhang Feng knew that Bai Yushin was putting psychological pressure on him, a preparatory step before the negotiation. "Mr. Zhang, I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point," Bai Yushin said, sitting down and pouring Zhang Feng a cup of tea. "Please speak, Mr. Bai." Zhang Feng smiled faintly. "Where did you get those things?" Bai Yushin asked. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, would you believe me if I said someone gave them to me?" "Yes." Bai Yushin nodded, then asked, "Who?" "I can't tell you." Zhang Feng picked up his tea and took a small sip. Bai Yushin fell into a brief silence, then got up and went to the window, looking at the scenery outside. After a long while, he said, "I think we don't need to become enemies. What do you think, Mr. Zhang?" "Young Master Bai doesn't think so," Zhang Feng said with a faint smile. Bai Yushin frowned, forcing a wry smile. "That child is spoiled rotten. Tonight, he'll host a banquet at Yinyu Jiangnan to apologize to you." Zhang Feng laughed upon hearing this. It wasn't easy. Could young Master Bai really lower his proud head like that? For a moment, he was a little confused by Bai Yushin. It was practically impossible to intimidate an old fox like Bai Yushin with some dirt on him, and Bai Yushin knew that such dirt wouldn't pose a real threat to the Bai group. Why was he compromising so readily? This attitude made him completely at Bai Yushin's mercy. How could someone like Bai Yushin allow himself to be manipulated? "Okay, I'll definitely be there," Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. He wanted to see what Bai Yushin was up to. "Mr. Zhang, you're so generous." Bai Yushin laughed heartily. "I'll toast you with tea instead of wine." With that, he downed the tea in his cup in one gulp. "Mr. Bai, you're too kind," Zhang Feng replied, picking up his teacup in return. Chapter 63, Simple and Plain Business Warfare Methods. The Misty Rain Jiangnan Hotel. "Young Master Bai, can I refuse?" Inside the private room, Zhao Ting lowered her head, avoiding Bai Wei's gaze, and spoke in a barely audible voice. She truly couldn't understand why young Master Bai had suddenly invited Zhang Feng to dinner, and specifically called her and Wu Yan to accompany him. None of that mattered most. The important thing was that young Master Bai had assigned her a task that could only be described as insane. "Ting Ting, you're not at a loss. Zhang Feng is actually quite handsome." Before Bai Wei could speak, Wu Yan scoffed from the side. Bai Wei glared at Wu Yan, who shrank back in fear and quickly shut his mouth. "Ting Ting, it's not for real, just a few photos," Bai Wei said, pausing before adding, "and I guarantee that after this is over, I'll give your company a huge contract, a contract worth no less than 100 million. "Young Master Bai, it's not that I don't want to, any woman could do this, why specifically me?" Zhao Ting looked up at Bai Wei, trying to argue. Putting aside whether the 100 million contract was just empty promises, the task itself was incredibly risky. She could easily ruin her reputation. "Do you think Zhang Feng is stupid?" If you just bring any random woman, what if he becomes suspicious? You two know him, and you've had some past disagreements with him, so it'll be easier for you to succeed. Bai Wei said sternly, seemingly displeased. But inwardly, he sneered. Why you? It's simple. Because you're ugly, because you and Zhang Yuer are classmates and roommates. Ting Ting, it's not for real, don't be too nervous. After this, young Master Bai won't treat you badly, don't worry, Wu Yan added fuel to the fire. After some internal struggle, Zhao Ting finally nodded and agreed, okay, I'll cooperate. That's more like it. Bai Wei's lips curled into a satisfied smile. While speaking, he glanced at the time. Mr. Zhang should be arriving soon. To show our sincerity, let's go downstairs to greet him. Young Master Bai, please go first. Wu Yan was now completely obsequious, following behind young Master Bai, hoping to latch onto the Bai family's powerful connections. Bai Wei nodded slightly upon hearing this and led Wu Yan and Zhao Ting to the reception hall. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Zhang Feng's car finally arrived. Mr. Zhang. Seeing Zhang Feng get out of the car, Bai Wei immediately greeted him with a smile, his steps light and quick. Is young Master Bai's injury any better? Zhang Feng tossed the car keys to the hotel doorman, asking him to park the car, then looked at Bai Wei and said with a grin. Clearly, he was deliberately bringing up a sore spot. Bai Wei's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly recovered, saying, much better, nothing serious. Didn't we meet at Grandpa Jiang's birthday celebration? Do I look like I'm seriously injured? That's good, Zhang Feng smiled, remaining impassive. Secretly, however, he was a little puzzled. Had Bai Wei changed his ways? He had deliberately said that to provoke Bai Wei, but Bai Wei was surprisingly composed. To be honest, Zhang Feng genuinely believed that the Bai family wouldn't suffer this in silence. The dirt he had on them couldn't bring them down, and the Bai family should be well aware of that. Judging from the Bai family's history of accumulating wealth, they were definitely not benevolent people. They wouldn't suffer a loss and then swallow their anger to make amends. Therefore, in his view, this meal was merely a stopgap measure by the Bai family, a way to temporarily appease him by feigning weakness, giving them ample time to clean up their mess. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Wu Yan and Zhao Ting greeted Zhang Feng cautiously. Zhang Feng ignored the two, they were just lackeys, not worth mentioning. Moreover, he wanted to gauge the Bai family's sincerity through their reaction. As expected, he wasn't disappointed. Wu Yan and Zhao Ting, though angry at being ignored, dared not show it. Mr. Zhang, this way please. Led by Bai Wei, the group arrived at the private room. After taking their seats, Bai Wei and Wu Yan racked their brains for topics to keep the atmosphere lively. After all, they had previously clashed with Zhang Feng and had no common ground. Bai Wei and Wu Yan did most of the talking, while Zhang Feng listened, occasionally responding. Zhao Ting was quieter than usual, sitting there lost in thought, occasionally glancing at Zhang Feng with a complex expression. Soon, the food and drinks arrived. Bai Wei personally filled Zhang Feng's glass, smiling, Mr. Zhang, this is a toast to you. There were many misunderstandings before, please forgive me. He then tilted his head back and downed his glass in one gulp. What are you saying, Mr. Bai? As the saying goes, no discord, no concord, bottoms up. Zhang Feng didn't refuse Bai Wei's offer and drank with him. Mr. Zhang, I also want to toast you. I was naive before and said some inappropriate things, please forgive me. Wu Yan said, also downing his glass readily. Hee, I'm not that petty. Let bygones be bygones. Zhang Feng drank another glass. No matter how Bai Wei and Wu Yan tried to persuade him, he only took a small sip and didn't drink another glass. But after a few minutes, he felt a burning heat, his whole body ached, and he had an unreleased pent-up desire. At first, he thought it was just because of the alcohol. But then he realized he had a good tolerance for alcohol, 2 glasses couldn't possibly make him drunk. A sudden thought struck him. I'm going to the restroom. Zhang Feng stood up, and perhaps because he stood up too abruptly, he felt dizzy and almost fell. He managed to steady himself and staggered towards the restroom. Mr. Zhang, are you all right? Mr. Zhang, you've had too much to drink. Ting Ting, quickly help Mr. Zhang to his room to rest. Bai Wei's faint laughter reached his ears. Although the distance was close, it felt far away. Zhang Feng wasn't delirious, but his head was getting heavier, and the pent-up desire was growing stronger. He knew he'd been drugged. Get out of the way. Feeling someone grab his arm, Zhang Feng glared and snapped, his voice cold. Zhao Ting was startled by Zhang Feng's sudden outburst and instinctively released his grip. Zhang Feng stumbled towards the bathroom, as if drunk. He'd overestimated the Bai family's limits. They'd actually drugged him? True business battles often unfold in the most straightforward ways. Clearly, this was a trap set by the Bai family. If there's no dirt on him, then create it. If there's no leverage, then create leverage. What should I do? Zhang Feng's last shred of reason told him that continuing like this would inevitably lead him into the Bai family's trap. He needed to find a way out as soon as possible, but his thinking, like his second brother's, was becoming increasingly rigid. Right, the phone, call the police. Where's my phone? I forgot where I put it. Zhang Feng finally reached the restroom, but after searching his entire body, he couldn't find his phone. Waiter. Unable to find his phone, Zhang Feng tried to call out to a waiter for help. Chapter 64. The cooked duck flew away. Damn it! Zhang Feng yelled at the top of his lungs for a long time, but not a single waiter appeared. Since the Bai family had set up the scheme, how could they leave such an obvious loophole? All the nearby private rooms had been booked by the Bai family, and the waiters had been sent away by Bai Wei beforehand. Ha ha ha, young Master Bai, that kid is calling for a waiter. Wu Yan laughed loudly. Shouting your lungs out won't do any good. Bai Wei also laughed, turning to Zhao Ting. Now it's up to you. Zhao Ting hummed in agreement, as if she had made a crucial decision, pushed open the door of the private room, and walked towards the restroom. What she needed to do was sleep with Zhang Feng and take some indecent photos. As for accusing Zhang Feng of rape or threatening him with the indecent photos later, that depended on what the Bai family said. She was just a tool. Young Master Bai, what do you think Xiaoyuer's reaction will be when she sees that kid and Zhao Ting in bed together? Wu Yan leaned close to Bai Wei, a playful look on his face. What kind of reaction did you give? Bai Wei sneered. Probably a feeling of being screwed over. Compared to Xiaoyuer, Zhao Ting is far inferior. It's like seeing a goddess sleeping with an ugly duckling. Wu Yan laughed. Don't forget, Zhao Ting is Xiaoyuer's classmate and roommate. This is going to be a show. Bai Wei said. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, Zhao Ting rushed back in a panic. What are you doing back here? Bai Wei's face darkened as he questioned her. He had everything prepared, and filming hadn't even started yet. Would Zhao Ting change her mind at the last minute? He absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. Now that the die was cast, Zhao Ting had to do it, whether she wanted to or not. Young Master Bai, Zhang Feng is missing, Zhao Ting said. What? Missing? Bai Wei was stunned. How could that be? Yes, missing. I couldn't find him in the bathroom, and I searched the nearby stairwells too, but he wasn't there, Zhao Ting quickly explained. He was drugged. How could he just disappear? Wu Yan said, utterly bewildered. If you're lying to me, you'll be sorry. Bai Wei gave Zhao Ting a vicious glare, then strode out of the private room to search for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, in his current state, couldn't possibly have gone far. With the drug taking effect, he couldn't even stand steadily. How could he possibly run away? Ting Ting, don't blame me for not warning you. Offending young Master Bai will ruin your family business. Wu Yan glanced at Zhao Ting and quickly chased after Bai Wei out of the private room. I really didn't lie to you. Zhao Ting also ran out of the private room. The three of them searched frantically the restroom, the stairwell, several empty private rooms nearby, but Zhang Feng was nowhere to be found. He ran away. Wu Yan glanced at Bai Wei's grim face and asked cautiously. They'd searched everywhere, but Zhang Feng was nowhere to be found. The only explanation was Zhang Feng had left on his own. You try running away with me. Bai Wei roared. Wu Yan shrank back, not daring to speak. He was afraid of being implicated innocently and becoming an unwitting scapegoat. Could it be that the medicine isn't working? Zhao Ting whispered. Impossible, Bai Wei said decisively. He then took out his phone, dialed a number, and shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit arrived. It was the hotel manager. After some discussion, Bai Wei was taken to the security room by the manager. After reviewing the footage, they discovered that Zhang Feng was only shown entering the hotel, not leaving. Still in the hotel? Bai Wei frowned. Impossible. We've searched everywhere around here, under the tables, behind the curtains, nothing. Wu Yan said. Search again. Bai Wei was unwilling to give up. How could a sure thing have flown away? When Zhang Feng left the private room, the drug had already taken effect. In that state, he couldn't have gone far. However, a sure thing is gone. They searched again, but the result was the same, no trace of Zhang Feng. Damn it! This is a ghost. Bai Wei couldn't help but curse. A living person, vanished into thin air. What else could it be but a ghost? Young Master Bai, why don't we check with the housekeeping department? Wu Yan suggested from the side. Before Bai Wei could even speak, the hotel manager hurriedly said, Young Master Bai, that won't do. Checking the security footage is fine, but even our chairman can't just check the housekeeping department. Yanyu Zhongnan is a 5-star hotel, qualified to accommodate foreign VIPs. The guests staying in the housekeeping department are all wealthy and influential, and their privacy is at stake. How could they allow anyone to check their records so easily? Even if Bai Yushin himself came, let alone the young master of the Bai group, they wouldn't allow him to check the housekeeping department. I know. Bai Wei replied curtly, but didn't press the manager. It's all right, you can go back to your work. After dismissing the manager, he turned to Wu Yan and Zhao Ting, paused for a dozen seconds, and said, You two should go back too. Okay. Then we'll be going, young master. Bye. Wu Yan and Zhao Ting said goodbye and turned to leave. Once they were a distance away, Wu Yan turned to Zhao Ting and said, "This time things weren't a complete disaster. Don't go back and talk nonsense. Just pretend it never happened." "Why should I tell you?" Zhao Ting scoffed. "Damn it, that's really strange. Where could he have run off to? He was drugged." Wu Yan muttered to himself. Zhao Ting said from the side, "Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Young master Bai won't blame me." "It won't blame me either," Wu Yan continued. "Young master Bai brought the drug himself." Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Wei dialed Bai Yushin's number. "Dad, that kid ran away." Bai Wei explained the situation in general. Bai Yushin fell into a brief silence after hearing this. Whether angry or not, he said in a low voice, "You can't even handle such a small matter. You're truly useless." "Dad, it's not my fault. The medicine was given, and it took effect, but he just suddenly disappeared inexplicably. I've seen the video. That kid should still be at the hotel, but it's difficult to check with the housekeeping department." Bai Wei explained, somewhat frustrated. "Why did you let him out of your sight?" Bai Yushin retorted coldly. In his view, this was a sign of incompetence and lack of experience. If he were there, he certainly wouldn't have let Zhang Feng out of his sight. Bai Wei opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat, and he didn't know how to explain. He didn't think he had done anything wrong, but the result was a failure. It made him feel very wronged. Even now, he still couldn't figure out where Zhang Feng had hidden. "Dad, what do we do next?" Bai Wei changed the subject. Bai Yushin was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "It's better to pay a fine than cause further trouble." His scheme failed, and Zhang Feng would definitely retaliate by submitting those incriminating materials to the authorities or the media. But regardless, an investigation into the Bai Group was inevitable. While it wouldn't shake the foundation of the Bai Group, it would certainly cost a fortune. For one thing, the tax evasion would have to be paid back, amounting to hundreds of millions. Chapter 65 The Mysterious X. "Who are you?" Zhang Feng's head was spinning, and he felt utterly weak, yet a surge of lustful desire coursed through him. Just as he was about to give up, a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask forcibly dragged him into a parking lot, then took him to an apartment building and threw him into a bathtub filled with cold water. The icy water sobered him up considerably, and the lustful desire within him dissipated somewhat. However, he still felt utterly weak. Lying in the cold water of the bathtub, he looked at the woman before him and asked, "X?" The woman's voice sounded like pearls falling on a jade plate, very pleasant to the ear. "X?" Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback. "You, how did you find me? Have you forgotten what I do?" The woman's eyes narrowed, her smile turning into crescent moons. "This young lady is a world-class hacker. Last time you asked me to gather information on the Bai Group, I also implanted a listening program into the Bai father and son's phones. I accidentally learned that they were going to drug you. I was going to call you to tell you, but I thought better of it." Zhang Feng looked at X speechlessly. "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" It's nothing. I just wanted to see if you would fall for it. I didn't expect you to actually do it." X laughed happily, teasingly saying, "If it weren't for me, you would be in big trouble. That girl named Ting Ting slept with you and took pictures. How would you deal with that?" "I didn't expect the Bai family to be so despicable." Zhang Feng sighed. He almost capsized in a ditch. To be honest, he had anticipated many ways the Bai family would deal with him, but he hadn't expected their method to be so simple and straightforward, focusing on high-end tactics. "You didn't expect this. They not only want to take your pictures, but they also want to send them to your girlfriend," X said with a laugh. Zhang Feng was speechless for a moment. The more despicable the method, the more effective it is. It was easy to imagine that if Zhang Yuer saw those photos, their relationship would basically be over. What was even more infuriating was that Zhao Ting was plain looking. Bai Wei's decision to have her sleep with him was purely disgusting. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore." Zhang Feng changed the subject, asking, "What's your real name?" "Does your real name matter?" X countered. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment. "It doesn't seem that important." "That's right." X nodded. "I haven't decided yet whether I want to be friends with you in real life. I'll tell you when I've thought it through." "Okay, I respect your choice," Zhang Feng smiled. "I got your phone back for you. It's on the table in the living room. Take your time soaking in the water. I won't keep you company any longer. Goodbye," X said, turning and leaving. "Goodbye." Zhang Feng didn't try to stop him. After soaking in the cold water for over an hour, he finally climbed out, feeling completely exhausted, weak, and aching all over. But thankfully, the burning desire within him had subsided. "Brother Feng, I miss you moi. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Are you busy? Why aren't you replying to my messages?" "Wah, I'm angry. Reply to my message when you see it." Zhang Feng, wrapped in a bath towel, slumped onto the living room sofa. He picked up his phone, glanced at it, and saw over a dozen text messages, all from Zhang Yuer. The two had just started dating and were in the throes of intense intimacy. So Zhang Yuer was a bit clingy. I was a little busy earlier and didn't check my phone. I just saw your message, Manhwa. Although it was already past 1 in the morning, Zhang Feng still replied to Zhang Yuer's message. What could be more important than me? Humph. The message had barely been sent when Zhang Yuer replied within seconds. It was clear she hadn't slept while waiting for her reply. I got tricked. Zhang Feng hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately decided to tell Zhang Yuer the truth, recounting everything that had happened that night. The reason is simple, this matter involves Wu Yan and Zhao Ting. One is Zhang Yuer's classmate, and the other is her classmate and roommate. It's necessary to let Zhang Yuer see their true colors to prevent her from being schemed against by them later. The Bai family is ruthless in their actions. If they couldn't scheme against him, they might turn around and scheme against Zhang Yuer, which would be troublesome. Therefore, this can be seen as giving Zhang Yuer a heads up, telling her to be careful and not to trust Zhao Ting and the others. I'm so angry. How could Ting Ting do this? Zhang Yuer sent an angry emoji. Then she asked with concern, Brother Feng, are you alright? I'm fine, but I almost lost my virginity. Zhang Feng replied with an embarrassed emoji. You're mine. Zhang Yuer replied. Yeah, just finished showering, come on over. Zhang Feng sent a cheeky emoji. Zhang Yuer replied with a regretful emoji, it's so late, I can't go out. The two chatted about pointless topics for over half an hour before finally saying goodnight and reluctantly ending their texting. Zhang Feng was exhausted after staying up all night. He soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until noon the next day. He got dressed and left the guesthouse apartment. Then he took a taxi to the Yinyu Jiangnan Hotel to retrieve his Han Ev. Mr. Zhang. The hotel manager saw Zhang Feng and came over to greet him. Is there something you need? Zhang Feng frowned at the hotel manager. It's like this, Mr. Zhang, I wanted to ask what time you left last night. The hotel manager asked. Do I have to report to the hotel when I leave? Zhang Feng retorted, his tone not very friendly. Bai Wei had set him up. While the hotel couldn't be called an accomplice, they weren't entirely uninvolved either, at least choosing to tacitly cooperate. Mr. Zhang, you've misunderstood. I was just asking casually, the hotel manager quickly apologized. He reviewed all the surveillance footage but found no record of Zhang Feng leaving. Besides curiosity, he was primarily trying to find a loophole in the monitoring system. Unbeknownst to him, the hotel's security system had been hacked, and the surveillance footage had been deliberately altered, completely erasing the image of Zhang Feng leaving. Just asking casually? Is that it? Zhang Feng sneered sarcastically. However, without evidence, he couldn't do anything to the hotel. After the doorman brought his car, he drove away. He was determined to retaliate against the Bai Group's underhanded schemes. He sent the damaging information in the email to the authorities, reporting the Bai Group for tax evasion, financial fraud, and other misconduct. As for the subsequent handling, that was beyond his control. Just as he finished and was about to rest, Guo Zheng called. Boss, great news. Guo Zheng's voice was unusually excited, trembling. Speak, Zhang Feng said calmly. The oil field's reserves are much larger than previously estimated, about 20 times greater. This isn't a small oil field, but a genuine large oil field, and production can be expanded. Chapter 66 Jennifer's Invitation. As expected. Hearing Guo Zheng's report, Zhang Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Expand production. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, then said to Guo Zheng, I understand. Let me think about it. Expanding oil field production is simple. The oil fields in Dongsha are all shallow. Purchasing some production equipment can complete the expansion, and it won't cost much. But the problem is, this oil field was originally royal property. Salman, through certain operations, turned it into his private property. It's not hard to guess if there's anything shady going on. Expanding production rashly would only cause trouble for Salman. But not expanding production is painful for Zhang Feng, it's all money. If production capacity increases tenfold, and transportation capacity is also improved, the annual profit could reach hundreds of billions. Boss, the sooner we expand production, the sooner we make money, Guo Zheng said. His performance bonus is closely linked to the company's profits. The company making big money means he makes big money too. You can get the preliminary work done, but as for the specifics of when and how to expand production, wait for my news, Zhang Feng instructed. Technically, there were no difficulties, but many obstacles don't stem from technical issues. Okay, boss, Guo Zheng hung up the phone. However, shortly after Guo Zheng hung up, Jennifer called from across the ocean. You probably already know the results of the second exploration, Jennifer said directly. Yes, Guo Zheng just told me, Zhang Feng nodded, asking somewhat curiously, how come this exploration was so fast? The oil field had encountered some trouble after the attack, and someone didn't want them to conduct a second exploration. He hadn't paid much attention to it afterward, assuming it would take some time to get results, but he hadn't expected the results to come out so quickly. A technician worked here 20 years ago, Jennifer nodded vaguely. As Zhang Feng had guessed, the oil field's reserves had already been determined during the first exploration, but someone had tampered with it, concealing the true reserves. The second exploration is just a formality, a show of force. What are you planning to do next? Jennifer asked proactively. Whether to expand production or not, I need to talk to Salman first, Zhang Feng replied after a pause. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Jennifer didn't say anything more. Zhang Feng knew that Jennifer was urging him to quickly secure Salman's approval and expand the oil field. Once the oil field expanded, her investment would be incredibly profitable. Not only could she recoup her costs very quickly, but she could also make a substantial profit. People in the financial industry are always so sensitive to profits. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and dialed Salman's number. After a few rings, the call was answered. Feng, it's great that you called. I think you must be here about the oil field, Salman said with a smile. Her tone was relaxed and gentle, seemingly in a good mood. Yes, I want to expand production. I wonder if it will cause you any trouble. Zhang Feng said. The oil field is right under Solomon's nose, so nothing that happens there can be kept from him. It's not surprising that Solomon guessed the purpose of his call. It's alright, go ahead and expand production, Salman said, then paused, continuing, all the permits for the oil field are legal and compliant, there are no problems. To be honest, my friend, if this oil field were in my hands, it might be taken back by the royal family. But in the hands of outsiders, the royal family has to consider the impact, especially since your partner is from Citibank. This was tantamount to admitting that he had used some means to privatize the oil field, but now, even if the royal family was aware of it, they couldn't do anything to Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng was a citizen of Great Xia. If not handled properly, it could become an international dispute. Oh, right, there's one more thing, Salman said, changing the subject. What is it? Zhang Feng asked. I might need to take a break for a while and no longer manage the investment company, Salman said casually. No longer managing the investment company? Zhang Feng frowned. As far as he knew, the investment company Salman managed had assets of over $200 billion. Once Salman stepped down, many of the projects he spearheaded would be affected. After all, a new emperor brings a new court. This saying applies equally abroad. No one is immune to using their power to cultivate their own influence. Solomon specifically told him about this to prepare him mentally, as he had facilitated an investment project. Whether the project fails or not won't affect Salomon much, it's just a failed investment and a financial loss. The Dongsha royal family, on the other hand, has no shortage of money. But it's different for the Longzhen Group. For this project, the Longzhen Group has practically emptied its coffers in a high-stakes gamble. Success will propel the Longzhen Group to new heights, expanding from Zhongcheng to the entire country and even the world. Failure will severely damage the Longzhen Group, potentially even causing its cash flow to dry up. The problem is, how to explain this to the Longzhen Group. After all, although Salomon has stepped down, the project might not necessarily be abandoned, it might continue to be invested in and operated. So what are you going to do next? Zhang Feng asked. Who knows? Maybe a yacht trip around the world, or a vacation. I haven't decided yet. Zhang Feng then steered the conversation elsewhere, trying to avoid mentioning Dongsha. He'd been watching the news these past few days. The new king of Dongsha had ascended the throne and was consolidating power. Salamander was likely affected by this, forced to relinquish his investment company. It concerned Dongsha's national politics, so he didn't want to say much. A few minutes later, Zhang Feng hung up and immediately called Jennifer. Any results? Jennifer asked with a smile. Yes. Zhang Feng responded, not hiding anything, and roughly recounted his conversation with Salamander to Jennifer. The Dongsha royal family is currently embroiled in internal strife. Jennifer hesitated slightly, then laughed, but that's none of our business. We just need to make our money. That's right, making money is the only truth. Zhang Feng also laughed. It wasn't that he didn't care about Salamander, but rather that he couldn't, and wasn't qualified to, get involved in a struggle at that level. Feng, when are you coming to America for a visit? We haven't seen each other in ages, Jennifer suddenly said, her tone becoming somewhat ambiguous. Zhang Feng chuckled in surprise. They had just seen each other a little over 2 weeks ago. How could it have been so long? I'd love to, but I really haven't had time lately, Zhang Feng declined. No time. Jennifer chuckled playfully. Is it because you're spending time with your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was immediately taken aback. He and Zhang Yuer had only just started dating. How did Jennifer know? Could it be that this genius CEO had planted a spy around him? Chapter 67, Parting Ways. Don't overthink it, I have no interest in spying on your private life, Jennifer explained, without going into details. Zhang Feng, mindful of their close relationship, didn't press for answers. The reason was simple: if Jennifer really wanted to monitor him and plant spies around him, she wouldn't have revealed herself by mentioning his new girlfriend. She most likely found out unintentionally. Zhongcheng University, girls' dormitory. Little fish, I was forced into this. If I didn't do as young master Bai instructed, my family business would be ruined. Zhao Ting's gaze darted around, avoiding Zhang Yuer's eyes, her expression slightly uneasy. So you can do that kind of thing? Zhang Yuer asked coldly. Zhao Ting was her classmate and roommate. Although she didn't agree with Zhao Ting's character and many of her actions, she was trying her best to maintain a good relationship with Zhao Ting and the others. But she never imagined that Zhao Ting would agree to do something so shameless and illegal, like what Bai Xiao did. Ever since learning about this, Zhang Yuer had been holding a grudge, unable to sleep a wink all night. I told you, I didn't want to, I was forced, Zhao Ting said weakly. Bai Xiao's threat was certainly one reason, but who knew if she had other motives? Ting, how could you do such a thing? We're roommates. This time, I'm on Xiao Yuer's side, Zhang Xiaoa interjected. I'm on Xiao Yuer's side too, Pan Ning added. At first, Zhang Xiaoa and Pan Ning were incredulous when they heard this, as it was truly shocking. But after Zhang Yuer confronted Zhao Ting didn't deny it, only offering explanations, which confirmed the truth to them. Honestly, who would dare associate with such a good friend? I'll say it again, I was forced into it. Zhao Ting, somewhat embarrassed and angry, suddenly raised her voice. Xiaoa, let me ask you, if young Master Bai threatened you, and if you didn't do what he said, the Bai group would suppress your family's business, what would you do? Besides, it was just acting, not real. Acting isn't acceptable either. You're trying to frame Brother Feng. Zhang Yuer said coldly. Little Yuer, I know you're proud, but to be honest, besides looks, in what way is young Master Bai not better than Zhang Feng? Family background, connections, wealth. Young Master Bai is a cut above Zhang Feng. Zhao Ting shouted. Zhang Yuer frowned upon hearing this, saying with great surprise, what do family background, connections, wealth have to do with me? I like people, not these things. Zhao Ting suddenly smiled, a cold, sarcastic smile, and said, I said you're proud, you look down on these things, but that doesn't mean others don't. For example, I value material things very much. This was quite direct. Alright, I don't want to waste time arguing with you. You must apologize and write a statement saying you conspired with Bai Wei to set up Brother Feng, Zhang Yuer said in an unquestionable tone. Zhao Ting said, an apology is fine, but a statement won't do. Young Master Bai is not someone we can afford to offend. Hey, Xiao Yuer, Ting was wrong in what she did, but she's right. We really can't afford to offend young Master Bai. In my opinion, an apology is enough, Zhang Xiaoa advised. Pan Ning frowned slightly, remaining silent. Through this incident, she realized that people like Zhao Ting and Zhang Xiaoa were not to be trusted. Zhang Yuer's pretty face was cold. She stared at Zhao Ting for a long time, knowing that the possibility of Zhao Ting coming forward to identify Bai Wei was almost negligible, so she didn't insist further. As for Zhao Ting's apology, it wasn't that important. Because Zhao Ting had crossed the line, what use was an apology? It wouldn't cause any harm. From now on, you go your way, I'll go mine. Let's keep to ourselves, Zhang Yuer said, pausing for a few seconds before adding, I'll go find the counselor to change dorms later. Zhao Ting snorted and turned to leave the dorm. It was obvious that things had already broken down, so there was no point in holding back. Xiao Yuer, I'll go with you to find the counselor to change dorms, Pan Ning said. Zhang Xiaoa hesitated, remaining silent, unsure whether to go with her. Zhang Feng never imagined that because of him, Xiao Yuer's dorm would experience an internal power struggle, causing the relationships between the dorm members to fall apart. However, even knowing this, he still told Xiao Yuer to stay away from Zhao Ting and the others. These kinds of friends weren't worth having. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Feng had just hung up on Jennifer. Then he called Guo Zheng, asking him to take the lead in expanding oil field production. This meant that Guo Zheng would have to stay in Dongsha for a while and wouldn't be able to return to China in the short term. Guo Zheng was happy to accept this. Expanding oil field production would increase company profits, and his year-end bonus would increase significantly. Boss, there's a problem, Guo Zheng suddenly said. What's the problem? Speak, Zhang Feng said. Well, expanding production requires purchasing equipment, and our company doesn't have enough money in its accounts, Guo Zheng said. Zhang Feng had received a total of $2 billion from Jennifer. He spent $1.8 billion on the oil field, leaving him with $200 million, which is equivalent to about $1.4 billion to $1.5 billion in Daxia currency. After covering the company's daily operating expenses, salaries, and Zhang Feng's purchase of a house and car, all expenses combined wouldn't even amount to a fraction of the total. Roughly calculated, the company still had at least $1.4 billion in its accounts. While this seemed like a huge sum, it was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the funds needed for expanding the oil field. However much you need, just apply for a loan from Citibank. Since you have the oil field, Citibank can't refuse to lend you money, Zhang Feng said. Okay, I'll contact Citibank later, Guo Jing smiled slightly. He told Zhang Feng about this to obtain Zhang Feng's authorization to take out a loan in the company's name. Okay, you can decide for yourself. Zhang Feng had a high opinion of Guo Jing's abilities and trusted him completely to manage the company. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng drove home. Although he had rested for a night, he was still quite tired. He planned to lie down some more at home. Xiao Feng, where did you go last night? His mother, Ding Mei, asked, looking him up and down as soon as he got home. Nowhere, just had a few drinks at a business dinner and stayed at a hotel for the night, Zhang Feng said casually, not telling his mother the truth to avoid worrying her. The Bai family had set a trap for him, and he had no concrete evidence. Even if he called the police, it probably wouldn't do any good. Weren't you with Xiao Yuer? Ding Mei asked, staring at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled wryly. Mom, what are you thinking? What do you mean, what am I thinking? Aren't young people these days very open-minded? What's wrong with Mom asking this? Ding Mei retorted sharply. Chapter 68 Lin Ming's Visit. No problem, no problem, Zhang Feng said as he walked towards his bedroom. This child. Watching Zhang Feng's retreating figure, Ding Mei shook her head helplessly. Actually, she wanted more than anyone for Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer to take things further, so she could hold her grandson sooner. Damn it, what kind of drug is this? The effects haven't worn off yet. Zhang Feng lay down on the bed and fell asleep almost immediately. When he woke up again, it was the next day. He had slept for nearly 20 hours, meaning that after Bai Wei drugged him, he had slept the entire time except for the few hours he woke up in between. However, the long sleep allowed him to recover his strength very well. Gurgle. His stomach suddenly growled. He was hungry. After a quick wash, Zhang Feng left his bedroom, intending to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw his mother, Ding Mei, and Zhang Yuer sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing. Little fish, what brings you here? Zhang Feng asked, both surprised and delighted. Zhang Yuer smiled and said, I came to play. What? Aren't you welcome? Before Zhang Feng could speak, Ding Mei said impatiently, Welcome, welcome, little fish, this is your home from now on. You can come whenever you want. Zhang Yuer's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded emphatically. Zhang Feng stepped forward and ruffled Zhang Yuer's hair, mischievously messing it up. Zhang Yuer wasn't angry. She only straightened her hair after Zhang Feng removed his hand. Aunt Zhou, get me something to eat, Zhang Feng said, turning to the nanny, Zhou Qin, without continuing to tease Zhang Yuer. Zhou Qin smiled and said, Sister Ding already instructed me, I've prepared the food. I'll bring it up for you now. Zhang Feng nodded and then said to Zhang Yuer, eat with me. Okay, Zhang Yuer replied. After the housekeeper Zhou Qin brought the food, the two ate together, but Zhang Feng did most of the eating, while Zhang Yuer served him food. No classes today? Zhang Feng asked casually while eating. It's Saturday. Zhang Yuer replied. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and laughed, I forgot the date. Brother Feng, I changed dorms, Zhang Yuer suddenly said. Zhang Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. He knew that Zhang Yuer had changed dorms, probably because of Zhao Ting. How about I rent you a place outside? Zhang Feng said softly. No. Zhang Yuer shook her head, blushing, and said, I don't want to. Why? I won't do anything bad. Zhang Feng asked, looking puzzled. You know perfectly well, Zhang Yuer said, putting down her chopsticks. I'm full. Zhang Feng shook his head and sighed softly, sigh, my good intentions have been wasted. You weren't being kind, Zhang Yuer covered her mouth and laughed. Then what should I do? Zhang Feng thought of the night before last, soaking in cold water, enduring the pain of his inner fire, and then looking at Zhang Yuer's beautiful face, that inner fire started to rise again. We can go to a hotel, Zhang Yuer said in a barely audible voice. Hee hee, you said it yourself. Zhang Feng grabbed Zhang Yuer's soft hand and whispered in her ear, there's no time like the present, let's do it today. No, I'm on my period, Zhang Yuer quickly shook her head. Zhang Feng sighed in disappointment, what bad timing. He'd had girlfriends before, he wasn't some naive young man, how could he not know who period was? Brother Feng, Ting Ting went too far, how are you planning to get revenge? You have to pay the price for your mistakes, Zhang Yuer changed the subject. What Zhao Ting did had crossed her line, she had to pay the price. Don't worry about these things, I have my own plans, Zhang Feng said. To be honest, Zhao Ting wasn't part of his revenge plan, but Zhang Yuer's words made sense, you have to pay the price for your mistakes. He just hadn't figured out how to get revenge yet. However, this wouldn't stump him. Money talks. He'd investigate the Zhao family's business and then make his next plan. Ding dong. The The doorbell rang suddenly. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Zhou Qin opened the door and saw a well-dressed man with an distinguished air standing there. She couldn't help but ask, "Is Mr. Zhang in?" Lin Ming asked casually. "Mr. Zhang?" Zhou Qin was startled, then quickly nodded, "Yes, but I need to go ask." Without the employer's permission, Zhou Qin, as the nanny, naturally couldn't just let anyone in. "My name is Lin Ming. Mr. Zhang should know me," Lin Ming said calmly with a smile. "Wait here, I'll go ask." Zhou Qin closed the door and quickly returned to the living room. "Who was it?" Ding Mei asked. "He's looking for Mr. Zhang. His name is Lin Ming. He said Mr. Zhang knows him," Zhou Qin replied. The voice was loud enough that Zhang Feng, who was eating in the dining room, heard it too. "Lin Ming? The head of Black Dragon Capital? Why is he here?" A series of questions flooded Zhang Feng's mind. He had met Lin Ming once before at the picnic estate, and the encounter hadn't been pleasant. "Mr. Zhang, shall we let him in?" Zhou Qin asked. Zhang Feng hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded and said, "Take him to my study." After saying that, Zhang Feng wiped his mouth and said to Zhang Yuer, "I need to discuss something." "Okay, go ahead. Don't worry about me, I'll sit with Auntie for a while," Zhang Yuer said. Zhang Feng got up and walked towards the study. Zhou Qin opened the door for Lin Ming and led him to the study. Zhang Feng's study was simply furnished: a bookshelf, a desk, and 3 chairs. Lin Ming entered the study, looked around, and smiled. "Mr. Zhang, we meet again. Please forgive my intrusion." "Mr. Lin, you're too kind. Please have a seat." Zhang Feng poured Lin Ming a glass of water. Lin Ming picked up his water glass, took a small sip, and pondered for a moment before saying, "Mr. Zhang is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. My main purpose in coming here is to acquire a stake in the oil field. Chairman Lin, we already discussed this last time. I have no shortage of funds, nor do I lack markets or transportation channels," Zhang Feng said with a smile. The unspoken message was, "You can't control me. Funds, markets, transportation capacity, I can handle all of that myself. The so-called equity investment is just a euphemism. The oil field is a guaranteed profit, generating substantial annual returns. Lin Ming's desire to invest is, frankly, robbery." Zhang Feng had no reason to agree. While agreeing to Black Dragon Capital's investment in cultivating a good relationship with them would greatly benefit his domestic business, he didn't have much of a business there. Giving away large sums of money simply to curry favor with Black Dragon Capital seemed foolish. A relationship requires mutual benefit, only then can it last. What was Black Dragon Capital up to? Seeing a large, lucrative piece of meat and wanting a bite? Where in the world is there such a thing as a free lunch? Chapter 69 Investment. Zhang Feng's meaning was clear: refusal. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming, far from being angry, laughed and said, "Mr. Zhang, don't be so quick to refuse. Don't you want to hear my terms?" His calm tone revealed composure and confidence. Zhang Feng paused, deciding it wouldn't hurt to listen, and said, "Please speak." Mr. Zhang probably already knows that the actual reserves of that oil field are 10 to 20 times greater than they are now, and the oil quality is very high, while the extraction conditions are very low. After the expansion is completed, it will generate a net profit of $1 to $200 billion annually. Such a golden goose would make anyone envious, like the Black Dragon Group behind me. Lin Ming chuckled. He spoke of this almost blatant robbery without the slightest blush. "I know Mr. Zhang isn't intimidated by our threats and has sold the oil to Malaysia. But has Mr. Zhang considered that the Malaysian market is so small? Can it absorb the increased crude oil production after the expansion? Our people have done precise calculations. At most, Malaysia can absorb 3 times its current production. That's the limit. After the expansion, production could increase 10, 20, or even 30 times. What do you plan to do with this excess production? As for Great Xia, let alone a 30-fold increase, even a 100-fold increase in current production, they could still absorb it." Lin Ming continued his analysis. However, Zhang Feng listened without speaking. The problem Lin Ming raised was indeed real, but for him, it wasn't an insurmountable obstacle. If Malaysia couldn't absorb it, the international market could. Relying on Jennifer's connections, selling this crude oil wouldn't be difficult. Mr. Zhang has connections everywhere, so he's certainly not afraid of these things. But I'm not saying this to threaten you, but to offer you an easier and simpler sales channel. Seeing Zhang Feng remain silent and calm, Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry and continued, "It's not a good habit to monopolize everything. Cooperating with us will allow your other businesses in China to develop more smoothly, won't it?" "Business is business," Zhang Feng replied calmly. "Business is business, frankly, it's about profit, let's not talk about anything else." Lin Ming frowned slightly, paused, and said, $100 billion, 20% of the shares. John Feng smiled upon hearing this and said, Chairman Lin, I don't know much about capital operations, but is it reasonable for a company with annual profits of $100 billion to be valued at only $500 billion? $100 billion sounds like an astronomical figure, but compared to the profits of an oil field, this amount is nothing. It can be earned in less than a year after the expansion is completed. The price is negotiable. Tell me, how much would be suitable? Lin Ming chuckled, throwing the question to John Feng. $100 billion, 5% of the shares. In business, it's always a matter of starting with an exorbitant price and then negotiating. John Feng immediately offered a price Lin Ming couldn't possibly accept. No way, we can't accept that. Lin Ming shook his head gravely. He didn't say I, but we, seemingly unintentionally, but actually deliberately reminding John Feng that he wasn't representing himself, but the power behind him. He was merely a figurehead. This is the price I can accept. If it's not acceptable, then forget it, we can cooperate again next time. John Feng shrugged, speaking indifferently. He seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning in Lin Ming's words. The main reason John Feng was so confident was that his businesses weren't in China, and Black Dragon Capital couldn't suppress him. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, then said, the price remains the same, and the shareholding is 10%. This is the biggest compromise I can make. I hope Mr. John will consider it carefully. Although we'll earn less money, it will be very beneficial to your development in China. 10%. John Feng pondered slightly. To be honest, this price wasn't high, but it certainly wasn't low either. Black Dragon Capital had invested so much money, even after completing the expansion, it would take about 6 to 8 years to recoup the investment. The remaining decades would be pure profit. Of course, this was just the surface-level calculation. Black Dragon Capital was adept at capital operations. If they packaged and sold or mortgaged this 10% stake, they could make a fortune in a few transactions. Oil fields are high-quality assets, a form of hard currency even more valuable than real estate and land. Furthermore, as Lin Ming said, cultivating good relations with Black Dragon Capital would be highly beneficial to his domestic development. More friends, more paths, more enemies, fewer paths. While he wasn't afraid of Black Dragon Capital, there was no need to confront them head-on. Selling 10% of the shares would not only bring in a large sum of money but also repay the loan from Citibank, and the remaining large sum could be used to invest in other businesses. No matter how you looked at it, he wouldn't lose out. In principle, I agree, but I need to discuss it with the other shareholders. John Feng finally relented. Black Dragon Capital was showing genuine sincerity this time. There was no point in him sticking his guns, since the ultimate goal was to make money. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of such an opportunity. No problem, I'll wait for Mr. Zhang's good news, Lin Ming said with a relaxed smile. His attitude had changed repeatedly to acquire a stake in the oil field, from initial firmness to softening, and finally to compromise all out of desperation. Making money, of course, isn't shameful. On the other hand, if John Feng hadn't had such strong connections, Black Dragon Capital wouldn't have given in. John Feng smiled and said, Chairman Lin, since we're partners now, it shouldn't be a problem for me to ask you for a favor, right? Please speak, Mr. Zhang. If I can do it, I certainly won't refuse, Lin Ming replied with a smile. Asking me for a favor is easy, I'm just afraid you have no ulterior motives. It's like this, I was set up the day before yesterday. Could you help me get revenge? John Feng explained how Bai Wei, Wu Yan, and Zhao Ting had conspired to frame him. Lin Ming frowned and said, the Wu and Zhao families are insignificant, but the Bai family is a bit troublesome. If Chairman Lin finds it difficult, then forget it, John Feng said with a faint smile, appearing very understanding. All right, wait for my news. Lin Ming pondered for a few seconds, then made up his mind. He knew that John Feng was using this opportunity to probe the strength of Black Dragon Capital and see how much influence it had in Zhangcheng. Therefore, this matter must be handled flawlessly for the subsequent cooperation to proceed smoothly. Then I thank Chairman Lin in advance, John Feng said, standing up and extending his hand with a smile. Lin Ming then stood up, shook hands with John Feng, and said, it was a very pleasant conversation today. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Take care, Mr. Lin. John Feng accompanied Lin Ming out of the study and saw him to the door. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. As soon as Lin Ming came out, the driver quickly got out of the car to open the door for him. After getting in, Lin Ming waved to Zhang Feng. Goodbye. Zhang Feng waved and smiled. Watching Lin Ming's car drive away, he turned and went home. Brother Feng, shall we go shopping? Back home, Zhang Yue immediately pestered him. Chapter 70 The Soldier Must Die. John Feng wasn't interested in shopping, but how could he refuse a beautiful woman's invitation? Especially after seeing his mother's slightly threatening look, he dared not refuse. Okay, Zhang Feng nodded and smiled. He grabbed his car keys and went out with Zhang Yue. Auntie's birthday is in a few days, I want to buy her a gift. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Jiangqing's largest shopping mall. Zhang Yuer took Zhang Feng's arm as they rode the escalator, resting her head on his shoulder and speaking softly. "How did you know it's my mother's birthday?" His mother's birthday was in a few days, and Zhang Feng had almost forgotten about it. "I asked her while we were chatting," Zhang Yuer said. Zhang Feng hummed in agreement and said, "The gift isn't important, the thought is what counts. Just buy whatever you think is best. I don't really know much about gifts." In the past, when their financial situation wasn't good, his mother had never celebrated her birthday. It was usually just a simple bowl of longevity noodles. While Zhang Feng was shopping with Zhang Yuer, Bai Yushin received a call from Lin Ming. "Hello, Chairman Lin." Upon receiving Lin Ming's call, Bai Yushin's face lit up with obvious delight. "Chairman Bai, are you free?" Lin Ming asked casually. Yes, Bai Yushin replied quickly, then cautiously asked, "Is there something you need, Chairman Lin?" "I'm in Yinyu Jiangnan. Come over here," Lin Ming said and hung up. Bai Yushin listened to the dial tone, momentarily stunned. From Lin Ming's abrupt hanging up without waiting for a response, and his frank tone, it was clear that Lin Ming seemed to be in a bad mood, and it was most likely related to his Bai family. He just couldn't understand it. He had just visited Chairman Lin recently, and the two had a pleasant conversation. When had the Bai family offended Chairman Lin? Bai Yushin frowned, completely bewildered. "Dad, just as you predicted, that bastard Zhang Feng probably reported us. The authorities are coming to audit our accounts soon." Bai Wei walked into the room, cursing as he went. Bai Yushin looked up at Bai Wei and asked, "Have you finished what I told you to do?" "Finished, Dad. Don't worry, I guarantee they won't find anything. Even if they do, it'll be a problem with the finance department, and someone will take the blame." Bai Wei laughed. His expression was relaxed, unlike when he first saw the dirt on them and seemed somewhat panicked. So, experience really pays off. Under Bai Yushin's arrangement, this dirt might cause some trouble for the Bai group, but to think it could bring them down was simply naive. Bai Yushin nodded and got up to leave. "Dad, where are you going?" Bai Wei couldn't help but ask. "Where I go is none of your business. You better behave yourself and don't cause me any trouble," Bai Yushin warned Bai Wei before leaving. "What do you mean I'll cause trouble? These things at the company aren't my fault," Bai Wei muttered under his breath. Bai Yushin turned and glared at Bai Wei, who shrank back in fear, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. Bai Yushin shook his head helplessly and disappointedly. How could he have given birth to such a son? Half an hour later, he arrived at Yinyu Jiangnan and met Lin Ming in a tea house. "Chairman Lin." Bai Yushin greeted the younger colleague with utmost respect. "Sit." Lin Ming gestured to the seat opposite him at the table. After Bai Yushin sat down, noticing Lin Ming's displeased expression, he asked, "Chairman Lin, is something bothering you?" "I'm not bothered, but Chairman Bai might be," Lin Ming said, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. "Chairman Lin, I don't quite understand. Please enlighten me." Bai Yushin suddenly had a bad feeling. Lin Ming paused, then said, "Do you know Zhang Feng?" "Zhang Feng?" Bai Yushin was slightly taken aback. "Yes. Chairman Lin, you know him too? He's my business partner. Do you think I don't know him?" Lin Ming countered. Upon hearing this, Bai Yushin felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. His mind flashed back to his recent visit to Lin Ming, when he encountered Zhang Feng on the way. At the time, he thought it was just a coincidence, but now, thinking back, Zhang Feng coming down the hillside was likely to see Lin Ming. "Chairman Lin, then why did you call me here this time?" Bai Yushin said in a low voice. He didn't finish his sentence, because he had already roughly guessed Lin Ming's intention in summoning him. If Zhang Feng and Lin Ming were business partners, and his family had a grudge against Zhang Feng, it meant offending Lin Ming. Offending Lin Ming himself wasn't the worst part. The truly terrifying thing was the Black Dragon Capital behind Lin Ming. If Black Dragon Capital were to target the Bai Group might be finished. Capital fears capital, and only a behemoth like the Bai Group truly understood the immense power of Black Dragon Capital. "I don't want to say anything more. The day after tomorrow, host a banquet here and invite all the prominent figures in Zhangcheng. I will personally accompany them. Your Bai family should apologize to Zhang Feng. As for the Wu and Zhao families, you can handle them as you see fit," Lin Ming said calmly. Beneath his calm tone, Bai Yushin felt a chill run down his spine. The Wu and Zhao families referred to Wu Yan's and Zhao Ting's families. He knew in his heart that if these two families were finished, all their businesses would be finished. From then on, no one would dare to do business with them again. As for the Bai family, although apologizing to Zhang Feng in front of everyone was a huge loss of face, it was still better than the Bai Group going bankrupt. In other words, Lin Ming only made the Bai family lose face, not substance. The Wu and Zhao families were just pawns, their demise was no big deal. "Thank you for your leniency, Chairman Lin." Bai Yushin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and clasped his hands in a fist salute. His attitude was extremely sincere. Lin Ming waved his hand, saying, Chairman Bai, I'm not helping you save the Bai Group for your thanks. I know, Bai Yushin nodded, pausing for a few seconds before adding, later, I'll send a shareholding agreement to Chairman Linear. Lin Ming smiled upon hearing this, saying, Chairman Bai, I have a business plan for you. A business plan? Bai Yushin was taken aback, his gaze towards Lin Ming somewhat unsure, but inwardly he was extremely wary. Black Dragon Capital was powerful, but also a ruthless dragon that devoured its prey without spitting out its bones. Don't be nervous. This business plan of mine will take the Bai Group to the next level, multiplying its market value several times over is no problem, Lin Ming said with a smile. Multiplying its market value several times over? Bai Yushin pondered for a moment. He believed him, Black Dragon Capital certainly had the capability. He just didn't know what price the Bai Group would have to pay. Chairman Lin is joking. I'd be overjoyed if the Bai Group's market value multiplied several times over. Why would I be nervous? Bai Yushin gave a bitter smile. In business, one is often not in control of one's own destiny. Some things, though against his will, he had to say, because he couldn't afford to offend Lin Ming. Chapter 71 500 billion. A new department store. This one will do. It has a phoenix pattern, perfect for auntie. In the gold shop, Zhang Yuer spent some time browsing before finally settling on a gold bracelet, about 50 grams in weight, worth 35,000 yuan. It looks quite nice. Zhang Feng nodded, taking out his phone to pay. This is a gift for auntie, you don't need to pay, Zhang Yuer quickly said, taking out her own phone. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then didn't insist and took the phone back. Although 30,000 yuan wasn't a small sum, it was still affordable for Zhang Yuer. The Zhang family ran a tea plantation, earning several million yuan annually. Zhang Yuer was practically a second-generation rich kid. Besides, this gift was a token of Zhang Yuer's affection. Let's go. Come with me for some spicy skewers. After paying the bill, Zhang Yuer had the teller wrap the gold bracelet in a gift box, then put it in her handbag, and sweetly clung to Zhang Feng's arm. Zhang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. He accompanied Zhang Yuer to eat spicy skewers, then watched a movie, and only took her back to school after dark. After parting at the school gate, Zhang Feng checked the time. It should be morning on the other side of the ocean, so he called Jennifer to tell her about Black Dragon Capital's proposed investment. Okay, but given your larger shareholding, Black Dragon Capital will buy 10%, you'll resell 7%, and I'll resell 3%, Jennifer replied after a brief thought. The oil field purchase cost a total of 1.8 billion, of which 1 billion came from Citibank, taking a 40% stake. Zhang Feng was originally supposed to contribute 1 billion, but Salamander, out of friendship, gave him a 10% discount, saving him 200 million. Zhang Feng used the 200 million US dollars as working capital. It's fair to say that Zhang Feng got a huge advantage last time. Therefore, when Jennifer suggested he transfer more shares, he didn't object. Subtracting 7% from his 60% stake left him with 53%, still giving him absolute control of the company. This 7% stake would bring him 7 billion US dollars in cash, equivalent to approximately 50 billion Chinese yuan. Jennifer also made a huge profit, not only recouping her initial investment but also making a substantial windfall. Black Dragon Capital, which invested the most, seemingly lost money, but with a slightly longer-term perspective, they could have also made a fortune. The only loser was the Dongsha royal family. A prime oil field, manipulated by Solomon, benefited Zhang Feng for nothing. When Solomon sold the oil field to him at a discount, he was undoubtedly eager to get rid of it. After all, with the oil field in the hands of an outsider, the Eastern Sands royal family wouldn't have the right to conduct further exploration, and thus wouldn't be able to find evidence of Solomon's embezzlement. When do we sign the contract? Jennifer asked. This transaction involved 3 parties, besides Zhang Feng, the other 2 were both very influential. I'll discuss it with them, maybe in the next few days. Zhang Feng said. Okay, darling, waiting for your news, moi. Jennifer's tone was charming and full of ambiguity. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps Jennifer had some feelings for him, but based on his understanding of Jennifer, this woman was very controlling and had a strong desire for material wealth. She was not someone he could control. In comparison, Zhang Yuer was more suitable for him. The Bai family. Dad, what's wrong? What happened? Bai Wei returned home and saw his father sitting in the living room, his face grim. His heart skipped a beat, and he asked cautiously. In the Bai family, Bai Yushin held immense authority. Once truly angered, no one dared to cross him. Come here. Bai Yushin glanced at Bai Wei and said in a deep voice. Bai Wei dared not disobey and obediently stood before Bai Yushin. Bai Yushin paused and said, Next, you must remember what I'm about to say. If you violate it, don't blame your father for being impolite. Dad, please speak, I'm listening. Perhaps sensing the anger beneath Bai Yushin's calm expression, Bai Wei said in a low voice. From now on, don't provoke that Zhang Feng. Bai Yushin spoke slowly and heavily, almost gritting his teeth as he enunciated each word. Bai Wei was taken aback, then said, puzzled, Dad, Shut up. Bai Wei was interrupted by Bai Yushin before he could finish speaking. Don't ask why. In short, from now on, don't mess with him. What if he messes with me? Bai Wei retorted. He didn't understand what was wrong with his father. He went out for a short while and came back with a stern warning. Why couldn't he mess with Zhang Feng? Because Zhang Feng had dirt on the Bai group? But his father had said before that the dirt wouldn't bring down the Bai group, and they had reacted quickly, already cleaning up the mess. Even if the higher UPS investigated, they wouldn't find anything substantial. Mess with you? You'd better bear with it. Bai Yushin said coldly. Bai Wei looked at Bai Yushin in confusion. Was this really his father, saying such things? In his memory, his father had never been so good-tempered. Did you hear that? Seeing Bai Wei remain silent, Bai Yushin asked in a deep voice. Bai Wei, indignant and aggrieved, said, Dad, why? This way, our Bai family will lose all face. At the Chamber of Commerce's mid-year meeting, I already declared I would blacklist Zhang Feng. Going back on my word is one thing, but he's provoking me, why should I tolerate it? Mentioning the mid-year meeting only fueled Bai Yushin's anger. He yelled, You scoundrel, you know you're shameful? Our Bai family's reputation is truly ruined by you. Do you know that kid has connections everywhere? He's playing dumb to manipulate you. What kind of background could Zhang Feng have? I had someone investigate. His family background is just humble. I don't know where he got his hands on some dirt on our Bai group, thinking he can control us. Bai Wei, also getting angry, retorted to Bai Yushin. Slap. Bai Yushin slapped him across the face, angrily saying, I said, do as I say, or I'll cut off your card. Then you have to tell me why. Bai Wei rubbed his burning cheek, stubbornly insisting. Bai Yushin knew his son too well. If he didn't explain clearly, who knew what kind of outrageous things he might do? He paused and said, It's Chairman Lin's intention. Chairman Lin? The Chairman Lin of Black Dragon Capital? Bai Wei was shocked. Chairman Lin wasn't scary, what was scary was the power behind him. Not to mention the Bai family, even all the powerful families in Zhongcheng combined couldn't afford to offend Black Dragon Capital. In China, offending Black Dragon Capital is tantamount to suicide. I remember, last time at the farmhouse resort, Zhang Feng and Chairman Lin. Alright, don't talk about this anymore, just keep it to yourself, Bai Yushin interrupted Bai Wei. Chapter 72 The Bai family invites guests. Dad, what's Zhang Feng's background? Bai Wei wasn't stupid. He knew many things could be fabricated. As Bai Yushin said, Zhang Feng was likely playing dumb, seemingly from humble beginnings but actually possessing considerable influence. I don't know, but his network is incredibly powerful. He knows the Prince of Dongsha, Chairman Lin, and others, Bai Yushin said, frowning. So, I drugged him before. Bai Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly lost his confidence. Sigh. Bai Yushin sighed. I never expected Zhang Feng to have so much power. Our Bai family has really messed up this time. Tomorrow night, I'll treat everyone to a meal and personally apologize to him. After what happened last time, will he still come? Bai Wei asked. This time is different. Chairman Lin, Li Longzin, CAO Huazhang, and others will all be there, Bai Yushin said in a grim voice. Lin Ming was acting as a mediator, while Li Longzin, CAO Huazhang, and other local bigwigs were acting as witnesses. But this would be a huge loss of face for the Bai family. It would be tantamount to bowing down and apologizing to Zhang Feng in front of everyone. Isn't that necessary? Wouldn't it be enough if Chairman Li came? Bai Wei said after a moment's thought. Bai Yushin gave Bai Wei a meaningful look and said, losing face is a small matter, but at least we can preserve the Bai family's foundation. Besides, Chairman Lin said he'd increase the Bai group's market value several times over. It's like giving a sweet treat after a slap in the face. Several times over? Would Chairman Lin be that kind? Bai Wei was used to the backstabbing and intrigue in the upper echelons of society and didn't believe in such a windfall. Of course he wouldn't be that kind. Business is about everyone making money, Bai Yushin said. Longzhen Grand Hotel, Chunyua Hall on the top floor. This private room is almost never open to the public, it's Li Longzhen's exclusive reception area, where he sometimes comes to drink tea. Chunyua Hall boasts a large terrace, spanning 300 to 400 square meters, complete with artificial hills and flowing water. From there, one can enjoy a panoramic view of Jiangxin's nightscape. How's the project progressing? Li Longzhen asked casually, sipping his tea. Su Fei, sitting opposite him, paused, then frowned. Overall, it's going smoothly, but there seems to be a problem in Dongsha. What problem? Li Longzhen inquired. This project is crucial to Longzhen Group's future development, any setback would be devastating. I don't know, but the people in charge of liaising with the project in Dongsha aren't as proactive as before, Su Fei said slowly. Not as proactive? Li Longzhen's brows furrowed deeply. This was not a good sign. How about we ask General Manager Zhang about the situation in Dongsha? Su Fei tentatively suggested. Li Longzhen thought for a moment, then said, I'll ask. He took out his phone to call Zhang Feng, but just as he took out his phone, it suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, it was Bai Yushin. He hesitated, wondering what Bai Yushin could possibly want. Chairman Bai, hello. Li Longzhen laughed heartily as he pressed the answer button. A dinner party? What kind of dinner party? To be a witness, Chairman Bai, if I may be so bold, who is this distinguished guest you've invited? I know him. Zhang Feng. What happened to Zhang Feng? Yes, it's just a small disagreement, it'll be fine after we talk it out. Okay, no problem, I'll definitely be there tomorrow night. Alright, goodbye, Chairman Bai. Li Longzhen hung up the phone after speaking, his brows furrowed, lost in thought. Chairman Li, what's wrong? Su Fei couldn't help but ask. Chairman Bai is hosting a dinner party and wants me to be a witness. It seems he's trying to apologize. Li Longzhen said with a slight smile. Bai Yushin? Su Fei asked, unsure if the chairman Bai Li Longzhen was referring to was Bai Yushin. If it was Bai Yushin, who in Zhangcheng has the influence to make Bai Yushin host a dinner party to apologize? Li Longzhen nodded slightly, confirming Su Fei's guess. Who did Bai Yushin offend? Su Fei asked curiously. Even if he offended Li Longzhen, Bai Yushin wouldn't host a dinner party to apologize. After all, in terms of power, the Bai family is slightly stronger. Who else could it be? Zhang Feng. Didn't the eldest son of the Bai family threaten to blacklist Zhang Feng at the mid-year meeting? They've really bitten off more than they can chew. Li Longzhen chuckled. His relationship with Zhang Feng was fairly good. The more influence Zhang Feng wielded, the happier he was. Zhang Feng? Su Fei was quite surprised, taken aback. To get the Bai family to host a dinner to apologize was already quite remarkable. To have the Bai family invite Li Longzhen and others as witnesses was tantamount to publicly humiliating the Bai family. After all, the upper-class circle wasn't large. The Bai family hosting this dinner represented their complete submission. Although Zhang Feng knew the Prince of Dongsha and had a large network of connections, as the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. For him to make the Bai family bow their heads and submit, his influence was immense. Yes, Zhang Feng. Li Longzhen nodded emphatically. To be honest, he was also surprised, and even now he couldn't understand how Zhang Feng had made the Bai family bow their heads and obediently submit. If he could make the Bai family bow down and submit, he could also make him bow down and submit. Thinking of this, Li Longzhen felt both relieved and heavy-hearted. He was relieved that he and Zhang Feng were friends, not enemies. He was heavy-hearted because he might need to change his attitude towards Zhang Feng in the future, and be a little more humble. The Bai family is hosting a dinner tomorrow, come with me. Li Longzhen suddenly said. He casually put away his phone. Since he could meet Zhang Feng tomorrow night, there was no need to make this call, it was better to ask in person. Okay, Su Fei replied. Her feelings were similar to Li Longzhen's. She was full of questions, waiting for Zhang Feng to answer them. But she couldn't ask these questions aloud, as they might involve privacy. She could only wait and see how she uncovered the answers through her future interactions with Zhang Feng. Tomorrow night will be interesting to watch. Li Longzhen smiled, looking like he was enjoying the drama. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, answered with a laugh, and said, Old CAO, what's up? It was none other than CAO Huazhang from Dingchuang Wood Industry. Oldly, what's going on with the Bai family? Which big shot did they offend? CAO Huazhang bombarded him with questions. They invited me to be a witness tomorrow night. What's going on? Who in Zhangcheng can make the Bai family bow down? You know this big shot too. Li Longzhen chuckled. I know him. CAO Huazhang asked, puzzled. Yes. The big shot you're talking about is none other than Zhang Feng. Li Longzhen chuckled. Zhang Feng? CAO Huazhang didn't recognize him at first, then a thought flashed through his mind, and Guo Kui blurted out, holy crap, no way. Zhang Feng was too young. Although young and promising, he wasn't strong enough, in terms of both ability and experience, to be considered a big shot. Chapter 73 Taking the Assistant to a Banquet. Why would I lie to you? Li Longzhen chuckled. CAO Huazhang knew Li Longzhen wouldn't joke about something like this, but he still found it somewhat unbelievable, mainly because he thought it was absurd. He had met Zhang Feng before, although they had some connection, he was still considered a junior in his eyes. Yet this junior had actually forced the Bai family to bow their heads. Oldly, tell me the truth, who exactly is Zhang Feng's backer? CAO Huazhang asked seriously. The Bai family was a local power in Zhangcheng, with deeply entrenched local influence. For them to bow their heads meant that the connections and influence behind the Bai family couldn't afford to offend Zhang Feng. Otherwise, the Bai family would never have bowed down so easily. The Bai family had lost all face at this meal. The fact that they could swallow such humiliation showed just how helpless they were. Old CAO, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I don't know either. All I know is that Zhang Feng has extensive connections abroad. He has influence with the Prince of Dongsha and the CEO of Citibank, and his words carry weight. Speaking of which, Li Longzhen was one of the earliest business tycoons in Zhongcheng to know Zhang Feng. For some reason, he had secretly investigated Zhang Feng, but the results were vastly different from what he expected. No matter how he investigated, Zhang Feng was from a humble background. But the question is, if he's from a humble background, where did he get such extensive connections? And how did he become friends with the Prince of Dongsha and the CEO of Citibank? Li Longzhen was completely baffled. Only one possibility remained: Zhang Feng had another, unknown identity. What that identity was, no one knew, but one thing was certain: this identity was extraordinary, likely connected to some powerful figure in Shanghai or Beijing. Besides this, he couldn't think of any other possibility. So, are you going or not? CAO Huazhang asked with a hint of amusement. His relationship with the Bai family wasn't exactly good or bad, but they belonged to the same small circle, and they'd run into each other frequently. If the Bai family embarrassed themselves, they, as outsiders, would love to watch the drama unfold. But being there would be awkward. Should he step in to smooth things over? Stepping in might offend Zhang Feng, while not stepping in might incur the Bai family's wrath. Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I? The Bai family invited me, it wasn't my own request, Li Longzhen chuckled. If you go, I'll go too. CAO Huazhang also laughed. As for Zhang Feng, he was the last to receive the call, and the caller wasn't Bai Yushin, but Lin Ming. Chairman Lin. Zhang Feng smiled slightly as he answered the phone. Mr. Zhang, are you free tomorrow night? I'll have the Bai family host a banquet to apologize and make amends. All the prominent figures in Jiangxin's business world will be there, Lin Ming said bluntly. Another banquet to apologize? Zhang Feng's lips curled into a sneer. They won't drug me again this time, will they? Don't worry, they wouldn't dare even if they had 10 lives, Lin Ming smiled confidently. Speaking of this matter, he also felt that the Bai family had gone a bit too far. Although high-level business battles are often conducted in the simplest way, the Bai family's method of specializing in underhanded tactics was truly unseemly. Of course, if successful, this tactic would be very effective, able to control most people. Who did the Bai family invite? Zhang Feng continued. This was a golden opportunity for him to establish his authority in Jiangxin's business world. Since the Bai family had presented him with such a lucrative opportunity, he had no reason to refuse. Li Longzhen, chairman of Longzhen Group, CAO Huazhang of Dingchuang Wood Industry, Xing Tao, secretary general of the Chamber of Commerce. Lin Ming calmly rattled off a list of names. Almost every prominent figure in Jiangxin's business community was present. It was a truly impressive show of sincerity. All right, I'll be there on time tomorrow night, Zhang Feng said. Lin Ming hummed in agreement, then changed the subject. Mr. Zhang, how did your discussions go? We agree in principle, but the specific details need to be discussed in person, Zhang Feng said. For example, the payment method and schedule, whether the 10 billion yuan purchase price would be received in one lump sum, which account would be used, the company's future development plans, voting rights issues, etc. These issues all needed to be broken down and negotiated one by one. Okay, how about the day after tomorrow? Lin Ming asked after a few seconds of contemplation. So urgent? Zhang Feng was a little surprised, but didn't think too much about it and nodded. Okay, it's settled then, Mr. Zhang, goodbye. Lin Ming smiled with satisfaction and hung up the phone. Zhang Feng sent Jennifer a message, asking her to send someone to Daxia for three-way negotiations. As for these business operations, Zhang Feng himself didn't understand much, especially the contract terms, which were often dozens of pages long, densely packed, and gave him a headache just reading them. However, he had someone under him who understood. Boss. The call connected, and Guo Zheng's steady voice came through. Come back. Zhang Feng succinctly explained the situation. Within the company, Zhang Feng held absolute power. Guo Zheng had no authority over matters like shareholding changes, he only needed to follow Zhang Feng's orders. Okay, I understand. I'll book the tickets back now, Guo Zheng said. Even after selling 10% of the shares, Zhang Feng still owns 53%, so Guo Zheng isn't worried about his position at all. Following the boss closely is more important than anything else. The next morning, Tang Jiajia arrived at Zhang Feng's house, greeted Ding Mei, and then went into the study. She moved with practiced ease, acting as if she were no stranger to the place. Ding Mei saw Tang Jiajia enter the study, frowned slightly, but didn't say much. However, a hint of worry and concern lingered in her eyes. Tang Jiajia saw Zhang Feng and asked casually, Boss, what's up? You're my secretary and assistant. Do I need something to tell you? Zhang Feng retorted. These past few days, he hadn't brought Tang Jiajia with him, mainly because it was all personal business, not official business. Tang Jiajia was happy to have some free time, spending her days at the company watching dramas. It has to be said, she was quite the lazy secretary and assistant. No need, Tang Jiajia quickly waved her hand, forcing a smile. She was living a very comfortable life and had no intention of changing jobs for the time being, so she agreed to whatever Zhang Feng said. I have a business dinner tonight, you'll come with me, Zhang Feng said. Ha! Upon hearing this, Tang Jiajia's face immediately fell. I don't know how, she said. Zhang Feng's expression hardened. Looks like I really need to find a new secretary/assistant. Actually, he didn't expect Tang Jiajia to help him fend off drinks or accompany him to social events. He was mainly worried about not being able to drive after drinking, and he hoped Tang Jiajia could be of some help. No, boss, I can do it. Tang Jiajia nodded emphatically, looking confident. That's more like it, Zhang Feng scoffed. Then do I need to dress more formally? Tang Jiajia asked. Chapter 74 Mother's Warning. No need, Zhang Feng said nonchalantly. Anyway, you don't need to sit at the table. Ha! Tang Jiajia opened her mouth slightly. If she didn't sit at the table, what would she eat? What? Ha! Zhang Feng glanced at his secretary. It wasn't that he was prejudiced or looked down on her, but Tang Jiajia simply wasn't qualified. Besides him, everyone sitting there was a big shot in Jiangqin's business world. Was it appropriate for a mere secretary like Tang Jiajia to sit there? Furthermore, this was the Bai family's apology banquet. To save face, the Bai family would definitely ask irrelevant people to leave. Tang Jiajia wouldn't even have a chance to stay in the private room. Assistant Tang, from now on, my daily schedule will be in your hands. Get up to speed quickly, help me arrange things in advance, and plan the time well, Zhang Feng suddenly said. Tang Jiajia nodded, pondered for a moment, and then offered her idea, saying, Boss, I think we need to hire 2 more drivers and a few bodyguards. Otherwise, I can arrange transportation for you. We can't rely on Didi ride-hailing services. It's very safe in China, and I'm not a celebrity. We don't need bodyguards for now, but we definitely need to hire 2 drivers. We also need to buy a few cars for daily use. You handle this. Give me the budget, I'll sign it, and you can get the money from the company finance department, Zhang Feng said. He bought a Han Ev for himself, but 1 car was clearly not enough. As his business grew, the number of social engagements increased, and drinking was inevitable. Without his own driver, it would be very inconvenient. Furthermore, with his current wealth, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to have a personal driver, or even a private doctor, personal trainer, personal chef, and personal nutritionist. However, Zhang Feng was just starting out and wasn't used to being waited on. What brand of car should we buy? Tang Jiajia asked. Finding a driver was easy. Because of Zhang Feng's connections, she also knew Zhao Ming, so she could leave this to Zhao Ming. You decide. I only have one requirement for the car, it has to be comfortable. Zhang Feng delegated the decision to Tang Jiajia. Tang Jiajia silently noted it down without asking any further questions. Following Zhang Feng's instructions, she began preparing a budget, documenting all expenses in writing, and submitted it to Zhang Feng for processing and signature. Xiao Feng, come out for a moment. Perhaps Zhang Feng and Tang Jiajia had been in the study for a while. Ding Mei couldn't help but knock on the door and call Zhang Feng out. What is it, Mom? Zhang Feng came out of the study and followed his mother into the living room. Let's talk in my room. Ding Mei glanced towards the study, seemingly somewhat uneasy. Zhang Feng had no choice but to follow his mother to the bedroom. What's going on between you and Tang Jiajia? Ding Mei asked solemnly. Zhang Feng was completely bewildered. Mom, what's going on? She's my assistant and secretary, you know that. Of course I know. I'm asking you, what's going on between you and her? You two have been in the study for so long, don't you know how to avoid suspicion? If Xiao Yuer finds out, how are you going to explain yourself? Ding Mei said sternly. Zhang Feng was speechless. He explained, Mom, don't overthink it, okay? Tang Jiajia has been an employee of my company for a long time. If I had anything going on with her, it would have happened long ago, wouldn't it have waited until now? That was before. Now that you're successful, can you guarantee that no one will have any thoughts about you? Ding Mei said. Her stern tone carried a hint of pride. After all, a son's success makes parents proud. How can I guarantee that? Don't worry, Tang Jiajia and I are nothing, and there won't be any in the future, Zhang Feng said. I'm worried that Xiao Yuer might misunderstand if she finds out, Ding Mei said with some concern. Zhang Feng was unconcerned, he had nothing to hide. Time quickly passed to evening. Around 7 o'clock, Zhang Feng drove Tang Jiajia to Yinyu Jiangnan. Mr. Zhang, welcome. Bai Wei had been waiting in the lobby downstairs for a long time. Seeing Zhang Feng, he forced a smile that was more like a grimace and stepped forward to greet him. Young Master Bai, how could I trouble you? Zhang Feng sneered, making no attempt to hide the sarcasm on his face. He wasn't a pushover, he'd almost been tricked by Bai Wei last time and still held a grudge. He was determined to get his revenge when the opportunity arose. Mr. Zhang is too kind, Bai Wei said. Faced with Zhang Feng's sarcastic remarks, Bai Wei was undoubtedly annoyed, but he had to suppress his anger and force a smile. Before coming, Bai Yushin had given him strict orders: under no circumstances should he show Zhang Feng any disrespect. He had to greet him with a smile. He didn't consider himself a hero, but for the sake of the Bai family's business, this humiliation was nothing. He could endure it. Where's Chairman Bai? Zhang Feng asked casually. My dad's upstairs in a private room with Chairman Lin, Bai Wei explained, gesturing for Zhang Feng to enter. Brother Zhang. Just as Zhang Feng was about to follow Bai Wei inside, a loud, energetic laugh rang out behind him. He turned around and saw Li Longzhen stepping out of a limousine. Beside him stood Su Fei. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Su Fei greeted him with a smile as Zhang Feng looked at her. Chairman Li, Ms. Su. Zhang Feng nodded with a smile. Hello, Uncle Li. Bai Wei also stepped forward to greet him, but he only greeted Li Longzhen, ignoring Su Fei beside him. Little Wei, where's your dad? Li Longzhen asked with a smile. My dad's upstairs, waiting for everyone, Bai Wei replied with a laugh. Li Longzhen said, let's go. Don't stand in the lobby, it's affecting the hotel's business. This way, please. Bai Wei led the way, guiding them to a luxurious private room. He knocked twice, paused for a few seconds, and then pushed the door open and entered. The knocking was to alert the people inside, preventing any private conversation from being overheard and causing embarrassment. Dad, Mr. Zhang and Chairman Li's people have arrived, Bai Wei said as soon as he stepped inside. Bai Yushin quickly stood up, appearing very enthusiastic, and laughed loudly. Welcome, welcome, gentlemen, please have a seat. Old Bai, I'm here to eat and drink for free, you won't mind, will you? Li Longzhen said with a hearty laugh. This was a veiled remark. The Bai family was so wealthy, even if Li Longzhen ate and drank for free every day, the Bai family wouldn't mind. When he said he had objections, he meant that if word got out that the Bai family had bowed down and apologized, he wouldn't be held responsible. No, I called to invite you, why would you have a problem with that? Bai Yushin said nonchalantly with a smile, but a slight bitterness lingered in his heart. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Even the Bai family sometimes has to bow their heads. Mr. Zhang, please sit next to me. Lin Ming suddenly spoke up. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Chapter 75. Drink a bottle. Okay. Zhang Feng paused slightly, then nodded. Li Longzhen smiled and asked, this must be Chairman Lin of Black Dragon Capital? I've been wanting to visit him for a while, but I haven't had the chance. Lin Ming smiled slightly. Chairman Li, aren't we meeting now? Li Longzhen smiled but didn't reply. One should understand the underlying meaning. Lin Ming seemed polite, but his question hinted at a deliberate attempt to distance himself. There was no need to force the issue and risk being met with indifference. Jiajia, come for a walk with me, Su Fei called softly to Tang Jiajia. Tang Jiajia turned to look at Zhang Feng, who nodded slightly. After Su Fei, Tang Jiajia, and the others left, only prominent figures remained in the room. Lin Ming spoke up, Mr. Zhang, the Bai family did something a bit wrong before. Today, I'll take the liberty of being a peacemaker. Please give me face, the Bai family will apologize, and then we'll let bygones be bygones. What do you say? Chairman Lin, I'll naturally give you face. Zhang Feng chuckled, turning his gaze to the Bai father and son. I'm always easygoing. I don't offend others unless they offend me. An apology is fine, but it needs to be sincere. What kind of sincerity? Bai Yushin pondered slightly. Simple. Zhang Feng pointed at Bai Wei. That day, you drugged me. I felt terrible for 2 days. A simple apology isn't enough. Here's the deal, you drink one of those 2 bottles of mutai on the table, and that'll be the end of it. Okay. If that makes Mr. Zhang feel better, then I'll drink it. Before Bai Yushin could speak, Bai Wei readily agreed. Bai Yushin turned his head and secretly glared at his son. Although it was an apology and concession, he couldn't let himself be manipulated. If someone accused him of setting a trap, and he readily admitted it without even offering a reason, wasn't that blatant disrespect? If he had defended himself, he could have said it was a misunderstanding, giving both sides a way out. But by directly admitting it, how could he possibly smooth things over? Besides, mutai is a very strong liquor. 1 bottle and he'd be completely drunk. Who knows what kind of embarrassing situation he'd make then? But the words were already spoken, and Bai Yushin could only grit his teeth and accept it. He smiled and said, President Zhang, we had many misunderstandings before. I'm here, in front of Chairman Lin, Chairman Li, Chairman Cao, and the others, to sincerely apologize to you. I hope you won't hold a grudge. My Bai family is willing to be your friend. No problem, young Master Bai, finish this bottle, and everything will be fine, Zhang Feng said with a faint smile. The drug Bai Wei gave him that day was only meant to ignite his lust. If X hadn't appeared in time, who knows what mistakes he might have made. So, the matter of drugging someone could be a big deal or a small one. Bai Yushin frowned almost imperceptibly, glancing at Bai Wei beside him. I said, I'll drink. Bai Wei was very defiant at this moment. He frequented bars and considered himself to have a good tolerance for alcohol. A bottle of mutai seemed intimidating, but for him, it was just within his capacity. Young Master Bai, straightforward. Zhang Feng smiled, giving Bai Wei a thumbs up. Li Longzin, Cao Huazang, and the others watched this scene with amusement, but no one spoke. Lin Ming frowned slightly, then relaxed. It was just a bottle of liquor, no one would die anyway. As long as no one died, everything was easy. What did it matter to him whether the Bai family was humiliated or not? He had already given the Bai family enough face by acting as a peacemaker. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong before. I'll finish this bottle. Bai Wei grabbed the mutai on the table, poured it into a large glass, and then tilted his head back, gulping it down. At first, it was fine, but halfway through, Bai Wei felt unwell. His mouth was burning, but he couldn't stop now. Once he stopped, it would be difficult to drink anymore. Suppressing the discomfort, Bai Wei forced down the entire bottle of mutai. Mr. Zhang, are you satisfied now? Bai Wei said, letting out a burp. He had a strong urge to vomit, but suppressed it to avoid embarrassment. Satisfied. Zhang Feng chuckled. Young Master Bai, let's consider this matter settled. Mr. Zhang is very magnanimous, I admire him. Bai Wei also smiled. Before this, he had been prepared to be difficult by Zhang Feng, but he hadn't expected things to be resolved so easily. Unlike Bai Wei, Bai Yushin's eyes flickered upon hearing this, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Zhang Feng had said that the matter between him and his son was settled, implying that the conflict with the Bai family wasn't over? Bai Yushin was unsure, wondering if Zhang Feng meant it the way he had interpreted it. Mr. Zhang, I'd like to toast you too. Bai Yushin said proactively. Both father and son toasted Zhang Feng to apologize. The Bai family was certainly giving him face. Chairman Bai, young Master Bai has already downed a whole bottle, you're only drinking one. That seems rather insincere. Zhang Feng chuckled. Bai Yushin's smile remained unchanged, but his heart sank. It seemed Zhang Feng had no intention of letting the Bai family off easily. Then, Mr. Zhang, you tell me, how much should I drink to show my sincerity? Bai Yushin asked with a smile. Zhang Feng ignored Bai Yushin's words and instead turned his gaze to Lin Ming, saying, Chairman Lin, what do you think is an appropriate amount? Getting the Bai family to admit their mistake was a prerequisite for Black Dragon Capital's investment in the oil field. If this couldn't be achieved, Zhang Feng could use it as a reason to back out, and Lin Ming wouldn't be able to object, given their prior agreement. It could be said that Zhang Feng's move was very clever. While seemingly seeking opinions, he was actually passing the buck to Lin Ming, subtly sowing discord between Lin Ming and Bai Yushin. After all, this dinner was nominally organized by the Bai family, but in reality, it was Lin Ming who pressured the Bai family to apologize to Zhang Feng. Saying too little would seem insincere, which Zhang Feng wouldn't be satisfied with. Saying too much, aside from whether Bai Yushin could even drink at all, would certainly make him unhappy. How much you drink isn't important, what's important is the sentiment. Chairman Bai sincerely apologizes, so Mr. Zhang shouldn't be so pushy, Lin Ming said with a slight smile. His tone was calm, but his words carried a firm edge. Yes, the Bai family had been forced to apologize, but everything has its limits. If he were to make the Bai family continue to concede now, Lin Ming would lose face. My underling made a mistake, I can make him apologize, but you slapped him and then wanted to beat him up? That's going too far. Don't you respect me as your boss? Fine, I'll give Chairman Lin face. Zhang Feng smiled slightly, not pressing the matter further, because if things continued, both sides might lose face. With the Bai family bowing their heads and apologizing, and so many business tycoons in Zhangcheng watching, anyone who dared to offend him in the future would have to think twice. Mr. Zhang, I'll drink this one, Bai Yushin said, tilting his head back and downing his glass. Chairman Bai is straightforward. Zhang Feng laughed. However, he didn't intend to drink with him. His attitude was a mix of soft and firm. Li Longzin and the others, watching from the side, gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Feng. They hadn't expected him to be so shrewd at such a young age. Chapter 76 Li Longzin's Crisis. Thump! Bai Yushin downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, setting the glass down with a dull thud. The sound mirrored Bai Yushin's current mood, suppressed and frustrated. Mr. Zhang, I'm not a big drinker. I wonder if this glass of wine can express my sincerity. Bai Yushin asked calmly, his face as still as water. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng revealed a playful glint in his eyes. At first glance, Bai Yushin's attitude seemed humble, but in reality, it was quite assertive. Initially, Bai Yushin offered to have a drink, but Zhang Feng felt this wasn't sincere enough and passed the buck to Lin Ming, hoping to use Lin Ming to pressure Bai Yushin. However, Lin Ming sided with Bai Yushin, giving Bai Yushin confidence, and he turned the tables on Zhang Feng. Didn't you say one drink wasn't sincere enough? Now I've had one, isn't that enough sincerity? Not enough? Didn't you just say you were giving Chairman Lin face, implying that one drink was enough to express sincerity? Now you say it's not enough? Whose face are you slapping? Enough? Didn't you say one cup wasn't enough? Whose face are you slapping now? In short, whether Zhang Feng answers enough or not enough, he's contradicting himself. However, Zhang Feng is cunning. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "That's a question for Chairman Lin. He's giving Chairman Lin face. Whether he can express sincerity depends on what Chairman Lin says. This is a very clever way of passing the buck." Lin Ming had no choice but to step forward and say, "You're all from the Zhangcheng circle, you'll run into each other again. Let's leave it at that. Chairman Lin is right, we're all friends now. Come on, let's have a drink." Li Longzhen laughed and smoothed things over. "Come on, let's all clink glasses." Li Longzhen took the lead, and Cao Huazhang and the others echoed him. Chairman Lin. Zhang Feng also raised his glass, specifically clinking it with Lin Ming beside him. Bai Yushin's empty glass was filled by Li Longzhen next to him, and everyone clinked glasses, drinking in a joyful atmosphere. Ugh! Just as everyone put down their glasses, Bai Wei's face turned bright red, he covered his mouth, turned his head away, and vomited all over the floor. Instantly, an unpleasant odor filled the private room. Everyone frowned. I couldn't help it. Bai Wei felt dizzy and slurred his explanation. To be honest, this was extremely embarrassing. Bai Yushin's face was ashen, suppressing his anger as he said, "If you can't drink, then don't drink. You're a disgrace." He wasn't the type to get angry easily, but after being repeatedly humiliated by Zhang Feng tonight, he had been holding back his anger for a long time, just looking for an outlet, and Bai Wei had unwittingly walked into his trap. This statement carried a veiled meaning, ostensibly criticizing his own son, Bai Wei. It was also a dig at Zhang Feng, implying that Zhang Feng had forced Bai Wei to drink to this extent, causing Bai Wei's embarrassment. Dad, Bai Wei was filled with grievances, wanting to explain but unsure where to begin. He had a high alcohol tolerance, his mistake was drinking too quickly, downing a whole bottle in one go, which caused him to vomit. Chairman Bai, how about we change rooms? Li Longzhen asked with a smile. Tonight was the Bai family's treat. Whether or not to change locations was up to them. Besides, cleaning the room would take time, so changing rooms was the best option. Bai Yushin nodded. Bai Wei felt nauseous again and ran to the restroom, covering his mouth. Fortunately, there were many private rooms at Yinyu Jiangnan, and Bai Yushin and his group were prominent figures in Jiangqin's business world. Within 10 minutes, they moved to a room of similar size. The food and drinks were also refilled. The conflict between Zhang Feng and the Bai family was now resolved, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Everyone chatted and laughed, drinking for 2 hours before dispersing. Boss. Seeing her boss emerge from the private room with a flushed face, Tang Jiajia, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly came forward. "It's all right, no need to help," Zhang Feng said with a smile. Actually, he hadn't drunk much, but he couldn't avoid the toasts from Li Longzhen, Cao Huazhang, Lin Ming, and others, so he drank a couple of glasses. "I've had some," Tang Jiajia said, handing him a hangover pill and a bottle of water. Zhang Feng looked at Tang Jiajia with considerable surprise. She was quite thoughtful, she seemed to be acting as a secretary or assistant. "It was from President Su," Tang Jiajia explained quietly, seemingly guessing Zhang Feng's thoughts from his surprised look. Zhang Feng was speechless. The road to cultivating a secretary was long and arduous. He opened a hangover pill, twisted it open, and swallowed it with water. Just as he was about to leave with Tang Jiajia, he suddenly heard Li Longzhen's voice behind him. "Brother Zhang, wait a moment." "Chairman Li." Zhang Feng turned around, smiling broadly at Li Longzhen. "Did Chairman Li want to see me about something?" "A little, would you like to come to my place for a bit?" Li Longzhen was also flushed from drinking. "It's too late, I can't go. Let's talk here." Zhang Feng declined Li Longzhen's offer. Although the Longzhen Hotel wasn't far from Yinyu Jiangnan, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. "I just booked a tea room downstairs, let's go have some tea." Before Li Longzhen could answer, Su Fei, standing beside him, said with a smile, "Okay." Zhang Feng nodded, and the four of them went downstairs to the tea room. "Chairman Li, what's the matter?" After sitting down, Su Fei made tea. Zhang Feng had drunk some wine and only wanted to go home and sleep. He wasn't in the mood for tea. Li Longzhen glanced at Tang Jiajia discreetly upon hearing this. "Nothing, Chairman Li, please speak frankly." "Jiajia is my secretary," Zhang Feng said. This was tantamount to affirming Tang Jiajia's position. In the eyes of outsiders, Tang Jiajia was Zhang Feng's confidant. "Has something changed in Dongsha?" Li Longzhen asked cryptically. Zhang Feng looked at Li Longzhen and said, "Didn't the Dongsha royal family have a new king who ascended the throne last year?" Now they want to consolidate power and have launched some anti-corruption measures. Isn't that normal? Will Prince Salman be affected? Li Longzhen asked, frowning. Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment, realizing Li Longzhen had already sensed something. He paused, then said, yes. The investment company he manages might be handed over to someone else. No wonder the person in charge of liaison in Dongsha has been a bit passive these past few days, Su Fei whispered. She was managing the new company, so she was most sensitive to any changes in Dongsha. Li Longzhen frowned deeply. Brother Zhang, how likely do you think it is that they're withdrawing their investment and breaking the contract? Chairman Li, you've stumped me, Zhang Feng said with a wry smile. To be honest, I don't know if the new person in charge will continue the previous policies after Salman steps down from the investment company. Nobody can say for sure. I'd like to pay a visit to Prince Salman. Could you please arrange it for me, Brother John? Li Longzhen asked after a moment's thought. Zhang Feng pondered, Chairman Li, in my opinion, meeting Salman won't make much difference. Besides, Salman wants to keep a low profile lately and probably won't meet with outsiders. Chapter 77 The Spirit of the Jianyu. Mr. Zhang, could you perhaps help me think of a solution? Hearing that Solomon had been keeping a low profile and avoiding outsiders lately, Li Longzhen fell silent. Su Fei paused for a few seconds before asking. Firstly, due to considerations such as face saving or age, Li Longzhen wouldn't stoop to begging Zhang Feng unless it was a life or death situation. Secondly, Su Fei was managing and operating this new project. Therefore, since Li Longzhen was hesitant to speak up, it was most appropriate for Su Fei to initiate the conversation. Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to help, but I really can't. If the project is good, there's no reason for Dongsha not to continue investing, Zhang Feng explained with a wry smile. Given his relationship with Solomon, arranging a meeting with Li Longzhen wouldn't be too difficult. But the problem was, what good would it do? Solomon's current strategy was to gracefully retire and protect herself. Having decided to step down from the investment company, she wouldn't interfere in its projects anymore, lest she give others ammunition against her. Wouldn't this put Solomon in a difficult position? But, if Mr. Zhang doesn't help, it will have a huge impact on us. Su Fei's tone was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquetry and pleading. That's the advantage of being a woman, she can soften her stance in crucial moments. Zhang Feng was silent for a few seconds, ignoring Su Fei, and turned his gaze to Li Longzhen, saying, Chairman Li, although I have a good relationship with Salamander, put yourself in her shoes. If you were Salamander, what would you do? Li Longzhen sighed and smiled wryly, Brother Zhang, thank you for your concern. You're too kind, Chairman Li. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. I had a bit to drink, and my head is a little heavy, Zhang Feng said with a smile. Take care, Brother Zhang. Li Longzhen stood up to see him off. Zhang Feng waved and left with Tang Jiajia. In the tea room, only Li Longzhen and Su Fei remained. Li Longzhen's brows were furrowed, his face full of worry, and Su Fei wore the same expression. The project, which had just started, had unexpectedly suffered such a major setback. It's important to understand that Longzhen Group mobilized almost all available resources for this project. Su Fei had been eager to make a name for herself in the business world, hoping to use this opportunity to solidify her position. However, things didn't go as planned, unforeseen circumstances arose in Dongsha. Chairman Li, if Dongsha withdraws its investment, the group's stock price may be affected, Su Fei said, frowning. Li Longzhen frowned. It wasn't just a possibility, it was certain to be affected, and it would be a sharp drop. Organize the project materials. If Dongsha withdraws its investment, you and I will visit someone, Li Longzhen said in a low voice. Now, he had to prepare for both possibilities and find a way out. Who is it? Su Fei asked curiously. You just met him, Li Longzhen said, pausing before continuing, Lin Ming from Heilong Capital. Chairman Lin? Su Fei showed a surprised expression. Ordinary people might never have heard of Heilong Capital, but she had been learning from Li Longzhen for several years, stepping into the inner circle of Jiangqing's top business community, so she had some knowledge of it. However, she didn't know much about Heilong Capital because there was very little information about it from the outside world, and the actual person in charge behind the scenes was completely unknown. Lin Ming was merely a frontline manager. Yet, even this frontline manager was someone countless powerful figures would kill to curry favor with. Before the dinner began, Li Longzhen took the initiative to greet Lin Ming, but Lin Ming only responded politely, showing little enthusiasm. The reason was simple, Li Longzhen wasn't worthy of Lin Ming's warm greeting. And who was Li Longzhen? A business tycoon in Zhangcheng, with a group worth billions. Chairman Li, if Dongsha withdraws its investment, are you considering investing through Black Dragon Capital? Su Fei reacted quickly, instantly guessing Li Longzhen's intentions. What else? Li Longzhen smiled wryly. Even the Bai family is currying favor with Black Dragon Capital, so it's normal for me to do the same, isn't it? But what if they refuse to see us? Su Fei asked worriedly. She had witnessed Li Longzhen's proactive greeting to Lin Ming before the dinner began. "That's up to you," Li Longzhen said, smiling at Su Fei. Su Fei was taken aback. "Me?" she asked. "Yes, it's up to you," Li Longzhen nodded emphatically. "You're in charge of managing and operating this project. It's most appropriate for you to go and meet Chairman Linear." "Chairman Li, please don't joke around. If you can't do it, how could I?" Su Fei said. "Let me finish." Li Longzhen paused, then continued, "Of course, you can't succeed if you go alone, but don't forget, Zhang Feng and Chairman Lin seem to have a good relationship. You can ask Zhang Feng to help introduce you to Chairman Linear." As for the relationship between Zhang Feng and Lin Ming, he wasn't really sure how good it was, given the several subtle verbal exchanges during the dinner. Although these exchanges weren't confrontational, they were all subtle yet firm. It seemed like a relationship of cooperation out of necessity for mutual benefit. This kind of relationship might seem unstable, with the possibility of backstabbing at any moment, but in reality, it's the strongest, because nothing is a better adhesive than mutual benefit. "President Zhang?" Su Fei whispered. After all the twists and turns, the story returns to Zhang Feng. "Okay, I understand." Su Fei pondered for a few seconds, then looked up and said. She was a very intelligent person, with just a slight reminder from Li Longzhen, she knew what to do. Meanwhile, in another tea room, "When does Chairman Lin plan to return to Shanghai?" Bai Yushin asked while sipping his tea. Lin Ming stared at the tea in front of him, slightly lost in thought. "After a dozen seconds," he said, "I might have to stay in Zhongcheng for a while. Besides, Zhongcheng and Shanghai are so close, it doesn't matter whether I'm in Zhongcheng or Shanghai, it won't affect me." As he spoke, Lin Ming looked up at Bai Yushin and said, "Chairman Bai, you have to bow your head when you're under someone's roof. You should understand this principle without me having to explain it. Zhang Feng isn't as simple as you think. Resolving the conflict with him now might not be a bad thing for your Bai family, preventing the conflict from escalating to the point of being irreconcilable. Thank you for your kindness, Chairman Linear." Bai Yushin clasped his hands in a fist salute, revealing a hint of jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry. He was a martial arts practitioner by training, and after years in the business world, that jianghu air had been mostly worn away, only occasionally revealing itself unintentionally. Lin Ming glanced at Bai Yushin, his brow furrowing slightly. He said, "No need for thanks. I, Lin, don't do things for anyone's gratitude." He knew Bai Yushin was somewhat displeased, but what could he do? Just as he had warned Bai Yushin, one must bow one's head when under someone's roof. I've digressed. "Chairman Lin, have some tea." Bai Yushin chuckled, raising his cup with a smile. Chapter 78, Sixth Week Relationship. Because he had been drinking, Zhang Feng went home, quickly washed up, and fell asleep. He slept until the next morning. Opening his eyes, he saw the system panel flashing in his vision. Sixth week God-level relationship issued. Please check your account. Zhang Feng's mind raced, check the sixth week's God-level relationships. A genius's friend, an unexpected encounter led you to meet a genius, who is currently studying in the United States and will soon be returning home. A genius? Zhang Feng read the system's introduction. This genius was impressive. He had published several groundbreaking papers in top international scientific journals and was considered a leading figure in his research field. Interesting. Zhang Feng smiled after reading the introduction. It seemed the system had arranged relationships for him not only with business tycoons but also with hackers, geniuses, and others. These individuals all wielded considerable influence in their respective fields. Xiao Feng. A knock sounded at the door, followed by his mother's voice. Mom, what's wrong? Zhang Feng got up and opened the door, asking. His mother never woke him up when he slept in, so something must be wrong. Your little secretary is here. Ding Mei glanced at Zhang Feng, seemingly displeased. Tang Jiajia had driven Zhang Feng home last night, and now she was here again. In Ding Mei's eyes, this was a bit like her clinging to Zhang Feng. It wasn't that Tang Jiajia was bad, but Zhang Feng now had Zhang Yuer as his girlfriend. Ding Mei preferred Zhang Yuer. Therefore, she always maintained a certain warning towards Tang Jiajia. So what if she's here? Zhang Feng smiled. He was upright and honest, and didn't care what others said. Besides, Tang Jiajia didn't have much to do with the company anyway. Following him around and doing odd jobs, doing the things a secretary and assistant should do, was fine. Xiao Feng, it's not that I want to criticize you, but if Xiao Yuer finds out, won't he be jealous? I think Tang Jiajia is quite pretty. Can you resist the urge to cheat? Ding Mei said. Zhang Feng smiled wryly. Mom, you raised me from infancy, don't you know my character and personality? How can you speak ill of your own son like this? I'm just worried you'll be misunderstood, Ding Mei said, shaking her head. Never mind, I don't care anymore. I've said what I should and shouldn't have said. With that, she turned and went downstairs. Zhang Feng went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. A dozen minutes later, he went downstairs to the dining room. Aunt Jo Chin had already prepared the meal, and he ate as soon as he sat down. After finishing his meal, he went to his study. Tang Jiajia was watching a drama. Seeing Zhang Feng come in, she quickly stood up and hid her phone behind her back, turning off the screen. Stop hiding it, I saw everything, Tang Jiajia. Can't you be a little more ambitious? I'm your boss, and I'm worried about you. If it weren't for the fact that you're a company veteran, I would have fired you long ago, Zhang Feng said. Tang Jiajia retorted, I'm not cut out to be a secretary or assistant, you forced me into this role. Fine, if you don't want to improve, I'll replace you immediately, Zhang Feng chuckled. Will my salary be reduced? Tang Jiajia was more concerned about her salary than her job position. Zhang Feng replied irritably, what do you think? Let's not change people. I think I can do it myself. Tang Jiajia smiled obsequiously, quickly stating her position. No one would turn down money. For this high salary, she had to grit her teeth and keep going. Zhang Feng shook his head speechlessly. Meanwhile, at Zhongcheng University, Zhang Yuer, who had just finished her morning class, was stopped by Wu Yan and Zhao Ting. Little fish. Zhao Ting looked terrible, one side of her face was swollen, as if she had been hit. Seeing Zhang Yuer, she rushed over in a panic, calling out. Wu Yan followed beside Zhao Ting, looking worried and anxious. Little fish, I was wrong, please listen to me for a moment, okay? Zhang Yuer saw Zhao Ting and didn't want to pay any attention, but Zhao Ting persisted, clinging tightly to Zhang Yuer. Wu Yan didn't say anything, but followed closely behind. Zhao Ting, we have nothing to say to each other. Please move aside and don't bother me. Zhang Yuer said coldly. Zhao Ting hadn't come to class yesterday, and it was said she hadn't returned to her dormitory that night either, disappearing for over a day. Now she's suddenly reappeared, she doesn't know what she wants. But whatever Zhao Ting's intentions, Zhang Yuer didn't care. She just wanted to get rid of Zhao Ting and stay away from her. Because Zhao Ting wasn't worth being friends with. Little Yuer, I beg you, please listen to me for a moment, okay? Zhao Ting reached out to grab Zhang Yuer, but stopped halfway, afraid her actions would anger her. Little Yuer, we won't take up much of your time, Wu Yan also spoke up, his voice sounding somewhat hoarse. Seeing their humble demeanor, Zhang Yuer felt a pang of pity. After a moment's hesitation, she said coldly, what is it? Speak, we want to see President Zhang. Can you help us arrange a meeting with him? Zhao Ting looked at Zhang Yuer expectantly, her face showing both panic and apprehension. What? Trying to do something to Brother Feng again? Zhang Yuer said irritably. It would have been better if she hadn't brought this up. Now that it was, her anger flared up again. No, don't misunderstand. We just want to apologize to President Zhang and ask for his forgiveness. Zhao Ting quickly said. Wu Yan immediately added, yes, just an apology. My elders said that as long as President Zhang forgives us, we'll do anything. Zhang Yuer looked at the two strangely. What's wrong with these two today? They looked haggard, as if nothing had happened, and their attitude had changed drastically, so humble, they were practically kneeling before her. You apologize to Brother Feng, but it's none of my business. I won't contact him for you, Zhang Yuer said, turning to leave. In her view, it wouldn't be difficult for the Wu and Zhao families to contact Zhang Feng. There was no need for them to go through her. Their only reason for doing so was to get her to intercede. But she didn't want to do that favor for Zhao Ting and Wu Yan. She had completely seen through their true colors. Little Yuer, I beg you, if you don't help me, my family is finished. Zhao Ting could no longer hold back and burst into tears, immediately attracting the attention of passing students. But at this moment, Zhao Ting's emotions had collapsed. She didn't care about saving face anymore. She slumped to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Wu Yan didn't cry, but seeing Zhao Ting like this, he felt a pang of sympathy and his heart ached. What happened? Why is this girl crying? Is it a love triangle? A love triangle? Are you blind? The beautiful girl standing there is our school's campus belle, Xiao Yuer. That guy next to her is such a loser, does he deserve our campus belle? You never know, beautiful girls have very particular tastes. Go to hell. You're not allowed to talk about my campus belle like that. Simp, she doesn't even know you. The students watching began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 79. The Zhao and Wu families go bankrupt overnight. Just then, Li Yuchen was on his way back to his office. Passing by, he immediately recognized Zhang Yuer in the center of the crowd. He hesitated slightly, but for the sake of the 2 million, he finally stepped forward. Zhang Yuer, is there some conflict between you two? Li Yuchen glanced at Zhao Ting, who was crying on the ground, then at Wu Yan, before finally turning his gaze to Zhang Yuer and asking. No, Zhang Yuer quickly replied. Seeing Li Yuchen, she seemed a little embarrassed. The professor at Zhongcheng University was her boyfriend's lawyer. The relationship was somewhat complicated. Seeing Zhang Yuer's reaction, Li Yuchen had a hunch. He looked at Zhao Ting again and said, "Young lady, don't cry. What's wrong? Get up and we'll talk." "Ting Ting, don't cry, get up first." Wu Yan helped Zhao Ting up. Zhao Ting wiped her tears hard with her sleeve, trying to hold them back, but she couldn't stop them. They kept flowing uncontrollably. She was so pathetic. "This isn't the place to talk. It'll look bad. Come with me." Li Yuchen didn't want to get involved. He was a lawyer, he charged for consultations and wasn't used to meddling, but since Zhang Yuer was involved, he had to. After all, Zhang Feng was his sugar daddy, very generous. He'd recently made 2 million from resolving a small problem, almost his entire year's income. Where could you find such a generous sugar daddy? Yes, his fees were high, but that day's quote was arbitrary. He hadn't expected Zhang Feng to agree without hesitation. For better future development, currying favor with Zhang Feng was essential. "What's going on between you three? Tell me." Li Yuchen led the three into his private office, poured each of them a glass of water, and then spoke. "Teacher, it's nothing, we just want to ask Zhang Yuer for a favor," Wu Yan said. "What favor?" Li Yuchen asked. "We want to meet Zhang Yuer's boyfriend and ask her to arrange a meeting for us," Wu Yan said. Upon hearing this, a playful expression appeared on Li Yuchen's face. "Why would you want to meet her boyfriend? If she doesn't want to help, you'll just cry and act like a spoiled child?" These words were clearly siding with Zhang Yuer. Their intention to protect her was obvious. Wu Yan was taken aback and hurriedly said, "No, we're not being a spoiled child. If Xiao Yuer really doesn't want to help, He couldn't finish his sentence. If Zhang Yuer didn't help and didn't get Zhang Feng's forgiveness, the Wu and Zhao families would be finished, with no follow-up. "Then tell me, why do you want to meet President Zhang?" Li Yuchen glanced at the silent Zhang Yuer beside him and asked. "President Zhang, President Zhang." Wu Yan stammered for a long time, truly unsure how to explain. They brought this upon themselves. Zhang Feng didn't provoke them, but they repeatedly offended Zhang Feng in their attempt to curry favor with Bai Wei. Now they're being retaliated against. They deserve it. Wu Yan couldn't understand how Zhang Feng possessed such power. He hadn't seen Zhang Feng utter any harsh words, yet his family's and Zhao Ting's family's businesses collapsed instantly. The Bai group suppressed them, major partners broke contracts one after another, and banks came knocking on their door demanding loan repayments. Almost overnight, his family went from having tens of millions in assets to owing tens of millions to the banks, instantly going bankrupt. After such a drastic change in their business, they used almost all their connections to find out what had happened. It turned out they had offended Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng forced the Bai family to apologize and submit, and then had the Bai family suppress the Wu and Zhao families, earning them a bad reputation. After all, the Wu and Zhao families were essentially two dogs kept by the Bai family. To apologize, the Bai family had slaughtered their own dogs, losing face and ruining their reputation. Knowing the truth, Wu Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang Feng had connections everywhere, a true hidden tycoon, and he and Zhao Ting had repeatedly defied him. Wasn't that just courting death? There's no going back now. It's all over. His parents are furious, haven't slept for 2 days, and are forcing him to apologize to Zhang Feng and get his forgiveness. Only in this way can his family have a glimmer of hope. No one knows the Bai family's methods better than him, ruthless and cruel. So even kneeling before Zhang Feng today, he has no choice but to do it. "My family's business is completely ruined." Zhang Feng ordered the Bai family to do it. Seeing Wu Yan couldn't continue, Zhao Ting suddenly interrupted. She poured out the whole story. After listening, Li Yuchen turned to look at Zhang Yuer, seemingly asking, "Who is your husband? Does he have so much influence?" Not only did he force the Bai family to bow down, but he also had to kill 2 of his own dogs as an apology. Zhang Yuer was also completely bewildered. She had no idea when this had happened. "Little fish, I beg you, please save my family." With a thud, Zhao Ting suddenly knelt before Zhang Yuer, crying as she pleaded. Zhang Yuer quickly stepped aside, her face cold. "Zhao Ting, I've already said, this isn't my business. Brother Feng never mentioned any of this to me. Since he didn't tell me, it means he doesn't want me involved. So you've come to the wrong person. But, besides you, no one can help us." Zhao Ting's tears flowed like a burst dam. "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Zhang Yuer's attitude was firm, refusing Zhao Ting's plea again. All right, stop crying. You can think of other ways. If you keep bothering Zhang Yuer, she might report you for harassment." Li Yuchen frowned, issuing a small warning. "Ting Ting, stop crying, let's go," Wu Yan said softly. Zhao Ting looked up at Zhang Yuer, her eyes filled with complex emotions: hatred, resentment, and sorrow, but no remorse or regret. "Little Yuer, I know you hate me, but to stand by and watch someone die is too heartless, isn't it?" Zhao Ting was still relentless. Zhang Yuer didn't respond. Zhao Ting gritted her teeth in anger and left with Wu Yan. "Goodbye, Teacher Li." A few minutes after Zhao Ting and Wu Yan left, Zhang Yuer also prepared to take her leave. Wait, Zhang Yuer, Li Yuchen called out hurriedly. What is it, Teacher Li? Zhang Yuer stopped and turned to look at Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen opened his mouth, looking hesitant, and after several seconds of hesitation, finally waved his hand and said, Nothing, you go about your business. Actually, he wanted to inquire about Zhang Feng's background and origins from Zhang Yuer, but this involved Zhang Feng's privacy, and he figured Zhang Yuer wouldn't tell him, so he gave up. As far as I know, although the Zhao and Wu families aren't extremely wealthy, they still have tens of millions. The Bai family is so ruthless, no wonder they're the Bai family. Li Yuchen muttered to himself. Chapter 80 Undeterred. Leaving Li Yuchen's office, Zhang Yuer's feelings were quite complicated. Seeing Zhao Ting in Wu Yan's battered state, she wasn't particularly happy. How is Brother Feng so powerful? Zhang Yuer murmured to herself. In her memory, Zhang Feng was the kind of person who was easy to talk to, but then she thought, being easy to talk to and having a good temper didn't mean being weak and easily bullied. Zhao Ting's actions had gone too far, which was why Zhang Feng had retaliated. However, this retaliation was too fierce. The Bai family bowed down, while the Wu and Zhao families didn't even have a chance to bow down, they went bankrupt. Zhang Yuer's thoughts were scattered as she walked home. She arrived at the dormitory building in a daze and happened to run into Pan Ning and Zhang Xiaoa. Little Yuer, Pan Ning called out. Zhang Yuer snapped out of her reverie, looked up, and saw Pan Ning and Zhang Xiaoa. She nodded and greeted them. Her relationship with Zhao Ting had soured, but her relationship with Pan Ning and Zhang Xiaoa hadn't. Little fish, have you heard? Tingting's family is in trouble, Pan Ning said. Zhang Xiaoa nodded in agreement. Yeah, I heard they offended some big shot. Not only did they go bankrupt, but they also owe the bank tens of millions. Zhang Yuer stared at the two women, seeing their expressions were normal and that they didn't know the inside story, so she said nothing. Little fish, what's wrong? Pan Ning asked. Hearing this explosive news, Zhang Yuer didn't react at all. That was abnormal. Shouldn't a normal person ask what happened, or at least show some emotion? But Zhang Yuer's expression remained calm and unresponsive. It's nothing, Zhang Yuer replied, turning and walking into the dormitory building. Pan Ning turned to Zhang Xiaoa beside him and asked, what's wrong with her? Did her family go bankrupt too? Xiaoyar's family runs a tea plantation. It's a stable income every year. As long as they don't invest recklessly, they'll never go bankrupt, Zhang Xiaoa said. Strange. I feel like Xiaoyar's mood is a bit off, Pan Ning muttered. Sighed Zhang Xiaoa sighed. Ting went too far. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to get over it either. Xiaoyar is probably upset about it. Your explanation is too far-fetched. If Xiaoyar held such a grudge, why didn't she show any joy when she heard Tingting's family went bankrupt? Pan Ning countered. Zhang Xiaoa rolled her eyes. How should I know? I'm not a mind reader. Zhongcheng University sports field stands. Zhao Ting and Wu Yan sat dejectedly in the stands, their faces filled with sorrow and frustration. Looking down at the vast sports field, their spirits were at rock bottom. Xiao Yuer doesn't want to help. What do we do now? Wu Yan asked listlessly. He was almost in despair. Because of how he had relentlessly trampled on Zhang Feng to curry favor with Bai Xiao, he knew that if he were Zhang Feng, he wouldn't have let him off the hook either. And Bai Xiao was even more despicable. To please Zhang Feng, he had not only betrayed them but also ruthlessly suppressed their family business. Go ask Xiao Yuer again, Zhao Ting said after a long silence, a resolute glint in her eyes, as she stood up. She secretly made up her mind to do everything in her power to get Xiao Yuer's help, otherwise her family would go bankrupt and she would become an ordinary person. Just thinking about it filled her with a nameless fear. Although her family wasn't top-tier wealthy, they were still considered well-off, never lacking food or clothing. Becoming an ordinary family, unable to afford even a handbag, would be unbearable. In truth, Wu Yan was also afraid of losing everything. Relying on his family's wealth, he lived a very comfortable life, buying limited-edition basketball shoes at will and owning luxury cars worth over $1 million. Suddenly losing everything would be unbearable for anyone. Okay. Wu Yan nodded, a resolute determination burning in his eyes. Following Zhao Ting, they arrived at the girls' dormitory. Zhao Ting and Zhang Yuer used to share a dormitory, so she knew Zhang Yuer's habits. She was probably in the dormitory at this time. However, Wu Yan couldn't enter the girls' dormitory and could only wait downstairs. Ting, everything is in your hands now. Wu Yan gave Zhao Ting an encouraging look. Zhao Ting didn't even bother to respond. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for their lives. This saying applies not only to spouses but also to friends. Isn't that Ting? Didn't something happen to her family? Why is she at school? Zhao Ting's figure entering the dormitory building was spotted by Pan Ning and Zhang Xiaoa. Pan Ning was about to call out to Zhao Ting when Zhang Xiaoa stopped her. Why are you stopping me? Pan Ning looked at Zhang Xiaoa, puzzled. Ting is feeling down right now, she's upset. Why are you calling her? Let her have some peace and quiet. When we meet later, don't ask her about her family. Zhang Ziaoa said. Pan Ning nodded, and the two followed Zhao Ting towards the dormitory. But as they walked, they realized that Zhao Ting didn't seem to be going back to the dormitory. Where's Ting Ting going? She's not going to see Xiao Yuer, is she? The two women exchanged glances. Zhang Yuer had just changed dorm rooms and wasn't currently living with them, but the two dorms weren't far apart, one on the west side of the fourth floor, and the other on the east side. Zhao Ting had clearly turned the wrong way, heading east, towards Xiao Yuer's dorm. Finally, just as they suspected, Zhao Ting knocked on Xiao Yuer's door. What are you doing here? Zhang Yuer was alone in the dorm at the time. Hearing the knock, she went to open the door. Seeing Zhao Ting, her face instantly turned cold, and she asked coldly, Xiao Yuer, I'm begging you, please help my family this once. Otherwise, my family is truly doomed. Zhao Ting cried. I told you, this has nothing to do with me. Please don't bother me again, thank you. Zhang Yuer said, trying to close the door. But Zhao Ting held the door shut, preventing her from closing it. Zhang Yuer frowned. With her skills, even several Zhao Tings wouldn't be enough to defeat her. Zhao Ting's relentless pestering was quite annoying her. She wanted to push Zhao Ting away, but considering Zhao Ting's current emotional state, she didn't know how things would escalate if she made a move. Therefore, she was very cautious. She didn't give Zhao Ting any chance. After all, Zhao Ting had a history of doing anything despicable. What if she tried to stage an accident? Ting Ting, little fish. Pan Ning and Zhang Ziaoa saw this and quickly came over. Ting Ting, why are you crying? Xiao Yuer didn't do anything to you. That matter is over and done with. What's the point of you clinging to Xiao Yuer? Pan Ning said, her face displeased. She was on Xiao Yuer's side. Alright, stop crying, Ting Ting, Zhang Ziaoa advised from the side. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, whatever it was, they needed to calm down first. Crying wouldn't solve anything. Chapter 81 looks familiar. Ziaoa, Ning Ning. Zhao Ting wiped away her tears and looked at the two girls. Zhang Yuer was silent for 2 seconds, then stepped aside and called the three into the dormitory. Making a scene at the dormitory entrance would only attract other girls to watch. It's common knowledge that women have a natural talent for gossip. If they talked about it at the dormitory entrance, the whole dormitory building would know in no time. Ting Ting, what do you want with Xiao Yuer? Pan Ning asked first as they entered the dormitory. Zhao Ting's nose twitched twice, and she said, I want to ask Xiao Yuer for a favor. She was clever and immediately told them the whole story without hiding anything, wanting Pan Ning and Zhang Ziaoa to plead with Zhang Yuer on her behalf. Ting Ting, what you're saying, is it true? Zhang Ziaoa felt a sense of disbelief after hearing Zhao Ting's words. Her family was also in business, so she naturally knew the status of the Bai Group in Jiangqin's business world. If the Bai Group were to suppress Zhao Ting's family business, Zhao Ting's family would indeed have no room to resist. However, the problem is that the Bai family is suppressing Zhao Ting's family business because of pressure from Zhang Feng. In Zhangcheng, who can make the Bai family bow down? Why would the Bai family listen to Zhang Feng and suppress Zhao Ting's family business? It's absolutely true. I didn't believe it at first either, but this information came from various channels my family has gathered, it can't be wrong. Zhao Ting nodded solemnly. Ting Ting, is this Zhang Feng you're talking about, Xiao Yuer's boyfriend? It's not just someone with the same name, is it? Pan Ning also didn't believe it. Yes, Zhao Ting said, turning to Zhang Yuer with pleading eyes and a humble expression. Little Yuer, I beg you, I made a mistake, but it wasn't my intention. I was forced to do it by the Bai family. Zhang Yuer ignored Zhao Ting. This was a classic case of reaping what you sow. Who told you to curry favor with the Bai family? To do something so shameless just to curry favor with them, you deserve this. Little Yuer, isn't your boyfriend starting a business? He sounds like a big shot. Pan Ning said with a strange look. Zhang Yuer sighed softly and said, he is starting a business, it's just a pretty big one. That's right, a pretty big one. He's leased an oil field, making billions a year. What should we do about this? Zhang Ziaoa asked hesitantly. Zhang Yuer said helplessly, Ning Ning, Ziaoa, to be honest, I only found out about this today. Feng didn't tell me what he was doing, which means he doesn't want me involved. You understand what I mean, right? Yes, yes, yes. Pan Ning nodded repeatedly. Zhang Ziaoa didn't say anything, only nodded. So, it's no use Zhao Ting begging me. It's not that I don't want to help, but I can't, Zhang Yuer said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting's face turned ashen. She didn't say anything more and left Zhang Yuer's dormitory like a walking corpse. Zhang Ziaoa, fearing something might happen, quickly followed. Pan Ning stayed in the dormitory, chatting with Zhang Yuer for a while. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhangcheng International Airport. Boss, who are we picking up today? Tang Jiajia followed Zhang Feng, gazing expectantly towards the exit, unable to resist asking curiously, "They're here." Zhang Feng smiled. Tang Jiajia followed Zhang Feng's gaze and saw a tall, beautiful blonde waving in their direction. This blonde beauty was too eye-catching. She spotted her immediately. "Oh, it's her," Tang Jiajia muttered. She had met Jennifer when she last visited Zhongcheng, but they hadn't exchanged many words. "Honey, did you miss me?" Jennifer came up and gave Zhang Feng a big hug. At 1.75 meters tall, especially in heels, she wasn't much shorter than Zhang Feng. She also gave him a warm cheek kiss during the hug. This immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Jennifer was very open and didn't seem to care, but Zhang Feng felt a little awkward. He was worried about someone filming him and posting the video online. After all, he had a girlfriend now. "Let's go. The car has been waiting for a long time," Zhang Feng said with a smile, releasing Jennifer. "You haven't answered my question yet." Jennifer crossed her arms and refused to move. Zhang Feng smiled wryly and said, "Yes. Yes. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, aren't you afraid of being photographed by paparazzi saying that the Citibank CEO secretly dated some handsome guy during her trip to Daxia?" "I'm single, why should I be afraid?" Jennifer said, but her actions betrayed her words, and she followed Zhang Feng into the van. Also getting into the van with Jennifer was a Daxia woman, dressed in a business suit, with her hair in a ponytail, looking extremely capable. Her features seemed vaguely familiar to Zhang Feng. "Is this your new secretary?" Zhang Feng asked with a smile. If he remembered correctly, Jennifer's secretary was named Chris, also a blonde woman. "No," Jennifer said with a smile, "she's the project manager in our investment department. Chris is sick and didn't come to Daxia with me this time." "Hello, Mr. Zhang, my name is Wei Linglong. I've heard so much about you." Wei Linglong extended her hand and said with a smile. Zhang Feng paused, then shook hands with Wei Linglong, saying, "You look familiar. Have we met before?" "Feng." Before Wei Linglong could answer, Jennifer couldn't help but tease, "Is this your new way of flirting with girls? It's so old-fashioned." Zhang Feng smiled. Wei Linglong said, "Mr. Zhang, we haven't met, but it's not surprising that I look familiar." "How so?" Zhang Feng asked. "My name is Wei Linglong, and my mother's name is Wei Hong. You should have met her," Wei Linglong said with a smile. "Wei Hong? She's Wei Hong's daughter? No wonder she looks familiar. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence." Zhang Feng laughed loudly. Jennifer looked at the two of them with interest, saying, "In your great Xiao language, what's this called? A connection made in heaven? It's more like fate brought us together." Zhang Feng smiled. Then, changing the subject, he asked, "Is this trip back to China with Jennifer for a family visit or a business trip?" "It's both a business trip and a family visit," Wei Linglong replied. "Ms. Jennifer has put me in full charge of the oil field project." Zhang Feng turned to look at Jennifer. Jennifer smiled gently. "What? Is there a problem? Ms. Wei is very capable, I trust her completely." Zhang Feng gave her a look that said, "I don't believe you at all." He now deeply suspected that Jennifer had specifically investigated and recruited Wei Linglong for the purpose of seizing power. Although he was the largest shareholder with absolute power to make final decisions, he couldn't possibly control all aspects of the company's operations. "Feng, I'm not that bad, at least not to you." Jennifer smiled helplessly, then leaned forward and gave Zhang Feng a sweet kiss on the cheek. Chapter 82 Jade Bracelet. Zhang Feng touched his cheek, the lingering fragrance unforgettable. "Okay, I believe you," Zhang Feng said with a shrug. Sitting in the back row, Tang Jiajia couldn't help but sneer inwardly at this scene. "Ha, men. Just a kiss on the cheek, and he's bought you off?" Zhang Feng, of course, wouldn't be easily bought off. He noticed that his relationship with Jennifer had increased to 93 points. The initial relationship value was 80, a friendly and intimate state. What does 93 points mean? You see, after he and Zhang Yur established their relationship, his relationship value was only 95 points. Jennifer's was only 2 points lower. This meant that Jennifer could become his girlfriend at any time if he wanted to. He just didn't understand why Jennifer's relationship value with him had suddenly increased so much. With such a high relationship value, there was no way Jennifer would try to trick or deceive him. Wei Linglong's return to China was most likely due to Jennifer arranging a capable assistant for him. Zhang Feng had his suspicions but didn't voice them. He chatted and laughed with Jennifer all the way to the Yinyu Jiangnan Grand Hotel. After settling into their accommodations, Jennifer suddenly said, "Feng, I don't want to stay in a hotel." "Not a hotel? Where will you stay?" Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. "As far as I know, you bought a big house. Didn't you reserve rooms for guests?" Jennifer smiled elegantly, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Feng. "Stay at my house?" Zhang Feng was immediately in a dilemma. Tang Jiajia had only visited his house twice for business, earning a stern warning from his mother, Ding Mei. If Jennifer stayed at his house, his mother would skin him alive. But Jennifer had already brought it up, how could he refuse? He seemed to have no suitable reason. Had the secretary beside him chuckled inwardly at this scene. The boss's antics were certainly entertaining. What? You don't want to? Jennifer's smile faded slightly, her tone tinged with amusement. How could I not? You'd be more than welcome. Zhang Feng forced a smile. Secretly, his mind raced. What to do? He went out and brought back a stunning blonde beauty. How was he going to explain this to his mother? Aha! Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Zhang Feng. He looked at Wei Linglong and said, Miss Wei, why don't you come to my house? We're quite faded, aren't we? Me? Wei Linglong pointed to herself, feigning surprise. What's going on? Are we that close? Xiao Yuer will be coming later too, Zhang Feng added. Xiao Yuer? A small figure flashed through Wei Linglong's mind. She knew Xiao Yuer, but hadn't seen him in a long time. Her memory of him was still from Zhang Yuer Elementary School. Okay, Wei Linglong was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly noticed the warning look Jennifer gave her. She changed her mind. It doesn't seem like that will work. I have plans, it's inconvenient to go to your place. Zhang Feng was speechless and could only nod. All right then. After settling the Citibank group in and instructing Tang Jiajia to entertain them well, he drove Jennifer home. He had been practically forced to do this by Jennifer. Compared to his sour face, Jennifer beamed with joy the whole way. About 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Zhang Feng's new home. Xiao Feng, what's this? Zhang Feng opened the door and entered. His mother, Ding Mei, accompanied by the nanny Zhou Qin, was taking a stroll in the yard and immediately saw Zhang Feng and Jennifer. She recognized her son, but who was the blonde beauty beside him? Ding Mei was surprised and also somewhat angry. Men with money tend to go bad, and her son was no exception. He was getting increasingly wild, even bringing home a foreigner. What would happen if Xiao Yuer found out? Hello, Auntie, my name is Jennifer, I'm your son's good friend. Before Zhang Feng could speak, Jennifer introduced herself. Hello. Ding Mei nodded in greeting, but didn't show much enthusiasm. Upon entering the living room, Jennifer took out a gift she had prepared beforehand and presented it to Ding Mei, saying, Auntie, this is a gift I specially bought for you. I hope you like it. Ding Mei didn't take it, but looked up at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled wryly, Mom, just accept it. Jennifer is my friend and also my business partner. He felt guilty, so he offered this explanation. Ding Mei hummed in agreement and smiled, Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Auntie, let me help you put it on. Jennifer opened the gift box and took out the gift inside. Zhang Feng, watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this is an icy green jadeite bracelet. You couldn't get one for less than several million. Moreover, jadeite isn't very popular in the West, it's mainly the people of Great Britain who like it. It seems Jennifer put a lot of thought into preparing this gift. Auntie, do you like this gift? Jennifer asked with a smile as she helped Ding Mei put on the bracelet. It's too precious, Ding Mei muttered, trying to take it off, but Zhang Feng stopped her. He could tell his mother really liked the jade bracelet. But then he thought, oh no, Xiao Yuer's birthday present for his mother is a gold bracelet. Isn't that too heavy? Thinking this, he couldn't help but look at Jennifer, suspecting she had planted a spy among him. He had just accompanied Zhang Yuer to buy a gold bracelet, intending to give it to his mother as a birthday gift, and now this woman had given him a bright green, icy jade bracelet. What did she mean? She was clearly trying to outshine Xiao Yuer. Seemingly sensing Zhang Feng's gaze, Jennifer turned her head, a broad smile on her face, a hint of smugness in her expression. Xiaokan, we have guests tonight. Go buy some good food. He who eats another's food is bound to be grateful. Ding Mei was no exception. After accepting Jennifer's gift, her attitude noticeably improved. That's human nature. Come on, I'll help you take your luggage back to your room, Zhang Feng said, getting up and pulling Jennifer's suitcase. Okay. Jennifer nodded and followed Zhang Feng upstairs. There were 3 rooms on the first floor. Ding Mei was living in the master bedroom. One room was occupied by the nanny, Zhou Qin, and the other was used for storing miscellaneous items and hadn't been tidied. The second floor was roughly the same layout. Zhang Feng was in the master bedroom, and the other 2 rooms were empty. Sigh. Watching Zhang Feng and Jennifer walk upstairs together, Ding Mei sighed inwardly. Her son was grown and no longer under her control. She couldn't interfere even if she wanted to. She could only hope he knew his place and wouldn't cause any trouble. Are you satisfied? Zhang Feng led Jennifer to the guest room, put her luggage away, and asked with a smile. It's fine. Jennifer opened the window, looked at the scenery outside, then turned to Zhang Feng, smiling, and asked, Which room are you staying in next door? Chapter 83 Beauty Showdown. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng looked at Jennifer warily. She'd gone to such lengths to move into his place. Could she have some ulterior motive? Could she be planning to force herself on him? That wouldn't do. Although Zhang Feng was tempted, he knew he had principles and couldn't cheat on his girlfriend. But, what man could resist the temptation of such a blonde bombshell? If she sneaked into his bed at night, he might not be able to control himself. For a moment, Zhang Feng thought of many things. He couldn't help it, Jennifer's intentions were too obvious. Yes, Zhang Feng nodded. Seeing Zhang Feng's nervous expression, Jennifer couldn't help but laugh. What are you nervous about? I'm not going to eat you. Who's nervous? Zhang Feng retorted stubbornly. Jennifer suddenly stepped forward and hugged Zhang Feng, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Come to my room tonight, okay?" Zhang Feng stiffened. Just as he expected, wasn't Jennifer trying to seduce him into making a mistake? Just as he hesitated, his phone rang. Jennifer released Zhang Feng, letting him answer the phone. Zhang Feng glanced at the caller ID. It was Xiao Yuer calling. He quickly left the room, pressed the answer button, and chuckled. "Xiao Yuer. Brother Feng, I'm at the entrance of the complex, but the security guard won't let me in." Xiao Yuer's voice came from the phone. Because Zhang Feng bought a luxury villa, the security level in the complex was very high. Without an access card or a residence escort, outsiders simply couldn't get in. "Wait a minute, I'll come pick you up," Zhang Feng said, then hung up. Normally, if an outsider visits with the owner's permission, the security guard will let them in. Zhang Feng wanted to use the opportunity of picking up Xiao Yuer to give her a heads up beforehand, otherwise, seeing a blonde beauty as soon as she entered the house might cause a misunderstanding. "Who is it?" Zhang Feng hung up the phone, looking delighted. Jennifer asked curiously. "My girlfriend, Xiao Yuer. She's at the entrance of the complex. I'm going to pick her up," Zhang Feng explained frankly, without hiding anything. Jennifer knew about his girlfriend. Even so, upon hearing that Zhang Feng's girlfriend was coming, Jennifer frowned almost imperceptibly, seemingly a little unhappy. "Then go ahead." Jennifer forced a smile. Although unhappy, her manners and intelligence wouldn't allow her to do anything foolish like jealousy or throwing a tantrum. Smart women often have more sophisticated methods. From childhood to adulthood, whatever she wanted, she always found a way to get it. "I'm off then." Zhang Feng smiled and ran downstairs. Jennifer went to the window, watching Zhang Feng's hurried departure below. Her gaze was distant, and the resolute look in her eyes became increasingly apparent, as if she were deep in thought. Xiao Yuer. At the entrance of the residential complex, Zhang Feng saw Xiao Yuer. Today, Zhang Yuer was wearing white jeans and a loose sweater, looking very casual and youthful. "You could have just told the security guard. Why did you come all the way here?" Zhang Yuer looked at Zhang Feng and gave him a sweet smile. "It's nothing, I just wanted to get some exercise." Zhang Feng led Zhang Yuer into the residential area and headed towards his villa. Little Yuer, we have a guest." Zhang Feng was about to explain to Zhang Yuer, but she interrupted him halfway through. "I know, a stunning foreign beauty, isn't she?" Zhang Yuer smiled. Zhang Feng turned to look at Zhang Yuer, asking curiously, "How did you know?" The question had barely left his mouth when he realized what she meant. Wei Linglong must have tipped them off. "I'm not telling you," Zhang Yuer huffed, taking Zhang Feng's arm and walking forward. Zhang Feng didn't bring it up. A few minutes later, the two returned home. "Little Yuer." Seeing Zhang Yuer, Ding Mei's eyes lit up with a smile, but then a hint of worry flickered in her eyes as she thought of something. After putting her luggage back in her room, Jennifer came to the living room and saw Zhang Yuer. She looked her up and down carefully and had to admit that this beautiful woman possessed an Eastern beauty that Jennifer herself lacked. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuer was also secretly observing Jennifer. At over 1.7 meters tall, Jennifer was exceptionally tall and slender, with a stunning figure, curvy and shapely. Her features were deep and striking, yet softly angular, and paired with her blonde hair, she was simply captivating. Even Jennifer herself was somewhat attracted to her, let alone men. "No wonder Sister Linglong called me to come to Brother Feng's house. If I hadn't come, something really would have happened. Brother Feng is mine, and no one can take him away." Zhang Yuer silently resolved. Compared to Zhang Yuer's nervousness, Jennifer appeared much calmer. Firstly, she was older than Zhang Yuer, possessing far more experience and knowledge. Secondly, her current achievements, status, and education gave her immense confidence, allowing her to remain composed regardless of who she was facing. "Hello, my name is Jennifer." Jennifer stepped forward, extending her hand confidently. "Hello, my name is Zhang Yuer." Zhang Yuer quickly regained her composure and responded with a smile. Neither of them mentioned their relationship with Zhang Feng, creating an atmosphere of subtle tension and tension. Ding Mei looked at her son, as if to say, "See? What will we do?" The nanny, Zhou Qin, also watched with amusement, as if expecting a good show. Zhang Feng felt a little awkward for a moment, coughing twice and saying, "Sit down. Sister Qin, cut some fruit." He then sat down first. Zhang Yuer released Jennifer's hand and naturally sat down next to Zhang Feng. She was Zhang Feng's girlfriend, so sitting next to him was perfectly reasonable. Jennifer didn't hesitate either, sitting down on the other side of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng turned to look at Jennifer. What's going on? You're making me lose face. This is my house, you'd better not cause trouble. Jennifer, however, seemed oblivious to Zhang Feng's questioning gaze, blinking and smiling, whether intentionally mischievous or with some other meaning, it was unclear. Luckily, the sofa was long enough that the three of them didn't feel crowded. Xiao Feng, Mom's a little sleepy, I'm going back to my room to rest. Call me when dinner's ready. Ding Mei, seeing the situation was getting awkward, went straight to her room. Young people should handle their own affairs. As their mother, she couldn't say anything. Miss Zhang, Jennifer began. Just call me little fish, Zhang Yuer immediately interrupted. Jennifer paused, then smiled, and said, okay. Little fish, you're so beautiful, one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen in Great Xia. Jennifer, you're beautiful too, the most beautiful Western woman I've ever seen. Zhang Yuer laughed. One called the other a girl, showing her maturity, the other called her a woman, implying she was older. Chapter 84 Late Night Chat. Zhang Feng was caught in the middle between the two women, not knowing which to accept. They'd barely met when they were already locked in a battle of wits. Although Zhang Yuer was the legitimate girlfriend, Jennifer wasn't intimidated at all, because she had the resources to back it up. They chatted for a while, and 8 out of 10 sentences were directed at each other, either veiled sarcasm or sarcastic remarks. Jennifer was a foreigner, but she was fluent in the language of Great Xia, so communication was effortless. What surprised Zhang Feng was Zhang Yuer. He hadn't expected Xiao Yuer to unleash such a powerful offensive, going toe-to-toe with Jennifer without losing ground. On second thought, it made sense. Xiao Yuer studied at Zhongcheng University, a top-tier university in Great Xia. Her intelligence and emotional intelligence were both high, and her privileged family background contributed to her confident personality. After a long period of agonizing waiting, the nanny, Zhou Qin, finally finished preparing dinner. Mom, dinner's ready. Zhang Feng felt like he'd been granted a reprieve and hurriedly got up and ran into his mother's room. But Ding Mei wasn't in bed at all. The door was ajar, and as Zhang Feng entered, he saw his mother eavesdropping on the conversation in the living room. Xiao Feng, tell me the truth, does Jennifer have feelings for you? Ding Mei asked in a low voice as she closed the door. Zhang Feng chuckled dryly, maybe. The system had set up a somewhat ambiguous initial relationship between him and Jennifer, and a similar one with Zhang Yuer. The only difference was that Zhang Yuer was more proactive with Zhang Feng, while Jennifer didn't seem interested in taking things further, seemingly enjoying the ambiguous, on-again, off-again relationship. She only became a little anxious after learning that Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer had become a couple. But even in her anxiety, Jennifer wasn't the type to act impulsively, planning carefully before acting, striking decisively that was her style. Unfortunately, with Zhang Yuer's arrival, her plan might be ruined. I don't even know what to say to you, Ding Mei pointed at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled and said, all right, Mom, I'll handle things in this relationship, don't worry. What good would worrying do? Ding Mei complained, pushing open the door and leaving the room. Entering the living room, her face was full of smiles. Little fish, Jennifer, stop chatting, let's eat. Okay. Zhang Yuer nodded in response, appearing obedient and sensible. Thank you. Jennifer expressed her gratitude elegantly and generously. After they were seated, Zhang Feng took out a bottle of red wine and poured some for Zhang Yuer and Jennifer. Ding Mei, still recovering from a serious illness, wasn't feeling well and didn't drink. Jennifer, welcome, let's have a toast. Zhang Feng raised his glass and smiled. Zhang Yuer raised her glass along with Zhang Feng, saying, welcome, Jennifer. She acted completely like the lady of the house, behaving like a devoted wife to Zhang Feng. Jennifer raised her glass to clink with the two of them, took a sip of red wine, and suddenly turned her gaze to Ding Mei, smiling, Auntie, are you comfortable wearing the jade bracelet I gave you? Very comfortable, very comfortable. Ding Mei nodded repeatedly with a smile. Zhang Yuer followed Jennifer's gaze and noticed the icy green jade bracelet on Ding Mei's wrist. Her eyes immediately turned slightly jealous, she hadn't even given away the gold bracelet she bought yet. Displeased, Zhang Yuer felt outshone by Jennifer. She couldn't afford such an icy green jadeite bracelet. Although her family was well off, these bracelets cost millions, even tens of millions. Where would she get that kind of money? Zhang Feng noticed Zhang Yuer's mood and reached out to pat her leg, indicating she was all right. Zhang Yuer turned her head and glared at him, whispering, I'm eating. Her voice wasn't loud, but Jennifer could hear her clearly. To outsiders, it looked like Zhang Feng was making unwanted advances towards Zhang Yuer, like a young couple flirting. Jennifer stared at Zhang Feng with a leisurely gaze, a slight smile playing on her lips, a look that said, you just wait. Zhang Feng felt like he was in a hellish situation. Damn it, he was unworthy of such a beauty's favor. He lowered his head and ate his food. It could be said that Zhang Feng ate this meal with extreme difficulty. After dinner, it was getting dark. But Zhang Yuer showed no sign of leaving. Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xiao Yuer was going to stay overnight? Just as he was thinking of secretly asking Zhang Yuer, Jennifer suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yuer, you're still a student, right? It's getting dark, aren't you going back to your dorm? Yeah, it's too late, I won't go back, Zhang Yuer said, turning to Zhang Feng. Brother Feng, I'll stay with you tonight. Zhang Feng was stunned, he hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. Okay, Zhang Feng quickly nodded in agreement. Jennifer's eyes flashed with obvious displeasure, but she couldn't say anything. After all, they were officially boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm a little tired after this long flight, I'll go back to my room to rest, Jennifer said, saying goodbye to Ding Mei before going upstairs to her room. You young people chat. Ding Mei followed her back to her room. In the living room, only Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer remained. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Yuer, who lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment. Little Yuer, let's go back to our room and rest. Zhang Feng smiled, taking little Yuer's hand and leading her upstairs to their room. Passing Jennifer's room, he noticed the door was closed, so he and little Yuer quietly went into their own room. Brother Feng, why don't you take me back to school? Zhang Yuer said hesitantly. At this crucial moment, she felt a little nervous. Although she knew she would have to take that step sooner or later, this time Jennifer had been pushing her step by step, and she wasn't mentally prepared. It's too late, Zhang Feng gently pulled Zhang Yuer closer. This reason was given by Zhang Yuer herself, and it was rather weak. Zhang Yuer nodded, her voice barely audible. Just as the two were preparing for their next move, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. Opening the door, Jennifer stood outside in her pajamas, arms crossed. What is it? Zhang Feng asked. I wanted to talk to you about oil field expansion and safety. Do you have time? Jennifer asked calmly. It's too late, tomorrow. Zhang Feng chuckled, trying to appear less awkward. I have other plans tomorrow, Jennifer said. She seemed determined to get what she wanted. Seeing this, Zhang Feng nodded helplessly. Okay, I like to have a drink when I'm discussing business. Go decant a bottle of red wine, Jennifer said, pushing open the door to Zhang Feng's bedroom, completely disregarding Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer's feelings. So domineering. Zhang Feng grimaced. Is this what a domineering CEO is like? Looks like tonight's plans are ruined. No choice but to comply with Jennifer's request. He went downstairs and brought up a bottle of red wine, and the two chatted idly in the living room about oil field expansion and safety. They talked until midnight, and before they knew it, the bottle was finished. Zhang Feng was incredibly sleepy. Seeing that it was about time, Jennifer got up and left. Chapter 85 is exactly what you expect. The next day, Zhang Feng woke up groggily. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Zhang Yuer's pretty face. His head was still throbbing slightly. Awake? Zhang Yuer had rested well, her skin was rosy and her face was smooth and delicate. Seeing Zhang Feng awake, she gave him a sweet smile. What time is it? Zhang Feng sat up, rubbing his head. 9:30. Zhang Yuer replied with a smile. Zhang Feng hummed in response, got out of bed, went to the bathroom, and quickly washed up. When he came out, he felt a little better. Did you do anything naughty to me while I was asleep? Zhang Feng teased, looking at Zhang Yuer. Zhang Yuer huffed, no way. Zhang Feng chuckled, stepped forward, hugged Zhang Yuer, and kissed her hard, making her face turn red, before stopping. Then, the two went downstairs together. The nanny, Zhou Qin, had already prepared breakfast. Seeing the two of them come down, she brought over 2 more meals. Jennifer was eating her breakfast when she smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "You're up." Zhang Feng glared at Jennifer. This girl must have done it on purpose last night, trying to stop him by getting him drunk. How despicable. However, what annoyed him even more was that Jennifer could hold her liquor better than him. He couldn't even outdrink her. Jiangnan Hotel, Deluxe Business Room. Mom! Wei Linglong opened her arms and gave Wei Hong a big hug. After graduating from university, she went abroad for further studies, successfully obtained a green card from the United States, and worked in the investment department of Citibank. This is the quintessential other people's child. Intelligent from a young age, went to university, studied abroad, worked at a renowned international bank, and earned a generous salary every year, something many can only dream of. Wei Hong has always been proud of Wei Linglong, but Wei Linglong's work has been too busy, and the mother and daughter haven't seen each other for 2 years. Upon learning that Wei Linglong had returned to China and was in Zhongcheng on a business trip, Wei Hong rushed over overnight. My darling daughter, I missed you so much. Wei Hong hugged Wei Linglong, her eyes involuntarily reddening. Mom, I missed you too. Seeing her mother's tears, Wei Linglong felt a pang of sorrow and cried along with her. A few minutes later, the mother and daughter finally stopped crying. Wei Hong asked, how long will you be staying in China this time? I don't know, maybe a few days, maybe a few months, or maybe I won't leave at all, Wei Linglong said, her brows furrowing slightly as she spoke about work. No definite answer? What's your boss thinking? Wei Hong complained. Wei Linglong hesitated before speaking. Actually, it's not entirely our boss's fault. Whether I can stay and work in China mainly depends on Xiao Yuer's boyfriend, John Feng. Wei Hong's eyes widened. What does he have to do with it? He's not your boss. Mom, it's like this. Our boss invested in Mr. Zhang's company, and new shareholders are coming in. I came back to China mainly to handle this. After the share transfer is completed, our boss wants me to work in Mr. Zhang's company as the head of a new department, the investment department. But Mr. Zhang's company doesn't have that department yet. Our boss needs to discuss with Mr. Zhang whether it can be established, and whether Mr. Zhang will agree to me taking charge. These are all unknowns. It mainly depends on Mr. Zhang's thoughts, Wei Linglong explained. After listening, Wei Hong pondered for a dozen seconds and said, Linglong, tell me, what's the situation with John Feng's company? If it doesn't have a future, come back, and I'll hand over our family company to you to manage. Mom, our family company can't compare to Mr. Zhang's, Wei Linglong said cautiously, constantly observing her mother's expression. How can it not compare? I know he's rich, earning tens or hundreds of billions a year, but that's not our money. If you come back and inherit the family business, you'll earn no less than working for him, Wei Hong said somewhat indignantly. Regardless, the Wei family was still a family with assets exceeding 100 million. Mom, that was before. Wei Linglong paused, then said, let me put it this way, the shares that President Zhang sold this time will bring in at least $7 billion, which is about 50 billion. This is pure cash, not including fixed assets. And after that oil field completes its expansion, its annual income will increase tenfold, even 20-fold. Before, it earned 10 billion a year, after the expansion, it can earn hundreds of billions. Hiss. Wei Hong gasped upon hearing this. She herself was wealthy and knew that once wealth reached a certain level, taking another step forward became extremely difficult. She had struggled in the business world for decades to accumulate this fortune, yet it didn't seem to amount to as much as Zhang Feng earned in a single day. This was terrifying. Was that an oil field? That was a treasure trove. Linglong, can we invest in Zhang Feng's oil field? Wei Hong asked a very naive question. Anyone seeing so much money would have unrealistic thoughts. Mom, let's not even think about it. We don't have the resources or the qualifications, Wei Linglong said with a wry smile, then changed the subject. However, if I could work at General Manager Zhang's company, earning 10 million a year wouldn't be a problem. A 10 million annual salary? The Wei family couldn't afford that. Wei Linglong could probably earn back the Wei family's assets in just a few years. Wei Hong looked at her daughter, feeling both gratified and wistful, but thinking of Zhang Feng, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Such a high net worth was something she couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. Mom, you mustn't ask Xiao Yuer for help, Wei Linglong suddenly said. She was afraid her mother would secretly ask Xiao Yuer for help, mentioning investing in the oil field, but it was simply impossible. Firstly, Xiao Yuer was just Zhang Feng's girlfriend, they weren't married. Even if they were, with such a huge amount of money involved, he wouldn't just give it away for free because of a family connection. I know, Wei Hong smiled helplessly. Oh, by the way, does Xiao Yuer know you're back? Yes, I called Xiao Yuer yesterday, Wei Linglong said. Did they meet? Wei Hong asked again. Wei Linglong shook her head and said, no, Xiao Yuer went to President Zhang's house last night. I asked her to go. Something's up here. Wei Hong looked at Wei Linglong curiously, waiting for her explanation. Our boss isn't staying in a hotel, she's staying at Mr. Zhang's house. Wei Linglong didn't know how to explain. After all, it wasn't good to speak ill of her boss behind his back. Why? Isn't she used to staying in a 5-star hotel? Wei Hong asked, puzzled. Wei Linglong paused for a few seconds, then said, our boss might have a bit of a crush on Mr. Zhang. What do you mean by a bit of a crush? Wei Hong felt increasingly uneasy. Wei Linglong nodded, yes, it means what you're thinking. Your boss likes Mr. Zhang? Wei Hong's voice rose an octave. Although Zhang Yuer wasn't her daughter, she was more than a daughter to her. How could she stand by and watch someone else steal Xiao Yuer's boyfriend? Chapter 86 Making a Huge Profit. SHH. Although the soundproofing in the luxurious business suite was excellent, Wei Linglong quickly gestured for Wei Hong to be quiet. If anyone overheard, she'd be finished. Jennifer wasn't very old, but to become the CEO of Citibank, she needed considerable shrewdness. Offending such a capable, young, and beautiful woman was definitely not a wise choice. Our boss is a workaholic, obsessed with making money, and doesn't seem very interested in romance. But he's an exception with Mr. Zhang. I can tell he's interested in that kind of thing, Wei Linglong said. Wei Hong nodded, she completely trusted her daughter's judgment. So call Xiao Yuer and tell her to go to Zhang Feng's house and keep an eye on your boss, to prevent him from messing around, Wei Hong said. Mom, what messing around? Don't put it so bluntly. Wei Linglong was exasperated with her mother's bluntness, it was almost embarrassing to say. Wei Hong smiled. You know what mom means, that's enough. Sigh, I wonder if Xiao Yuer was at Mr. Zhang's house last night. Wei Linglong sighed softly, thinking to herself. Linglong, you did the right thing, mom supports you. I was just afraid that Xiao Yuer would be foolish and let someone else steal her boyfriend, Wei Hong said. With Zhang Feng's current net worth, what woman couldn't he find? Besides, he's not bad looking himself, his height and appearance are top-notch. Such a high-quality boyfriend is hard to find even with a lantern. Wei Hong had already made a decision in her heart, she would have a good talk with Xiao Yuer in the next couple of days. If that didn't work, she would get married first, she couldn't let Zhang Feng, this big fish, get away. Having spent many years naively naive in the business world, she understood better than many young people. It was precisely because she had built a certain material foundation through her own efforts that she understood what Zhang Feng's wealth meant. Mom, last time you called me, asking about Mr. Zhang, did you two have some kind of conflict? Wei Linglong suddenly asked. Wei Hong's expression changed slightly, and she said somewhat guiltily, it wasn't really a conflict, just a couple of words. Are you worried it will affect your work? No, Wei Linglong quickly shook her head. I've never met Mr. Zhang before, but my first impression of him was quite good. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who's petty. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Are you free? Let's go shopping together, Wei Hong said. Wei Linglong shook her head apologetically, I'm afraid it won't work, I still have work to do later. Just got back to the country and already working? No time to rest? Your boss is so heartless, Wei Hong complained. Despite her complaints, she definitely supported her daughter's work. The parents sat in the hotel's third-floor restaurant for a while, had breakfast, and then Wei Linglong went back to her room to prepare documents. Wei Hong booked a deluxe business room on the same floor. That afternoon, the three-way negotiations officially began. Jennifer attended with Wei Linglong, Lin Ming with his secretary, and Zhang Feng with Guo Zheng. The negotiations took place in the luxurious conference room of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. The sudden appearance of unfamiliar people in the company, and Guo Zheng's personal reception, naturally attracted the attention of some employees. Besides, Jennifer, that blonde beauty, was so eye-catching, everyone who saw her couldn't help but take a second look. Who's that foreign beauty? The global CEO of Citibank. She visited the company once before. Wow, that's something. Some employees walked together, gossiping and chatting. But Sun Yi's attention wasn't on Jennifer. Her gaze was on a young man. Why does he look so familiar? Could she be seeing things? If she wasn't mistaken, this person was her cousin, Zhang Feng. Sun Yi's mind raced. She remembered her cousin recently buying a large villa, his business booming. Could it really be her cousin? Thinking this, she felt a sense of absurdity, it was too unreal. The company's mysterious, elusive behind-the-scenes boss was actually her cousin? If that were true, then everything made sense. No wonder General Manager Guo is so attentive to me, teaching me everything step by step, clearly treating me as a key talent for development. She's only been with the company a short time, yet she's already proficient in her work. So I'm benefiting from my cousin's connections. Yi, what are you looking at? A female colleague waved in front of Sun Yi, teasingly smiling. Sun Yi snapped out of her reverie and said, nothing. We're all women, don't pretend. Are you peeking at that handsome guy? The one walking next to our general manager Guo. To be honest, forget it. That handsome guy is most likely our company's big boss, handsome and rich, countless beauties are eyeing him. The female colleague advised Sun Yi to give up her fantasies, but then her own gaze drifted to Zhang Feng, a hopeful look on her face. Sun Yi couldn't help but pout and said, you're such a fangirl. Yi, you just graduated from university, you don't understand. The female colleague said with an air of experience. Just then, Zhang Feng caught a glimpse of Sun Yi out of the corner of his eye. Seeing her looking at him, he didn't linger and entered the conference room with Jennifer, Lin Ming, and the others. The important issues regarding the equity transfer documents and payment methods had already been agreed upon. The current task was for all three parties to confirm the documents and contracts for any omissions. This kind of tedious work was naturally left to the subordinates. The three bosses chatted casually to the side. Boss, no problem. Guo Zheng, after reviewing the contract documents, approached Zhang Feng and whispered. Zhang Feng looked up at the other two. I have no problem either, Jennifer said. Then sign. Lin Ming smiled and signed his contract first. Zhang Feng and Jennifer followed suit, then exchanged their documents and continued signing. The contract documents were in triplicate, with each person keeping one copy. Zhang Feng sold 7% of his company shares, earning $7 billion, which was deposited into his designated private account within 3 business days. Jennifer sold 3% of her shares, earning $3 billion. In other words, she invested $1 billion and made a profit of $2 billion in less than 2 months, plus a 37% stake in the oil field. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, after repaying his Citibank loan, netted $6 billion plus a 53% stake in the oil field. Both of them made a fortune. Heilong Capital, seemingly at a loss, was actually making a killing. The oil field's profits were predictable. The principal would be recouped in just 3 to 5 years. The reason was simple. Lin Ming had proposed a more aggressive expansion plan. A pleasure doing business with you. A pleasure doing business with you. With the contract signed, all three smiled. This was a deal with no losers. Zhang Feng instantly became one of the top, secretly wealthy tycoons in the country, holding 50 billion yuan in cash. Chapter 87 Salary Increase. Gentlemen, I'll take my leave now. After the contract was signed, Lin Ming stood up and smiled. Take care. Neither Zhang Feng nor Jennifer tried to stop him. Although this was a multi-billion-dollar transaction, and a celebratory banquet was expected, all three parties preferred a low profile, so the banquet was cancelled. Phew. The car slowly drove out of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company's parking lot, and Lin Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With these shares, the buy group would be much easier to manage. How many shares of the buy group do we hold? Lin Ming asked his secretary in a low voice. Including the scattered shares we purchased from the secondary market, it's about 31%. We are now the largest shareholder of the buy group and can join the board of directors at any time, the secretary replied. As Lin Ming's personal secretary, she was already used to Black Dragon Capital's acquisition of shares in listed companies. The buy group was just another example. Next was joining the board and taking control of the buy group. 31%? Lin Ming pondered for a few seconds. That's enough. If we keep buying, we'll have bought up all the available shares. As for joining the board of directors and taking control of the buy group, Lin Ming didn't have that idea for the time being. He just wanted to use the buy group as a shell company to reap profits in the secondary capital market. He planned to sell half of his shares in Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company to the buy group, inflate the stock price, and then sell his remaining shares. He had calculated that he could not only recoup the money he spent on the Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company shares but also make a huge profit. As for insider trading or illegal activities, they didn't exist at Black Dragon Capital. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, only Zhang Feng and Jennifer remained in the room. Recently, you can keep an eye on the people who are close to Lin Ming. He's definitely going to make a move, most likely in the secondary market, Jennifer said with a hint of amusement. Before coming to Daxia, she had conducted a more detailed investigation into Black Dragon Capital and Lin Ming, gaining a certain understanding of their capital market operations, which is why she dared to make such a judgment. Zhang Feng nodded upon hearing this, secretly noting it down. If he could take advantage of the situation to rob Black Dragon Capital, he wouldn't mind. After all, who would turn down money? As the saying goes, a fool wouldn't make money if he could. Jennifer glanced at Zhang Feng, unsure if he had taken her advice to heart, but it didn't really matter. Secretly following Black Dragon Capital's operations and taking advantage of the situation to rob them wouldn't guarantee a big win. At most, it would only be a sip of soup. She continued, I'm thinking of setting up an investment department in the company, specifically focusing on the energy industry. What do you think? An investment department? Under Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company? Zhang Feng asked. It's best to be affiliated with Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, because as the oil field expands, Tianfeng Oil and Gas's reputation in the industry will also increase. It's more convenient to invest in related industries under the Tianfeng Oil and Gas brand, Jennifer explained. For emerging companies, lack of funds is only one aspect, relationships are even more crucial. For example, if a newly established internet company seeks funding, and Tencent is willing to invest 10 million while another unknown company is willing to invest 15 million, with equal stakes, which investment would the new company prefer? Tencent, of course, because Tencent can bring traffic and a driving force, attracting more investment. Okay, no problem. Zhang Feng smiled slightly, then asked, have you already chosen someone for the new department head? Yes. Jennifer didn't hide anything and said directly, I personally recommend Wei Linglong. She did very well in Citibank's investment department and I believe she can handle the new position with ease. I have no objection. Zhang Feng smiled. Putting aside Wei Linglong's abilities, he couldn't refuse just for Xiao Yuer's sake. Secondly, although Wei Linglong was Jennifer's person, considering her relationship with Xiao Yuer, she was practically one of their own. Having her manage the investment department was better than anyone else. Then it's settled. Jennifer smiled slightly, took 2 steps closer to Zhang Feng, and their eyes met, less than 10 centimeters apart. I'm flying back home tonight. So soon? Zhang Feng asked, somewhat surprised. Jennifer's eyes held a hint of resentment, and she smiled wryly, your girlfriend is keeping a close eye on you. I don't have a chance to do anything wrong. What's the point of staying? Zhang Feng just smiled awkwardly. Kiss me, Jennifer suddenly said. Zhang Feng was stunned. Before he could react, Jennifer's red lips were on his. Zhang Feng went numb instantly. A dozen seconds later, just as Zhang Feng was having some difficulty breathing, Jennifer released him and laughed. Not bad. She then took out a wet wipe and handed it to Zhang Feng. Wipe it off. Zhang Feng quickly took the wipe, went to the window, and, reflecting the glass, wiped the lipstick off his lips. He turned and glared at Jennifer, saying, "Can you not surprise me next time? I like it. What's it to you?" Jennifer laughed, adopting a domineering, leading lady attitude. Zhang Feng was speechless. He really couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. Knowing he had a girlfriend, she still tried to flirt with him. Putting everything else aside, given Jennifer's status and personality, would she willingly become a mistress? Feng, I regret it. Jennifer looked at Zhang Feng with deep affection. Zhang Feng also looked at Jennifer. Was this a confession? But wasn't the confession a little too late? He already had Xiao Yuer. He couldn't abandon Xiao Yuer for Jennifer. To be honest, he really liked Xiao Yuer. Being with her was comfortable, and besides, Xiao Yuer was so beautiful, what man would give her up? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, saving Zhang Feng from his predicament. Who is it? Zhang Feng asked. The two bosses were having a private meeting. Who would dare to disturb them? Guo Zheng and Wei Linglong wouldn't be so oblivious. Mr. Zhang, your water. A familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Zhang Feng opened the door and, sure enough, it was his cousin, Sun Yi. Sun Yi, holding 2 bottles of water, stared intently at Zhang Feng. Come in. Zhang Feng smiled slightly, making way for Sun Yi to enter the conference room. He didn't intend to hide it from Sun Yi forever. It was impossible to keep it a secret forever. Sooner or later, Sun Yi would find out he was the company boss. However, he hadn't expected Sun Yi to be so curious, daring to take the risk and come to verify it herself. Brother, are you really our company boss? Sun Yi asked excitedly as soon as she entered the conference room. Her attention was entirely on Zhang Feng. She didn't notice Jennifer. Absolutely. Zhang Feng smiled. Then can you give me a raise? Sun Yi's eyes lit up. Receiving Zhang Feng's affirmative answer, she almost shouted out loud. Chapter 88. Jennifer is acting strange. A raise? Zhang Feng glanced at Sun Yi and couldn't help but laugh. If I remember correctly, you haven't been here long. I don't care, I want a raise. Sun Yi hadn't known her cousin's capabilities before, but now that she did, she wasn't going to hold back. No way. If you don't want to work here, quit. Zhang Feng snorted, putting on an unyielding expression. Sun Yi's eyes darted around, seemingly plotting something. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of Jennifer in the room. Jennifer was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and Jennifer smiled. Hello, little sister. Hello, hello. Sun Yi was stunned by the blonde beauty before her. She had only seen her from afar before, but now, so close, she clearly felt Jennifer's overwhelming presence. Both her looks and her aura made Sun Yi feel somewhat inferior, so she unconsciously became more obedient. Feng, is this your sister? Jennifer asked. Zhang Feng hummed in agreement. Cousin. What does cousin mean? Jennifer paused, frowning slightly. She was fluent in Daxia language and quite knowledgeable about Daxia culture, practically a Daxia expert, but she wasn't entirely familiar with certain colloquialisms. My aunt's daughter. Zhang Feng explained. Oh, so you're my cousin. Jennifer smiled and stood up, approaching Sun Yi and extending her hand. My name is Jennifer, your brother's girlfriend. Girlfriend? Sun Yi was taken aback, turning to look at Zhang Feng. As far as she knew, her cousin dated a school beauty. She'd never heard of him having a foreign girlfriend. Wow, 2 birds with 1 stone. My name is Sun Yi, you can just call me Yi Yi. Sun Yi chuckled awkwardly. Then she turned away, winking at Zhang Feng behind Jennifer's back, and said, Brother, you two chat, I'll go out now. With that, she turned and left the meeting room. This girl, what's with all her fuss? Zhang Feng was speechless, but he couldn't do anything about Sun Yi. He regretted revealing his identity so early. Now that she knew, wouldn't she be arrogant in the company? Your sister is very interesting, I like her, Jennifer said with a smile. Zhang Feng chuckled. Jennifer, there are no outsiders here. There's no need for flattery between us. Jennifer shook her head with a smile, offering no explanation, and instead said, that's about it. Call President Guo and Linglong in. Zhang Feng nodded and then dialed Guo Zheng's number. Half a minute later, Guo Zheng and Wei Linglong entered the conference room together. Jennifer explained the situation to them. Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company had established an investment department to be managed by Wei Linglong. President Guo, what are your thoughts? Zhang Feng asked. Guo Zheng hesitated for a few seconds, then said, Boss, I have no objections. Okay, it's settled then. Zhang Feng said. 3 hours later, Zhangcheng International Airport, VIP waiting room. Have a safe trip. Zhang Feng hugged Jennifer and smiled softly. There are many things waiting for me to handle in the US, but if you say you'd like me to stay, I can consider staying a few more days, Jennifer whispered in Zhang Feng's ear. Zhang Feng's heart tightened. What was wrong with Jennifer? Her frequent declarations of love, was she spurred on by Xiao Yuer? Was she preparing a competition? That didn't make sense. Jennifer was a calm and rational person. Even if she liked him and wanted to snatch him away from Xiao Yuer, she wouldn't be so rash. In short, he sensed something was slightly off about Jennifer. Goodbye, darling. Just as Zhang Feng was pondering this, Jennifer released him, waved with a smile, and strode towards the boarding gate. Goodbye. Zhang Feng smiled and waved back, banishing the jumbled thoughts from his mind. Turning around, he found Wei Linglong and Tang Jiajia both watching him. He paused, then asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Wei Linglong looked away without speaking. Tang Jiajia, looking silly, said, "Boss, if I were you, I'd let Jennifer stay. Just do your own job." Zhang Feng reached out and ruffled his secretary's hair, making a mess of it, before stopping. Tang Jiajia pouted, looking angry. Zhang Feng ignored her. He was the boss, with the most power. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to keep Jennifer, but how would he explain it to Xiao Yuer? Damn it, what's the system doing with these two relationships it arranged for me? Zhang Feng muttered to himself as he sat in the executive seat of the van. That's right, he didn't have to drive himself anymore. Tang Jiajia had expanded her fleet, with 3 drivers and 2 assistants to help her complete the tasks assigned by her boss. Wei Linglong got into another car. As soon as she got in, she sent Zhang Yuer a text message, "Little fish, our boss is back in the country." A few seconds later, Zhang Yuer replied, "So fast? Yeah, you'd better be careful. I'm pretty sure our boss has feelings for Zhang Feng, and he's been very aggressive, but luckily Zhang Feng resisted," Wei Linglong replied. Zhang Yuer, smiling face, "Linglong, whose side are you on? Does this count as betrayal?" Wei Linglong, laughing and crying, "Of course I'm on your side. Also, this doesn't count as betrayal." Zhang Yuer, "Thank you, sister. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow." Wei Linglong, "It's a deal." About 40 minutes later, Wei Linglong returned to the Yinyu Jiangnan Hotel. Wei Hong, upon learning of her daughter's return, immediately went to her daughter's room. "How did it go? Was everything settled?" Wei Hong asked impatiently. "It's settled. I'll be working for Boss Zhang from now on," Wei Linglong said with a smile. Wei Hong paused for a moment, then asked, "How much is the salary?" "A base salary of 3 million, plus an annual bonus. Roughly calculated, it won't be less than 10 million. Speaking of salary, Wei Linglong was quite excited. Although she earned over $1 million a year in Citibank's investment department, she was still some distance from a 10 million annual salary. Now, working for Zhang Feng, it was like achieving a triple jump in salary. So much? Wei Hong was taken aback. You see, her net worth was only a little over 100 million. After deducting fixed assets such as real estate, she only had 20 to 30 million in cash. Her daughter, on the other hand, earned over 10 million a year. In just a few years, she would earn more than she had accumulated through decades of hard work. It made her a little envious. Why even bother running a company? Just work for Zhang Feng. President Zhang is very generous. From what I understand, the company's senior executives all earn over $1 million a year, Wei Linglong said. Although salaries are considered private, it wasn't difficult for Wei Linglong to find out. After all, she was now the head of a new department, and this department wielded considerable power. Most importantly, her position was very special. She had Jennifer backing her and also had some connection to Zhang Feng. Was it really that hard to casually ask about the salaries of senior executives? Sigh, compared to this kid, my company seems like child's play, Wei Hong sighed. Chapter 89. The academic prodigy returns home. After seeing Jennifer off, Zhang Feng returned home and found his aunt, Ding Ju, visiting with Sun Yi. Brother. Seeing Zhang Feng return, Sun Yi greeted him with a fawning expression. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng's hands were empty. If he had been carrying a bag or something, she would have readily taken it. Zhang Feng replied casually, bending down to find his slippers. Brother, let me do it, let me do it. Sun Yi quickly retrieved the slippers from the shoe cabinet and neatly placed them at Zhang Feng's feet, practically ready to change his shoes herself. Isn't that a bit unnecessary? Zhang Feng put on the slippers, a smirk playing on his lips. This girl had never been so attentive to him before. This behavior was clearly that of a sycophantic lackey. It's necessary, absolutely necessary, Sun Yi said firmly. Zhang Feng was his cousin. As long as he clung to this powerful figure, he wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life, not even the next. It has to be said, young people these days are very pragmatic. After several failed jobs, Sun Yi felt that her older brother's company was her stage to shine, and she was determined to work hard and strive for a promotion and a raise as soon as possible. Zhang Feng ignored Sun Yi's flattery and went to the living room, where he respectfully greeted Ding Ju as auntie. Ding Mei beamed from ear to ear. The two families sat together, chatting about everyday things, until after 9 p.m. when Ding Mei and Sun Yi finally left. The next day, Zhang Feng drove to the company and met with Guo Zheng and Wei Linglong in the chairman's office. The chairman's office had always been there, but Zhang Feng had never used it. He was currently a hands-off manager, having only shown his face at the company twice in total. "Boss, President Zhang." Guo Zheng greeted him with a smile, and Wei Linglong responded politely. From their way of addressing Zhang Feng, it was clear that Guo Zheng was Zhang Feng's confidant. "Sit down." Zhang Feng had his secretary, Tang Jiajia, pour each of them a glass of water, then leaned back in his executive chair to listen to Guo Zheng's work report. "Boss, the oil field expansion will require approximately 5 billion RMB. The initial plan is to secure a loan from Citibank. The entire expansion project should take 1 to 2 years to complete." Guo Zheng gave a detailed report on the oil field expansion and the potential problems. Zhang Feng could afford 5 billion RMB right now, but that was his personal property. The company wasn't solely his. The money needed for the oil field expansion naturally had to be raised by the company itself. The best solution was to secure a bank loan and repay it with the following year's profits. You handle it as you see fit. Don't be too stingy. Completing the expansion as quickly as possible is the most important thing, Zhang Feng instructed. "Okay, boss." Guo Zheng smiled. He was incredibly motivated right now. For a simple reason, he just needed to do his job well. His boss had extensive connections. If they needed money, they could get a loan from Citibank. If the oil field encountered difficulties, they could contact Prince Salamander. "Manager Wei, I don't understand investment matters, and I don't want to get involved. You were recommended by Jennifer, so you must have some ability. If you have any problems in the future, just discuss them with President Guo and try to avoid bothering me." Zhang Feng turned to Wei Linglong and said. He intended to completely relinquish his responsibilities as a manager. "Okay." Wei Linglong nodded, not surprised. Before coming, she had specifically researched Zhang Feng and knew he was someone who trusted his subordinates completely. Once he delegated authority, he generally wouldn't interfere with their decisions. "Alright, that's all for now, you can go back to work." Zhang Feng waved his hand, dismissing the two. Tang Jiajia entered the office and said, "Boss, there was a call for you just now." "Who?" Zhang Feng asked. He said his name was Li Kei. Tang Jiajia said, "Li Kei? That genius student?" Zhang Feng paused for a moment, then said, "Give me the phone." Tang Jiajia handed the phone to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng dialed back, the call connected after 2 beeps. "Zhang Feng," a hesitant voice came from the other end. "It's me." Zhang Feng smiled. "Why was a woman answering the phone just now?" Li Kei asked. "That's my secretary. You know, for a big boss like me, the secretary usually answers the phone first. Nobody else." Zhang Feng was interrupted halfway through his sentence. Li Kei scoffed, "Alright, I don't want to hear your bragging. Your little company, you even have a secretary? Can you even afford to pay her? Haven't you heard the saying a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days' absence?" Zhang Feng wasn't angry, and chuckled as he retorted. According to the system settings for this relationship, he and Li Kei already knew each other. Li Kei knew he was an entrepreneur with a small company, but he didn't know what had happened in the last 2 months. Zhang Feng had risen like a rocket, becoming worth tens of billions in less than 2 months, all in cash. "I'm back in the country. Come pick me up. It's been so long since we've seen each other, let's drink until we drop tonight." Unlike the dull, bookish academic, the genius student Li Kei was very outgoing and lively. "Okay, send me the address," Zhang Feng said with a smile. Li Kei hung up the phone, and a dozen seconds later, sent a location. "The airport?" Zhang Feng shook his head and chuckled. He flew here without even calling beforehand, only remembering to call after the plane landed. Was this some kind of thought process? A genius student? Or is he just socially inept? Zhang Feng called Tang Jiajia, arranged a car, and headed to the airport. 40 minutes later, they finally met the genius student, Li Kei, at the exit. Li Kei was slightly shorter than him, looked a bit thin, wore glasses, had messy hair, and was dressed in a beige casual outfit, giving off a boy-next-door vibe. "Ah Feng, you finally arrived." Seeing Zhang Feng, Li Kei opened his arms and hugged him like he was seeing a long-lost relative, looking incredibly grateful. "Why did you only think to call me after you got off the plane?" Zhang Feng asked. Li Kei sighed, "Hey, don't even mention it. Living abroad all these years, I've always used cash. Who knew I'd lose my wallet on a plane and have no money for a taxi? So you only think of me when you're down on your luck?" Zhang Feng scoffed. "Who told us to be brothers?" Li Kei said with a grin. His gaze suddenly fell on Tang Jiajia beside Zhang Feng, and he asked suspiciously, "And this is?" "Hello, my name is Tang Jiajia, Mr. Zhang's secretary." Tang Jiajia introduced herself before Zhang Feng could speak. Upon hearing this, Li Kei turned his gaze to Zhang Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You really have a secretary? Is there a problem? Zhang Feng countered with a smile. Li Kei opened his mouth several times, about to speak, but finally gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Alright, stop joking. Get in the car. I'll treat you to a big meal, Zhang Feng said with a laugh. Chapter 90 The First Investment Plan. Inside the restaurant, Li Kei was eating heartily, his mouth greasy. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you, Zhang Feng said, only taking a token bite. He wasn't particularly hungry, and seeing Li Kei's ravenous eating habits, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Kei seemed oblivious, continuing to devour his food. After more than 10 minutes, he finally put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, "Don't talk while sleeping or eating." What did you just say? Zhang Feng was speechless. It seemed this guy didn't listen to anyone while eating, or if he did, he simply pretended not to hear. Was this one of the quirks of a genius student? He'd heard that geniuses often had some unusual traits, what people called quirks. Nothing, Zhang Feng said, not dwelling on it, changing the subject. What are your plans for this trip back to China? Like you, starting a business. Li Kei said confidently. Starting a business? Zhang Feng was slightly surprised. That's right. I've already participated in the Great Xia Kingdom's Thousand Talents program selection. If all goes well, I'll receive national support, Li Kei said confidently with a smile. Zhang Feng's mind raced. He had a large amount of cash on hand and was wondering what to do with it. So he asked, what kind of business are you starting? Have you read The Three-Body Problem? Li Kei countered. Yes, Zhang Feng nodded. I really like Liu Cixin's works, but I watched the TV series. That's good. My research direction is the same as Wang Miao's in the series, Li Kei said. Mentioning Wang Miao, Zhang Feng instantly thought of the Gan project. He looked at Li Kei and asked, any progress on the research? Li Kei nodded and said, that's confidential, I can't say. It seems there's progress. Zhang Feng hesitated for a few seconds, then said, do you need money? If so, I can invest some. You'll invest in me? Li Kei chuckled in surprise, saying, Feng, it's not that I look down on you, but research is very expensive. Just setting up a lab will cost at least several $100 million. At this point, he frowned slightly and sighed, because the costs are so high, I don't know if we can get government funding. In his view, even though Zhang Feng's business was doing well, with luxury cars and a secretary, coming up with several $100 million was still impossible. After all, several $100 million was cash, and it might be the kind of investment that goes down the drain without any return. Even in the United States, getting that kind of funding wasn't easy. Li Kei didn't conduct his research in the US because his field had extremely high strategic significance, and he didn't want to be permanently trapped there because of his work. After all, there were numerous examples of top scientists who wanted to return home but were shot and killed shortly before their return. He didn't want to be one of those lucky scientists who committed suicide after being shot. So, before achieving his results, he returned to China. It's just a few $100 million, I can afford it, Zhang Feng said, shrugging, as if to say, I'm laying my cards on the table now. Li Kei still looked unconvinced. To gain his trust, Zhang Feng explained his acquisition of the oil field and other matters. Brother Feng, I've decided, I'll follow you from now on. Li Kei's attitude changed immediately, his address shifting from Ah Feng to Brother Feng, practically begging to kneel down and become his godfather. Do you have a place to stay? Zhang Feng asked. Li Kei shook his head. A place to stay isn't urgent. I need to go home and see my parents first. Brother Feng, it's a promise, you pledge allegiance to me. Once I develop nanowires, we'll reap the rewards of the world. Sure thing. Zhang Feng smiled. This relationship arranged for him by the system was definitely going to be fruitful. In his previous relationships, such as Prince Salamander, shipping magnate Song Gang, and Jennifer, they were his benefactors. In his relationships with Zhang Yuer and Li Kei, he played the role of benefactor, providing them with considerable assistance. The next day, in the chairman's office of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, Zhang Feng received an unexpected visitor. Ms. Su, what brings you here? Zhang Feng asked with a smile, looking at the intelligent and elegant Su Fei across from him. Su Fei smiled wryly and said, Mr. Zhang, haven't you been keeping up with the situation in Dongsha lately? What's wrong? Zhang Feng frowned and asked. He had, of course, been following the situation in Dongsha. He only knew that the Dongsha royal family had launched a massive anti-corruption campaign to consolidate power, and many royal members had been implicated. Suleiman had retreated swiftly, successfully preserving himself. Mr. Zhang, to be honest, the new project has encountered some problems. Dongsha wants to withdraw its investment. I've come here mainly to ask for your help, Su Fei said, her eyes fixed on Zhang Feng with eager anticipation. Zhang Feng hesitated slightly, not surprised, he had anticipated this. Ms. Su, I made myself very clear when I met with Chairman Li, Zhang Feng said calmly. Yes, I know, Su Fei nodded. but I'm here today to ask Mr. Zhang to introduce me to someone. Who? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Chairman Lin of Black Dragon Capital, Su Fei said, her eyes fixed on Zhang Feng, watching his every move. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. You want Black Dragon Capital to take over? It's unavoidable, Su Fei said with a wry smile. If there were any other choice, she wouldn't have sold herself to Black Dragon Capital. Although she hadn't dealt with Black Dragon Capital before, a little inquiring within the industry revealed their ruthless nature. Right now, with Dongsha withdrawing its investment, Longzhen Group was unable to maintain the project's operation and was doomed. Not only would the new project fail, but Longzhen Group would also be dragged down. Wait a moment. Zhang Feng said, calling Wei Linglong. Mr. Zhang. 2 minutes later, Wei Linglong entered. Sit down. Zhang Feng gestured to the empty seat across the table. Wei Linglong then looked at Su Fei, who quickly stood up and shook hands with her. This is Ms. Su Fei, Ms. Su from Longzhen Group, and this is Ms. Wei Linglong, Ms. Wei from our investment department. Zhang Feng introduced them, acting as a middleman. Ms. Wei, Longzhen Group has a project they need someone to take over. Could you go and see if there's any possibility of cooperation? Zhang Feng said. In the past, Zhang Feng would never have considered this idea, as he was a complete novice when it came to investment. But Wei Linglong was different. She was a talent from Citibank's investment department, a perfect fit for the field. Her evaluation of the project to determine its investment value was ideally suited for her. Okay, no problem, Wei Linglong readily agreed. Su Fei, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Before coming, she had never imagined that Zhang Feng wanted to invest directly, especially considering this was a billion-dollar project. Chapter 91 Capital Market Turmoil. Longzhen Grand Hotel, Chunyua Hall, top floor. After listening to Su Fei's report, Li Longzhen was momentarily lost in thought, staring blankly at the teacup in front of him. Zhang Feng actually wanted to take over the project? Did you hear me right? Li Longzhen still found it hard to believe. This was a multi-billion-dollar project, and it was in its early stages, the kind with huge risks. Otherwise, he could just get a bank loan. Why would he need to seek financing? It was precisely because of the high risk that loans were difficult to obtain. Of course, he could use his shares in Longzhen Group to secure a loan, but that would mean gambling everything. If he lost, he'd be left with nothing. Chairman Li, would I joke about something like this? Su Fei smiled slightly, understanding Li Longzhen's feelings at that moment. Zhang Feng's rise was too fast. In just 2 months, he transformed from a poor boy into a financial tycoon. Even a rocket couldn't move that fast. Sigh. Li Longzhen sighed deeply. He thought about how he had toiled most of his life, enduring countless sleepless nights to achieve his current wealth, yet it paled in comparison to someone else's mere 2 months of hard work. But then he realized he didn't have Zhang Feng's connections either. If Zhang Feng had those connections, he too could rise to prominence rapidly. Thinking this, Li Longzhen's curiosity about Zhang Feng's identity rekindled. His previous investigations, though fruitless, only made Zhang Feng's identity seem more mysterious. After all, these connections didn't appear out of thin air. There must be a powerful figure with immense influence behind Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Ming and Bai Yushin weren't idle either. Through Lin Ming's capital maneuvering, he sold his 10% stake in Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company to the Bai Group for $20 billion. $20 billion, converted to RMB, is 140 billion. Even selling the Bai Group wouldn't be worth that much. Logically speaking, even if Bai Yushin worked himself to the bone, he couldn't come up with that much money. But strangely, the deal was quickly finalized, with the Bai Group investing $20 billion to buy the shares. Because the Bai Group is a publicly listed company, such a large move had to be announced publicly. The announcement immediately caused a huge uproar in the market. The Bai Group, with a market capitalization of $20 billion, actually spent $140 billion to acquire 10% of an oil and gas company. This was simply a snake swallowing an elephant. A shady deal. Absolutely a shady deal. For the past 6 months, the Bai Group's stock price has been stagnant. Where did all this money come from? Even if you sold the entire group, you couldn't come up with it. This move truly shocks me. Where did the money come from? Does anyone know anything about this Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company? Based on the acquisition price, Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company is valued at least $200 billion. Found it. A newly registered company, established less than 2 months ago. I heard they just acquired an oil field in Dongsha. A company established less than 2 months ago, valued at $200 billion, and you say there's no shady deal. Hahaha, luckily I sold my Bai Group stock early, otherwise I'd be stuck with it. Same to you, me too. Whispering, is it too late to sell now? Look at the stock price, it's already plummeting. Experts have analyzed it and are very pessimistic about this deal. Those who have it should sell now. I remember buying Daxia Petrochemical back then, and now the Bai Group has pulled the stunt on me. Sell it all. You guys can play by yourselves. I can't handle this anymore. This news caused a huge stir, and as it spread, the Buy Group's stock price plummeted. But strangely, it seemed as if an invisible hand was pulling the stock price up, preventing it from falling into the abyss. The outside world interpreted this as the Buy Group secretly rescuing the stock. This amount of money wasn't large, after all. The Black Dragon Group had already bought up most of the shares on the market. Chairman Lin, someone is buying up stocks on the market. Noticing this money, the secretary immediately reported to Lin Ming. How much did they buy? Lin Ming frowned slightly and asked. Around 100 million, the secretary said, pausing before adding, there's hardly any stock left on the market. Lin Ming hummed in agreement, don't worry about it. It's probably just speculative capital trying to get a piece of the pie. Let them try, see if they have the ability. Understood, Chairman Linear. The secretary withdrew. Lin Ming didn't delve into the matter further and continued working on the documents at his desk. Meanwhile, at Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, in the chairman's office. That little bit? Not even 1%, Zhang Feng frowned and muttered. Jennifer had previously reminded him to pay attention to Lin Ming's movements. He noticed Lin Ming and Bai Yushin were getting close, and Wei Linglong's in-depth investigation revealed recent unusual activity in Bai Group's stock price. So, she focused on it and took advantage of the sharp drop to buy a lot of shares. But there were too few shares available on the market. After buying 100 million, there was almost nothing left. This also attracted the attention of some retail investors, who followed suit. After its sharp decline, Bai's Group experienced a small rebound, but it still failed to escape the downward trend. While many retail investors were unsure whether to enter the market, news spread rapidly online. Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company's oil field had undergone a second exploration, discovering huge oil reserves and threatening to expand production, increasing annual oil output 10-fold or 20-fold, with revenue reaching 2 to 300 billion yuan. The profits were staggering. Upon the news broke, Bai's Group stock experienced a surge. As long as the oil field didn't go bankrupt, Bai's Group would receive a large and stable annual dividend. The stock price surge was understandable, especially with Heilong Capital secretly fueling the rally, causing the stock price to soar and hit several consecutive daily price limits. The money Bai's Group used to acquire the oil and gas shares was also uncovered by resourceful netizens. It turned out that Bai's Group had secured financing from a large institution, mortgaging all of its assets, including the newly acquired 10% oil and gas shares. Bai's Group had truly gone all in, making a huge bet. Tisk tisk, could this institution that financed the Bai Group be Black Dragon Capital? Zhang Feng sneered. To retail investors, it was all shrouded in mystery, a mystery that seemed very intriguing. But Zhang Feng, who knew the inside story, couldn't help but sneer. Black Dragon Capital had simply switched hands, using the Bai Group to fleece investors, while still firmly holding onto their 10% stake in Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. Was it a clever tactic? Not really. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could pull it off, as long as they had no moral bottom line and strong enough connections. Just then, Tang Jiajia suddenly pushed open the door and said, "Boss, a group of reporters have come downstairs." Reporters? Zhang Feng was somewhat surprised. What are they doing at our company? They say they want to conduct an interview, Tang Jiajia said. Don't give any interviews. Have someone send these reporters away, Zhang Feng replied. Chapter 92. What? I'm famous? Okay, I'll go right away, Tang Jiajia nodded in response. She turned and left the office. Zhang Feng got up and went to the window, peering through the glass downstairs. Sure enough, he saw some television crews interview vans. He just wanted to be a low-key, reclusive tycoon and had no interest in public appearances. A dozen minutes later, the interview vans reluctantly left. Brother! The office door opened again. This time, it wasn't Tang Jiajia who entered, but Sun Yi, carrying a plate of fruit, her expression obsequious and ingratiating. This girl was very genuine. Ever since she found out Zhang Feng was her boss, she had never thought of hiding their relationship from her colleagues. These past 2 days, whenever Zhang Feng came to the company, she would often leave her post and run to his office. The department head couldn't do anything about Sun Yi. After all, she was the boss's cousin. What are you doing? Zhang Feng turned around and sat back down in his executive chair. Eat some fruit. Sun Yi handed over the fruit plate, personally picking up a piece with a small plastic fork and feeding it to Zhang Feng. She seemed determined to hold the fruit up until Zhang Feng ate it. What is it? Speak, Zhang Feng said, reluctantly accepting the fruit. Sun Yi chuckled and said, Brother, shouldn't my position be adjusted? You're blatantly using connections. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Then tell me, what can you do? I've got Guo Zheng personally training you, and you're still not happy? No, it's just that there's too much work, it's a bit tiring. Sun Yi gestured with her finger, indicating a little bit, emphasizing it. I think you just want to lie down, right? Are all college graduates this pragmatic these days? Zhang Feng said casually. Being pragmatic isn't a bad thing, Sun Yi retorted, sounding both unreasonable and confident. Zhang Feng chuckled. He'd figured it out, this girl was just like Tang Jiajia, both were the type who'd rather lie down than stand up. To put it bluntly, they were lazy. Why don't you quit? My company doesn't keep idle people. Oh, by the way, General Manager Guo is going on a business trip to Dongsha in a couple of days. Why don't you go with him? Zhang Feng said. A business trip to Dongsha? Sun Yi's face immediately fell. I'm going to tell my aunt, humph. Telling my mom won't do any good. In this company, my word is law, Zhang Feng said calmly, unfazed by Sun Yi's threat. What will happen if I quit? Will I still have money? Sun Yi asked tentatively. Zhang Feng was truly exasperated by this girl. He said speechlessly, don't you have any ambition? Of course I do. Isn't the point of working to earn money to enjoy life? If I had money to spend even if I didn't work, why would I work? Sun Yi said matter-of-factly. No, if you don't work, don't even think about getting a penny from me. Zhang Feng's face hardened, and he refused outright. Humph. Sun Yi pouted, leaving disappointed. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead. What had he done to deserve this? How could he have such a good-for-nothing cousin? He hadn't gotten cocky, but his cousin had. Time passed quickly, and evening arrived. Zhang Feng went downstairs to the parking lot, drove to Zhongcheng University, and planned to meet Xiao Yuer for dinner and a movie. The life of a big boss is dull and monotonous. Brother Feng. Zhang Feng was still driving his old Han Ev, not particularly eye-catching. While waiting for Xiao Yuer at the entrance of Zhongcheng University, he unexpectedly ran into Li Yuchen. Mr. Zhang. A knock came at the car window. Zhang Feng rolled down the window and saw a smiling Li Yuchen. Attorney Li, what a coincidence. Zhang Feng joked. He opened the car door and got out. Li Yuchen glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, before whispering, what's going on? You've reached a settlement with the Bai group? Sort of. Zhang Feng nodded. To make the Bai family bow down, Mr. Zhang is no ordinary person. Li Yuchen remarked, then, noticing Zhang Yuer approaching out of the corner of his eye, he smiled and said, your girlfriend's here, so I won't disturb your date. With that, he waved and turned to leave. Brother Feng. Zhang Yuer smiled brightly. Get in the car. Zhang Feng personally opened the passenger door for Zhang Yuer, unaware that someone was secretly filming her with a phone not far away. That person was none other than Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting was no longer the spirited woman she once was. She looked somewhat dejected, her eyes flashing with a cold, hateful glint. I'm finished, my family is finished, none of you will get away with this. Zhao Ting muttered through gritted teeth. Only after Zhang Feng got into the car and drove away did she put away her phone and leave silently. That evening, a short video with a brief caption circulated on various platforms. Jiangda's campus bell is being kept by a secret tycoon. The video title was eye-catching. It attracted many clicks, but after watching the video, many viewers internally questioned, this is a classic case of a beautiful woman and a handsome man, how can you tell it's a sugar daddy/sugar baby arrangement? Many young women even commented, if this is a form of maintenance, I'd be willing. However, the accompanying text revealed Zhang Feng's identity, chairman of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. Some netizens who don't follow the stock market were unaware of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, but those who do were immediately hooked. The Bai Group has recently been making headlines in the capital market, all because of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. Really? So young to be chairman? It sounds a bit ridiculous. These days, everyone's a chairman. Excuse me, but what's the market value of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company? Chairman? That's hilarious. Ignorance is bliss. Go check the stock exchange, and you'll know Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company's market value. Holy crap, I just checked. Although Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company isn't listed, the Bai Group spent $20 billion to buy just 10% of its shares. That means Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company is worth at least $200 billion. I'm a college student, don't lie to me. I'll lie to you, you little dog, woof woof woof. Don't joke around, upstairs. Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company is really amazing. I heard they found an oil field in Dongsha, and after re-exploration, the oil reserves increased 20-fold. Wow, I'm impressed. Young and rich, even I, a guy, am envious. Is this kid a front man? With such a high net worth, he drives a car worth only 200,000 RMB. Just like my car, enjoying life to the fullest, the chairman's car. Breaking news. This campus belle is named Zhang Yuer, from our department. Her boyfriend is indeed the chairman of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, the handsome guy in the video. I've said my piece, believe it or not. The online discussion grew increasingly heated. Beautiful women and handsome men always attract attention, especially since Zhang Feng's Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company is currently enjoying great success in the secondary capital market. Thus, the video inexplicably went viral. Chapter 92. What? I'm famous? Okay, I'll go right away, Tang Jiajia nodded in response. She turned and left the office. Zhang Feng got up and went to the window, peering through the glass downstairs. Sure enough, he saw some television crews interview vans. He just wanted to be a low-key, reclusive tycoon and had no interest in public appearances. A dozen minutes later, the interview vans reluctantly left. Brother! The office door opened again. This time, it wasn't Tang Jiajia who entered, but Sun Yi, carrying a plate of fruit, her expression obsequious and ingratiating. This girl was very genuine. Ever since she found out Zhang Feng was her boss, she had never thought of hiding their relationship from her colleagues. These past 2 days, whenever Zhang Feng came to the company, she would often leave her post and run to his office. The department head couldn't do anything about Sun Yi. After all, she was the boss's cousin. What are you doing? Zhang Feng turned around and sat back down in his executive chair. Eat some fruit. Sun Yi handed over the fruit plate, personally picking up a piece with a small plastic fork and feeding it to Zhang Feng. She seemed determined to hold the fruit up until Zhang Feng ate it. What is it? Speak, Zhang Feng said, reluctantly accepting the fruit. Sun Yi chuckled and said, Brother, shouldn't my position be adjusted? You're blatantly using connections. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Then tell me, what can you do? I've got Guo Zheng personally training you, and you're still not happy? No, it's just that there's too much work, it's a bit tiring. Sun Yi gestured with her finger, indicating a little bit, emphasizing it. I think you just want to lie down, right? Are all college graduates this pragmatic these days? Zhang Feng said casually. Being pragmatic isn't a bad thing. Sun Yi retorted, sounding both unreasonable and confident. Zhang Feng chuckled. He'd figured it out, this girl was just like Tang Jiajia, both were the type who'd rather lie down than stand up. To put it bluntly, they were lazy. Why don't you quit? My company doesn't keep idle people. Oh, by the way, General Manager Guo is going on a business trip to Dongsha in a couple of days. Why don't you go with him? Zhang Feng said. A business trip to Dongsha? Sun Yi's face immediately fell. I'm going to tell my aunt, Humph. Telling my mom won't do any good. In this company, my word is law, Zhang Feng said calmly, unfazed by Sun Yi's threat. What will happen if I quit? Will I still have money? Sun Yi asked tentatively. Zhang Feng was truly exasperated by this girl. He said speechlessly, Don't you have any ambition? Of course I do. Isn't the point of working to earn money to enjoy life? If I had money to spend even if I didn't work, why would I work? Sun Yi said matter-of-factly. No, if you don't work, don't even think about getting a penny from me. Zhang Feng's face hardened, and he refused outright. Humph. Sun Yi pouted, leaving disappointed. Zhang Feng slapped his forehead. What had he done to deserve this? How could he have such a good-for-nothing cousin? He hadn't gotten cocky, but his cousin had. Time passed quickly, and evening arrived. Zhang Feng went downstairs to the parking lot, drove to Zhongcheng University, and planned to meet Xiao Yuer for dinner and a movie. The life of a big boss is dull and monotonous. Brother Feng. Zhang Feng was still driving his old Han Ev, not particularly eye-catching. While waiting for Xiao Yuer at the entrance of Zhongcheng University, he unexpectedly ran into Li Yuchen. Mr. Zhang. A knock came at the car window. Zhang Feng rolled down the window and saw a smiling Li Yuchen. Attorney Li, what a coincidence. Zhang Feng joked. He opened the car door and got out. Li Yuchen glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, before whispering, What's going on? You've reached a settlement with the Bai group? Sort of. Zhang Feng nodded. To make the Bai family bow down, Mr. Zhang is no ordinary person. Li Yuchen remarked, then, noticing Zhang Yuer approaching out of the corner of his eye, he smiled and said, Your girlfriend's here, so I won't disturb your date. With that, he waved and turned to leave. Brother Feng. Zhang Yuer smiled brightly. Get in the car. Zhang Feng personally opened the passenger door for Zhang Yuer, unaware that someone was secretly filming her with a phone not far away. That person was none other than Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting was no longer the spirited woman she once was. She looked somewhat dejected, her eyes flashing with a cold, hateful glint. I'm finished, my family is finished, none of you will get away with this. Zhao Ting muttered through gritted teeth. Only after Zhang Feng got into the car and drove away did she put away her phone and leave silently. That evening, a short video with a brief caption circulated on various platforms. Jiangda's campus bell is being kept by a secret tycoon. The video title was eye-catching. It attracted many clicks, but after watching the video, many viewers internally questioned, this is a classic case of a beautiful woman and a handsome man. How can you tell it's a sugar daddy/sugar baby arrangement? Many young women even commented, if this is a form of maintenance, I'd be willing. However, the accompanying text revealed Zhang Feng's identity, chairman of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. Some netizens who don't follow the stock market were unaware of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, but those who do were immediately hooked. The Bai Group has recently been making headlines in the capital market, all because of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. Really? So young to be chairman? It sounds a bit ridiculous. These days, everyone's a chairman. Excuse me, but what's the market value of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company? Chairman? That's hilarious. Ignorance is bliss. Go check the stock exchange, and you'll know Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company's market value. Holy crap, I just checked. Although Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company isn't listed, the Bai Group spent $20 billion to buy just 10% of its shares. That means Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company is worth at least $200 billion. I'm a college student, don't lie to me. I'll lie to you, you little dog, woof woof woof. Don't joke around, upstairs. Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company is really amazing. I heard they found an oil field in Dongsha, and after re-exploration, the oil reserves increased 20-fold. Wow, I'm impressed. Young and rich, even I, a guy, am envious. Is this kid a front man? With such a high net worth, he drives a car worth only 200,000 RMB. Just like my car, enjoying life to the fullest, the chairman's car. Breaking news. This campus belle is named Zhang Yuer, from our department. Her boyfriend is indeed the chairman of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company, the handsome guy in the video. I've said my piece, believe it or not. The online discussion grew increasingly heated. Beautiful women and handsome men always attract attention, especially since Zhang Feng's Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company is currently enjoying great success in the secondary capital market. Thus, the video inexplicably went viral. Chapter 94 Rumors. Brother, you're famous. Sun Yi waved her phone and stormed into Zhang Feng's office. Skipping work during hours means a deduction in wages, Zhang Feng said without even looking up, continuing to stare at the Bai Group stock. For days ago, Bai Group stock price was around 2.1 yuan, now it's reached 3.07 yuan, for consecutive days of limit-up gains. At this rate, a tenfold increase wouldn't be a problem, as the market expects Bai Group stock price to reach around 30 yuan in the future. Zhang Feng's cost basis was around 2.2 yuan, totaling just over 100 million yuan. A tenfold increase would be over 1 billion yuan, a small profit for his current net worth. As for Black Dragon Capital, Zhang Feng estimated that this operation would recoup the $10 billion they spent on purchasing shares. Not only do you not give me a raise, but you also deduct from my salary. Don't you have any conscience? You heartless boss. Sun Yi muttered. Zhang Feng looked up at Sun Yi. This girl had been getting increasingly arrogant lately. Because of him, no one in the company's leadership, except Guo Zheng, dared to discipline her. If this continued, wouldn't Sun Yi be ruined? No way. He had to cultivate her talent. I'm giving you the day off. Go home and spend time with your aunt. Tomorrow you're going to Dongsha with President Guo, Zhang Feng suddenly said. Ha! Sun Yi was dumbfounded. Brother, you really want me to go on a business trip to Dongsha? Do you think I like joking? Zhang Feng retorted. Sun Yi panicked immediately. She was furious, but helpless. Her brother was really heartless. She thought that with her cousin's success, she could benefit from it and live a life of ease, but she never expected to have to work hard. Fine, I'll go, Sun Yi said, unable to persuade Zhang Feng. Actually, she knew in her heart that Zhang Feng was doing this for her own good, but she only wanted a life of ease. Oh, by the way, what did you mean when you said I'm famous? Zhang Feng asked abruptly. Sun Yi stepped forward, placed her phone in front of Zhang Feng, and said, look for yourself. There are rumors online that you're keeping a mistress at Zhangcheng University, with videos and text. It's all very detailed. Zhang Feng casually scrolled through the posts. Some of the comments were incredibly offensive, and he couldn't help but curse, these bastards, which eye of yours saw me keeping a mistress? Xiao Yuer and I are in a legitimate relationship, okay? There's no money involved. Why are you getting so worked up? I didn't insult you. Sun Yi snatched the phone away, chuckled at Zhang Feng's flushed face, and turned to leave the office. She rarely saw her cousin get the short end of the stick. This was quite a sight. Zhang Feng had no choice but to take out his own phone and search for related information. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of netizens. Online, he had been thoroughly investigated, even his identity as a graduate of Zhangcheng University had been exposed. Zhang Yuer fared even worse, her department and dormitory number were all exposed. Who could it be? Zhang Feng frowned slightly, pondering to himself. This matter couldn't have escalated so quickly without someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. It could be someone he offended, or it could be the Bai family. The Bai Group has been facing a lot of controversy lately and desperately needs a topic to boost its stock price, and he is a good entry point. First, his rise from nothing to a net worth of tens of billions in just 2 months is legendary enough. Second, the Bai Group is the third largest shareholder of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company. With this media attention, netizens naturally delved into this relationship, allowing shareholders to better understand Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company's powerful strength, thus driving up the buy group stock price. What appears to be gossip is actually a brilliant marketing ploy, from which the buy group has benefited immensely, as evidenced by its consecutive limit-up days, demonstrating its popularity among shareholders. Zhongcheng University, downstairs from the girls' dormitory. Look, that's the internet sensation, the school beauty who's been all over the place being kept. She's really beautiful, almost as pretty as me. You can fool your girlfriends, but don't fool yourself. What's the use of being pretty? Too bad she's promiscuous, got kept by someone. Can you stop being so sour? That's called being kept? Older men are kept, handsome guys are pursued by gentlemen. Holy crap, she really is a beauty. Too bad she's not my girlfriend. Don't you have a girlfriend? The one you bought yesterday, brand new, just manufactured last month. Rich people have it so good. If I were rich, I'd keep a couple for fun too. The internet says she's a chairman, worth billions. You believe what you read online? I think she's definitely a rich kid. I want to be a rich kid too. As Zhang Yuer walked back to her dormitory from the teaching building, male and female classmates pointed and whispered about her. The strange look she received made her very uncomfortable. Just then, her phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, she saw it was her academic advisor. Hello, Professor Liu, Zhang Yuer answered gently. Where are you now? Come to my office when you have time, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Without thinking much, Zhang Yuer immediately replied, okay. She hung up. Already at her dormitory, she didn't even put her books back in her room, turning back directly to her advisor's office. Her advisor was named Lu Jun, in his early 40s, slightly balding. Professor Liu. Zhang Yuer, carrying her books, stepped into the office. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun looked up, gave Zhang Yuer a cold glance, and bluntly asked, are the rumors online true or false? Zhang Yuer was taken aback, not expecting her counselor to call her in for this. She paused and explained, Teacher Liu, those rumors online are deliberately fabricated. There's no smoke without fire. Someone even filmed it. Lu Jun stared at Zhang Yuer with a sly smile. Zhang Yuer felt uncomfortable under Lu Jun's gaze, but she still patiently said, Teacher Liu, my family isn't poor. In other words, I'm not short of money. As for the content of the video, it's not anything outrageous, is it? My boyfriend and I went out to eat, and someone secretly filmed us and then added some random text to fabricate rumors. Alright, stop talking about rumors. This has had a terrible impact on the school. What do you suggest we do? Lu Jun impatiently interrupted Zhang Yuer. Zhang Yuer was stunned. What did he mean by, what do you mean we should do? She was the victim. Our Zhongcheng University is a national 985 key university. This incident has seriously damaged our school's image. If you cannot prove your innocence, the school may issue you a warning or impose some punishment, Lu Jun said. Zhang Yuer gradually realized what was going on and said coldly, Professor Liu, is this the school's decision, or your personal decision? At this point, does whose decision matters? Lu Jun retorted, suppressing his anger. After this incident, he had been summoned by his superiors and given a severe scolding. He needed someone to stand up for him. Chapter 95 Free Service. Important. Zhang Yuer was outwardly gentle but inwardly strong. When faced with injustice, she dared to resist. Lu Jun, without asking any questions, immediately gave her a beating, which infuriated her, so she stood up for herself. Zhang Yuer. Lu Jun slammed his hand on the table, glaring at her, and said, I hope you understand the current situation. You made a mistake, bringing negative impact to the school, not me. What mistake did I make? Zhang Yuer wasn't intimidated by Lu Jun's imposing manner, and retorted, is there a rule at school that we can't date? Is that dating? Lu Jun said sarcastically, I'm asking you, isn't Zhang Feng the chairman of Tianfeng Oil and Gas Company? Yes, Zhang Yuer nodded. Although she didn't interfere in Zhang Feng's business affairs, she knew a little about his basic situation. Is he worth tens of billions? Lu Jun asked again. Zhang Yuer replied calmly, that's personal privacy, I can't answer that, besides, I don't know. She genuinely didn't know Zhang Feng's net worth. Firstly, she had no interest in finding out, her privileged family background made her indifferent to money. Secondly, she didn't care much about material things, she liked Zhang Feng as a person, and his wealth was irrelevant to her. Zhang Yuer, I'm representing the school now, asking you about this, Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Zhang Yuer's answer dissatisfied him, it seemed somewhat perfunctory. I really don't know, Zhang Yuer emphasized again. Alright. Lu Jun nodded and continued, what's your relationship with Zhang Feng? Zhang Yuer glanced at Lu Jun speechlessly and helplessly. Was this repetitive questioning really necessary? Hadn't she made her relationship with Zhang Feng clear enough? He was just being deliberately obtuse. Teacher Liu, I'll say it again, all those things online are rumors. Zhang Feng and I have a normal romantic relationship. Zhang Feng is a senior from our school, and our meeting was purely accidental, Zhang Yuer explained. She was clearly upset. Being exposed online for no reason would make anyone happy. You need to take responsibility for what you said. I need to report this to the school leaders later. The school will release an announcement later, so I'm letting you know in advance, Lu Jun said, frowning. Is there anything else? Zhang Yuer asked calmly, unmoved by Lu Jun's words. No. Goodbye, Teacher Lu. Zhang Yuer turned and left Lu Jun's office. Lu Jun watched Zhang Yuer's retreating figure, muttering something under his breath. On her way back to the dormitory, she was still being pointed at and whispered about. Zhang Yuer was feeling irritable and put her books back in her dorm. She sent Lu Jun a message saying she wasn't feeling well and wanted to ask for 2 days off. After a long while, Lu Jun replied, agreeing. Zhang Feng was idly browsing the news in his office when he suddenly received a call from Zhang Yuer. Brother Feng, where are you? Zhang Yuer's voice sounded somewhat downcast. I'm at the company. What's wrong? Zhang Feng asked, already having a pretty good idea of what had happened. The rumors circulating online didn't affect him much, but it was different for Zhang Yuer. She was still a student and would have to face the stares of those around her tomorrow. It's alright, I'll come over to see you, okay? Zhang Yuer said. Okay, come on over, Zhang Feng replied. After hanging up, Zhang Feng felt this couldn't continue, he had to give the rumormongers a warning. So, he dialed Li Yuchen's number. Mr. Zhang. Li Yuchen's face lit up with a smile upon receiving Zhang Feng's call. This meant another new business opportunity had come his way. Are you free? Come over and have a seat. Zhang Feng didn't directly state the problem. He wanted to wait until Zhang Yuer arrived so they could discuss it further before making a decision. Yes, of course. Mr. Zhang, you're welcome, I must be free. Li Yuchen laughed heartily. I'll send you the address. Zhang Feng didn't waste any time on small talk, hung up, and sent Li Yuchen his company's address. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuer, led by Tang Jiajia, arrived at Zhang Feng's office. Is it because of what happened online? Zhang Feng noticed Zhang Yuer's pale face, stepped forward, and hugged her, asking in a low voice. Yes. Zhang Yuer nodded, feeling wronged. The emotions she had been holding back seemed to suddenly find an outlet, her eyes reddened before she even spoke. It's okay, Zhang Feng quickly comforted her. We're in a normal relationship, we're upright and honest, we're not afraid of being slandered. Oh, by the way, I just called Lawyer Li, he's coming over later. Lawyer Li? That teacher from our school? Zhang Yuer wiped away her tears and asked. Zhang Feng nodded. That's right, it's him. Why did you call him? Zhang Yuer asked again. Of course, to sue those who spread rumors online. The internet isn't above the law. If you do something, you have to pay the price, Zhang Feng said firmly. He was determined to stand up for his girlfriend to the death. Zhang Yuer thought for a moment upon hearing this, but said nothing. The online rumors had indeed caused her significant disruption to her life and studies. Those who spread them must pay the price. Boss, Attorney Li is here. At that moment, Tang Jiajia knocked on the office door. Come in. As Zhang Feng finished speaking, Li Yuchen walked into the office with a smile, looking around and exclaiming, Mr. Zhang, your office is so luxurious. When did you learn to flatter? Zhang Feng asked with a smile. Li Yuchen was slightly taken aback, then chuckled, I can't help it. Last time I saw you, I didn't know you were so rich. Ever since I learned about your wealth, I couldn't help but want to flatter you. Although he said this jokingly, it wasn't entirely untrue. An ordinary person, if blessed with billions in assets, instantly changes their demeanor, and the attitudes of those around them also drastically change. Undeniably, it's human nature. Please sit down. Zhang Feng shook his head and chuckled, inviting Li Yuchen to sit on the sofa in the reception area. Li Yuchen wasn't his subordinate, so it wasn't appropriate for him to sit in the chair opposite his desk. Fortunately, his office was large enough, with a reception area and a rest area in addition to the work area. Mr. Zhang, you called me here today because of the rumors circulating online, right? Li Yuchen cut to the chase, speaking before Zhang Feng could even reply. Zhang Feng nodded, turning to look at Zhang Yuer beside him. This matter has had a terrible impact on my girlfriend. I want the person spreading the rumors to issue a public apology and be severely punished by law. No problem, leave it to me. Li Yuchen readily took on the task. Handling this was simple, call the police and cooperate with the investigation. Only the subsequent legal work would require a professional lawyer. Then name your price. Zhang Feng said. Li Yuchen shook his head. This time it's a free service, no charge. Chapter 96. When disaster strikes, everyone flies away. Free of charge? Zhang Feng looked at Li Yuchen in surprise. Was there really such a good deal? Besides, Li Yuchen wasn't exactly known for being generous. Free of charge. Li Yuchen smiled mischievously. But Mr. Zhang, could you entrust the company's legal affairs to our law firm from now on? He he. John Feng smiled upon hearing this. So this was what they were waiting for. Attorney Lee, although I'm the company owner, I can't make the final decision on this. You know, our company deals in oil and gas extraction, transportation, and sales, involving legal issues that aren't limited to the domestic market. John Feng said, pausing slightly. How about this? I'll give you Mr. Guo's phone number later. You two can talk it over. If Mr. Guo says it's okay, then you can sign the contract with him. How about that? Okay. Li Yuchen thought for a moment, reluctantly agreeing, but he could only nod in agreement. It has to be said, professionals doing professional work are indeed efficient. That day, Zhongcheng University issued a statement regarding the matter, emphasizing the university's educational philosophy and providing a veiled response to Zhang Yuer's situation. The statement neither confirmed nor denied the allegations. In short, the university teaches knowledge and virtue, but has no say in students' private lives. Following this, Li Yuchen, in the names of Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer, issued a statement claiming that their relationship was normal, their lives had been disturbed, and their reputations had been damaged. They stated they would pursue legal action against those spreading rumors, and the police had officially opened a case. Zilla Restaurant. Won't we get caught? Wu Yan looked worried. He had no appetite and barely touched his food. No. Zhao Ting, however, had a great appetite, eating heartily. To be honest, she used to avoid these small restaurants, but her family business had gone bankrupt, and they could no longer afford her high-end spending. As the saying goes, circumstances are beyond one's control. Without money, Zhao Ting had to downgrade her spending to avoid starvation. I uploaded the video to an internet cafe using a fake ID. How could the police find me? Zhao Ting said, glancing up at Wu Yan with disdain at his timid and submissive appearance. Wu Yan's family business had gone bankrupt. Those who had been bullied by Wu Yan before retaliated fiercely after learning of his family's bankruptcy. Wu Yan, who was always a bully who preyed on the weak, became even more timid and insecure without his family's support. What if they find out? Wu Yan asked again. Zhao Ting glared at Wu Yan impatiently and said, so what if they find out? They ruined my family so badly. I'm just posting a video as revenge. Are they going to kill me? Wu Yan looked at Zhao Ting but didn't retort. Ever since her failed attempt to beg Zhang Yuer, Zhao Ting had become somewhat reckless and defiant. Coward! Zhao Ting couldn't help but curse at Wu Yan's cowardly behavior. Who's a coward? Wu Yan retorted. I just asked a couple of questions out of concern. If you find me annoying, I'll leave. With that, Wu Yan got up to leave. Stop! Zhao Ting quickly called out to Wu Yan. You're getting angry just because I said a few words to you? She didn't have many friends right now. If Wu Yan ignored her, she would truly be all alone, with no one to talk to. Her former best friends and confidants all distanced themselves from her after her family went bankrupt. Zhang Xiaoa, Pan Ning, and others also distanced themselves from her because of her conspiracy with young master to frame Zhang Feng. Didn't you find me annoying? Wu Yan asked sternly, sitting back down in his seat. His current situation was actually similar to Zhao Ting's. They were practically in the same boat. I didn't find you annoying, it's just that you're a bit indecisive. Zhang Feng has hurt us so badly, what's wrong with me getting revenge? Compared to what he did to both our families, killing him wouldn't be too much, Zhao Ting said through gritted teeth. Wu Yan opened his mouth, looking hesitant. Just say what you want to say, don't beat around the bush, Zhao Ting snorted. Wu Yan hesitated before speaking. Ting, I think the main blame lies with young Master Bai. Our two families are taking the blame for the Bai family. Think about it, the Bai family invested in Zhang Feng's oil and gas company, and then turned around and attacked our two families. Wasn't that to curry favor with Zhang Feng? I know. A cold hatred flashed in Zhao Ting's eyes. What good was knowing? The Bai family was ruthless. She hadn't dared to offend them before, and now that they had nothing left, she dared not offend them even more, because she knew what the consequences would be if she offended the Bai family. Knowing that, you still. Wu Yan was speechless, looking at Zhao Ting with a puzzled expression. Zhao Ting gritted her teeth, remaining silent for a long time before saying, I also can't stand Xiao Yuer. I used to consider her a good friend, but she could have solved it with a single word, yet she refused to help me no matter what. Wu Yan nodded after hearing this, muttering softly, jealousy makes people break down. What did you say? Zhao Ting didn't hear clearly and asked coldly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Wu Yan shook his head repeatedly. The ancients were right, women are prone to jealousy. This saying is absolutely true. Just then, Zhao Ting's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar local landline number. She hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button, saying, Hello, is this Zhao Ting? The person on the other end asked. Yes, it is. Hello, this is the Zhongcheng Development Zone Public Security Bureau. You are suspected of online defamation and spreading rumors. Please come to our station to cooperate with the investigation. No, it wasn't me. Have you got the wrong person? Zhao Ting panicked and quickly denied it. We haven't got the wrong person. Please cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, we may take coercive measures against you. If there's anything wrong, confess voluntarily, it will be beneficial for you, the person on the other end advised. Okay, I understand. Zhao Ting's last bit of hope shattered. She felt completely exhausted and slumped weakly into a chair. The Public Security Bureau? Wu Yan asked in a low voice after Zhao Ting hung up the phone. Zhao Ting nodded silently and said, Wu Yan, will you come with me? Ting, this has nothing to do with me. I have other things to do, I'm leaving now. Wu Yan was very clear-headed. This wasn't just about going to the Public Security Bureau to confess and receive leniency, but about further offending Zhang Feng. Offending him once had bankrupted his family's business, and then he spread rumors and slandered him. Was there any chance of him ever recovering? Therefore, it was wise to distance himself as soon as possible. Bastard! Watching Wu Yan's retreating figure, Zhao Ting's face turned deathly pale. She felt utterly abandoned by the world. She stood up blankly, went out, hailed a taxi, and headed to the Development Zone Public Security Bureau. Even now, she couldn't understand how the Public Security Bureau had identified her. She had clearly used a fake ID to upload the video from the internet cafe, and she had deliberately disguised herself, covering herself up completely. There was no way the surveillance footage would have recognized her face. Chapter 97 Dr. X is injured. Zhao Ting. Upon receiving the feedback from the Public Security Bureau, Zhang Yue was slightly taken aback, surprised yet understandable. Yes, Li Yuchen nodded, sighing, it's probably because of what happened last time. She asked you for help, and you didn't agree, so she held a grudge and spread rumors online as revenge. Zhang Yue fell silent, unsure what to say. She truly couldn't understand why her roommate, with whom she had a good relationship, had become like this. This was completely different from the Zhao Ting she remembered. In her memory, Zhao Ting was a smart girl who knew how to conduct herself appropriately. The video spread so quickly, is there someone behind it? Zhang Feng pondered slightly. Li Yuchen paused, then said, I specifically asked the Public Security Bureau, and they replied that they hadn't found anything. The video's rapid spread is likely due to the system's algorithm, triggering keywords. Nothing found? That means that possibility can't be ruled out. Zhang Feng secretly noted this down, planning to seek help from Dr. X later. What do you plan to do? Li Yuchen suddenly asked. If you accept Zhao Ting's apology, issue a letter of understanding, and don't pursue the matter further, her punishment will be very light. If you investigate to the end, she's very likely to go to jail. Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, turned his gaze to Zhang Yue. To be honest, he personally preferred to pursue the matter to the end. Zhao Ting had repeatedly crossed his red lines. She wouldn't learn her lesson without being taught a lesson. However, considering that Zhang Yue and Zhao Ting were roommates before, he had to consider Xiao Yuer's feelings. Therefore, he left the decision to Xiao Yuer. We don't regret issuing a letter of understanding, but we won't pursue the matter further. Let the Public Security Bureau handle it according to normal procedures. Zhang Yuer said heavily after thinking for a long time. Okay, no problem. Li Yuchen nodded, then explained the details of the case to the two of them before turning to leave. How about we move out for a couple of days? Zhang Feng hugged Xiao Yuer and said softly. Zhang Yuer looked up at Zhang Feng's face, her voice slightly coquettish. Are you planning to do something bad to me? No, Zhang Feng said stubbornly, though his words betrayed his true feelings. I agree, Zhang Yuer said in a barely audible voice. Perhaps the surprise came too suddenly. Zhang Feng didn't react for a moment. Really? After recovering, Zhang Feng gave Xiao Yuer 2 quick kisses. I'll buy a house near your school, so it'll be convenient for you to go to school. Zhang Yuer's face flushed, and she simply hummed in agreement. In a narrow alley in Gula District, Zhangcheng, you can't escape now. Obediently accept the organization's punishment, and you might have a chance to live. A young man who looked to be in his 20s coldly looked at the desperate girl in front of him, his gaze as venomous as a snake. Spare my life, and I'll give you money, $100 million. The girl, dressed somewhat hip-hop, showed a hint of panic as she faced the young man who was closing in, attempting to bribe him with money. $100 million? That sounds like a lot, but even if you earn it, you might not live to spend it. The young man sneered repeatedly, having cornered the girl with nowhere to retreat. Okay, I surrender. I'll go with you, please don't kill me. The girl hurriedly raised her hands, pleading for mercy. She had already seen the military dagger hidden in the young man's sleeve. Take it. Without a word, the young man tossed the girl a yellow pill. I won't take it. The girl immediately refused. Don't think I don't know, this is a new mind-controlling drug developed by the organization. If I take it, won't I be completely at your mercy? If you don't take it, you die. The young man sneered, quickly closing in, his military dagger aimed at the girl's heart. The girl looked terrified, but beneath her seemingly panicked exterior lay a calm mind. She swayed, and the dagger pierced her shoulder, penetrating it completely. The intense pain numbed her entire body. But somehow, a homemade stun gun appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. At such close range, the young man had no time to react. Even if he did react, it was too late. Struck by the stun gun, the young man trembled twice, collapsed to the ground, and passed out. The girl picked up the yellow pills from the ground and fed them to him. She didn't kill him because this was Daxia. A murder here, if the body wasn't handled properly, would bring endless trouble if discovered by the police. She quickly bandaged his wound and left the alley. 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Feng was just about to take Zhang Yuer back to their newly purchased, fully furnished apartment when he suddenly received a text message. After reading it, his brows furrowed immediately. "What's wrong, Brother Feng?" Noticing Zhang Feng's unusual expression, Zhang Yuer asked with concern. "I have some urgent business to attend to right now, you." Zhang Feng didn't know how to explain to Xiao Yuer. Their happy mood had been dampened by his sudden departure. "It's all right, you can go." Zhang Yuer interrupted Zhang Feng before he could finish speaking, saying very understandingly, "Brother Feng, I believe you. No need to explain, go ahead and do your work." "Okay." Zhang Feng nodded, saw Zhang Yuer into the house, and drove away alone. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at a high-end apartment building. He took the elevator to room 1608 on the top floor. He raised his hand, about to knock, when the door suddenly opened by itself from the inside. "Come in." A girl opened the door. She had an ordinary appearance, but Zhang Feng recognized her immediately. This girl was Dr. X. The last time they met, Dr. X had disguised herself very well, preventing him from seeing her features clearly. "You're injured." Zhang Feng saw that her face was deathly pale, devoid of color, her brows tightly furrowed, and she wore an expression of pain. The girl gave a bitter smile. "I didn't expect our second meeting to be like this. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Cheng Yingzi, my online alias is Dr. X. Alright, enough of that. How serious are your injuries?" Zhang Feng asked. He didn't introduce himself because he knew she probably knew him better than he knew himself. "I need your help," Cheng Yingzi said solemnly. Zhang Feng understood the unspoken meaning behind her words. Helping might bring him trouble, but he still nodded without hesitation and asked, "How do you need my help?" "I need a place to recuperate, a completely safe place," Cheng Yingzi said. "Completely safe?" This put Zhang Feng in a difficult position. Although he was wealthy, he didn't have his own power, or rather, he hadn't had time to cultivate it. How could he provide her with a completely safe place? After all, Dr. X was a top-tier hacker globally, and hackers are masters at concealing their whereabouts. If even Cheng Yingzi herself couldn't find a completely safe place, how could he possibly do it? Chapter 98, Tea Garden Courtyard. After much thought, Zhang Feng still couldn't come up with a good solution, so he could only ask, "Who is this person causing you trouble?" Cheng Yingzi was silent for a moment, then slowly shook her head and said, "You'd better not know." "Then how can I help you? What are the specific requirements for the absolutely safe place you mentioned?" Zhang Feng asked. "A place with minimal internet and surveillance," Cheng Yingzi said. As a top hacker, most security systems were practically useless against her. Being far from densely populated areas was essential for her safety. After all, she wasn't the only hacker in the world. "I've got it." Zhang Feng thought for a while and suddenly said, Xiao Yuer's hometown was a good choice. Her family ran a tea plantation business, and there was a small courtyard on the mountain where they tended the tea, which perfectly met Cheng Yingzi's requirements. A tea plantation? Cheng Yingzi paused slightly after hearing Zhang Feng's explanation, then nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing that Cheng Yingzi agreed, Zhang Feng immediately contacted Xiao Yuer and explained the situation to her. Zhang Yuer agreed without much thought. "Is there anything I need to bring?" Zhang Feng looked around and asked. "No, let's just go." Cheng Yingzi grabbed her backpack, put on large sunglasses to cover half her face, and went with Zhang Feng to the garage. They got into Zhang Feng's car and drove to an upscale residential area near Zhangcheng University. Brother Feng. At the entrance of the residential area, Zhang Yuer had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Zhang Feng's car arrive, she waved. After the car stopped by the roadside, she opened the passenger door and got in, then turned to look at Cheng Yingzi in the back seat. "Hello, Miss Zhang." Cheng Yingzi greeted her proactively. "Hello." Zhang Yuer responded with a smile. While driving, Zhang Feng said to Zhang Yuer, "Cheng Yingzi is my friend. She's run into some trouble right now. Please don't mention it to anyone." "Okay, I know." Zhang Yuer nodded in agreement. About 2.5 hours later, the three of them successfully arrived at Zhang Yuer's hometown. It was already past midnight. "Xiao Yuer, Zhang Feng, why did you come back without saying goodbye?" It was Zhang Yuer's mother, Du Ying, who opened the door, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing Zhang Yuer and Zhang Feng. Then she noticed Chang Yingzi behind them and asked suspiciously, "And this is?" "Mom, this is my friend. Something happened at her family, and she needs to find a place to hide." Zhang Yuer lied without batting an eye. This was the story the three of them had rehearsed beforehand on the way home. "Come in, come in." Ying invited the three of them into the house. At this moment, Zhang Rui, who had already gone to bed, also got up. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Feng quickly greeted him, feeling a little embarrassed about arriving in the middle of the night without bringing any gifts. Zhang Rui responded, saying, "You didn't even say goodbye." He had also noticed Chang Yingzi, but he didn't ask any questions, at least not in person. "Little fish, come here for a second." Ying called little fish aside, and Zhang Rui followed. "Your friend hasn't broken the law, has she? If so, our family can't take her in, that's harboring a criminal, understand?" Ying said sternly. Zhang Rui frowned, though he didn't say anything, he conveyed the same meaning. "Mom, what are you thinking? Didn't I tell you? Something happened to her family, creditors are coming to the door, and she needs to find a place to lay low," Zhang Yuer explained. "How did you meet this friend?" Zhang Rui asked. "A college classmate," Zhang Yuer replied immediately. After a brief silence, Zhang Rui said, "Sheltering low is fine, but she can't stay at home. Does she dare stay in the tea garden alone?" Yes, she's very brave," Zhang Yuer nodded repeatedly. Zhang Rui's idea suited her perfectly. The village was too crowded and noisy, unlike the quiet tea garden courtyard. "That's good." Zhang Rui didn't ask any more questions. "Mom and Dad, you can go back to sleep. I'll take her to the tea garden courtyard now." After saying this, Zhang Yuer turned and went back to the living room to tell Zhang Feng and Cheng Yingzi what had happened. Upon hearing this, the two immediately set off under the cover of night for the tea garden courtyard halfway up the mountain. "You believe Xiao Yuer's words?" Ying asked with a worried expression. Zhang Rui looked at the dark night outside the door and said in a low voice, "Don't I know Xiao Yuer? She would never lie. I saw that girl just now, she was injured, and quite badly. Then why did you agree to let her stay at the tea garden courtyard? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble?" Du Ying questioned. Zhang Rui smiled wryly. "What do you suggest we do? That girl is Zhang Feng's friend. If I stop her from staying, wouldn't that put Xiao Yuer in a difficult position? It's good that she's staying out of the limelight, but if she breaks the law, we'll be in trouble too," Du Ying complained. Zhang Rui sighed. "It's alright, don't overthink it. Zhang Feng seems like a very reliable person, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would harm us." "I hope so." Du Ying sighed as well. Actually, as the hosts, they should have taken Zhang Feng and Cheng Yingzi to the tea garden courtyard. The reason they didn't was twofold. First, they sensed Zhang Feng and Cheng Yingzi were hiding something from them, and their presence would only create inconvenience. Second, they wanted to pretend they knew nothing to avoid trouble. The road up the mountain was narrow, too narrow for a car, so the three had to proceed on foot. The tea garden was vast, covering the entire mountainside. Zhang Feng had visited once before with Zhang Yuer and had greatly admired the environment. Using their phones for light, the three followed the path to the small courtyard nestled within the tea garden. This courtyard was usually uninhabited, only during tea picking season would Zhang Rui or Grandpa Zhang stay there for a while to guard the tea garden and prevent theft. It was well maintained, even after a period of vacancy, the courtyard remained spotless. It was clear that someone from the Zhang family regularly came to clean. Zhang Yuer unlocked the door and led Zhang Feng and Cheng Yingzi into the courtyard, saying as they walked, "There's no internet here, and the signal isn't very good. The electricity is solar powered, so please bear with it. I'll have my parents bring some food over tomorrow." "Thank you, I'm very satisfied," Cheng Yingzi nodded, looking around. "Good that you're satisfied." Zhang Yuer smiled slightly, and the three of them worked together to remove the dust covers from the bed, tables, and chairs. Then they did some simple cleaning. By the time they finished, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer were alright, being young and energetic, but Cheng Yingzi, injured and without sufficient rest, was exhausted. The throbbing pain from her penetrating shoulder wound only exacerbated her physical and mental fatigue. She took a painkiller, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. "Brother Feng, are you hungry?" Zhang Yuer asked softly, glancing at the sleeping Cheng Yingzi. "A little." Having worked so hard all night, she was clearly very tired. How could she not be hungry? Chapter 99 Alphabet Organization. Zhang Yuer came from a well-off family, but she was raised with strict discipline. She trained in martial arts with her grandfather from a young age, enduring considerable hardship, and wasn't the type of girl who was pampered. While she wasn't particularly skilled at cooking, she could manage to prepare food reasonably well. However, the kitchen in the tea garden courtyard had limited ingredients, so Zhang Yuer made 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles, a simple meal. At dawn, Zhang Rui and Du Ying knocked on the wooden door of the courtyard with some food. "Uncle, Aunt, good morning." Zhang Feng went to open the door and welcomed Zhang Rui and Du Ying into the courtyard. This is enough for half a month. Zhang Rui and Du Ying put the food on the ground, glanced towards the house, and, not seeing Chang Yingzi, Zhang Rui said in a low voice, "Your friend can stay here without worry, but it's best not to wander around. If someone sees her, it'll be difficult to explain." "Thank you, Uncle John, I'll talk to her," Zhang Feng nodded in response. "Alright, I won't come inside." With that, Zhang Rui and Du Ying turned and left the courtyard. It was clear they didn't want to cause any trouble. Zhang Feng carried the items into the kitchen: instant noodles, bachang rice, wheat flour, carrots and greens, beef and mutton, etc. Everything was there. A short while later, Chang Yingzi slowly woke up. Looking at the ingredients, she was immediately dumbfounded. "I can't cook. What should I do?" "Then just make do. Cook it up and add some salt." Zhang Feng looked at Chang Yingzi speechlessly. Such a grown woman, and she couldn't even cook. "It's very simple. Pour in oil, put in the scallions, ginger, and garlic, then put in the main ingredients." Zhang Yuer gave a universal tutorial. Chang Yingzi made a face and said, "Okay, little Yuer, I see the peanut oil in the kitchen is almost gone. Go home and get some more." Zhang Feng pretended to look around the kitchen, then turned to Zhang Yuer and said, Zhang Yuer hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There was still more than half a bottle of peanut oil left, and her parents had also brought a bottle of rapeseed oil. It was clearly enough. Zhang Feng said this only to get her out of the way so he could talk to Chang Yingzi alone. Zhang Yuer trusted Zhang Feng, so she nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Tell me, who hurt you?" After Zhang Yuer left the courtyard, Zhang Feng looked at Chang Yingzi and asked solemnly. Chang Yingzi found a stool, sat down, and frowned. "Knowing this won't do you any good. But I'm already involved. You have to tell me who the enemy is so I can prepare." Zhang Feng said with a wry smile. He knew Chang Yingzi's identity was not simple, but he knew nothing about her background, which was very disadvantageous to him. It wasn't that he was worried Chang Yingzi would harm him, but rather that the power behind Chang Yingzi might be detrimental to him. "Okay, I'll tell you." After a brief moment of hesitation, Chang Yingzi chose to believe Zhang Feng and recounted her entire experience. Although she was of Daxia descent, she grew up abroad. Due to her talent in mathematics and computers, she was recruited as a member of an organization called Alphabet, codenamed X, responsible for internal support work. On the dark web, she was also the renowned hacker Dr. X. Logically, she held a pivotal position within the organization and should have been under its utmost protection. However, during an espionage mission, she retained information she shouldn't have, leading the organization to label her a traitor and initiate a purge plan to eliminate her. Fortunately, she received prior warning and escaped from abroad to Great Xia. Even so, she was found by the organization yesterday and a purge operation was launched against her. "That's all?" Zhang Feng listened, remaining silent for a long time before frowning. The Alphabet organization? The story sounds a bit cliché. However, he also knew that this was the way the world was. Many old, tired stories constantly played out in reality. Beneath this seemingly glamorous surface lay a sinister world inaccessible to the public, filled with darkness, killing, and bloodshed. "That's all." Chang Yingzi nodded emphatically and said, "I know you don't believe me, but you can ask your friends Jennifer and Song Gang. As old money, they should know about the Alphabet organization." "Wait, you're spying on me." Zhang Feng felt like he'd been stripped naked. If he remembered correctly, he had never mentioned his relationship with Jennifer and Song Gang to Chang Yingzi. "I wasn't spying on you, to be precise, I didn't intend to spy on you. I only found out about your relationship with Jennifer and Song Gang by accident while gathering information," Chang Yingzi explained rather awkwardly. But her explanation was unconvincing. Zhang Feng looked at Chang Yingzi speechlessly and helplessly. Chang Yingzi quickly raised her hands in surrender, saying, "Don't look at me like that. I promise I'll never hack into your electronic devices again." "I'll believe you for now." Zhang Feng snorted, then changed the subject. "You just said you secretly kept a document, which is why the organization is hunting you down. What's in that document?" "I don't know." Chang Yingzi shook her head, her face grave and troubled. Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow. "That shouldn't be the case. Aren't you a top hacker in the world? Cracking a document shouldn't be a piece of cake, right?" "I really don't know. This document uses the most advanced bionic cryptography technology, broken down into countless segments and stored across thousands upon thousands of network nodes. To crack it, you need a supercomputer," Chang Yingzi shrugged. Because of her shoulder injury, this shrug aggravated the wound, sending a sharp pain through her, causing her to wince and hiss in pain. It was a penetrating wound, but fortunately, it hadn't damaged the bone, blood vessels, or nerves. "Since you don't even know the contents of the document, why did you steal it?" Zhang Feng asked after a pause. Chang Yingzi rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think I wanted to? I stole this document only to protect myself. Before the mission even started, the organization was already planning to discard me after using me. So, this document is very valuable? Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Yes. Cheng Yingzi nodded in response, and after a few seconds of silence, said, "Do you want to know what the document contains?" "Why?" Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Yingzi warily. Cheng Yingzi smiled and said, "Why are you so nervous? I wouldn't want to harm you, we're friends." "Speak your mind," Zhang Feng said. Cheng Yingzi paused, then said, "I want to ask you to help me build a supercomputer. Are you alright?" Zhang Feng stared wide-eyed at Cheng Yingzi. Putting aside the exorbitant price of supercomputers after all, he wasn't short of money. Was it really necessary? Wouldn't renting one be more cost-effective? As far as he knew, several of the major supercomputers in China could be rented out for a fee. Chapter 100 Supercomputers. Are you alright? Cheng Yingzi scoffed. The hacking work might take several months. How can you maintain secrecy by renting someone else's computer? Aren't you an expert? Why not just hack into more botnets? Zhang Feng said. If it were that easy, would I need you reminding me? Cheng Yingzi was speechless. In her eyes, Zhang Feng was an amateur trying to instruct an expert he knew nothing and was giving wildly inaccurate advice. I'll think about it, Zhang Feng said after a few seconds of contemplation. I'll pay for it. Cheng Yingzi assumed Zhang Feng was concerned about the money. After all, building a supercomputer was expensive. It's not about the money. I need to consider the whole picture. Zhang Feng didn't make a boastful promise. This matter was a bit complicated, and he was afraid of getting too deeply involved. Then think about it quickly. I'll wait for your good news, Cheng Yingzi said with a smile. Take good care of yourself. I'll come see you again in a while, Zhang Feng said, getting up to leave. Okay, goodbye. Zhang Feng waved goodbye to Cheng Yingzi, left the courtyard, and headed down the mountain. Brother Feng. Halfway there, they met Zhang Yuer, who was carrying peanut oil. Don't go up. Go see Grandpa, then we'll go back to Zhangcheng, Zhang Feng said. Zhang Yuer nodded and followed Zhang Feng to Grandpa Zhang Linhe's residence. When they arrived, Grandpa Zhang was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuer, Grandpa Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed happily, Little Yuer, Little Zhang, what brings you here? Grandpa. Zhang Yuer ran forward, smiling. Grandpa Zhang put down his Tai Chi stance, looked at his granddaughter with affection, and said, Come, demonstrate for Grandpa. Clearly, the old man was testing his granddaughter's basic skills. Zhang Yuer knew the old man valued tradition, so without a word, she began practicing the family's traditional boxing style with precision. Not bad, not bad. Old Master Zhang nodded repeatedly, quite satisfied, but then his tone shifted. The stance is still there, but the skill has declined a bit. Grandpa, I still need to study. Where do I find the time to practice so much? Zhang Yuer pleaded. Old Master Zhang chuckled, turning his gaze to Zhang Feng. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes held a deep meaning, as if to say, You little brat, watch your eyes. You've messed with my granddaughter, you'll regret it. The two stayed at Old Master Jiang's residence for a while, then returned to the Zhang family home, had lunch with Xiao Yuer's parents, and then drove back to Zhangcheng. On the way, Zhang Feng received a call from Li Longzin, who wanted to invite him to dinner. Zhang Feng politely declined. It was obvious that the conversation was about taking over the project, but Zhang Feng had entrusted this entirely to Wei Linglong. He himself didn't want to get involved. Hearing this, Li Longzin exchanged pleasantries for a while and didn't press the issue. Business is business, and that's perfectly understandable. However, Zhang Feng's refusal still cast a shadow over Li Longzin's mind, making him slightly uneasy. After all, for Zhang Feng, this project was simply a matter of whether or not to invest, but for Longzin Group, it was a matter of life and death. That's precisely why Li Longzin didn't force Zhang Feng. If they couldn't reach an agreement, it would be awkward for both of them, and their relationship might even be affected. This was something Li Longzin didn't want to see, because Zhang Feng's actions had made Li Longzin realize the power of Zhang Feng's network of connections. Maintaining this relationship would be extremely beneficial to his future development. Little Yuer, why don't you take a few days off? I'll go out with you. At the entrance of Zhangcheng University, Zhang Feng called out to Zhang Yuer, who was about to get out of the car. Because of online rumors, Zhang Yuer had become a celebrity at Zhangcheng University and had been greatly affected. Even though the matter had been clarified, online clarification announcements were always ignored. It's okay, I'm not that fragile, Zhang Yuer turned and kissed Zhang Feng, smiling slightly. All right. Zhang Feng chuckled, watching Zhang Yuer enter Zhangcheng University before driving away. Back at the company, Tang Jiajia poured herself a glass of warm water, sat at her desk thinking for a while, then took out her phone and called Song Gang, the shipping magnate of Maya. Young friend Zhang, what brings you here today? Song Gang chuckled, his voice booming. Mr. Song, I have something to ask you, Zhang Feng said hesitantly. Song Gang laughed heartily, what is it? Go ahead. Do you know of an international organization called the Alphabet? Zhang Feng asked thoughtfully. The laughter on the other end of the line immediately stopped. Song Gang said in a deep voice, "Young friend John, why are you asking this? Have you offended them?" His low voice revealed a hint of anxiety and worry. "No, I'm just curious, so I wanted to ask you about it," Zhang Feng said with a smile. Song Gang let out a long sigh and said, "Young friend John, with your current wealth, you'll inevitably encounter these things sooner or later. I'll tell you in advance, this Alphabet organization is an international criminal organization that extorts wealthy individuals and government organizations from various countries. No one outside knows about its membership, organizational structure, etc. I heard they even clashed with the CIA last year. Extorting governments? That's too arrogant." Zhang Feng was a little skeptical, but since it came from Song Gang, the shipping magnate of Maya, it seemed highly credible. "Mr. Song, could you elaborate? For example, what major things has the Alphabet organization specifically done?" Zhang Feng asked. Song Gang chuckled and said, "That's all I know. This organization has always been very secretive, very little is known to the outside world." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Song, I understand," Zhang Feng said. "Young friend John, let me remind you, if you get extorted by this organization, just obediently hand over some money, consider it a way to avoid further trouble," Song Gang said meaningfully. "Yes, thank you for the reminder, Elder Song." Zhang Feng sensed something was off about Song Gang's tone, but since the other party wasn't willing to elaborate, he couldn't do anything about it. "Oh, by the way, I heard that the oil field you acquired is planning to expand production." Song Gang changed the subject. "Elder Song, your information network is quite impressive," Zhang Feng said with a smile. Song Gang paused, then smiled, and said, "Young friend John, what do you think? Could we further deepen our cooperation?" "No problem, that's a good thing, I'd love to," Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Although having Heilong Capital invest would eliminate any obstacles to domestic sales, having an additional sales channel was always a good idea to mitigate risk. "Then it's settled. I happen to be going to Daxia in a couple of days. We can discuss the details when we meet, how about it?" Song Gang said. "It's a deal. I'll be waiting for you in Daxia, Boss Song." With everyone helping him, Zhang Feng readily agreed. They chatted about some trivial matters afterward, and then hung up the phone.